The savior of Hogwarts has mysteriously vanished. Subsequently, an enigmatic projection has seemingly activated, capable of revealing the savior's experiences in an alternate realm. Harry Potter, thank you for the invitation. I have just arrived in this foreign world and have been apprehended upon landing. Elowen and Tabitha have traversed into a Harry Potter fan game, initially believing they would be detached from the main storyline of Harry Potter. However, the sudden arrival of the very Harry Potter himself disrupts the tranquil lives of the two. Tabitha, it appears to be the real Harry Potter. What should we do? Elowen, we should teach him. We cannot allow the savior to remain illiterate. This is a narrative about the professors at Hogwarts observing the daily lives of the two travelers as they nurture Harry. Chapter 1. The Vanished Savior. At noon in Hogwarts, it should have been the time for staff and students to dine in the Great Hall. However, not a single professor is present. It falls to the heads of each year and the student council president to maintain order amidst the chaos. Stand in line by year. Heads of houses, please take attendance. No wandering allowed. Percy Weasley's voice resonates through the noisy crowd. It is evident that Percy Weasley is the newly appointed male president of the student council for this academic year, his badge glimmering in the sunlight upon his chest. What has transpired? The students, summoned to the Great Hall for reasons unknown, inquire. I heard that Harry Potter has gone missing. Missing? Could it be the work of the wanted criminal Sirius Black? I recall that the portrait guarding Gryffindor Tower was torn to shreds a few days ago. Merlin above, this academic year is indeed tumultuous. How did he even get in? Aren't all the entrances and exits to the castle guarded by Dementors sent by the Ministry of Magic? Those creatures send shivers down one's spine merely by being near. How could he possibly deceive them? Who knows? Black is an escaped prisoner from Azkaban. The Dementors were initially the guards of Azkaban. Perhaps encountering them feels as familiar to him as returning home. Percy continues to verify attendance with the heads of houses, having lost hope of quieting the young wizards present. Almost everyone is engaged in hushed discussions. This cannot be quelled. The occurrence of the boy who lived going missing just 4 days after the wanted fugitive Black infiltrated the castle has left the young wizards feeling uneasy. Among those most concerned for Harry Potter's safety are Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. They were the first to notice Harry's disappearance, having last seen him after the penultimate class before noon, when Harry expressed his exasperation at being treated as a high-profile subject of protection by the professors and heads of houses, wishing instead to wander alone for some peace. While Hermione surmised that the professors were acting to shield Harry from the potential harm posed by Black, Ron found it rather cool to be the center of attention amidst the crowd. Nevertheless, both held deep respect for Harry's own sentiments. Thus, the trio parted ways. Subsequently, Ron and Hermione inquired about all the ghosts and portraits along the way, but were unsuccessful in uncovering Harry's whereabouts. I truly should not have allowed Harry to venture off alone. What a foolish idea this was, Hermione exclaimed, anxiously pacing in circles with her arms crossed. Were it not for the prefect stationed at the entrance, she would undoubtedly have sneaked out with Ron to search for Harry. Ron reassured Hermione with a pat on her shoulder. Do not worry. The professors will certainly locate Harry. Let us not forget Professor Dumbledore. He will surely find him. Hermione cast a sidelong glance at Ron, remaining silent. If one were to overlook Ron's habitual repetition in his speech and the tightness of his lips at that moment, his words were indeed rather persuasive. Severus Snape strode down the staircase with his wand raised, his black cloak billowing behind him. He gritted his teeth as he searched the third floor for the whereabouts of the young Potter. He had foreseen that this boy would only bring forth a multitude of troubles, heedlessly straying from the professor's line of sight despite numerous warnings. He was fully aware of Black's intrusion into the castle, yet cavalierly strolled through the corridors, disregarding his own safety. He was even sharing tea with that werewolf. Snape did not believe that Potter had been taken by Black this time, as the disturbance was far too minimal. According to the final descriptions from the portraits and ghosts who had seen Potter last, there were no suspicious individuals loitering near him, nor had anyone witnessed how he vanished. It was known only that he turned a corner and was never seen again. No traces of spell attacks or any blood were found within Potter's last known vicinity, as though he had instantaneously disappeared from the castle. Snape harbored doubts that Black, with a brain the size of a peach pit, could possess the requisite intelligence to devise such an intricate plan unnoticed by anyone. Just as Black had violently torn apart the portrait of the fat lady when he could not gain entry into Gryffindor. If Black were indeed responsible, the scene presented before everyone would certainly bear traces to follow. However, it would be best if he did not discover that the young Potter was napping in some corner of the castle, cloaked in invisibility. He would undoubtedly deduct 100 points from Gryffindor. Snape was already envisioning the expression on Potter's face upon hearing of the point deduction. "Severus, have you made any new discoveries?" An elderly voice called out, halting Snape as he rushed down the corridor. Snape paused and turned to see Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of the school, descending from the third floor. "None, headmaster," Snape replied briskly as he approached Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed, a fleeting hint of fatigue crossing his features. He stated, "I have just received messages from several other headmasters regarding their patron uses. They too have been unable to locate Harry. Do you recall what I mentioned a few days ago, headmaster? Black could not have entered alone. What transpired today could not have been accomplished by Black alone. He must have had accomplices." Snape spoke hastily, as though fearing interruption. "Indeed," Dumbledore interrupted him. "Severus." Dumbledore's tone was firm, clearly unwilling to engage further with Snape on this matter. "I trust each of my professors. No professor would assist Black." Their previous discussion had concluded in such a manner. Yet this time, Snape did not obediently fall silent as he had a few days prior. He remained steadfast in his conviction, suspecting that the werewolf was in collusion with Black. Snape pressed Dumbledore somewhat aggressively. "Then how do you explain how Black circumvented the Dementors to enter the castle? Do you possess any ingenious theories?" Someone within the castle must be acting as his informant. Just as their conversation was poised to escalate into an argument, a light, brisk sound of footsteps interrupted them. Approaching was a Ravenclaw student, her face adorned with a dazed expression, sporting carrot-shaped earrings, and seemingly clutching something in her hand. It was Luna Lovegood. Snape took a deep breath. Of course, it was Miss Lovegood. Who else would find it normal for the midday silence of Hogwarts to resemble that of a graveyard? While all the professors were frantically patrolling the castle, she was leisurely strolling about. "Miss Lovegood," Snape seemed prepared to unleash his pent-up frustration upon her. "Has no one informed you that you are to gather in the Great Hall?" Only then did Luna turn her gaze towards the two, as if prior to this moment, they had merely been two moving statues in her eyes. "Oh, Professor Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore." Luna's voice seemed to emanate from a distant realm. "No one informed me of this matter, but I am now aware, and I shall proceed to the Great Hall." A storm cloud of displeasure darkened Snape's countenance. His lips twitched as if he wished to utter further words, yet he was restrained by Dumbledore's presence beside him. Dumbledore fixed a gaze upon Luna's right hand, one rarely seen upon his features, filled with an unusual gravity. "Miss Lovegood, what is it that you hold in your hand?"
Chapter 2. The Clue. Dumbledore cast a charm to levitate the small object that Luna had been clutching in her palm. It was a delicate, intricately designed brass sphere, roughly the size of a time-turner, adorned with a complex array of magical runes, separated by 7 distinct grooves. One of these grooves was aglow. Luna recounted her experience of discovering this sphere amidst a swarm of pesky insects, noting it was peculiar that the insects were not pursuing people, but rather circling around the orb. "Miss Lovegood," Snape interjected, unable to restrain himself. "Surely you understand the importance of not recklessly touching magical objects in our world?" "In fact, it only emitted magical energy after I picked it up," she replied. "Worse still, this indicates that the object was activated after Miss Lovegood acquired it, with its effects now unknown." Snape's voice dripped with icy sarcasm. "It seems our dark arts defense manual requires an additional entry. Do not touch anything you do not understand." "Do not blame Miss Lovegood, Severus," Dumbledore interjected, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. Snape was taken aback, glancing at Dumbledore, who was observing the levitating metallic sphere, now showing 2 glowing grooves. "Wait, 2? Snape whirled around. "I distinctly remember Miss Lovegood retrieving it with only 1 glowing." "Indeed, Professor. This magical object absorbed my magical energy during my examination," Dumbledore explained simultaneously. How splendid, Snape thought, his wariness heightened. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore was no fool when it came to protective enchantments. On the contrary, Dumbledore was an adept alchemist, a close friend of the renowned master, Nicholas Flamel. If this object could drain Dumbledore's magic even while he was on guard, its creator must be a master of alchemy as well. Snape's mind raced through numerous names of alchemists, accompanied by a torrent of conspiracies. Observing the potion master's shifting expressions, which hinted at a desire to dispose of both the dangerous object and the ineffectual headmaster, Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Ahem, I actually have a hypothesis. Dumbledore ceased his examination of the sphere, withdrawing the spell and cradling it in his hand, dismissing Snape's disapproving clucks. He then posed a question to Luna. Miss Lovegood, do you recall the exact location where you discovered this object? Luna stated that she found it at the corner of the 3rd floor, which happened to be the last place Harry Potter was seen before his disappearance. Snape and Dumbledore exchanged glances, and he now understood what Dumbledore was implying. Perhaps Potter's disappearance was linked to this magical artifact. Dumbledore led Snape and Luna to the headmaster's office. Along the way, he notified the professors with his Patronus charm, requesting some of them to proceed to the Great Hall to calm the students and maintain order. The heads of the houses, along with Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Lupin, were already waiting at the office upon receiving the headmaster's message. Why bring Miss Lovegood along? McGonagall, the Gryffindor head, questioned Dumbledore's decision to involve a student in such a serious matter. Relax, Minerva. It was Miss Lovegood's magic that activated this artifact. Her presence is essential. Dumbledore replied as he began distributing his assortment of sweets to everyone present. Thank you, Headmaster, but I shall suffice with tea. Professor Sprout, the Hufflepuff head, graciously declined the headmaster's hospitality, her focus directed towards the forthcoming plan. Have we confirmed that activating this magical object will lead us to Mr. Potter? Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw was preoccupied with educating Luna about the potential dangers of unknown magical artifacts. Upon hearing about Luna's reckless actions, Flitwick resolved to instill a strong sense of caution in her. He was acutely aware of how insatiable Ravenclaw students could be in their pursuit of the unknown, and perhaps this safety education needed to be disseminated throughout the entire school. Snape scoffed, unabashedly expressing his disapproval of the headmaster's decisions. Our illustrious headmaster, with his sagacious intellect, has made a choice. He evidently believes that a brass sphere inscribed with runes of time and space is safer than one inscribed with explosive runes. Indeed, while Dumbledore had bravely engaged with the sphere, he had deciphered some of the runes' meanings. Regrettably, understanding fragmentary meanings is far removed from grasping the whole. The deconstruction of an unknown alchemical object could be exceedingly complex, sometimes taking years. Regrettably, we have little choice. However, I can assure you that this object will not activate at the expense of its user's safety. Dumbledore stirred his tea. If there were alternative methods, I would not resort to employing an unknown alchemical object. Harry had been missing for 3 hours, and the professors had scoured the entire castle without uncovering a single clue. The possibility that Black had abducted Harry could not be entirely dismissed. Activating this alchemical object, whether to uncover Harry's whereabouts or to determine that his disappearance was unrelated to the artifact, would yield valuable information. A hand reached out to grasp the metallic sphere, centrally positioned on the table. Potter is a student of Gryffindor. He has vanished within Hogwarts. As the head of Gryffindor, I bear the responsibility to locate him, McGonagall declared, opening her palm to reveal new lights emanating from the sphere. Flitwick took the sphere from McGonagall. This matter also concerns a student of Ravenclaw. Count me in. You two are being too serious. No one wishes to find Mr. Potter more swiftly than I do. Come, hand it over. Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff firmly grasped the enigmatic magical object, but when she opened her hand, all present furrowed their brows. The sphere still illuminated only 4 grooves. Sprout shook her head. I did not sense any magic being absorbed. Snape snatched the sphere from Sprout's grasp. This time, the sphere's response was somewhat more favorable, with an additional groove glowing. The headmaster's office fell silent for a moment. This was indeed peculiar. What criteria did the sphere possess for selecting its bearer? Professor Sprout, with her considerable magical prowess and command, found the sphere utterly unresponsive in her hands. Lupin interrupted the collective contemplation. Regardless, let us activate it first. He took the sphere, gripping it tightly, then opened his hand, yet the sphere remained inert. The headmaster's office was once again enveloped in silence. Chapter 3. The Activation of the Sphere. Following this, Dumbledore summoned several professors, yet none could illuminate the alchemical artifact. Progress halted at the number 4. At this juncture, if the professors were to abandon their efforts, it would feel akin to halting a spell mid-incantation, an unbearable resignation. It seemed there was but one solution. Snape drawled in a smooth voice, articulating the truth that none wished to confront. We require 2 students. No, McGonagall hesitated, acutely aware that there were indeed 2 individuals within her house willing to take any risks for Harry. Ultimately, she turned her gaze towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded slowly, exuding an aura of authority. I shall ensure the student's safety. Go summon them, Minerva. McGonagall eventually escorted the 3 into the headmaster's office. In addition to Harry's good friends Ron and Hermione, there was also a round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom. With a bashful smile adorning his face, Neville stammered, I believe I might be able to assist. This time, even Snape refrained from mocking Neville. choosing instead to treat all newcomers as if they were mere specters. Lupin patiently reassured the children, "Fear not, my young ones. Your task is exceedingly simple. Just grasp this orb. Come now, Neville, you shall go first." Neville gingerly cradled the alchemical object in his hands, the copper sphere emanating a soft glow within his palms. Hermione and Ron were also prepared. "Let me try. It's my turn." They nearly simultaneously reached out to touch the orb, and the last dent glimmered to life. At that moment, all the professors held their breath, gripping their wands tightly, vigilant for any potential occurrences. The metal sphere had transformed into an orb of light. As the magical runes upon its surface began to emit a radiant luminescence, the glowing orb trembled in Neville's hands and ascended. Particles of light at its outer edge pulsating like breath, presenting a flowing visage reminiscent of a rising sun. As the orb reached midair, it paused, stabilizing momentarily for 2 seconds at a critical point of energy ascent. Professor McGonagall seized this opportunity to shield the students behind her. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a pale blue barrier between the crowd and the orb. 2 seconds later, the light orb exploded, scattering silver points of light evenly across the air, forming a shimmering silver veil, upon which images began to coalesce. Initially, the picture resembled a melted amalgam of wax, only faint outlines of figures discernible. Gradually, the image sharpened, revealing distinct facial features. "It's Harry," Ron exclaimed excitedly, peeking out from behind McGonagall. McGonagall pressed the exuberant red head back down with her wandless hand. 2 brown heads emerged on the other side. Hermione and Neville were equally exhilarated. "It truly is Harry. Splendid, he is unharmed." The red head once again struggled to peek at the shimmering veil. McGonagall, with only one hand, could not suppress 3 heads simultaneously. Yet a faint smile graced her typically stern visage, her heart swelling with relief at the knowledge that her students were alive and well. "It appears we must rearrange the layout of the headmaster's office," Dumbledore remarked cautiously, refraining from retracting the previous protective enchantments. As he positioned the office chairs in a semicircle around the veil. "Please, take a seat, children." Harry Potter swore to his broomstick that he merely desired solitude, yet not in the manner of being alone in a primordial forest. Staring blankly at his empty palms, Harry recalled a moment in Hogwarts, when he turned a corner in a corridor and stumbled upon a copper sphere, adorned with intricate patterns, abandoned by an unknown individual. It must have been accidentally dropped, and he had picked it up without a second thought. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in the forest. Did the magical realm possess alternative means of instantaneous travel aside from the flow network? Harry regretted not having read as extensively as Hermione. He was utterly ignorant of the events that had transpired. Yet he was aware of one thing. This place was certainly not the Forbidden Forest. Inhaling the fragrant air infused with the essence of flora, Harry noted the high humidity enveloping the surroundings, a light mist rising through the woods, saturating his nostrils with each breath, filling his lungs, and dissipating before his eyes as he exhaled. Beneath towering trees, Harry observed a variety of mushrooms he had never encountered in the Forbidden Forest. He was certain they were magical plants, for no ordinary muggle mushroom bore caps with flickering flames. "It's a molten vein mushroom. I read about it in A Thousand Magical Herbs and Fungi. Named for its stalk resembling flowing lava, it can be used to brew fire potions," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the mushrooms in the background, straining to identify a few that were too distant. "Oh, Hermione, do you remember that Harry is still missing? By the way, is this the Forbidden Forest? Can we go look for Harry?" Ron, less preoccupied with herbology, attempted to steer the conversation back to Harry. "No, Mr. Weasley." Professor Sprout, the herbology professor, countered, "The environment of the Forbidden Forest cannot naturally support these fungi. It's likely the Albanian forest," Snape interjected, deducing from the conditions suitable for such plants. Harry had no intention of wandering aimlessly in this unfamiliar terrain. Lacking an invisibility cloak, he risked being devoured by magical creatures. Fortunately, his wand remained securely in his wand holster. Drawing forth his holly wand, he pondered whether he could summon the night bus in the forest. Suddenly, a spell materialized behind Harry, striking him directly. Ropes of magic ensnared his limbs tightly, rendering him immobile. He tumbled onto a thick carpet of fallen leaves, feeling no pain. Shocked that there was indeed another presence in this forest, he had been completely oblivious while surveying his surroundings. Struggling to turn over, he sought to identify his captor, recalling the ominous black dog he had once encountered. Could he be being stalked by Black? His wand remained steadfast in his grip, and he intended to strike hard when Black approached. The individual flipped Harry over. She was not Black. She appeared to be a 6th or 7th year student from Hogwarts. With disheveled long black hair and a crookedly worn robe, a twig clamped between her teeth. Harry noticed the Gryffindor emblem, a red lion, on her robe, exhaling in relief. amusingly contemplating how McGonagall would deduct points from her if this were Hogwarts. Look what I found by the campsite. A little mouse. The witch's brown eyes gleamed with delight as she admired Harry's predicament. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Harry became acutely aware of her malice. The witch regarded him as a hunter perceives a foolish animal ensnared in a trap, helplessly struggling. Did she truly see him as an adversary? Chapter 4. Elowen. Oh no, Harry has been captured, Ron exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events. He had never witnessed anyone conjure so many ropes with the binding curse. They had coiled around Harry's entire body a dozen times. He had seen older wizards employ this spell to bind only twice. Hermione's brow furrowed deeply as she hesitantly voiced, "But she is a Gryffindor student. Surely she wouldn't harm Harry?" Her gaze instinctively shifted towards her house head. McGonagall's hand unconsciously stroked the handle of her wand as she racked her memory for any Gryffindor student of that age, shaking her head. "No. I have never seen this face before. Phileas, your memory is sharper, do you recall?" The half-breed's memory surpassed that of humans. Yet Phileas Flitwick also shook his head in denial. Does the witch before him perceive him as an intruding foe? Harry hastily clarified, "I did not mean to intrude," and began recounting his experience of arriving there. The witch clearly did not believe a word Harry said. At times, she seemed distracted, her gaze wandering to a leaf as if lost in thought. However, Harry noticed her expression gradually softening amidst his rambling. Seizing the moment, he inquired, "I still do not know your name, upperclassman, and where are we right now?" The witch's eyes instantly sparkled with a glimmer of revelation as she sighed in relief and proclaimed, "I have finished speaking. Now, it is my turn to share. Listen closely. For I shall only say this once." In the western part of the Albanian forest lay a tent camp. Harry, bewildered, queried, "What? What are you saying?" Before he could finish his thought, he noticed a transformation in his surroundings. The trees that had previously flourished in his view now gave way to an open clearing. Scattered across the clearing were various camping utensils, among them a kettle that was boiling water and pouring it autonomously. At the center stood a modest gray tent. The witch floated towards it, guiding Harry along. "Wow, where did that tent come from?" Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "This spell is truly fascinating." Hermione, too, was filled with curiosity about the unfamiliar magic. Dumbledore took the initiative to enlighten the children. That is the effect of the Fidelius charm, a high-level incantation. We do not cover this in our lessons, but it is documented in the book The Compendium of Concealment Spells. If you're interested, you may borrow it from the library. Hermione nodded vigorously, intrigued by the prospect of acquiring knowledge. It was a pity she had not brought paper and pen, for she sensed she could learn much here. This charm has the power to conceal anything one wishes to hide, be it a secret, an object, or a location. Anything concealed by this charm is impervious to discovery by anyone, regardless of their magical prowess, unless the secret keeper voluntarily divulges the secret. As Dumbledore elaborated, Lupin was intently observing the steam rising from his teacup, while Snape stared vacantly at the luminous screen, noticing the increasingly peculiar demeanor of his professors. Dumbledore wisely shifted away from the precarious topic. The name of that location was spoken by that child. She is the secret keeper, which is why we can now perceive this place. Although Dumbledore addressed the children's queries regarding the spell, a growing perplexity gnawed at him. What circumstances could necessitate a young witch residing in a place hidden by the Fidelius charm? Before they entered the tent, the seemingly capricious upperclassman began calling out, "Elowen, Elowen, are you awake? Look what I've brought back." The current demeanor of the upperclassman was a far cry from the coldness she had exhibited when she had attacked Harry. Harry felt her voice was loud enough to awaken every hibernating creature in the forest. "Quiet down." Elowen emerged from the tent. "Here, a wild little wizard. You've rambled on for ages. Now it's your turn." Without further ado, the upperclassman handed Harry over to Elowen and entered the tent, disregarding him entirely. Had it not been for Elowen casting a levitation spell, Harry might have plummeted to the ground due to the upperclassman's unreliability, suspended in the air like a balloon. Harry floated, exchanging incredulous glances with Elowen, whose green eyes met his gray ones. Elowen appeared youthful, seemingly a third-year student like Harry. Yet she bore the silver and green emblem of Slytherin on her robe. Dumbledore inquired with a glance towards Snape, the head of Slytherin. Snape shook his head slightly, indicating that this student was entirely unfamiliar to him. "Harry Potter?" Elowen asked hesitantly. Harry was taken aback that Elowen recognized him. The upperclassman had regarded him with an unfamiliar gaze, leading him to believe that his scar had become less noticeable. Nevertheless, he remained cautious in the presence of a Slytherin student. "Yes, I am Harry Potter. And you are Elowen?" He attempted to address her as the upperclassman had done. "Elowen Ellis, but call me Ellis," she replied coldly, rejecting Harry's attempt to use her given name. She set him down on the ground and gestured for him to sit on a nearby stump. Harry found himself recounting how he had arrived at the edge of their camp once more. However, he felt a glimmer of relief, at least this time. He was not bound and had learned the name of the person before him. After Harry had finished narrating his experience, the upperclassman emerged from the tent, looking considerably more presentable this time. As she passed by the kettle, she casually brought over 2 cups of water. She drank one and handed the other to Elowen. Harry could not help but feel a twinge of indignation. Arriving in an unfamiliar place only to undergo interrogation was hardly his idea of hospitality. Just then, the warmth of the cup touched his hands. It was Elowen who had handed him her water. "Thank you," Harry said, lifting his gaze in gratitude. Elowen settled onto a stump opposite him, while the upperclassman lounged lazily beside Elowen. "No need to thank me. Now it is my turn to ask questions. You attend Hogwarts, you say?" The skepticism in Elowen's voice was palpable. Harry could not fathom why attending Hogwarts would provoke doubt. He was still clad in his school robes, after all. Surely, it was the wizards lurking in the forest who were more suspect. However, considering the water, Harry swallowed his retort and nodded solemnly. "You came here because you found something peculiar?" He nodded again, this time more emphatically. "And you wish to find a way back?" Harry nodded, filled with hope. "I must inform you, Potter," Elowen began, but the upperclassman, seemingly triggered by a key phrase, jumped up, exclaiming, "What is your name? Which Potter? Is it the one I think it is?" Chapter 5. You cannot possibly be Harry Potter. Regardless of whom Tabitha believed him to be, it certainly could not be Harry Potter. Elowen was acutely aware of the thoughts that occupied her friend's mind daily. They had never been apart since they arrived in this world 7 years ago. Elowen sighed deeply, Harry Potter, before her friend could utter another name. Elowen emphasized the little wizard's name. Harry, too, had something to say. He gazed at the upperclassman with a touch of melancholy. "I introduced myself earlier. Yet I still do not know your name." Tabitha scratched her head. "Did I? Oh, just call me the Amazing Conch." Harry was left utterly flabbergasted. Ron, too, was astonished. The Amazing Conch? That doesn't even sound like a real name. Hermione analyzed calmly. It could be a code name, perhaps? A pen name? Surely. No one would choose such a subpar alias. Elowen poked Tabitha in the back. Tabitha smoothly corrected herself. Tabitha Harper. She exchanged a glance with Elowen, uncertain of why Elowen wanted her to alter her introduction for an NPC, but complied nonetheless. Elowen did not elaborate, indicating that it was now Tabitha's time to shine. "You cannot possibly be Harry Potter," Tabitha asserted with conviction. Were it not for the fact that Harry had borne that name since birth, he might have begun to question his own identity. He brushed aside his fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Ever since he learned the origins of the scar, he had seldom exposed it fully. Instead, he typically allowed his fringe to cover it. He disliked drawing undue attention to his uniqueness. Tabitha scrutinized the scar, leaning in closely and even reaching out to touch the infamous lightning scar. Harry felt uncomfortable with such familiarity from a stranger. Fortunately, Elowen quickly pulled her back. Harry lowered his fringe, hoping that this would convince the upperclassman of his identity. Yet Tabitha's words stung. "That still doesn't prove you are Harry Potter." Her persistent skepticism ignited Harry's frustration. His brow furrowed, and his tone grew sharp. "What? Have you met another Harry Potter?" Tabitha nodded, having seen him in the game's cutscene. How could she not recognize him? Then, with an air of nonchalance, she remarked, "And you appear to be no older than a teenager." Upon realizing the implications of Tabitha's words, Harry found that his fleeting annoyance had dissipated. He was now struck with incredulity, stammering, "What? That is impossible." "No, it is possible," Tabitha replied confidently. "When I met him, he was at least 17. Several years have passed since then. How could he still look like a child?" Unperturbed, Tabitha spoke nothing but the truth. Harry was at a complete loss, as he trusted that his senior, Tabitha, was not fabricating her claims. Furthermore, if this were a deception, it would be easily unmasked. He could not fathom what advantage there would be in such a ruse. So, had he traversed time and arrived in the future? Is Harry truly in the future? McGonagall questioned incredulously, adjusting her glasses. Dumbledore affirmed McGonagall's speculation. That is indeed a possibility. Harry may have inadvertently used that alchemical artifact, propelling him to an unknown time and place. What should Harry do now? Hermione asked, her concern palpable. Yet, for the moment, no one had an answer. McGonagall could offer no comforting words to her students, her hands tightly clasped, her demeanor one of utter bewilderment. It was utterly disheartening. Even if they ventured to the Albanian forest, they could not locate Harry, who was fundamentally absent from this timeline. What means were there to bring her student back? Dumbledore pushed some sweets toward McGonagall, attempting to console everyone. "Do not worry. Shortly, I shall write to Nickleby to inquire about this alchemical artifact. He will be more than willing to assist. For now, we at least know that Harry is safe." Observing Harry Potter ensnared in confusion, Elowen felt a quiet satisfaction. Releasing a Tabitha at the opportune moment truly proved to be remarkably effective. To be honest, Elowen was taken aback when Harry claimed he had traveled through time. Time travel was a familiar concept to both Elowen and Tabitha. After all, they were not originally from this world. Their crossing into this realm was catalyzed by a holographic game. Indeed, the Harry Potter franchise had flourished into the holographic era. The game they played had its predecessor in the renowned work of their grandmothers, Harry Potter, Wizards Unite, which had been humorously dubbed Harry Potter, The Awakening of Dark Magic. The same company later released another Harry Potter game in the holographic age, Harry Potter, The Rise of Dark Magic. Perhaps it drew inspiration from the playful moniker given to its predecessor by players. This holographic game aimed to faithfully recreate a genuine open magical world, providing players with an exquisite magical experience. Elowen had engaged with it to explore the immersive magical realm, having meticulously experienced all its narratives. In contrast, Tabitha was a pure combat enthusiast, skimming through the storylines, only captivated by mandatory cutscenes, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the plot. During the development of Harry Potter, The Rise of Dark Magic, the team employed the same magical card battle system as its predecessor to facilitate a smoother experience for veteran players, even incorporating numerous classic costumes. However, the storyline bore no connection to Wizards Unite, presenting an alternate timeline where the Dark Lord triumphed over Harry Potter. Players would become embroiled in significant events throughout their growth at Hogwarts, facing numerous choices that would ultimately determine their allegiances. Players could choose to join the Death Eaters, resist the Dark Lord, or become a double agent, navigating between both sides. For those disinterested in pursuing the narrative, there was ample opportunity to explore the expansive gameplay, rendering it extremely flexible. While Tabitha engaged Harry in conversation, Elowen took the opportunity to gather her thoughts. She pondered extensively. This Harry was evidently from the ordinary world. During their brief eye contact, Elowen had employed the legilimency spell to glimpse a fragment of Harry's memory, thereby validating his authenticity. Elowen had no intention of shattering Harry's worldview by revealing that his existence was but a vast children's literature, with his loved ones perished. At merely 14, Harry was already burdened with the mantle of a savior. There was no need to add further weight to his shoulders. Tabitha's guidance toward contemplating time travel seemed far more beneficial than instilling doubts about the very essence of his world in a child. Although Elowen did not believe Tabitha was intentionally guiding him, she lacked such foresight. It was likely that she still perceived Harry as an AI-driven NPC, thinking that some special narrative line had been triggered. Chapter 6. The Resurrection of Snape. If there is already a Harry Potter in this timeline, how can he prove that he is also Harry Potter? Harry lamented in despair. Tabitha began to suggest a rather simplistic idea. It's easy. Just say something only Harry Potter would know. Elowen coolly retorted, if it's something only Harry Potter knows, how do you know about it? Tabitha obediently fell silent. In truth, she had read the original works, and she was aware of many things that Harry Potter knew. Yet, the first rule of Tabitha's wisdom was, do not contradict Elowen. Holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches, supple and swishy. Elowen listed a series of details, leaving Tabitha somewhat perplexed by the seemingly disjointed conversation. How did they end up discussing wand materials? Tabitha glanced back and forth between Elowen and Harry, wondering if they were exchanging secret signals. Harry understood what Elowen Ellis was hinting at, her gaze fixed on the wand concealed beneath his ample robe. Should he relinquish it? Should he hand over his wand to this Slytherin student? Hesitantly, Harry's eyes flicked to Tabitha, and he slowly revealed his wand from beneath his robe, lifting it to present it to Elowen Ellis. To Harry's surprise, Ellis's touch was gentle as she swiftly returned the wand to him. It was indeed the same wand. Harry hastily tucked it back into his sleeve, as the loss of his wand instilled a sense of vulnerability within him. Finally assured of his identity and no longer under scrutiny, Harry felt a measure of relief. He began to contemplate the two individuals before him. It was an uncommon pairing of a lower-year Slytherin and a higher-year Gryffindor. What are you doing in the forest? Harry, not adept at subtlety, chose to inquire directly. Tabitha remained silent, settling herself near the log where Elowen sat. She sensed an unsettling shift in the unfolding events. This did not feel like an activated plot. Why hadn't he issued any tasks? She checked the system panel, noting the absence of an exclamation mark. Conducting academic research during the holiday, Elowen replied with calm composure. She had already devised an excuse, even anticipating Harry's subsequent inquiries. Then why are you wearing your robes during the holiday? To keep warm and resist dirt. Moreover, clothing styles vary from person to person. Just because you choose not to wear robes during the holiday doesn't mean others don't enjoy wearing them. What time is it? If you are inquiring about the specific hour, it is Thursday, 12:56. If you are asking about the year and month, I advise against delving too deeply into the future. Why do you suggest that? Time is not a plaything to be molded at will. Any attempt to deceive time will be met with consequences. When you find yourself in the wrong time, it is far more advantageous to remain unacquainted with the passage of time there. And if you harbor the unrealistic fantasy of meeting your future self, I strongly recommend you dispel such notions promptly. You would not wish to contravene the laws of time. May I inquire what might transpire as a result? The mildest consequence could be the erasure of your existence across all timelines. The more severe outcome is that no one would remain alive to recount it. Hermione was transfixed by the luminous screen, murmuring incantations under her breath. Lacking pen and paper, she could only commit everything to memory for the time being. Upon hearing the ramifications of time's punishment, Hermione withdrew from her state of knowledge absorption. She clutched something that hung around her neck. Is it truly that perilous? I had thought you would be in the library on your first day, researching relevant tomes. Miss Granger? Professor McGonagall teased her student with a smile. Hermione let out a regretful sigh. Oh, how could I have overlooked this? Ron was completely out of the loop, unaware of the subject of their conversation. Therefore, one must exercise utmost caution, Miss Granger. Dumbledore winked at Hermione, clearly well informed about this exceptional student's use of the time turner. Harry had not anticipated the terrifying consequences of defying time. The mildest repercussions were beyond his endurance. He paused, then voiced his most pressing concern. Do you have an owl? Elowen sighed inwardly. Here we go. Noticing Elowen's silence lingered too long, Harry continued. I merely wish to write a letter to Professor Dumbledore. I believe he ought to be informed of this matter, Elowen brusquely interrupted Harry, her voice dripping with a chilling menace. Write a letter to Professor Dumbledore? Just Mr. Harry Potter. When his name was uttered in such a peculiar manner by Elowen, a shiver ran down Harry's spine, and he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Elowen continued her tirade. Do you have any idea how many students have never spoken a word to the headmaster since their enrollment? Are you aware that Dumbledore is the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, the chief warlock of Wizengamot, a recipient of the First-Class Order of Merlin? Do you have any inkling of how many letters he handles daily? You expect me, an ordinary Slytherin student, to write to Dumbledore? Do you think I might learn of our illustrious headmaster's private itinerary during the holidays? What a ludicrous notion. Harry felt as though he had been struck by the weight of her lengthy titles. He attempted repeatedly to find a moment to interject and halt her, aware he might have misspoken and could apologize. Yet Elowen offered him no such opportunity. Ah, I recall now, sitting before me is Dumbledore's most esteemed student, our Savior Star. Elowen's eyes glinted with malice as if she had suddenly realized who Harry was. She elongated her words, her tone brimming with sarcasm. Stop. Harry continued to attempt to interrupt Elowen, despite the discomfort her title invoked within him. How disrespectful. Perhaps our Savior has always been treated thus. Striding proudly through the castle, relishing a life under the gaze of thousands. I do not stride proudly. Harry gasped for breath, panting heavily. He struggled to maintain his composure. Even Dumbledore must await the messages from our Savior Star, longing for the hero's summons as if he had become a pet house elf. I dare say this is something others would scarcely dream of. How glorious it is to be the Savior Star. Enough. I said enough. Harry's face flushed crimson, his anger at Elowen palpable as he rose to his feet, shouting. Sensing the provocation had reached its peak, Elowen contentedly ceased her words. Their green and gray eyes locked once more, but this time, the green was filled with fury. Elowen sought precisely this reaction, her gray eyes betraying no emotion. Harry turned and walked away, taking a seat upon a distant stump. Were it not for the last vestige of reason reminding him of the dangers beyond the camp and his lack of alternatives, he might have simply left. Tabitha's expression was one of sheer astonishment. She had never witnessed her friend being so cruel. She glared at Elowen. Why are you looking at me like that? Tabitha's gaze was so intense that Elowen felt compelled to respond. I am not looking at you. I see Snape reincarnated. Chapter 7. The Ruined Castle. When Ron first heard Elowen admonishing Harry, he felt indignant on behalf of his good friend. However, as he listened more intently, he realized that her tone was eerily familiar. Where had he heard it before? It was hard to recall. He swallowed hard, struggling to keep his head from instinctively turning towards Snape. Ron was particularly eager to know how his companions were faring. He slowly turned his head, and Neville was trembling, clutching a teacup, appearing as though he wished to burrow beneath the table, regretting his decision to visit the headmaster's office that day. Hermione seemed well, though her eyes lacked luster, as though she had been absent for some time. Luna appeared disinterested in the luminous screen, her gaze lost in the ether, fixated on something invisible. Ron boldly continued to observe the professors. Professor Sprout seemed composed, yet she was incessantly stuffing her mouth with sweets. Was the professor truly all right? Professor Flitwick had fallen from his stool and was now out of sight. Professor McGonagall wore a disapproving expression, her focus on the screen. She ought to pay more attention to what Elowen was saying rather than how her tone resembled someone else's. Just as Tabitha spoke of Snape's reincarnation, Professor Lupin choked on a mouthful of tea, resulting in a violent coughing fit. Tabitha was indeed a brave soul. In the previously hushed headmaster's office, Ron felt he could hear his heartbeat. A little noise was needed to liven the atmosphere. However, he hoped Tabitha would survive until the sun rose. And he hoped Professor Lupin would not choke to death. Seizing the moment of Lupin's loud coughing, Ron whispered to Hermione, "Tabitha is right. She sounded just like Snape's own student. Is her surname truly Ellis and not Snape?" Ron's head was suddenly struck by an object that had flown in from who knows where. He promptly shut his mouth. Tabitha covered her head. Her earlier freedom of speech met with strong rebuttal from the subject. She quietly inquired, "Why must it be this way?" Elowen did not respond. Since earlier, she had felt an inkling that something significant was unfolding. A wizard's intuition is often accurate, especially on a day marked by Harry Potter's extraordinary journey. Elowen was a cautious individual. With the current situation remaining unclear, she wished to avoid excessive explanations. Elowen initiated a new topic. "Once he has calmed down, you should take him into the tent. He will be with us for a considerable time to come." Tabitha was astute. Immediately sensing that Elowen's words were an assignment before their separation, she asked, "What about you? What will you do?" "I need to prepare some things. Hogwarts is the only magical school in England. The castle has withstood countless storms since its construction, standing resilient. It simply stands there, silently observing all, encompassing and protecting every student." Elowen disapparated to the castle's entrance. In truth, she could have directly disapparated inside the castle, but an unshakable sense of foreboding led her to choose the entrance as her destination. She pushed open the grand doors of the castle and entered slowly. Everyone was astonished by the interior of the castle displayed on the luminous screen, none delving into why Elowen, who had declared it was vacation, could still arrive at the castle. The interior of the castle has become a sanctuary where wild vines flourish freely, climbing up the crumbling walls and painting them in verdant hues. Hogwarts, once teeming with moving staircases connecting various platforms, typically operated in a predictable manner, occasionally rearranging themselves in new configurations that could bewilder even the most seasoned individuals, akin to a playful prank orchestrated by the castle itself. Many believe that the castle is not merely an inanimate structure, it possesses a soul of its own. Yet now, the staircases have fallen eerily still. Portraits remain quietly slumbering within their frames, and the usually gregarious ghosts have vanished, leaving the castle enveloped in an unsettling silence. How could this happen? Countless times, Ron has felt his emotions stirred by the information displayed on the screens, and he exclaims in shock. Hermione, unable to contain herself, muses that she would prefer to endure Eloise's colorful tirades than witness such a scene. Hogwarts has always been a home for all wizards. With reddened eyes, Hermione chokes out, "Have we truly given up on Hogwarts?" The professor's reactions are equally grave. Among the heads of the four houses, only Snape remains composed enough to analyze the situation. So, she attempted to conceal this from Potter. Snape had sensed something amiss in her outburst, as if she were deliberately provoking Potter. He had been attempting to deduce what she was hiding through her words and reactions, but the lack of information rendered any conclusions elusive. Now, however, the truth lay bare before everyone. Dumbledore sighed and summarized, "Miss Eloise does not wish to avoid contacting me on Harry's behalf. Rather, she is entirely unable to reach me." McGonagall interrupted Dumbledore, her lips trembling, unable to articulate a single syllable. Everyone was acutely aware that as the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore could never allow the castle to fall into ruin. Confronted with the grim reality of the castle's decay, the only conclusion to draw is that Dumbledore, as headmaster, is no longer present. Yet Dumbledore maintains a serene smile, as if he had not received news of his own demise, but rather believed he was embarking on a new adventure. Nevertheless, Dumbledore comprehends the children's reluctance to part with him. He produced a handful of ice cream balls. Would anyone care for some ice cream balls? This time, no one refused the headmaster's sweets. Eloise reached out to touch the wall, allowing her magic to flow through the castle. As her footsteps grew deeper within, the castle slowly awakened. The figures within the portraits ceased their slumber, stretching as if they had just emerged from a pleasant dream. As they stirred, faint sounds began to resonate through the empty halls, breathing life back into the castle. The staircases swayed gently, as if the castle were greeting Eloise. A distant, boisterous transparent figure burst through the wall. "Hi. You're here exceptionally early." It was Peeves. Eloise greeted him and continued on her way. Peeves was not one to be ignored. He had somehow procured a still-burning torch, hovering above Eloise's head and engaging in a game of toss. Simultaneously, he inquired, "Where are you headed, dear little Alice?" His tone was syrupy sweet as he called Eloise by the name of Alice. "To the Gryffindor common room," she replied. Peeves cackled. his flight path twisting. The little snake is off to wreak havoc among the lions. The little snake is off to wreak havoc among the lions. Peeves loves this. Suddenly, he flipped upside down, soaring before Eloise. Allow me to lead the way. Eloise halted, his face mere inches from hers, and nodded. She understood Peeves' intentions. He had been cooped up in the castle for far too long, always looking for ways to play tricks on her during her visits. This time, he merely sought to lure her into a trap disguised as a guide. Eloise paid little mind to such trivialities. After all, with no one else around for Peeves to torment, and being unlike other ghosts, she genuinely feared the day he might suddenly vanish. Chapter 8. The viewing concludes. The castle has revived. Hermione felt a wave of joy at witnessing the castle's resurgence, exclaiming her delight. Rubbing her reddened eyes, much of her sorrow dissipated. At least there was hope in seeing the castle awaken, wasn't there? In stark contrast to the children's optimism, the professors bore solemn expressions. Even Dumbledore wore a furrowed brow, appearing more troubled than when he first received news of his death. Foolish, Snape remarked, deeming it absurd to expect a single person's magic to invigorate the entire castle. Hermione's heart sank. She had not considered the sheer amount of magic required to sustain the castle, but reflecting on the vastness of its spaces, it was clear that the magical energy needed to animate the entire structure must be immense. So, who could be supplying the castle with magic at this moment? Her first thought was of the headmaster. Yet Dumbledore dismissed this notion. While the headmaster does indeed sign a contract with Hogwarts upon taking office, granting him a portion of the authority to control the castle, its operation does not rely solely on the headmaster's own magic. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to all the young wizards present. Hermione's mind raced. Us? Precisely, he affirmed. During the period when young wizards are still mastering their magical abilities, they unconsciously emit magic that envelopes them. This phenomenon is suppressed once the young wizards come of age. The magic released is absorbed and stored within the alchemical arrays inscribed on the castle's walls, preserving the magical effects within. Dumbledore elucidated. McGonagall added, "This is precisely why you are prohibited from casting spells recklessly in the corridors. Although the castle's walls are protected by numerous defensive enchantments, the spells you mix during duels could still cause the walls to explode. The restoration process of the ancient alchemical arrays is exceedingly complex. So, do you remember this, Mr. Weasley?" Ron nodded silently, recalling how he had lost many points after McGonagall caught him casting spells in the corridor, and Hermione had not spoken to him for the entire day. Eloise extricated her foot from the trapdoor of the spinning staircase and dusted off the grime. Peeves had led her in circles throughout the castle, tricking her into several dead ends. At last, he brought her to the top of the West Tower. Eloise gazed at the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, falling into silence. "I just mentioned the Gryffindor common room, didn't I?" A profound silence enveloped her. Turning around, she found that Peeves had vanished without a trace. "Oh well, since I'm here." Eloise approached and knocked on the knocker, which exhaled a puff of dust. "Papa, it can record but not store, it can measure but not touch, it can only consume and never return. What is it?" "Time." The wooden door swung open. The interior of the common room retained the layout of years gone by. A few textbooks and notes lay scattered across the tables, pages open with a quill resting beside them, just as if their owners had departed moments ago. A school robe was draped casually over a sofa, now covered in a fine layer of dust. Dumbledore remained silent, his mind racing with increasingly dire conjectures. The harsh reality of that distant world gnawed at his heart. The first sensation to reach Eloise's senses was the fine particles floating in the air, emanating the musty scent of an old house. The aroma was heavier than what she had encountered in the castle corridors, likely due to the common room's prolonged lack of ventilation. Then, she detected a foul odor. Some food items stored in the common room had gone moldy. Eloise waved her wand, employing a purification charm to dispel the unpleasant smells and dust. After a moment of searching, she located a cabinet containing replacement bed linens. The linens were remarkably well preserved. Elowen emerged from within, cradling a complete set and, with a flick of a shrinking charm, stowed it into her small bag. Subsequently, she directed her attention to the textbooks sprawled across the table, reciting a duplication spell. With a cursory glance at the covers, she carelessly stuffed them into her bag. Having gathered the necessary items for her journey, Elowen pushed open the long dusty window of the lounge. A gentle breeze ushered in fresh air, softly caressing her cheek. Standing before the window, she gazed into the distance. The Black Lake shimmered under the sunlight, a sight unseen from the Slytherin common room. The light curtain descended into darkness. The luminous points that constituted the curtain converged, ultimately transforming into a metallic sphere. Dumbledore lifted the protective charm, catching the descending orb. Its surface appeared dull, and despite resting in Dumbledore's palm, it showed no signs of change. It seemed we would need to await its next activation. Thereafter, Dumbledore instructed them to maintain confidentiality regarding the light curtain and subtly urged everyone to return, assuring them, "I shall notify you when it next begins to absorb magical energy." Once outside the headmaster's office, professors and students congregated in clusters. After all, the events of the day had been overwhelming. Failing to converse with those in the know would surely lead to frustration. Only Snape stormed away in anger, having persistently hinted to Dumbledore that he wished to stay. Yet Dumbledore had entirely ignored him. Snape departed in a swift manner, his robes swirling behind him. Luna, Hermione, Neville, and Ron, the four young wizards, huddled together, whispering excitedly. Luna stood slightly apart, as they were from different houses and this was their first encounter. "Isn't it just marvelous? Venturing into the future and all," Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement over the day's adventures. Neville, however, lacked such optimism. "But Harry is over there all alone. He must be feeling quite out of sorts. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard. Give him time to study that metal sphere, and he will surely bring Harry back soon," Ron replied confidently. Having grown up in a pureblood family and hearing tales of Dumbledore's exploits. "Indeed, Neville, may I call you that? Do not fret too much. All that is lost will eventually return to our lives in one form or another." And Hermione, "Do not overthink. That only invites the attention of pesky insects," Luna chuckled. Hermione, momentarily distracted by Luna's mention, appeared preoccupied on their return journey. Neville and Luna quietly discussed the pesky insects, seemingly convinced by Luna's ability to perceive such extraordinary creatures. Meanwhile, Hermione remained lost in contemplation, analyzing the desolate castle she had witnessed, the abandoned common room, the open books, and the scattered quills. It was evident that students had been summoned away in haste, though not in a state of panic. The situation must have been relatively stable at that time. They likely intended to return, which explained the abandoned belongings. Yet, remnants of spells, large and small, lingered in the corridors. Certain areas, which Hermione recalled as spiral staircases, stood empty. The staircases had been shattered, indicating a fierce battle had transpired. A war, Hermione surmised. It seemed an internal conflict had erupted within the castle. The professors must have evacuated the students before confronting the intruders. Yet, questions remained unanswered. What transpired after the battle? Regardless of the victor, why had the castle been left in ruins? What had become of Elowen and Tabitha? Particularly perplexing was the fact that Elowen appeared merely a third-year student, while the senior Tabitha had clearly dominated their conversation, which seemed illogical. "Oh no." Ron's exclamation led Hermione to believe he had uncovered a clue. "What is it?" she immediately inquired. "We've missed lunch." Hermione rolled her eyes. She had no desire to converse with Ron for at least 2 hours. That utter fool, only thinking of food. Chapter 9, Transition. Upon returning to the Albanian forest camp, Elowen found neither Tabitha nor Harry present, a wave of concern washing over her. However, her worry did not stem from any threat to Tabitha's safety. Any creature encountering Tabitha would surely consider itself unfortunate. Elowen was more concerned about Tabitha's formidable deck capable of securing a life sentence in Azkaban. Surely she wouldn't be foolish enough to employ dark magic in Harry's presence? Minutes later, Tabitha returned, dragging a wild deer noisily behind her. Upon sighting Elowen, she began recounting her hunting escapades. Elowen keenly observed Harry's expression. Good, there were no signs of a shattered worldview. Harry was examining everything within the tent, noting how small it appeared from the outside, yet was surprisingly spacious within. His gaze immediately fell upon Elowen, who was also watching him. He quickly averted his gaze, still reluctant to engage with the Slytherin. Harry continued his exploration. While there were no clear divisions within the tent, the arrangement of items suggested distinct areas. A lounging area furnished with a sofa and a low coffee table, adjacent to a row of bookshelves. There was a herb section housing magical plants, all of which Harry couldn't name. It was evident that they were meticulously cared for, each pot spaced apart, magically simulating the necessary growth conditions. Several doors were located at the tent's far end. Having previously witnessed small clouds raining over the magical plant pots, Harry was no longer surprised by the presence of doors within the tent. On the opposite side, there was a workstation equipped with several cauldrons and knives for potion making. And Harry noticed 2 cauldrons still simmering. Coincidentally, Tabitha was also tending to the cauldrons. "May I borrow your cauldron to cook some meat?" she asked Elowen with a smile. "All that just for this." Elowen sighed, retrieving a normal pot from her bag. Yet, Tabitha appeared less than pleased, dejectedly taking the pot and leading the deer back outside to cook. Harry found himself of little assistance in the cooking process. The deer had been casually selected by Tabitha based on its size. He felt she had no concept of how much food a person would consume had he not intervened. She would have sought out a wild boar for their meal. As Tabitha worked, Harry could only watch. As there was no kitchen, she conjured fire from thin air. enlarged the pot, and deftly portioned the half-deer into uniform pieces that floated into the cauldron. The seasonings were likewise produced from within the tent. Harry's sole responsibilities were to tend the fire and eat. The meal was not the most delectable Harry had ever tasted, but it was a comforting repast. Tabitha was easy to get along with, occasionally uttering strange remarks and engaging in what Harry deemed childish antics, yet surprisingly formidable. He hardly heard her cast any spells. She consistently employed nonverbal magic. As for Elowen, that Slytherin student, thoughts of her inevitably drifted back to their unpleasant argument. She seemed somewhat prone to anger. However, in the aftermath of reflection, Harry recognized that it was not entirely her fault. She had earnestly answered his questions before, and her ire was likely a response to his misstatements. If he could refrain from speaking incorrectly in the future, and she did not seek him out for trouble, Harry believed cohabiting with her would not be an unbearable ordeal. As the warm venison filled Harry's stomach, the restlessness that had plagued him since arriving in this unfamiliar time began to dissipate. Harry did not see Elowen emerge from the tent until he was nearly full. It is worth mentioning that he had only consumed a single deer leg, while the remainder had almost entirely vanished into Tabitha's stomach. Ellis. Isn't she supposed to be called that? Harry inquired, seated on a tree stump, bowl in hand. Tabitha casually replied, no need, she only drinks potions. Communicating with Tabitha was exceedingly challenging for Harry, as he could not discern whether she was jesting or speaking earnestly. Her tone had been quite similar when she introduced herself as the marvelous conch. However, it seemed they were excellent friends, and there was no need for Harry to fret about their relationship. He felt more inclined to concern himself with his own connection with Elowen. With a heavy heart, he stepped into the tent. Elowen remained in her spot, engrossed in her reading. Harry pressed his lips together, resolute that no matter what Elowen said this time, he would refrain from retorting. Your room is over there. Elowen did not lift her gaze, merely gesturing with her wand. A beam of blue light extended from before Harry into the depths of the tent. Clearly, Elowen was not interested in conversation, so Harry followed the blue light. In truth, he felt somewhat dazed. Ever since their quarrel, Tabitha had been by his side, suggesting it was Elowen who had organized his room. The blue light halted before a door, marked with a small sign, Harry Potter. With anticipation, Harry pushed the door open, only to be greeted by an entire bed adorned in blue bedding. Was this some childish act of revenge? After Tabitha finished her meal, she sauntered into the tent. Just as Harry was absent, Tabitha darted to Elowen's side, regarding her with an unmistakable gaze. Elowen first cast a series of spells, an eavesdropping prevention charm and a deafening charm. Only then did she speak. It's evident. Isn't it? He is indeed Harry Potter. Tabitha nodded. If she could not see that, she would truly be a fool, especially since an NPC lingered nearby yet failed to trigger any quest markers. Moreover, during her time with young Harry, Tabitha had noticed his emotional fluctuations, which mirrored those of a genuine person. Elowen nodded, then come help me choose textbooks. As she spoke, she began extracting a book from her bag. Wait. Is that it? What about your plan? Your strategies? Your instructions? Elowen rested her chin on her hand, observing Tabitha. Didn't you perform splendidly today? Tabitha scratched her head sheepishly, hesitant to admit that she had not given it much thought. Elowen did offer a suggestion. Do not mention anything about Harry Potter to him. To ensure Tabitha understood, Elowen made a gesture with her hands, forming quotation marks to indicate she was referring to the books. Furthermore, she advised against using dark magic in Harry's presence. Right now, you are his enthusiastic Gryffindor senior, not an escaped prisoner from Azkaban capable of casting Avada Kedavra. Seeing Tabitha's expression fall, Elowen added, just don't be too obvious. Don't recite the names of the spells, and I can cover for you. Tabitha was deeply touched and reached out to embrace her friend. Elowen firmly pushed her away. All right, come help me select the textbooks. A student's primary responsibility is to study. You wouldn't want the savior to return only to discover he has become illiterate, would you? Do you think he will ever return? Of course, after all, he is the savior. Chapter 10, Watching the Film. The wait for the metallic sphere to activate took far longer than Ron had anticipated. It was not until a week later that he received a message from Professor Dumbledore. During that week, they had not been idle. Hermione carved out more time from her schedule to delve into her readings at the library. Meanwhile, Ron had been assigned a task by the headmaster to impersonate Harry. The headmaster deemed this matter should remain a secret investigation. However, Harry Potter's disappearance had already ceased to be a secret by that day. Thus, to manage the Ministry of Magic's inquiry, Ron had to masquerade as a Harry afflicted with the pox, resting in the hospital wing for a night. Ron found a strand of Harry's hair on his bed. The polyjuice potion had been brought by Snape, who had displayed a sinister smile while handing it over to Ron. Terrified, Ron could barely muster the courage to drink the potion, and it was Hermione who snatched it from him and forced it down his throat. Ron would wager that Snape had intentionally concocted the potion to be both sour and foul-smelling. Hermione's second-year brew was a veritable sweet nectar in comparison. Regardless of the torment Ron endured, the situation ultimately resolved itself. The Ministry's representatives, fearing contagion, took only a distant glance before hastily departing. As Ron recalled these events, he hurried toward the headmaster's office, nearly colliding with a figure around the corner. The person seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Ron barely managed to halt in front of them. "Oh, it's Hermione." Ron was somewhat taken aback. "I thought you were headed to the arithmancy class?" Hermione stammered, Yes, but I'm here to see Harry, aren't I?" Ron completely overlooked her awkwardness, following Hermione as they briskly approached the headmaster's office. "What? Class?" Harry could hardly believe his ears. Surely Tabitha must have been mistaken. How could they still have classes when they weren't at Hogwarts? "Of course, we must attend classes," Tabitha exclaimed, stretching her arms and hopping in place. "Otherwise, when you return to school, you'll find yourself unable to keep up and might have to repeat a year." "Repeat a year? Does Hogwarts even have repeat students?" "There's no precedence, so don't become the first student in Hogwarts history to repeat a year," Tabitha teased Harry. Elowen was placing a stack of books on the coffee table before Harry. "Can you see any differences between these and the textbooks you use?" The condition of those books varied, with titles such as Intermediate Transfiguration and Standard Spells among the required texts Harry had purchased before the term. "The Monster Book of Monsters," Harry said, running his fingers along the spine of the creature book, setting it aside. This time, he would not dare to flip through its pages recklessly. The final book was Clearing the Mists to See the Future. Harry counted. It was identical to the one he had at school. Identical. This was the crux of the issue. This year, Harry had only selected Divination and Care of Magical Creatures. There were other courses that required different books. Yet he saw none here. Harry gazed intently at Elowen, who sat opposite him, awaiting his confirmation of the books. "Is there an issue with the books? How do you know which courses I've selected?" Harry instinctively thought these books were also prepared by Elowen, just as she had organized his room. Elowen showed no signs of panic. "Is that so? How coincidental that my selections happened to align with yours." Elowen had not anticipated this oversight. Yesterday, she and Tabitha had been searching for books to the point of dizziness, recalling details from the original work to identify familiar titles. And she had even made a trip to Diagon Alley due to a missing creature book. "So, are these all your books?" Harry continued to inquire. "Duplicates." Seeing he could not extract any further information, Harry suppressed his suspicions. He knew Hagrid well. When Hagrid had first discovered that the students could not open their books during the first lesson, he had been utterly disheartened. Now, many years later, Hagrid must have been teaching the Care of Magical Creatures class for quite some time. Would he still prepare this book for third-year students? Aside from the creature book, the rest were books that Elowen had copied from the Ravenclaw common room. I recognized them. The speaker was Hermione, the most bookish of students. Hermione continued, "Moreover, the books we purchased from Flourish and Blots have been enchanted to prevent duplication, so the copying charm shouldn't be effective. However, I wish for Harry to remain oblivious to this matter. Not only is Harry unaware, but so is Ron." Ron could not help but fantasize about the convenience of the duplication charm. If only it could be employed, Hogwarts would only need one individual to purchase books, allowing everyone to enjoy the new tomes. How could one render the duplication charm ineffective? Ron pondered this question aloud. It was Snape who interjected. "Quite simple, Mr. Weasley. Most spells tend to expire upon the death of the caster." Ron found Snape exceedingly detestable. Could he truly contemplate committing murder over a mere book? To divert his attention, he engaged Hermione in conversation. "Honestly, Hermione, your memory is remarkable. You can recall a book seen a week ago with such clarity." While Ron perceived it as merely a week, Hermione had been utilizing a time turner, and she felt as though nearly 2 weeks had elapsed. Wait a moment. Hermione realized something was amiss. It seemed only one night had passed on Elowen's side, while a whole week had elapsed on theirs. The passage of time was not uniform in both realms. Ron was taken aback by this conjecture. If Harry did not return soon, would they not grow into adulthood while he remained in his youthful form? Dumbledore winked at the two children. "Fear not, my dear children. I surmise that the Metallic Sphere's playback does not transmit real-time imagery from the other side, and the content displayed is likely curated. Perhaps, when Harry returns, he may even witness his own image upon the luminous screen." Seeing that the dialogue between Elowen and Harry was drawing to a close, Tabitha approached them. She reached out and scattered the neatly arranged stack of books Harry had organized. Harry looked at her in confusion. Tabitha then proceeded to consolidate the books on magical creatures with those on divination. "These, we do not teach. You shall learn them on your own." Harry noted her choice of words, "we." Tabitha selected a few more volumes. "Herbology, gathering such a multitude of plants is rather tedious. You must first study independently. However, this particular subject requires diligence. Once you procure the herbs, I shall assess your learning. History of magic and astronomy. Both are utterly dull. However, you may borrow Hermione's notes. Harry observed as the stack of books he was accumulating grew ever higher. In charms, your instructor is I, Tabitha declared, pointing to herself with a sense of pride. Harry nodded. He had already witnessed Tabitha's formidable prowess. Tabitha then pushed the last few books towards Harry, stating, lastly, potions, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. Your instructor for these subjects is none other than Elowen Ellis. Harry expressed his dissent, but Ellis appears to be only in her 3rd year. Is she truly teaching? Tabitha anticipated his skepticism and chuckled as she ruffled Harry's hair. She is far older than you presume. Elowen brushed her left hand across her right arm, and her form swiftly elongated until she matched Tabitha's height. Now, the two appeared of equal stature. Harry's mouth fell slightly agape. Tabitha kindly assisted him in closing it. Tabitha gazed enviously at Elowen, who could alternate between two forms. This was a reward granted only through progressing the plot. She lamented her earlier laziness in not pursuing the storyline more vigorously. Elowen, recognizing that young Harry was not well versed in the magical world, closed her eyes and began to weave a tale. In the magical realm, altering one's form is quite commonplace. Having demonstrated this, Elowen quickly reverted to her 3rd year size. Chapter 11, The Duel. This was hardly a common occurrence. Ron had never witnessed anyone so casually change their age throughout his life. Hermione, not having grown up in the magical world, recalled that Luna and Neville seemed to hail from magical families. They too provided negative responses. Hermione was aware of aging potions and de-aging potions. Yet Elowen had evidently consumed none. The absence of answers left Hermione feeling as though her mind were being scratched by a restless feline. Dumbledore provided insight into alchemical possibilities. Alchemy can indeed achieve such effects, though few are inclined to invest time in research when substitutes already exist in the form of potions. Harry was oblivious, having fully accepted this revelation. It dawned on him that Elowen's age was considerably greater. She might only be slightly younger than the current Harry, which could account for Hagrid's unchanging teaching materials. Harry then began to ponder whether there were any younger Slytherin witches who bore a resemblance to Elowen. It was a challenging thought. Typically, Harry did not pay much attention to Slytherin students, focusing instead on whether Malfoy and his cohorts were up to no good. Thus, he found it difficult to recall any familiar Slytherin faces. Harry's silence led Elowen to misinterpret his thoughts. She spoke up. Potter, it seems you still question my spellcasting abilities. Harry witnessed Elowen's wand emit a flash, and in an instant, Tabitha transformed into a small bird. The bird flitted about chaotically in the air. Harry hurriedly cupped his hands beneath the little creature, anxiously explaining to Elowen, I do not question you. I am merely astonished. When will Tabitha revert? Elowen extended 3 fingers. What? Harry could not comprehend Elowen's intent. The 3 fingers morphed into 2. By the time Harry grasped the situation, it was too late. He was pinned beneath the returning Tabitha. Tabitha, brimming with excitement, grasped Harry's arm and shouted, Now's our chance. In truth, even without Tabitha's grip, Harry could not escape. He had no time to voice a protest before Elowen's spell struck him. This time, Harry, alongside Tabitha, transformed into a bird once more, albeit a larger one. The larger bird perched atop the smaller one, which flapped its wings desperately to support both in flight. As they reverted to human form, Tabitha executed an impressive maneuver, flipping behind the sofa to avoid crushing Harry. Harry's transformation was slightly slower. When he returned to his original state, his already unruly hair was a complete mess, and his glasses hung askew from his ear. Harry adjusted his glasses, struggling to tame his hair. His mind remained astonishingly calm. He had already foreseen the future, undoubtedly. He would become the plaything of the 2 senior students. Cool. Ron began to speak, only to be interrupted by McGonagall. That is hardly cool, Mr. Weasley. Using the human transfiguration spell on your classmates is exceedingly perilous. I must insist you refrain from casting spells on your peers, understood? Professor McGonagall stated with utmost seriousness. Her heart raced, having begun to quicken the moment she witnessed Elowen employing the transfiguration spell. Who had taught her such transformative magic? Had her instructor not cautioned her against using it on others? McGonagall felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. If these 2 children were to join Hogwarts, they would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. Tabitha, grinning, assisted Harry in fixing his hair. No more antics. We do not have a timetable. I will inform you in advance when you need to prepare. For today, you will learn spells with me. Let us go. She halted Harry's attempt to grab his textbooks, guiding him to the open space in front of the camp. Harry had one last question. But we cannot cast spells outside of school during the holidays, right? Won't the Ministry of Magic expel us? Tabitha held Harry in place. Do not worry. As long as there are adult wizards nearby, you may cast spells freely. Those incompetent fools would never discern who cast the magic. Tabitha then moved to stand opposite Harry, My teaching philosophy prioritizes practice over theory. Successfully employing a spell in class does not guarantee that you can wield it effortlessly in a moment of peril. Tabitha took her stance, now about 5 meters away from Harry. Harry, use any spell you know to defend against my attack. Aqua Eructo. Harry had initially believed the process would be akin to that of the dueling club. However, Tabitha did not afford him the luxury of turning around to bow. In a moment of confusion, he was struck by a jet of water to the chest, sending him sprawling backward. By Merlin's beard, Tabitha hastily cast a slowing charm to cushion his fall. Concerned for him, Elowen emerged from the tent, only to witness the savior of the wizarding world flying through the air in a parabolic arc. Elowen rushed forward to catch Harry, pulling out a vial of a soothing potion to help him drink. Harry felt darkness closing in around him. Was that what they called pure water? It had seemed like pure spring water when Tabitha poured it into the cauldron yesterday, but now it felt like a water snake striking him. He heard Elowen chastising Tabitha. You nearly accomplished what even the Dark Lord could not, turning the boy who lived into the boy who died. Congratulations. Harry felt a chuckle bubbling within him. Elowen's sarcasm was far more amusing when it wasn't directed at himself. The potion took effect swiftly, alleviating the pain in his chest. He noticed Tabitha squatting beside him, watching him with utmost care. Thank you both. I'm fine, he reassured them, confident that Tabitha had not intended to harm him. Those of great power often struggle to control their strength. Hagrid sometimes nearly sent him tumbling with a hearty clap on the shoulder. With Elowen's assistance, Harry rose, quipping, Do we not bow before dueling? Elowen released her grip. Did Lockhart bow before using you as a snack for the acromantula? Tabitha laughed unabashedly from the side. Harry felt his face flush, realizing that Elowen was decidedly uncharming at this moment. Professor McGonagall had thought that with 2 upperclassmen by Harry's side, he would be safe in the Albanian forest. Yet, she now recognized that with these 2, Harry seemed to be in even greater peril. They were prone to hurling spells at one another with the slightest disagreement, and there were no adults present to rein them in. Who, then, was their instructor? McGonagall longed to discuss with him whether his curriculum had any flaws. Could pure water truly produce such effects? She had only seen her mother use that spell to water flowers. Ron felt certain that either his ears or his eyes had deceived him. Hermione hesitantly replied, Perhaps it has to do with the amount of magical energy emitted? She was uncertain about the accuracy of her answer. Consider again the factors influencing spell stability. Miss Granger, Professor Flitwick encouraged her. A resolute belief, precise wand movements, and flawless incantation. Hermione instinctively recited the textbook content. Snape frowned and interjected. Are you regurgitating the textbook again, Miss Granger? Hermione concentrated on Tabitha's casting process, and suddenly struck the table. It's the wand movement. Her motions differ from what we learned in class. Indeed, Miss Granger. Gryffindor earns 2 points. Flitwick expressed his approval of Hermione's diligent attitude. Her cheeks flushed as she smiled, discreetly rubbing her palm beneath the table, having exerted too much force earlier. Unconsciously tilting her head to continue observing the magical screen, she noticed Ron peering beneath the table. He had caught her little gesture. They exchanged smiles. Chapter 12, Dining. This time, Tabitha approached her spell casting with greater caution. She recognized that Harry Potter was merely a 3rd year and could not begin with overly challenging tasks. Moreover, Elowen was watching them closely. Whenever Tabitha accelerated the tempo of her attacks, Elowen would reprimand her, cooling her fervor. Just as now, Harry listened with trepidation to the sound of water blades striking the protective barrier. The fact that his ribs remained unbroken was a testament to Tabitha's restraint. Elowen ceased her assault, and Tabitha emerged from her defensive spell. All right, Harry, we've covered enough for today. I imagine you must be hungry? Harry indeed felt a pang of hunger. Throughout the lesson, Tabitha had not allowed him to stand still for more than 3 seconds without pelting him with small water spheres. Whenever he faltered in his wand movements, Tabitha would notice immediately, insisting he practice the correct posture 10 times. He had made considerable progress, as he had gone from merely dodging spells to being able to counter with simple charms by the end of the lesson. Nevertheless, Harry sensed he was reaching his limits. His stamina was waning, his magical energy depleted, and he was now both thirsty and hungry. Thus, he looked expectantly at Tabitha, hoping she would grant him leave to find food. Tabitha beamed. Then let us seek out something to eat. Harry's hopeful expression fell. He glanced at the deep forest and pointed to himself. Tabitha nodded. Exactly, give it a try. It's quite safe around here. If you can't find anything, don't worry, I won't let you go hungry. Ultimately, Harry returned with only a handful of mushrooms. He squeezed his aching right arm, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he explained, the animals ran too swiftly. He refrained from picking any of the brightly colored mushrooms, selecting instead some dull, gray ones. Recalling what his Muggle schoolteacher had said about brightly colored fungi often being poisonous, Tabitha stroked her chin, sorting through the pile of mushrooms and producing a small specimen. Directly offering it to Harry. Trusting her, he swallowed it whole, only to see Tabitha break into a manic smile. Oh dear. Would it be of any use to vomit it out now? Undoubtedly not. Harry noticed that Tabitha was beginning to transform into a blue-skinned elf. A bitter taste lingered in his mouth as a cold liquid coursed down his throat. The world before him gradually returned to normal. Immediately, Harry reproached Tabitha. Hey, I trusted you. But Tabitha appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself. Elowen's voice echoed in Harry's ear. Eating mushrooms in the wild is perilous. When had she arrived? Harry jumped, startled by their close proximity. Elowen handed Harry a vial of potion. Cautiously, he opened the stopper and sniffed the potion's scent, asking suspiciously, "What is this?" Elowen walked away without looking back. "Your wariness seems misplaced." It had been less than a minute since he had been thrust into the unknown. Though she said this, Harry swallowed the potion. His empty stomach was relieved. As soon as the potion entered his system, he no longer felt hungry. Elowen turned back, gravely informing Harry, "Potter, remember that in the forest, if you are uncertain whether a mushroom is poisonous, you must not eat it. Without an antidote, you will only succumb to the poison." Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. The weight in Elowen's eyes was inscrutable to him. He nodded in response, an ominous premonition churning within him. Surely, he would not be unfortunate enough to find himself wandering the forest again in the future? With this greater awareness, Hermione recorded her speculations in her notebook. This time, she had remembered to bring paper and pen to the headmaster's office, which greatly aided her in organizing her thoughts. Ron peeked over, noticing the complex lines she had drawn. The most extensive connections were those related to Harry's suspected reasons for wandering the forest after the battle, the Dark Lord. The professors and students alike had sensed something amiss. Tabitha was imparting to Harry not only practical skills, but was also deliberately cultivating his wilderness survival abilities. Coupled with their feigned research during the holidays while residing in the heavily protected forest, a glimpse of the truth had begun to unfold. Who else could incite a war, leaving young wizards homeless to wander the forests? Apart from the enigmatic figure and his legion of Death Eaters, no one else could achieve such a feat. Driven by a clandestine apprehension of this impending future, Flitwick conceived a novel idea for his curriculum. "Albus, I believe we ought to introduce more practical combat courses for the upper-year students." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, noting that Elowen and her peers exhibited remarkable proficiency in spellcasting and counterspell abilities, rivaling even those of adult wizards. This was largely attributable to the tumultuous environment they faced. It was hoped that the newly added practical course would aid the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts in their development. Harry stood in silence, gazing at Elowen's receding figure. Before recalling his inquiry regarding the potion in his hand, "What is this potion? One sip and I feel no hunger." Tabitha, having just recovered from the thrill of a successful prank, took the empty vial from Harry's grasp, tossing it lightly in her palm. It has no name. It's a stamina-restoring potion crafted by Elowen. Fear not, she consumes it daily without issue. So what you mentioned yesterday, that she survives on potions, is true? She doesn't eat at all. Indeed, she believes that eating wastes time, so she simply abstains. Dining alone is rather dull. Thank goodness you are here. Tabitha's notion of restoring stamina pertained to their gaming system's hunger and energy metrics, where hunger required sustenance for recovery, while energy replenished over time. A single potion conveniently addressed both challenges, and Elowen naturally opted for the simpler solution. Professor McGonagall disapproved of such a convenient approach, but found it difficult to articulate her objections. Dumbledore perceived the situation more profoundly. Nourishment serves not merely to satiate hunger, but also embodies an individual's pursuit of joy and spiritual fulfillment. Elowen's potion compresses the act of eating into a mere formality, severing all mental experiences associated with the consumption of food. The potion's flavor is decidedly monotonous compared to actual meals. While it may suffice temporarily, relying on it as a permanent substitute for sustenance would be utterly distressing. "Harry, you've consumed the potion and are now satiated, correct?" Tabitha asked conspiratorially. Harry nodded, affirming the potion's effectiveness. "You can't eat at all, can you?" Harry hesitated, then nodded, indeed unable to eat. "Splendid!" Tabitha exclaimed, raising her arms in jubilation. From her ample pocket, she produced several bird eggs, using a duplication charm to increase their number. She promptly conjured a fire and began roasting the eggs. The enticing aroma of food wafted toward Harry, yet he truly could not manage a single bite, forced to watch as Tabitha joyfully devoured all the eggs. She was unabashedly loud, frequently offering praises for the food. Harry sat there with a stony expression, thinking how childish Tabitha was. It was no wonder Elowen preferred not to dine with her. The light dimmed into darkness. Chapter 13, Black. A shared secret has an uncanny ability to swiftly forge bonds among young wizards. Recently, a number of Gryffindor students discovered that following Harry's illness, Neville quickly integrated into Ron and Hermione's circle of friendship. It was not uncommon to see the trio traversing the corridors of Hogwarts together. Meanwhile, Luna, owing to the geographical distance and infrequent classes with Gryffindor, had limited opportunities to join the new trio. Today, however, was a rare weekend when all four were available. Neville, Ron, and Hermione navigated the winding staircases of the castle. Weasley, Granger, have you abandoned your ailing companion from the hospital wing in favor of Longbottom? What dreadful judgment! Does Potter know you have so swiftly found a replacement? A sardonic voice echoed from the moving staircase. A pale Slytherin student loomed above them. It was Draco Malfoy, flanked by his usual sycophants. The staircase aligned, and the Malfoy trio blocked Ron and his friends. We haven't forsaken Harry, and Neville is no substitute. Step aside, Malfoy, Ron said, suppressing his anger. Hermione offered quiet reassurances to Neville, who had long been bullied by Malfoy and now shrank back in his presence. Step aside. The ones who ought to move are you. Malfoy directed his lackeys to clear the path. The two henchmen, broad of stature, occupied the stairway such that it left little room to pass. To avoid being squeezed by the two brutes, Ron was compelled to sidestep. Malfoy sauntered down the stairs with ease, intentionally jostling Ron's shoulder as he passed. Ron staggered slightly, taken aback by Malfoy's audacity, and once steadied, turned furiously to confront him. But Hermione grasped his arm. No, Ron, we have more pressing matters. She pulled him and Neville onward. Still fuming, Ron shouted down the staircase just before it split apart. You coward, hiding behind your lackeys. Next time, summon your father to shield you. A flurry of hurried footsteps ensued. And just then, the staircase divided, sending a frustrated Malfoy in the wrong direction. Ron stifled a laugh, matching Hermione's pace as they moved forward. Upon entering the empty classroom, they found Luna already seated, engrossed in a magazine. Have you been waiting long, Luna? Apologies for the delay, Hermione said as she, Ron, and Neville entered. Neville, bringing up the rear, closed the classroom door. Luna waved her hand in front of her face, as if shooing something away, and smiled. It's quite all right. I wasn't lonely. With a thud, Hermione produced a hefty stack of papers from her bag, the yellowed pages suggesting they had been neglected for years. Ron's jaw dropped. Although he was aware they needed to review materials, this was an overwhelming amount. Is today's task to read all of this? He asked slowly. Of course. This is a compilation of past students' rule violations I pilfered from Filch, Hermione explained. Unfortunately, the professors refused to share the student roster, which would be much more convenient. As she distributed the papers, she elaborated. I have roughly eliminated those from the past decade who are unlikely to be relevant. The remaining names likely correspond to the years when Elowen's parents attended Hogwarts. Neville took a stack from Hermione and inquired, what were their last names again? I only remember Elowen and Tabitha, Ellis and Harper, Hermione recalled vividly. She had inquired about those surnames from all the professors, who either remained tight-lipped or had cloudy memories. It seemed the professors had convened privately to confirm something and had collectively resolved not to disclose it to the students. The more they withheld, the more determined she became to uncover the truth. During 7 years at Hogwarts, nearly every young wizard would accumulate 1 or 2 rule violations, and Filch was zealous in documenting these misdeeds. No one escaped his notice. Ron resigned himself to taking a stack and casually flipping through it. I know all wizards attend Hogwarts, but what if they aren't from magical families? Hermione scrutinized the papers earnestly. The probability that both are non-magical is exceedingly low, especially since Elowen and Ellis is a Slytherin. If we can just find one name, we can extract information from Hagrid. Regardless, finding names is a task we can accomplish with time, but alchemy cannot be rushed, Luna mused with an ethereal tone. Ron felt they were indeed correct and began to focus on the task at hand. Ha ha ha, this fellow has defied the curfew in the dead of night, awakening all the portraits on the walls, and they rushed to the headmaster's office to vent their grievances all night long. Ha! Ron, are you looking at names? Sorry, Hermione. I'm rereading it. Ha ha. Ron slumped into his chair, while Neville rested his head on the table. Today, their reading volume surpassed that of the entire past week. Ron felt as though his mind was overflowing with words, and he could no longer focus. Hermione and Luna appeared to be handling the task with ease. After taking over the remaining materials from the two boys, they too were nearing the conclusion. No discoveries were made. Hermione set down the papers in her hands, feeling a sense of disappointment at the fruitless endeavor. Ron refrained from uttering any I told you so remarks. Instead, he lifted his head and said, I haven't found anything either, but I've gathered quite a few amusing little stories about rule breakers. Some students are simply brilliant. I have a bit of a discovery here, Luna announced, raising a sheet of paper, though it was not regarding Ellis and Harper. The three gathered around her, and the names listed on the paper were James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Potter, that's Harry's father. Ron exclaimed in astonishment. We should be focusing more on the relationship between Black and Potter, Luna suggested, placing a thick stack of papers in the center of the group, most of which documented the activities of Black and Potter together, representing the largest portion. She then retrieved a slightly thinner stack. This section included Potter, Black, and Pettigrew, and was also substantial, with the 4 involving Lupin receiving the least amount of punishment. The notorious dark wizard, Sirius Black, was once a close friend of Harry's father during their school days. Neville found it hard to accept the notion of friends turning against one another in reality. Hermione suddenly recalled something and began rummaging through her bag. One book after another was opened and closed. It's not here. Which book did I tuck it in? What are you looking for? Ron inquired, reaching toward Hermione's stack of books, only to have her swat his hand away. Found it, Hermione exclaimed, holding up a newspaper from years past. The headline emblazoned in bold black letters read, Sirius Black kills Peter Pettigrew, destroys entire Muggle Street, arrested. Chapter 14, The Red Name. Black had once been a pawn of the Dark Lord, killing friends, and now he had escaped from Azkaban to murder the son of an old acquaintance. Neville was perplexed by his actions. What deep-seated hatred could exist between him and his friends? Who knows, perhaps it's because he's a madman, Ron shrugged. The term madman seemed to sting Neville, rendering him silent. Hermione perused the list of punishments. Nighttime wandering, casting dark curses on classmates, fighting in the school corridors, and vandalizing school property. It was hard to fathom that Professor Lupin would partake in such mischief. Hermione shook her head, as she had always held a fondness for Professor Lupin. Ron held a differing opinion. Professor Lupin is the best defense against the dark arts teacher. These are merely pranks. Besides, if they were directed at Slytherin, they absolutely deserved it. Hermione rolled her eyes, clearly not having forgotten Ron's encounter with Malfoy on the staircase. She decided to change the subject. Looking at her other friends, she noticed Luna was starting to drift off again, while Neville often remained silent. Do you remember what we heard the day Black broke into the castle? Hermione asked Ron. Time had passed quite a bit. Ron struggled to recall. Professor Snape suspected someone had let Black into the castle. With Hermione's prompting, Ron remembered. Snape had seemed particularly furious that day, and he hadn't been able to suppress his voice while reporting to the headmaster. He had cast suspicion on Professor Lupin, but Headmaster Dumbledore had not allowed him to continue. There was a hint of doubt in Hermione's voice. Ron was more skeptical of Snape, stating, no way. I think Snape is more likely to have opened the door to let Black in. He is always so eager during searches. Likely because he wants to catch Black himself for glory. It's Professor Snape, Hermione corrected him. Professor Lupin is indeed a bit dangerous. But as long as you keep your distance before the moon rises, it should be fine, Luna remarked casually. Others merely regarded her as having resumed her habit of speaking in riddles, a tendency she often exhibited, and no one paid much attention. Over at Elowen's side, she was still adjusting with young Potter. After bringing someone home, they found there was still much to prepare. They now had to tidy up the items in the tent while Harry rested. Tabitha was moving some dangerously volatile plants into her room. It was a meticulous task, as each plant that needed to be relocated was of a variety that could directly attack if provoked. Tabitha carefully encased them with multiple layers of protective charms. She didn't want to witness the plants unleashing fireballs and reducing the tent to ashes. Elowen was organizing her bookshelf, Secrets of Dark Magic, Origins of Dark Magic, and a compendium of practical dark arts techniques. There were 2 more rows of books with titles clearly indicating dark magic. Fortunately, the spines did not bear their titles. Otherwise, Harry would likely think he had stumbled into a dark wizardess lair on the first day. Elowen took each book down one by one, categorizing them into a bag enhanced with a non-detection expansion charm for safekeeping. Some she anticipated needing soon were wrapped in an extra layer of book cover to disguise them as ordinary books. Once Tabitha finished moving the plants, she sat on the sofa, watching Elowen work while chatting with her. How come there's also the life and lies of Albus Dumbledore? Tabitha casually pulled a book from the shelf, a dreadful novel written by Rita Skeeter, and disdainfully tossed it back. This is the value of a complete collection of books. You haven't explored the little Easter eggs on the map, have you? Elowen took the book Tabitha had thrown back, changed its cover, as this was also something Harry shouldn't see. She had another book written by Rita about Snape, but that one wasn't stored here. Tabitha shifted into a more relaxed position, listening to the rustling of pages beside her. She yawned, her words slightly slurred. You know me. I prefer challenges. I want to do things like following a guide to explore a map unless it adds to my stats. I'll head back to Hogwarts and bring Queeby along. It's unhealthy for Harry to keep eating your cooking. Queeby, in the game, was a house elf from Hogwarts, although it was also an AI core. Anyone from the magical world, including house elves, was far more agile than people in the Muggle world. In the Muggle world, one might even chance upon identical faces on the streets. At Tabitha's remark, she shot upright, suddenly wide awake. What do you mean my cooking isn't healthy? What about your dreadful potions? That's why I said we should bring Queeby. Let us not let Harry Potter be stunted. With a pop, a house elf wearing a tea towel embroidered with the Hogwarts crest appeared right between them. My forgetful mistress has finally remembered that Hogwarts has her house elf. Queeby bowed deeply to Elowen. The harsh mistress's previous foolish command had prohibited Queeby from cleaning Hogwarts. What new methods of torment does the mistress have in mind this time? Elowen helplessly slumped onto the table. Each conversation with the house elf gave her a headache. Her voice emerged from her arms. It's because Hogwarts is simply too vast. One elf would tire itself to death. I mentioned you could help me clean my home. Elowen did not refer to the tent they currently inhabited. She and Tabitha had constructed many such tents, easily switching locations whenever they grew weary of one environment. Elowen resides in the serene confines of Godric's Valley, a sanctuary akin to a novice village. Tabitha, however, finds tranquility rather dull, and thus they primarily utilize their abode as a repository, seldom dwelling within. Indeed, my master would prefer that I safeguard her home rather than attend to her personal needs. Quibbly remains in a perpetual bowing posture. Tabitha gently prodded the little sprite. This is your moment. You found a child who requires your culinary skills. Quibbly can conjure dishes that would delight the young master, provided there are ample ingredients. Ingredients. This is precisely why Elowen has taken to consuming potions. In this world, there are but two methods to procure ingredients, either by traversing the landscape or purchasing them from shops. Such establishments can be found on both the Diagon Alley map and the Hogsmeade map. The dilemma, however, lies in the fact that the narrative line Elowen has navigated is the TE line, which unfolds under Voldemort's dominion over the magical realm. Furthermore, Elowen has aligned herself with the Order of the Phoenix, placing her in a state of being wanted. This notoriety renders her a marked figure across the entire map, with Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade plastered with her dynamic photographs. Elowen muses that certain elements of the game need not reflect reality so starkly. Under her outlaw status, she can only enter Diagon Alley disguised. Yet, this disguise carries the risk of being unmasked, leading to combat. Alternatively, she could forego the disguise altogether, engaging in battle while simultaneously acquiring items at no cost. Regardless of the option, Elowen finds herself unwilling to partake. Brewing potions remains far more cost-effective. The addition of a child necessitates a more structured approach. Elowen and Tabitha began to strategize on what to procure during their next venture. Ingredients, clothing, beyond these essentials. Was there anything else they required? Aren't you taking me along for some fun? Tabitha interjected. Enough of that, Tabitha. One of us must remain at home to watch over Harry. Think quickly. Very well, then, you could fetch him a Nimbus broom from Diagon Alley. He deserves some leisure too. A sound suggestion. May you return safely. Don't plant any flags for me. Chapter 15, Diagon Alley. Lupin sat in the headmaster's office, observing the trio of young wizards across from him, who appeared to be cautiously, albeit rather conspicuously, stealing glances at him. He forced himself to recall whether he had encountered anyone during the last full moon. Being a Gryffindor himself, he was keenly aware that most nocturnal wanderers were students of the same house. Hermione, being an astute witch, would not find it difficult to uncover his secret given a few clues. His gaze swept over the young wizards. The three Gryffindors avoided making eye contact with him. Only Luna met his gaze, offering him an ethereal smile. Lupin averted his eyes to the still healing wound on his hand, letting out a faint sigh. Perhaps this was the limit of his tenure as the defense against the dark arts professor. Elowen donned a black cloak, masking her face with a mask. Once adequately disguised, she tapped her wand against the wall leading to Diagon Alley. The foot traffic within the alley was sparse. A few individuals shuffled in and out of shops, but few lingered to converse, most merely clutching their purchases in haste. Many storefronts displayed various notices, yet Elowen dared not linger on them, striding directly towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Hermione observed with keen clarity. There hung a line of wanted posters, the paper yellowed and the edges curled from exposure. Among them were two figures strikingly familiar, Elowen Ellis. In the magical photograph, she appeared as a dangerous figure, her shoulders restrained by two others from behind. Her expression was resolute, poised for defiance. Another familiar face occupied the most prominent position among the wanted notices, Harry Potter. He appeared considerably older, clad in muggle attire, his face devoid of any semblance of a smile as he gazed into the lens, his eyes seeming to pierce through the paper, reaching into the very soul. Hermione had never witnessed such a determined expression on Harry's face. His demeanor had transformed so drastically that he seemed a far cry from the Harry she once knew. Yet, with his round glasses, the lightning scar upon his brow, and those vibrant green eyes, he was undoubtedly a magnified version of young Harry. Undeniably, this was Harry Potter. Stripped of his juvenile guise, tempered by the passage of time, he had matured into a formidable leader. Ron was momentarily astonished by Harry's wanted status. Yet his mind was preoccupied with another troubling thought. What about us, Hermione? Ron recalled Hermione's grim speculations in her notebook regarding their predicament. Being wanted did not strike him as particularly alarming. He and Hermione were among the closest individuals to Harry. Ron had assumed they would face everything together. Yet the wanted poster bore only Harry's image. Ron's brow furrowed, and he could not help but entertain dark thoughts. Surely they had not defected to the Dark Lord's side? Although the likelihood of that was far slimmer than the possibility of the Dark Lord being a kind-hearted individual who helped elderly ladies cross the street. Don't be foolish, Ron. We will always stand together, Hermione asserted with a resolute tone. There must be a more rational explanation for this situation. Yet Hermione said no more. She merely opened her notebook, drawing 2 new lines beneath their names, both leading to death. Hermione did not feel anxious about what seemed to be a predetermined conclusion. She gazed at the image, a message from the future, believing they could harness this information to alter their fate. Elowen entered the robe shop. The proprietor, upon seeing her clad in the dark cloak, displayed no signs of fear, calmly inquiring about her measurements. Elowen selected a few ready-made robes for purchase, knowing she could easily adjust their size with a spell upon returning home. Subsequently, she exited the shop, replenishing her potion-making supplies at the apothecary and acquiring a sufficient quantity of ingredients from the general store to ensure she would not need to return to Diagon Alley for a month. Her final destination was the broomstick shop. As Elowen stepped onto the cobblestones of Diagon Alley, she sensed something amiss. The once bustling wizards had seemingly vanished, leaving the street eerily deserted. Elowen dashed towards the broom shop. In the next moment, spells of various hues shot towards her from 4 directions. Elowen's feet moved swiftly as she cast the shield charm, dodging curses that could not be blocked by her protective spell. She did not expend energy contemplating how to retaliate. She was well acquainted with the mechanics of the Diagon Alley dungeon. The Death Eaters would flood in endlessly, and for every one vanquished, another would take its place. Only when high-level Death Eaters arrived would the spawning cease. Furthermore, if she did not use control spells to restrain the advanced Death Eaters, there was a chance Voldemort himself would be summoned at random intervals. The mechanics were utterly vexing, thus Elowen opted for a race against time. With a flick of her wand, a powerful explosion spell struck the glass display outside the broom shop. The glass shattered with a resounding crash, and the flying shards reflected the shimmering light of the spells behind her. Elowen hastily grabbed several brooms, mounting one and stuffing the rest into her bag. The broom took flight just above the ground, yet its speed was impressive. The wind whipped her cloak around her, creating a cacophony as she barreled through the Death Eaters blocking her path. Breaking free from the encirclement, and with a swift displacement spell, she vanished from their sight. Exhaling deeply, Neville finally released the breath he had been holding as he watched Elowen's safe departure. The sound echoed in the headmaster's office, resonating with an unusual clarity amidst the silence. Neville lowered his gaze, stealing furtive glances around the room. Many were visibly relieved by Elowen's safety. Ron and Hermione were offering each other solace, their hands having unconsciously released from an earlier clasp. Neville, with keen observation, noted the pallor of Ron's knuckles, pinched white from the grip. As Ron's sleeves shifted slightly while his hands descended beneath the table, it was evident that he was rubbing them together. A subtle gesture of discomfort. Professor Sprout was gently patting her chest, relaxing against the back of her chair before turning to converse quietly with Professor Flitwick. Their whispers mingling in the air. Professor Lupin raised his teacup, taking a sip. Neville, having paid closer attention to Professor Lupin today, noted that this was the first time he had seen him drink tea. The cup brimmed with liquid, and the tremor from Lupin's movement nearly caused it to spill over the edge. Neville realized he had been staring at Professor Lupin for an extended period. He promptly averted his gaze, focusing instead on the ripples in his own cup, choosing not to observe anyone else. Simultaneously, Neville became aware that the exhalations he had heard earlier were not a figment of his imagination. They were a symphony of overlapping breaths from everyone present. Another thought surfaced in Neville's mind. He had just noticed small wounds on Professor Lupin's fingers, a fleeting glimpse as the professor reached for his teacup. Could it be related to Black? Chapter 16, The Firebolt. Elowen descended gracefully on her broomstick beside the Albanian forest campsite. Her grip on the broom had been so tense that her fingers were slightly numb. It was not until her feet touched the ground that she realized the extent of her exertion. With a still trembling hand, she wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Upon raising her gaze, she found herself locked in the gaze of a pair of green eyes. Harry Potter stood beside the tent, fidgeting nervously with the oversized sleeves of Tabitha's robe. He had been coaxed out of his room under the pretense of a walk. They had meandered in circles for quite some time. Initially baffled by Tabitha's aimless wandering, he now understood upon seeing Elowen's demeanor. Tabitha had brought him along to witness Elowen's predicament. Harry noticed that something was amiss with Elowen. Upon her return, She had failed to notice Harry and Tabitha standing nearby. Moreover, her lips were pale, and her breathing was rapid, her footsteps faltering upon landing. Harry suspected she might have a fear of heights. They ought not to be here. He continued to tug at Tabitha's sleeve, fervently wishing she would act as though she had seen nothing and leave this stifling place with him. But such a notion was futile. Tabitha, undeterred by Elowen's piercing gaze, wrapped her arm around Harry's shoulder and guided him toward her. "Look who's back." Tabitha's tone was light and cheerful, reminiscent of welcoming a child home. If only Elowen weren't standing there with her arms crossed, casting them a cold glare. It might have been a heartwarming scene. Unable to escape Tabitha's hold, Harry could only follow her into the abyss, despairing. "A grand welcome." Elowen responded with an emotionless retort. "Honestly, this is a bit excessive, isn't it?" Hermione said hesitantly. "Even among good friends, such behavior seems rather peculiar." Unperturbed, Ron popped a piece of cake into his mouth, chewing as he replied, "Perhaps it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision by Tabitha. She appears to be that way." "But she shouldn't disregard her friend's feelings," Hermione countered. "Friend's feelings?" Ron interrupted. "Some people disregard their friends' feelings and buy a foolish cat." Neville and Luna each covered their mouths, adeptly stifling their words before the argument could escalate. They had grown accustomed to Ron and Hermione bickering over Scabbers and Crookshanks, particularly for Neville, since the beginning of term. He had noticed the frequent squabbles between Ron and Hermione. After Harry's disappearance, the tension between them had eased significantly, but it seemed to have resurfaced recently. After all, it was in a cat's nature to chase mice, yet Ron was particularly fond of that aging rodent. The conflict between them was nearly inevitable. Perhaps even the closest of friends go through a phase of adjustment. Harry's eyes darted around, fleetingly glancing at Elowen without daring to linger. Suddenly, something was thrust into his hand. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the firebolt he had glimpsed through the glass in Diagon Alley. He became aware that he had been so absorbed in watching Elowen that he had not even noticed her returning on the firebolt. Harry's breath slowed as he cradled the broom. He struggled to contain his excitement. Perhaps Elowen only wanted him to hold it for a moment? But what if Elowen was willing to let him try it out? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Harry's eyes as he stammered. "Is this the firebolt?" His voice brimmed with an eagerness he had not even realized he possessed. Elowen nudged Tabitha, signaling her to explain. Tabitha, unable to suppress her amusement at Harry's barely contained enthusiasm, smiled as she said, "It's your firebolt." Hearing this, Harry's head snapped up, his eyes ignited with disbelief. His gaze flitted between the two, incredulously asking, "Is it really for me?" Tabitha chuckled. "If you don't stop, I'll take it from you." Without hesitation, Harry swung himself onto the broom before remembering to ask Tabitha if he could take it for a spin. I'm just nearby and too eager." Harry fumbled over his words. "Of course, just stay within sight, and don't fly too far." The moment Tabitha nodded, Harry soared over the treetops, ascending into the sky. Tabitha doubled over in laughter, and even Elowen's lips curled into a faint smile. Ron watched Harry's figure with envy, exclaiming, "Wow, that's the firebolt." Hermione, less enthusiastic than Ron, was preoccupied with a singular thought. Elowen had not paid for it in Diagon Alley. Suddenly, Ron seemed to recall something and shook Hermione's arm fervently. "Hermione, imagine Malfoy's reaction if he saw Harry with a firebolt." Hermione desperately tried to signal Ron, reminding him that they were in the headmaster's office, and Professor Snape was present. "Mr. Weasley, 5 points from Gryffindor for loud noises in the headmaster's office." Snape's deep voice cut through the air, bringing Ron back to his senses. He released Hermione's arm and feigned seriousness as he observed the projection. Harry flew for quite some time before reluctantly descending. A smile still lingered on his lips. The experience of riding the firebolt was exceptionally comfortable. Not only was its speed superior to that of his Nimbus 2000, but its agility and balance were also unmatched. The design of the firebolt, with its sleek lines, was nothing short of a work of art. Harry fondly caressed the broom's handle. It was simply magnificent, in the brief moments he had spent riding it. He could find not a single flaw. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he could not accept it. Approaching Elowen and Tabitha, who awaited his return, Harry solemnly handed the firebolt back to Elowen, stating earnestly, "I cannot accept it." This had been a thought occupying his mind while soaring through the sky. After the initial thrill of potentially owning a firebolt had subsided, reason had returned. Since the previous day, Harry had been graciously receiving help from Elowen and her friends. They had generously shared their accommodation with him and were preparing to guide him. As Harry stepped outside, he noticed a significant transformation within the tent. Several pots of vibrant herbs were conspicuously absent, and the bookshelf held less than half of its previous volumes. His mere presence had inadvertently caused them distress. Harry felt overwhelmed by the generosity he had received, uncertain of how to reciprocate their kindness. The firebolt, which he had glimpsed in Diagon Alley, was available for negotiation. Harry was acutely aware that its price was likely several times that of the Nimbus 2001, rendering it exorbitantly costly. It was far too precious for him to accept with a clear conscience. Chapter 17, Nimbus 2000. Elowen observed as Harry soared freely through the sky, his unadulterated joy infectious, gradually easing the tension in her own muscles. The shadow of the firebolt, as it zipped through the air, dissipated her anxieties. She began to appreciate the intricate maneuvers Harry executed on his broomstick. He flies exceptionally well, Tabitha remarked. Elowen arched an eyebrow at Tabitha, voicing her unspoken thoughts. Indeed. And certainly far better than I, wouldn't you agree? Don't be upset. I merely wish to create some unforgettable memories for you both, given the awkward atmosphere between you. Tabitha offered, playfully kneading Elowen's shoulders. And perhaps find a bit of amusement for myself, wouldn't you say? Elowen, seeing through Tabitha's intentions, thought to herself that Harry was fortunate to have such a diligent senior like Tabitha. Her presence was unnecessary. Before Tabitha could inquire further, Elowen pointed skyward. Look, Harry is returning. Harry guided the firebolt close to the ground before nimbly leaping off his broom. I cannot accept it, he declared upon his return, catching Elowen off guard. In an instant, she grasped the nature of his hesitation. Tabitha, perplexed, took the firebolt that Harry intended to return to Elowen, examining it closely. Why not? Is the broom not satisfactory? Harry's heart raced at Tabitha's casual handling of the item, prompting him to exclaim, No, the broom is excellent. Please, Tabitha, don't dismantle it. Tabitha released her hold on the broom's tip, feigning innocence. Harry exhaled in relief, only to realize his previous tone had been somewhat too loud, though thankfully. Tabitha appeared unfazed. Embarrassed, he began to explain, This is the first time I have received such a valuable gift. I truly appreciate it. However, I must. Noticing his struggle to articulate his thoughts, Elowen interjected, Potter, do you believe you have been a burden to us? Or do you feel we have expended too much time and money on you? Both, Harry admitted, feeling as though Elowen had seen straight through him. He blinked, momentarily unable to meet her piercing gray gaze. In truth, the broom had been taken by Elowen from the Broomstick Emporium without any payment. Hermione muttered to herself. Ron, positioned nearby, overheard her comments clearly. That is an internationally renowned broom. The Firebolt, not just any ordinary broom, Ron whispered. It must be exceedingly expensive. Hermione remained preoccupied with the notion of payment. Indeed, the combined cost of all the Nimbus 2001 brooms from Slytherin likely pales in comparison to that of the Firebolt. Ron's voice rose with excitement, drawing a glance from Snape toward the students. Luna, sensing that Ron and Hermione were discussing entirely different matters, chimed in such circumstances. Payment is not feasible. Ron finally grasped Hermione's concern. Come on, Hermione, you can't expect her to haggle with the shopkeeper while being pursued. Hermione flushed, aware that she sometimes placed too much emphasis on rules, but her friendship with Ron and Harry was gradually changing that. Tabitha, observing Harry's pensive demeanor, realized Elowen was correct. She felt a rare pang of discomfort. Welcoming Harry into their fold felt instinctual. Even if he were not Harry Potter but a stranger, they would have done the same, albeit with a touch more caution. This was not born of altruism, but rather a response to the unsettling silence in their world, which was otherwise vibrant with magic. Despite the richness of their magical environment, prolonged solitude could lead to loneliness. Regardless of how Harry had arrived here, his presence had ushered in a new chapter of change and hope in their lives. Moreover, after spending time with him, she discovered that Harry was a genuinely good soul, ungrudging, polite, and resilient to her whims. For this reason, Tabitha was willing to endure the minor inconveniences of life and devote time to guiding Harry. As for financial concerns, they were of little consequence. It was just the two of them, and there was no need to compete over savings. Besides, sometimes money was unnecessary. They could simply take what they needed. Yet these rationalizations were not meant for Harry's ears. Tabitha pondered how to explain their situation in a way that would be more palatable for him. After failing to formulate the perfect words, she turned to Elowen for assistance. Elowen, stroking her chin in feigned contemplation, eventually stated, Indeed, we had not considered this adequately before. Tabitha's eyes widened in surprise. Was Elowen also at a loss for words? Thus, to ensure you feel at ease during your stay, Elowen paused deliberately, leaning closer to Harry, gazing into his emerald eyes, and continued. I will keep a record of all expenses incurred during your stay and send the final bill to you. Harry, understanding that she meant the bill would be sent to his present self, felt a sense of reassurance wash over him as he regarded the mischievous glint in her eyes. He nodded, I have no objections. Elowen, undeterred by Harry's lack of surprise, stepped back, her interest waning. Tabitha, hidden from Harry's line of sight, gave Elowen a thumbs up. This caught Elowen's attention, prompting her to recall the firebolt in her possession. I nearly forgot about the firebolt, Consider it a gift, Tabitha. Tabitha retracted her thumbs up. She had no need for the firebolt, as she could fly herself. Unsure whether to interject, her tongue tangled in indecision. Elowen disregarded Tabitha's hesitance and rummaged through her bag, producing another Nimbus 2000, which she had also taken during her escapade at Diagon Alley. She handed the broom to Harry, saying, "This time, do not refuse. Even if you do, I will still record it." Harry showed no inclination to decline. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips as he accepted the Nimbus 2000, a broom he was well acquainted with since his first year. Holding this new broom felt akin to grasping the hand of an old friend. Harry was relieved that Elowen had not returned with a Nimbus 2001, the very model favored by Malfoy and his cohorts, which he had once seen flaunted to the Gryffindor team during his second year. At that time, Harry had developed an aversion to the Nimbus 2001, and if Elowen had presented him with one, he would have preferred to accept the Firebolt's exorbitant bill instead. Yet, choosing the older model over the newer one, was it mere coincidence? Harry mused absent-mindedly as he stroked the broom. Chapter 18, Shopping. As Tabitha observed that Elowen had nearly concluded her explanation, she interjected, "Since all the questions have been resolved, let us not linger any longer. It is time to return." With that, she hoisted the fire crossbow over her shoulder and urged Harry back to the camp. Harry was taken aback by Tabitha's casual handling of the fire crossbow, as if it were merely an ordinary broom. He found himself questioning whether his refusal of the fire crossbow had been the right choice. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting fragmented patterns of light upon the forest floor. Following Tabitha's gentle push, Harry advanced, carefully parting the hanging vines from the trees, ensuring that his broomstick did not touch the accumulation of dead leaves below. The tranquil forest echoed only with the soft rustle of robes brushing against the grass as a few walked along. "Why did you give me the broomstick?" Harry inquired, glancing back without breaking stride. Elowen and Tabitha exchanged a glance. Tabitha, curious to hear how Elowen would fabricate a response, deliberately ignored Harry's question, feigning nonchalance as she bent her head to observe the shadows cast by the trees. Harry awaited a reply from the two behind him, but silence enveloped them, only deepening the stillness of the woods. Were it not for Tabitha's hand resting on his shoulder, he might have thought they had lost their way. Harry bit his lip. Was his question truly so difficult to answer? He felt the air in the forest growing thick and heavy with the bothersome silence, causing his steps to slow. After a moment, he sensed the pressure of Tabitha's hand on his shoulder fluctuating, prompting him to glance back. Tabitha was playfully hopping around, engaged in a game of stepping on shadows. Were it not for the fact that she was currently stepping on Harry's shadow, he might have found greater amusement in her antics. Upon noticing Harry looking back, Tabitha flashed him a broad smile. Harry turned his gaze to Elowen, who maintained her usual aloof demeanor. She cast a disinterested glance at Harry before resuming her focus on walking. Harry reflected on his interactions with Elowen. She seemed to exhibit minimal emotional fluctuation, save for the time they had quarreled. He still struggled to comprehend why she had been so angered then. She was, after all, not difficult to engage with, akin to Tabitha. Tabitha's concern for him was overt. She spoke her thoughts freely, unreservedly displaying her care. In contrast, Elowen, whom Harry had taken to privately referring to by her given name, never expressed her feelings. She maintained a third-year stature, nearly the same height as Harry, yet she bore herself with an air of maturity that surpassed Tabitha's. Harry's steps faltered slightly. It seemed that compared to Tabitha, anyone else appeared more composed and mature. He shook his head, continuing to ponder Elowen's contradictory demeanor. She prepared a room for him, provided him potions during his poisoning, and now returned with a broomstick. Her actions indicated that she cared, yet she persistently addressed him as Potter with a coldness that was unnerving. Moreover, she forbade him from calling her Elowen, insisting on the name Ellis, thus delineating a stark distance between them, occasionally punctuated by sarcastic remarks that pricked at him. Was this indicative of the difference in emotional expression between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin? In a moment of childish folly, Harry kicked at a blade of grass obstructing his path, snapping the slender stem and staining his robe with its verdant sap. He pressed on, only to find the grass clippings ensnaring his trousers, causing him to lose his balance. In the ensuing panic, Harry instinctively lifted the broomstick, bracing for the impact with the ground. Two forces caught him, one from Tabitha, whose hand had remained on his shoulder throughout, a gesture that was both supportive and stabilizing. As she sensed Harry about to fall, she grasped his shoulder firmly, steadying him. Her hand was warm and solid, and Harry felt a lingering heat where she had touched him. Tabitha then stepped closer, nearly sweeping Elowen off her feet with her crossbow. "How careless. Your balance is lacking." "Harry," Tabitha teased, brushing off the grass clippings from his robes. Harry gently stroked his right arm, where the pressure had dissipated once he regained his footing. He knew it was Elowen's touch. After all, there were only two individuals behind him. Her hand was smaller than Tabitha's, and in that fleeting moment, Harry felt a cold sensation graze his arm before swiftly retreating into the shadows. Harry did not dwell in distraction for long. Turning his thoughts back to the question he had posed, he looked at Tabitha and said, "I still wonder about the broomstick." Tabitha replied, "Still pondering the broomstick? It was my suggestion. I feared you might find it too dull here." Tabitha slowed her pace, falling back a couple of steps behind Harry. It's not good to remain tense. While speaking, Tabitha cast a glance at Elowen, her smile carrying a deeper meaning. Harry detected a shift in Tabitha's tone and turned to gauge her expression. At that moment, Elowen chimed in lightly. "We wouldn't want Gryffindor's seeker to forget how to fly due to unforeseen circumstances. Your captain would surely go mad, wouldn't he?" Harry's thoughts immediately fixated on the upcoming Quidditch match. He turned back to the two, exclaiming in a state of panic, "I won team missed the match against Slytherin." "Will I?" "Oh no. Harry most certainly will," Ron lamented, his voice steeped in despair, clearly believing that Gryffindor's prospects without Harry were bleak. Hermione and Neville shared similarly grave expressions. Luna could only offer silent comfort by gently stroking Hermione's hand. Snape's lips curled into a derisive smirk. "I heard just days ago that Gryffindor's Wood was scouring for remedies for chickenpox, even inquiring multiple times with Madame Pomfrey if Potter could finish the match before returning to the infirmary. It seems Gryffindor's team is in quite a predicament." He cast a concerned glance at McGonagall. "Minerva, if you require, we could postpone the match." Ron found Snape's slimy words utterly revolting, gulping down his tea in frustration. "You need not trouble yourself, Severus," Professor McGonagall replied curtly. "Wood has already begun searching for a substitute seeker." "Then I wish you success," Snape retorted with a provocative smile. McGonagall emphatically jabbed a piece of cake onto her plate, as though aiming to pierce the head of a particularly verbose colleague. Hermione's expression remained unchanged. Her brow furrowed in concern as she sensed something amiss. She replayed the scenes in her mind, striving to capture the fleeting thought that had darted past her awareness. Broomsticks, Quidditch, Wood. Just as the two professors mentioned Wood, Hermione grasped where the discrepancies lay. "Wait, how does Elowen know who Wood is?" Chapter 19, Parallel Worlds. As Hermione's question hung in the air, the room fell silent. The professors seemed to stifle even their breaths. Hermione glanced around, noting the confusion and bewilderment etched on Neville and Ron's faces, clearly unaware of the significance of her inquiry. Luna appeared to be deep in thought, perhaps pondering Hermione's words. Meanwhile, the professors exchanged glances discreetly, with McGonagall notably fidgeting with her wand, casting furtive glances at Headmaster Dumbledore. A weight settled in Hermione's heart as she realized she had uncovered something the professors had long concealed from the students. She also comprehended why the professor had consistently maintained silence regarding the matters concerning Elowen and Tabitha. Ron, not one to beat around the bush, followed Hermione's gaze, bewildered as to what had captured her attention. He inquired, "Is it merely about Wood?" "Wood is quite renowned among those who have an affinity for Quidditch." The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Wood was already in his 7th year. Hermione endeavored to prompt Ron's understanding. Yet, Ron remained oblivious, uneasily asking, "Is there a problem?" Luna's voice drifted over. "Ron, do you know the name of the previous Ravenclaw team captain who has already graduated?" Ron's jaw dropped as he recognized the incongruity. Why would anyone concern themselves with the names of students from other houses who had already graduated? He couldn't even recall the name of the current Ravenclaw team captain. Goodness, Wood was set to graduate this year, which meant Elowen must know his name. She should still be at the school. Ron's voice quivered slightly. "But we have never seen her," Neville interjected at last. Hermione's gaze was fixed intently on Professor McGonagall. In truth, there were further inconsistencies. Elowen had once mentioned their defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart, from their 2nd year. Their defense against the dark arts professor changed annually, and logically, Elowen should not have known him. Yet, Hermione had initially thought that Lockhart's notorious reputation had spread so widely that even those who had not yet enrolled were aware of his absurdity. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses several times during the students' discussion, not once casting a glance at Hermione. Albus had mentioned in the faculty meeting that certain truths should remain concealed. So each time Hermione approached her with inquiries, she responded with a stern demeanor, offering only vague reassurances. However, this time, it seemed exceedingly challenging to evade the matter. A remarkably astute witch, Miss Granger, Dumbledore remarked with approval. Yet, Hermione could discern a hint of exasperation on his face, prompting her to lower her gaze in embarrassment. Nevertheless, if given the chance to repeat it, she would still pose the question, for it pertained to the whereabouts of her friend Harry. Dumbledore regarded the children, his intention not to shroud them in obscurity, but rather to shield the young witches and wizards from undue worry amidst their studies. Had it not been for the necessity of young wizards' assistants to activate the barrier, he would have kept them entirely uninvolved in the matter. He always hoped that adults could resolve more issues for children. Yet, these children proved to be exceptionally talented. Dumbledore had not anticipated that Miss Granger would uncover clues so swiftly. He was well aware that the children had been searching for information regarding Elowen and her companion. After all, Filch had complained for quite some time after the records of their disappearance were lost. Dumbledore smiled kindly, removing his glasses to polish them in his hands. Since the children were striving so diligently for the sake of a friend, he decided to share the truth with them. Miss Granger's deduction is indeed correct. The world in which Harry resides is not the same as our current world. Hermione closed her eyes, and upon receiving Dumbledore's affirmation, she felt an unexpected sense of relief. Dumbledore gestured for Professor McGonagall to continue explaining to the children. With a sigh, McGonagall added, after discovering the names of Elowen and Tabitha, I consulted the admission book stored at Hogwarts. Their names do not appear therein. The admission book, along with the acceptance quill, serves as the sole evidence for Hogwarts' acceptance of young witches and wizards. Every young witch or wizard exhibiting magical potential within the borders of Britain is recorded in the admission book. As deputy headmistress, McGonagall sends out acceptance letters annually to those young witches and wizards who have turned 11. It is a magical artifact created by the founders of Hogwarts, which has never aired. Does this imply that the search for Harry has become more arduous? Luna astutely posed the pivotal question. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. I, along with Nicolae, am studying the concepts of time and space. It is a truly grand undertaking. Having received her answer, Luna refrained from further inquiries, redirecting her attention to the shimmering barrier. Ron's thoughts wandered to another matter, his expression falling as he realized their investigation into the rule violations had indeed yielded no results. Hermione gazed absently at her notebook, pondering whether the notes still held any value, given that they were not from the same world. She momentarily doubted but quickly resolved to continue recording, believing instinctively that the two worlds must possess commonalities, even if they proved to be of no use. She could regard them as mere entertainment. Neville appeared to be the most concerned among them. He had heard of various methods to traverse space, and there were indeed some objects capable of time travel. The Ministry of Magic's time room was no secret. However, he had never heard of a way to alter both simultaneously. He was deeply worried that Harry might become trapped there, unable to return. Meanwhile, Harry was equally anxious. I hope I won't miss the match against Slytherin, Harry thought, suddenly gripped by a fear of being unable to return. He halted his steps, gazing at Elowen and Tabitha. For the sake of Slytherin's victory, it seems I should delay your return, Elowen said leisurely. Harry immediately shot an indignant glare at Elowen, momentarily forgetting that a Slytherin senior stood before him. Tabitha, amused, poked Harry playfully, so adorable. However, this conundrum was not one she could solve. It fell to Elowen. Harry's irritation dissipated under Tabitha's playful jab, and he rubbed his cheeks, cautiously observing Elowen's expression, recalling how their previous discussion had erupted into an argument. Elowen understood that she could not always mask her emotions with anger, as that would soon make Harry feel uneasy. Moreover, it was not beneficial to keep Harry troubled. I believe many individuals in your original time are working diligently to pull you back to the correct timeline. Elowen paused before continuing, and here, if after 2 months you are still stranded, I will assist you in contacting a professor. A broad smile erupted on Harry's face, his emerald eyes sparkling with brilliance. Thank you, Elowen. He nearly blurted out a different name, but swallowed it back, lost in joy, completely oblivious to Tabitha's peculiar expression beside him. Tabitha thought Elowen was speaking nonsense. Where would they find a professor for Harry 2 months from now? Chapter 20, Hope. Upon returning to the camp, Tabitha eagerly urged Harry to return to his room for some rest. Come on, Harry, after such a long journey, you must be exhausted. She ushered him to his door. Harry's excitement had yet to wane. This little exertion hardly compared to their Quidditch training. Hesitantly, he began, Actually, but Tabitha swiftly opened his door, pushing him inside. No, you're tired. The door slammed shut behind him. All right then, Harry muttered, rubbing his nose, conceding that perhaps a little rest wouldn't hurt. Just as he was about to find a place for his newly received broomstick, he heard the door open again. Tabitha had returned, carrying a plethora of trinkets into Harry's room, bubbling potted plants, an assortment of magical gadgets, and a transparent jar filled with what appeared to be edible candies. She piled everything onto Harry's desk. If you don't want to sleep, then play for a while, she said before dashing out once more. Harry opened the jar and selected a brightly colored candy, believing Tabitha wouldn't poison it. The candy tasted of a fruit flavor he couldn't quite identify. Delightful. After waiting a moment, Harry saw no peculiar effects from the candy. He turned his attention back to the door. It must be said that he harbored a certain curiosity regarding the intentions of Tabitha, who had him confined within the room, particularly concerning what she wished to convey to Elowen. A profound silence enveloped the area behind the door. Inside the principal's office, Ron was discreetly observing Professor McGonagall. Given that in the other realm, Professor Dumbledore had inferred that Elowen was indeed seeking out the head of Harry's house. Hermione opined that Elowen would likely approach a professor with whom she was more familiar, such as the head of Slytherin. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards Professor Snape, who shot her a piercing look with his deep-set eyes. Hermione averted her gaze, her mind plagued by unshakable doubts. Would Professor Snape genuinely be inclined to assist Harry? She sincerely hoped that Elowen would consider other professors. Nevertheless, regardless of which professor Elowen intended to seek, they would undoubtedly gather more information here. After casting a lingering glare at Hermione, Snape returned his attention to the screen. Contrary to Hermione's thoughts, he harbored no belief that Elowen would seek him out. In this era of the Dark Lord's resurgence, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his allegiance was clear. Snape wryly tugged at the corner of his mouth. How could someone who was being hunted alongside Harry Potter seek help from a Death Eater? Watching Tabitha pace back and forth, it was evident to even the most oblivious that she yearned to share a secret. Elowen sighed, quietly withdrawing a book and settling onto the sofa to await Tabitha's antics. As soon as Tabitha emerged from Harry's room, she plopped down beside Elowen, half of her body turned towards her, propping her head on her hand, remaining silent. Elowen feigned ignorance. As long as Tabitha refrained from speaking, she would act as if she were oblivious to Tabitha's intentions. She lowered her eyes, engrossed in the book, her fingertips gliding over the pages. She was still in the mood to read. In a fit of exasperation, Tabitha, without resorting to her wand, lightly tapped the page, causing the words to writhe and surge until they completely enveloped the page in black. After committing this act of mischief, Tabitha felt much better. Having resolved to compel Elowen to elucidate her thoughts, "Do not meddle with my book." Elowen closed the book, curious about what Tabitha wished to discuss. "What do you think?" 2 months, Professor. You just told Harry. Are you suggesting that in 2 months, you can conjure a professor out of thin air for him? From the perspective of my transfiguration skills, it is not entirely impossible. Upon hearing this, Tabitha brandished her wand and stood up. Her transfiguration skills were commendable. She could transform into 100 forms right now. After some playful banter, Elowen hastily pulled her back. It took considerable effort for her to subdue Tabitha, who was as stubborn as a bull, and force her back onto the sofa. She then rummaged through her bag and produced a freshly bought apple, offering it to Tabitha in a bid to placate her. Tabitha, unpicky, began munching on it as she spoke. "What a ridiculous notion. You might as well say that you're planning to bring Dumbledore's portrait over to show Harry." This time, Elowen did not indulge her teasing. With Tabitha's determination, she could very well dash to Hogwarts and pry Dumbledore from the wall. All right, I have some thoughts on how to get Harry back." "What?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes darting around, her companions' faces alight with surprise. However, upon witnessing the professor's expressions, Hermione's fervent excitement began to cool. Most of the professors appeared shocked and incredulous. Hermione felt a twinge of doubt. If even Professor Dumbledore had not unraveled the mystery of that metallic sphere, how could Elowen possibly grasp what had transported Harry there? This realization left Hermione somewhat disheartened, as the sensation of hope shattering like fragile bubbles was far from pleasant. Tabitha froze, pausing mid-bite of the apple. She knew Elowen was undoubtedly concealing something from her, and while she had initially been indifferent, after all, who didn't harbor a few secrets? It now seemed that Elowen was hiding something of monumental significance. Elowen would never speak carelessly about matters she was uncertain of. Tabitha understood her well and did not intend to press further. She was content with the morsels of information she had managed to glean. Tabitha quickly reassured herself. She took the apple from Elowen's hand, her inquiries not yet exhausted, but this time they were not of the pressing nature. What about the firebolt? Tabitha silently summoned her broomstick, which she had carelessly tossed aside. The firebolt soared into her hand with a flick of her wand. Once she released it, the elegantly designed broom hovered effortlessly at a height suitable for her to mount at any moment. Tabitha casually fiddled with the broomstick's handle, and the firebolt swayed in response to her movements. There was a reason for its high price. It was indeed an exceptional broom, but not one that Tabitha required. "Why did you give this to me? You know I don't need a broom." Tabitha winked at Elowen, her implication clear. Elowen was fully aware. Yet some matters required a semblance of decorum. Moreover, the primary reason was not merely that. The Nimbus 2000, which had been gifted to Harry by Professor McGonagall upon his entry into the Quidditch team, and the first firebolt presented to him by his godfather, both held significant sentimental value. Tabitha, unable to focus on her apple, pondered, "Is that so?" She struggled to recall the original storyline, having only a vague recollection that Harry's broom had indeed malfunctioned at one point. However, the first broom gifted by his godfather undoubtedly carried a different significance. They could not usurp Sirius Black's love for his godson. Elowen further clarified, "Is there really a difference between giving it to you and giving it to Harry? You wouldn't refuse to lend it to him, would you? Of course not. Chapter 21, Godfather. Harry stood in his room, straining to listen, yet the door yielded no sound. He was intensely curious about the conversation between Elowen and Tabitha. His hand rested on the doorknob, his mind rife with uncertainty. Should he crack the door open just enough to eavesdrop? Yet, Tabitha had firmly sent him back to his room, showering him with gifts, clearly indicating her desire for him to remain uninvolved. Harry withdrew his hand, settling into a chair with renewed determination. If discovered, he knew Tabitha would not be upset. But Elowen might not share that sentiment. Considering the unnerving intensity of her gaze when fixed upon someone, Harry resolved to obey and stay put. He randomly pulled a textbook from the stack, only to toss it back. Divination was not an art suited for him. His gaze wandered to a bubbling green plant. And in his boredom, he began to poke at the bubbles with the tip of his quill. He was utterly perplexed by how time could drag on so slowly. When would Tabitha finish her discussion? This question floated through Harry's mind for the 10th time. No, surely Tabitha wouldn't forget about him. Suddenly, Harry sat upright. It dawned on him that this was entirely plausible. After all, they had not made any agreements about notifying him when he could come out. His eyes brightened. Tabitha had never stipulated how long he must remain in his room. He had already waited long enough. With a sense of righteous determination, he approached the door, concluding that it would be inconsequential if he ventured out now. Upon opening the door, he faintly heard the voices of the two girls, though they seemed distant. He could only discern the word Godfather. Elowen and Tabitha instinctively halted their conversation, turning in unison to regard Harry. I heard you talking about godfathers. Harry, caught off guard by their scrutiny, inadvertently revealed what he had overheard. Feeling somewhat chagrined, he moved towards them and took a seat opposite. Tabitha whipped her head around to look at Elowen. As she departed from Harry's room, Elowen cast a silencing charm upon his door. Was it not customary for Elowen to have a few spells at her disposal? She gently shook her head, having overlooked the matter, vowing to be more vigilant next time. Fortunately, Harry had not overheard much. The moment Elowen observed his expression while he posed questions, she discerned he had only caught wind of the mention of his godfather. Had he been aware that they were discussing his godfather, he would undoubtedly not have remained so composed. We were speaking of Tabitha's godfather, Elowen stated calmly. Tabitha nodded in agreement, affirming the existence of her fabricated godfather. Compared to that, Harry, Tabitha teased, a barely suppressed smile playing on her lips. I believe you ought to take a look in the mirror. What? Harry inquired, perplexed, as he touched his cheek, wondering if perhaps he had splashed juice on himself while popping bubbles in his room. Elowen waved her wand, kindly conjuring a water mirror before Harry. The mirror clearly reflected Harry's somewhat juvenile visage, alongside his upright hair. Tabitha. Harry immediately recalled the candy he had consumed, but one of the sweets Tabitha had given him upon his return. Tabitha had already buried her head in the sofa, stifling laughter. Elowen suppressed her smirk, clarifying for Harry, it's the upright hair potion. It lasts a maximum of 20 minutes. Harry was still attempting to dampen his hair in hopes of restoring his original hairstyle. At that moment, Tabitha approached Harry with her wand, teasingly exclaiming, Look how alike you two are now, broomhead boy. Don't call me that. Ultimately, the situation concluded with Tabitha accompanying Harry as he indulged in a piece of the upright hair potion candy. Ron's mind, could it possibly be occupied solely with flying broomsticks? Hermione could scarcely believe that as they prepared to glean information from Hagrid, Ron had opted to attend the tryouts for the Gryffindor Seeker. Was the position of Seeker truly that paramount? Hermione paused in her task of gathering her textbooks, conceding that it was indeed significant. However, this did little to quell her ire at Ron's absence. She placed her History of Magic book alongside her notes with a decisive thud. Neville stood quietly nearby, patiently awaiting her to finish. Let us go, Neville. Hermione beckoned as they exited the History of Magic classroom. This was their final class of the day, and following the conclusion of their last film screening. They had sought to inquire with the professors about Harry's godfather, but Professor McGonagall had been stern, sending them back without divulging any information. Thus, they had arranged to meet Hagrid that evening. He was the most amenable to sharing information among the professors. Unfortunately, they had not anticipated that the Seeker tryouts would coincide with their meeting. Hermione resolved not to dwell on Ron any longer, as she and Neville caught up with Luna, who had just exited flying class, and the trio made their way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. In Hagrid's pumpkin patch, numerous pumpkins were nearing maturity. Their large forms nestled among the verdant vines, glimmering in the golden light of the sunset. Knock, knock. Hermione rapped on Hagrid's door. Just a moment. Hagrid's voice called from within. Oh, it's you lot, come in. The interior was warm, the fireplace crackling with lively flames, and as they stepped inside, a wave of heat enveloped them. Hagrid had arranged for the children to sit around the table, offering them rock cakes. Why didn't you bring Ron? Hagrid inquired curiously. You're usually inseparable. Hermione pressed her lips together in silence. Ron went to the Seeker tryouts, Neville answered quietly, sensing Hermione's lingering displeasure. Luna, more interested in the rock cakes on the table, picked one up and took a bite. This was Neville's first visit to Hagrid's home, and he politely accepted a rock cake. Hermione, regaining her composure, subtly restrained Neville's hand, signaling him to observe Luna. Luna had set down the rock cake, one hand covering her cheek, and upon noticing Hermione and Neville's gaze, she smiled at them. Nervously, Neville returned the rock cake to its place. Hermione sighed in relief. Ready to broach the subject at hand. Hagrid, we came to ask about Harry. Hagrid's expression shifted to one of concern. Oh, poor Harry. How did he end up with the pox? Hagrid had not been summoned to the headmaster's office on the day Harry went missing. He had believed Dumbledore's public announcement regarding Harry's pox. However, Hermione was not there to inform Hagrid of the truth behind Harry's disappearance. She redirected the conversation. I know you were acquainted with Harry's parents, right? Of course. I was quite close with them during their school days. Hagrid began to lament the tragic fates of James and Lily. They must have had quite a few friends back then, Hermione gently prodded. Indeed, they were well liked. However, James had only 3 best friends. Hagrid paused, a flicker of anger rising on his countenance. Who would have thought that such good friends could betray you? Hagrid abruptly halted, noticing the trio's lack of reaction, and let out a long sigh of relief. Hermione understood that Hagrid was referring to Sirius's betrayal, yet she sought to know who Harry's godfather was. Harry had been sent to his aunt's home, yet no friends of his parents had come to visit. Neville read aloud from Hermione's script, his tone somewhat flat, but it sufficed to mislead Hagrid. There are reasons for that. Hagrid began to fervently defend James's friends. If Harry had a godfather, things would surely be different. Luna interjected quietly. He certainly does, but that scoundrel. Hagrid slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I didn't even realize it was Sirius. Hagrid covered his mouth in dismay. He had not intended for them to learn this, nor could he let Harry find out. He recognized that these young witches and wizards were attempting to extract information. Out. All of you out. I cannot divulge any more. Hagrid thrust the trio out of the house, slamming the door behind them. No amount of calling would coax Hagrid to reopen the door. Chapter 22. The Forbidden Forest. Within the Gryffindor common room, the decor of red and gold was omnipresent, with a tapestry bearing the Gryffindor crest hanging prominently in the center. The flickering firelight illuminated the entire room. Students, clad in comfortable attire, gathered in small groups, engaged in conversation. The liveliest area was crowded with a throng of young witches and wizards, observing a game of wizard chess. As curfew approached, few students were seen entering or exiting the common room. Hermione and Neville sat near the stone fireplace, quietly conversing. In the midst of the commotion, their dialogue remained discreet. Where's Ron? Hermione clutched a soft cushion tightly, her earlier anger towards Ron evaporating, replaced by concern over his tardiness. It's strange. All the candidates for the Seeker tryouts have returned, Neville remarked, equally puzzled. Just then, the common room door swung wide open, revealing a familiar figure emerging. Ron, over here. Hermione raised her hand to make it easier for him to spot them. Ron hurried over, plopping down beside them. He was breathless, having rushed back. Likely to make it before curfew. Hermione noticed traces of dust on his trousers. The pale mark stood out starkly against his dark robes. What have you been up to, Ron? I went to watch the Seeker tryouts, didn't I tell you? You probably don't even know who they selected in the end. No, I do. Hermione retorted that it was a 5th-year student chosen by Wood, and they returned earlier than you did. Ron sighed in disappointment for not being able to share the first-hand news with his friends. Neville handed Ron a glass of juice, which he had brought back specifically upon noticing Ron's chapped lips. Thanks, mate. I really needed this, Ron said as he took a generous gulp. The sweet and tangy flavor of the juice burst in his mouth, quenching his thirst. Where was I? Ron set down the half-finished juice. Oh right. We also learned who the new Seeker is, Hermione reminded him. But why did you return so much later than them? You nearly missed curfew, she added. Ron's earlier excitement reignited as he leaned closer to the two, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Guess what I saw at the Quidditch pitch? What? Neville eagerly responded. Hermione rolled her eyes, but her curiosity was piqued. Go on, Ron. It was Professor Lupin. Ron's voice involuntarily rose before he quickly suppressed it again. After the selection, I saw a figure heading towards the Forbidden Forest, so I followed, and it turned out to be Professor Lupin. What on earth was he doing in the Forbidden Forest at this hour? Neville asked, astonished. Perhaps he was just looking for magical creatures for defense against the dark arts. Like last time with the Boggart, Hermione suggested, unwilling to think ill of the professor. Neville shook his head. He took a leave of absence, claiming he was unwell. And he won't be attending the 3rd-year Ravenclaw class tomorrow. Did you ask Luna? You seem to get along well, Ron remarked. Neville's ears turned slightly red, tacitly confirming Ron's observation. Continue, Ron. Did you see what Professor Lupin was doing in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione pressed. No, I lost him, but it relates to something else. Ron glossed over the part where he lost track of Lupin. But I believe what you said, Hermione, about Lupin possibly being the one to let Sirius Black into Hogwarts. He was sneaking around the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps he was meeting with Black. Hermione was more intrigued by the something else Ron mentioned. What else? Ron turned to Neville. It's the Grim, remember? During our first divination class, Professor Trelawney said the black dog is an omen of death. I saw a large black dog in the Forbidden Forest. Neville shivered slightly. He had great faith in Professor Trelawney's predictions. Encountering a black dog was certainly not a good sign. Hermione pointed at the stains on Ron's clothes, asking, "Is that the reason for those marks on you?" Ron looked down at his trousers and indeed found claw marks. He patted them, noticing the stains had only faded, not disappeared completely. Hermione cast a cleaning charm with her wand to tidy up Ron's robes. "Thanks. Yes, these are from that black dog. I was following behind Professor Lupin when the dog suddenly sprang out from the woods without a sound and just clawed at me. It only ran off when I drew my wand," Ron recounted, still a bit miffed. He took another sip of juice to calm his nerves before continuing. "Because of that dog, I lost track of Professor Lupin. I saw him walk along the path of the Forbidden Forest until he reached that whomping willow. And then he vanished." Hermione unconsciously rubbed her pillow, still pondering over Professor Lupin's situation. "Your cat was there too," Ron casually mentioned, causing Hermione to sit up straight. "What? Crookshanks? Where was it?" she exclaimed, taken aback. She often let Crookshanks out to play, and she hadn't thought much about its late return today. "In the Forbidden Forest. With that black dog. I'm certain I wasn't mistaken. There's only one cat in all of Hogwarts that looks like a squashed face. You'd better keep an eye on it. That dog looked big enough to eat that foolish cat. Crookshanks is a half-breed cat with a knack for intelligence," Hermione defended. "Is that so? Is it intelligence that cannot suppress its instincts?" Sensing another impending argument over the cat, Neville hastily interjected. "Today's Forbidden Forest sounds quite eventful. By the way, Ron, you still don't know who Harry's godfather is, do you?" Ron indeed did not know, and he was quite intrigued. They speculated for a while about Harry's godfather. "It's Sirius Black. Hagrid said he betrayed Harry's parents." Ron sighed in disappointment. "I guessed wrong. I thought it was Professor Lupin." It was easy to guess why the professors were keeping this from them. They feared that if they informed Harry, he might seek revenge on Black. Hermione collected her thoughts and spoke. "Although we don't know when Harry will return or when Black will be captured, they probably decided from the start not to tell us. But they didn't count on Hagrid." Ron chuckled, reveling in the irony. Hermione and Neville joined in laughter, the tension among the three dissipating into lightheartedness. After chatting for a while longer, they each returned to their dormitories to sleep. Chapter 23 First Potions Class. Harry had been studying charms with Tabitha for 3 consecutive days. By now, it felt as though he was reciting incantations even in his dreams. Today, Tabitha finally granted him a reprieve, allowing him to learn something different with Elowen. Harry pulled out the only chair in the room and sat opposite the potions book resting on the table, with a mind full of thoughts. He had risen early that morning. He was uncertain about Elowen's teaching style, and ever since he learned yesterday that she would be instructing him in potions, a sense of unease had settled within him. Harry could not quite articulate why he felt this way, especially since he knew Elowen was not a bad person. The contents of the potions book replayed in his mind repeatedly, while his handwriting on the paper grew increasingly chaotic. He tugged at his hair, which was already wildly frizzy and now appeared even more disheveled. When Tabitha delivered the message, she hadn't clarified what Elowen planned to teach. So Harry intended to review what Snape had taught him that morning, along with a glance at the new material. Time always flew when one was absorbed in their work. And soon the appointed class time arrived. As Harry stepped out of his room, he noticed that the layout outside had changed considerably. The area that once housed cauldrons had now expanded several times over, appearing rather spacious. A new set of modest tables and chairs had been added, with a cauldron set up on one of them, accompanied by various tools for potion preparation. Elowen was diligently brewing something at her own cauldron, seemingly oblivious to Harry's entrance. "Oh, it's Tabitha sitting on the sofa," greeting Harry with enthusiasm. Upon seeing Tabitha's visibly excited demeanor, Harry found it difficult to share in her joy. He wondered what could possibly be so delightful to Tabitha. Moreover, he sensed that even if nothing was amiss, Tabitha would still stir up trouble today. Nevertheless, he consoled himself. He had endured the worst potions class, and it couldn't possibly be worse than Snape's. While comforting himself internally, Harry settled into the seat clearly designated for him. Tabitha unreservedly joined him, transforming something into a chair and plopping down beside him. Elowen busied herself at her workstation, only turning around once she saw that the potion had successfully reached the next phase. Her robes billowed dramatically as she spun around. "Potter. Ellis," she said in a cool tone. Harry responded, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Tabitha observed the manner in which the two individuals interacted, a sensation akin to something crawling over her entire body. She swiftly brandished her wand, exclaiming, "Hold on. If you two continue speaking like that, I shall cast a spell to bind you together for an entire day." Elowen's lips twitched. The atmosphere she had painstakingly crafted was abruptly shattered. After casting a glare at Tabitha, she refrained from further comments and prepared to commence today's lesson. As Elowen opened her potion textbook, she caught sight of Tabitha's hand raised high. She paused her movements, unperturbed, knowing that if she did not allow Tabitha to finish her antics, her chances of conducting a proper class today would be thwarted. Elowen sat upright beside the workbench, her posture impeccably straight. Tilting her head, she regarded Tabitha with a penetrating gaze, inquiring, "What is troubling you?" Harry, oblivious to Tabitha's raised hand beside him, mistakenly believed Elowen was addressing him, leaving him in a state of confusion. Suddenly, Tabitha cleared her throat. "Ahem, isn't there an opening line?" She gestured at Elowen suggestively, hinting at something grand, like brewing glory or defying death. Harry turned to Tabitha in astonishment. The phrase sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Brewing glory. Someone had indeed uttered those words. Ron also found it reminiscent and nudged Hermione with his elbow. Hermione, feeling the weight of an icy gaze slicing through their vicinity, clamped her mouth shut, striving to redirect her attention to the shimmering barrier before them. Elowen squeezed her eyes shut, taken aback that Tabitha still remembered. Yet, it was evident that Tabitha had misremembered. It was brewing glory and defying death. Defying death was a phrase associated with Voldemort. Once, during a light-hearted exchange between the two, Elowen had recited Professor Snape's entire opening line, leaving Tabitha astounded for an entire week. Now, Tabitha sought to compel her to repeat that moment to astonish young Potter. Elowen was disinclined to engage in such folly. In her mind, she contemplated a solution to divert Tabitha's attention. Elowen, regrettably, prepared to let down young Harry. She opened her eyes, her gaze vacant and directed toward the ceiling. "Potter, what would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to a mugwort solution?" Harry, unaware that this was content from their first year, instinctively answered, "A draft of the elixir of life, a potent sleeping potion. Don't you know? Let us try again. Where would you procure a piece of bezoar?" Elowen's voice rang devoid of emotion. Harry sensed an oddity in the atmosphere. How could a seemingly normal person suddenly become deaf? He attempted to remind Elowen, in a goat's stomach, "I just answered that question. Didn't you hear me?" Yet, Elowen remained unresponsive. "I imagine you haven't read a single book since the school year began." It dawned on Harry that this was an uncanny reenactment of their first-year potions class, and he no longer had the mental capacity to ponder how Elowen knew this so precisely. He suddenly grew restless, his face flushing deeper. "Elowen, please, stop." He glanced at Tabitha, the source of this disastrous questioning. She was eagerly observing Harry's demeanor and, meeting his gaze, returned his look with a smile. Harry found himself intensely fascinated by the patterns on the table, his gaze fixed downward. Elowen continued, "Then, can you explain the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Harry fell silent, resigning himself to the role of a living tapestry. Yet Tabitha interjected, "I don't know, sir." Her tone was peculiar, dripping with sarcasm reminiscent of a mocking professor. Harry knew he had never spoken in such a defiant manner. He abruptly looked up to find Elowen, who had been staring into space, now burying her face in her hands. Seeing someone in a more awkward predicament than himself brought Harry a sense of relief. "Don't indulge her too much, all right?" Harry genuinely could not fathom why Elowen, on the verge of growing a second pair of legs to escape, still persisted in indulging Tabitha's games. It seemed that fame was not everything. Elowen squeezed out one last word, then slumped against the workbench, deflated like a punctured balloon. Harry cast a sympathetic glance her way before crossing his arms, glaring at Tabitha. In stark contrast to Elowen's demeanor, Tabitha was silently convulsing with laughter. This was far more entertaining than reciting an opening line. Yet, she was particularly curious about one thing. "Did you really, truly say that to the professor?" Tabitha gasped between her chuckles, directing the question at Harry. "What did you say?" Harry was not genuinely angry with Tabitha. After all, someone appeared to be suffering more than he was, so he lowered his arms, preparing to answer her question. Tabitha scratched her head, unsure how to articulate her thoughts, and tossed a crumpled piece of paper at the seemingly lifeless Elowen. Hermione, undoubtedly aware of the answer, suggested, "Why not ask her?" Elowen responded like an emotionless recording machine, making the statement sound particularly stiff. Harry froze at that moment. Chapter 24, The Shrinking Solution. Hermione sat motionless in the headmasteress' office, continually recalling her first-year potions class. She could only remember how eager she had been to impress, anticipating the chance to answer Professor Snape's questions, completely oblivious to how Harry had responded. Merlin. Did Harry truly reply to Professor Snape in such a manner? Hermione admired Harry's courage. However, she was certain that because of that remark, Professor Snape must have deducted a significant number of points. Ron, seated beside Hermione, struggled to suppress his laughter, resorting to silently reciting the ingredients needed for the Scabbers potion to distract himself. Neville had reverted to a state of trembling, as if he wished to hide beneath the table. Luna appeared utterly unconcerned with Neville's trepidation and quietly inquired whether he remembered what Professor Snape had said in his opening remarks. Neville, unable to recall anything of the sort, found his mind a complete blank. In this bizarre atmosphere, Professor Dumbledore's voice broke through, adding to the vivid display. His tone was filled with warmth. What do you think? Severus? Snape scoffed derisively and replied, Indeed, it would be perfect if Tabitha could stand and raise her finger to the ceiling. Hermione wished to vanish from the headmaster's office immediately, though Snape did not cast a glance in her direction. It was impossible not to interpret that description as a reference to her. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson as she remained silent. Many professors exchanged sympathetic smiles. Having taught Miss Granger themselves, they quickly deduced that Snape was referring to her. Ron ultimately succumbed to laughter. Did my words amuse you, Mr. Weasley? For mocking a professor. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Upon hearing Ron's laughter, Snape immediately chimed in with a points deduction. Potter, for your insolence towards a professor, Gryffindor loses 100 points. Tabitha mimicked Snape's tone in a rather exaggerated fashion. No, that is excessive, Harry exclaimed in haste, stumbling over his words. How could he possibly lose 100 points on the very first day of class? Even if Snape despised him, targeting him like that was utterly absurd. How much was that? Tabitha asked earnestly. Harry hesitated, finding it challenging to recall how many points Snape had deducted during their first year. Harry imitated Tabitha's earlier actions, crumpling a piece of paper and preparing to toss it towards Elowen. Their eyes met. Elowen's gray gaze pierced through him with an inscrutable intensity, shrouded in a mist that obscured her emotions. Harry instinctively retracted his hand, shoving the paper wad into Tabitha's grasp. Don't throw it, 5 points or 1, he remarked. Before Tabitha could launch it, Elowen preemptively addressed her inquiry. Tabitha was aware that Elowen's uncertainty wasn't genuine, but rather a minor deviation from the film compared to the original text. Snape fixed his gaze on Elowen's eyes, convinced that this was the result of a mental blocking technique. A sardonic smirk tugged at his lips. Elowen was employing such a tactic over trivial matters. He discreetly glanced in Dumbledore's direction, receiving a subtle acknowledgement in return. He knew Dumbledore had also noticed. Mental blocking was not part of the standard curriculum, and the pertinent texts were securely locked in the restricted section. Who could Elowen have learned this technique from? Was it possible that it was he himself who had imparted this knowledge? A myriad of questions swirled in Snape's mind. Elowen straightened herself, summoning her composure to resume the lesson. No more disruptions, Potter. Where have you reached in your studies? Harry, unable to suppress a retort, shot back. Who is causing the disruption? Before finally responding to Elowen's question, the shrinking solution, I've already learned how to brew it. Elowen nodded, aligning with her expectations. She disregarded Harry's earlier comment and continued with the lesson flow. The steps for preparation are in your textbook, and all the materials are available on the workbench before you. Then, she approached Harry and added, This time, there will be no interruptions, and there is no time limit. You may proceed as you wish. I wish to see the results of your independent work. Upon finishing her sentence, she seized Tabitha by the collar and yanked her towards the sofa, forcefully tossing her onto it. Harry observed the sofa's bounce in response. Subsequently, Elowen waved her wand, ensuring Harry could no longer hear the commotion. So, the promised absence of interference stemmed from Elowen's and Tabitha's impending altercation, a euphemistic way of saying they would be too preoccupied to notice him, correct? Harry chose to disregard them and composed himself. He opened his textbook to the page on the shrinking solution and commenced his potion making. Elowen discarded Tabitha onto the sofa, placing her foot beside her, and raised her wand towards Tabitha. Did I ever disturb you during your lessons? No. Tabitha fervently shook her head, seeking to pacify Elowen. With the mental blocking technique now lifted, the suppressed awkwardness surged forth in an instant. Tabitha gently grasped Elowen's hand, attempting to smooth things over. Have you noticed that I've helped you and Harry become a bit more acquainted? Elowen, yielding to her gentle pull, settled onto the sofa but scoffed at Tabitha's assertion. Is that truly your belief? Tabitha offered a disingenuous smile. Elowen rolled her eyes, fully aware of the truth. No interference. Neville silently repeated Elowen's words in his mind. He found her audacity remarkable. Rephrased, it implied that disturbances were commonplace during lessons. Snape's countenance darkened at her remark. He was eager to witness what Potter could accomplish. Meanwhile, Harry immersed himself in the art of potion making. The potion's steam wafted upwards, drawn to the enigmatic magical sigils above, before dissipating within the room. Initially, Harry cast occasional glances towards Elowen and the others, reassuring himself that no altercations were brewing, before honing his focus on the potion. He took a dropper and extracted leech juice, the viscous liquid dripping steadily into his cauldron. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3. As the liquid flowed into the cauldron, it began reacting with the other potion ingredients. Noticing a change in color, Harry promptly halted and began stirring, the stirring rod clinking against the cauldron. He counted the rotations while consulting his textbook. The thick liquid in the cauldron occasionally bubbled, gradually stabilizing with Harry's continuous stirring. Though Elowen was positioned quite far from Harry, her attention remained fixed upon him. Potion making was a meticulous endeavor, and a moment's inattention could lead to disastrous consequences. To prevent the chosen one from perishing in an explosion, her gaze never wavered from Harry. As the potion neared completion, Elowen quietly approached. Unaware of her proximity, Harry withdrew the stirring rod and extinguished the flame. The potion in the cauldron finally manifested as a pale green hue. Chapter 25, Slicing. The potion had transformed into a pale green. While the ideal color was a vibrant green, Harry felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The potion he and Ron had concocted in Snape's class had barely resembled green at all. Pale green, Potter, Elowen's voice echoed behind him. Startled, Harry nearly dropped the stirring rod, his hand trembling. Without a glance, Elowen deftly grasped his hand, ensuring he held the stirring rod securely once more. Then, she seized a spoon, scooping the potion from the cauldron to inspect its color before splashing it back in. Harry stared at Elowen in trepidation, fearing her next words would echo Snape's reprimand to Neville. Is there something seeping into that thick skull of yours? That remark had lingered in Harry's mind as if it had occurred only days prior. Fortunately, Elowen did not utter what he had dreaded. Well done. It sounds quite close to perfection. Do you have any idea where you went awry? Harry was jolted from his reverie, feeling his heart race, its rhythm palpable in his chest. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips as he found the situation somewhat amusing. What was he even imagining? Elowen was younger than him. How could she possibly know about his past experiences in class? This thought dispelled the fog in Harry's mind, awakening him to clarity. Indeed, how did Elowen know about his first-year experiences? Harry's heartbeat quickened once more. At that moment, Tabitha returned to her original spot on the sofa. Noticing Harry's prolonged silence, she poked him in the arm with her wand. Harry hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his concerns, and simply lowered his gaze, shaking his head. The daisy roots were cut unevenly, the caterpillar slices too thick, and the rat's ball added too late, with the stirring speed being excessive. Elowen scooped up Harry's potion again, revealing some residue remaining within. Potter, you need to relearn the foundational techniques for potion ingredient preparation. Elowen walked to her workstation, retrieved the necessary materials, and brought them to Harry's table. Harry glanced over the items, recognizing that at least half of them were unfamiliar to him. He struggled to concentrate on his immediate studies, momentarily setting aside his questions about Elowen. Elowen picked up a caterpillar to demonstrate for Harry. Watch closely. The sharp silver knife glided against the caterpillar's surface, and Elowen's hand expertly controlled the blade, slicing through its body with precision. Her wrist moved rhythmically, and in the blink of an eye, she had divided the caterpillar into countless thin, translucent slices. With a soft thud, the silver knife plunged into the tabletop. Elowen nudged the caterpillar, causing the slices to tumble to one side. The caterpillar's juice began to seep from the freshly cut edges. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resonated beside Harry, jolting him from his frozen thoughts. It was Tabitha, clapping enthusiastically. A masterpiece. Before Tabitha could finish her sentence, Elowen cast a spell, transforming her into a white cat. Even in this form, the white cat struggled, meowing words only she understood. Harry tilted his head and smiled broadly, turning back before Tabitha discovered him. Harry earnestly scrutinized the caterpillar slices. He had attempted to slice caterpillars several times, their soft bodies proving exceedingly difficult to cut evenly. Each effort resulted in a chaotic mess, leaving his hands drenched in their juices. Yet, in Elowen's capable hands, the caterpillars appeared to yield obediently. How was this accomplished? Harry couldn't help but ask, enviously. Practice. Elowen replied succinctly, her words as firm as the assertion that despite one's Quidditch talent, training is essential to maintain one's flying prowess. The same principle applies to potion making. Without extensive foundational practice, one cannot master the intricate process of potion preparation. Elowen circled around Harry, casually cradling the still adorable Tabitha, a white cat. The more time and energy spent on foundational preparations during class, the less likely one would feel rushed and make mistakes when it came time to add ingredients. I didn't set a time limit earlier, but I calculated that your potion making has already far exceeded the class duration. Had this been during a lesson, you would undoubtedly have panicked over the time constraint, turning your potion into a complete disaster. Therefore, focus on the fundamentals, Potter. Elowen settled back onto the couch in the relaxation area, appearing disinclined to engage further with Harry. Harry still had questions, but there are many materials here that I do not recognize. You need not be familiar with them, Potter. Each pile of materials is marked with the required thickness for slicing. Today, your sole task is to prepare them properly, Elowen explained, stroking the cat leisurely. Ron watched Elowen's teaching through the screen, filled with envy. If only Snape possessed half her gentleness. Hermione, sitting behind her notebook, turned a page to record the materials Elowen had prepared. She felt her own foundation lacking and resolved to undertake a similar training regimen. Dumbledore observed the change in his potions professor's demeanor from grim to bright, indicating that Elowen's instruction was indeed commendable. He cast a silencing charm, ensuring that only he and Snape could hear the ensuing conversation. How does this potions professor's class fare, Severus? Dumbledore's voice dripped with teasing. Adequate, Snape replied, the words escaping his lips reluctantly. Judging by Elowen's adept handling of potions, he could ascertain her proficiency. She was more than capable of teaching a Potter. Meanwhile, Lupin's gaze fell upon Elowen's potion cauldron at the back of the workbench, his expression turning grave. He was all too familiar with that potion, having consumed it monthly. Why, he pondered, would Elowen be brewing a potion of wolfsbane? Harry was the first to commence slicing the caterpillar, the most familiar material among the assortment. He emulated Elowen's swift motion, and indeed, the caterpillar became much easier to slice, though he still produced chunks rather than thin slices. What do you intend to do? Cook the caterpillars? Elowen's blunt remark filled Harry with a sense of unexpected joy. It seemed she was still paying attention to him. He took another caterpillar, this time being more careful to slice it thinner. Too fast. Do you wish to turn your own hand into potion ingredients? Initially, Elowen's feedback was earnest. But as time progressed, her comments grew increasingly peculiar. The cat could slice more evenly than you. If the caterpillar could see itself in such a state, it would spring back to life in anger. You are the worst batch I've ever had. Slice again, you're distracted. Harry's slicing grew louder, his heart sinking like a stone, feeling that Elowen would have been better off concentrating on petting the cat. Ron no longer envied Harry. Elowen had transformed into a figure reminiscent of Snape, her biting remarks echoing with similar venom, albeit without the ability to deduct points. Chapter 26. Severus. Harry, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the sofa, finally having finished all the slicing. By the end, he was merely mechanically operating, his thoughts on Elowen's critiques fading away. A bottle of dark potion appeared before him as Elowen placed it down and approached to examine his results. Harry had grown accustomed to her occasionally handing him bottles of potion, and he immediately uncorked it to drink. Tabitha, quick on her feet, pressed her hand down. No, that's for external use. She seized the potion and dripped a drop onto each of Harry's wrists. The cool potion seeped into his skin, alleviating the heavy sensation in his arms. Surprised, Harry stood and stretched, feeling as though all fatigue had vanished. This potion is incredibly useful. If we could use it during Quidditch practice, we could train for an entire week straight. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. This tiny bottle could buy a Firebolt 2000. Tabitha's words extinguished the little flame of enthusiasm in Harry's heart. He carefully placed the potion bottle on the table, recorking it with solemnity. Why is it so expensive? Harry inquired, puzzled. Tabitha glanced over at Elowen, who was busy sorting through the scraps Harry had cut, salvaging the less damaged pieces for later use. Noticing Elowen was preoccupied, Tabitha could only share what she knew. It seems to contain some ingredients from extinct species, used sparingly. Snape closed his eyes, wishing he could also close his ears. He had no desire to know what that child had squandered on extinct potion materials. None whatsoever. Thus, Harry understood. He cautiously glanced at the busy Elowen, his questions lingering unanswered. Elowen was not the person Harry intended to inquire about. Whenever he asked her, she provided reasonable answers. Seizing the opportunity, Harry hoped to ask Tabitha privately. However, Tabitha was equally difficult to extract information from. Harry suspected her thought process bore a resemblance to the giant squid in the Black Lake, distant and elusive. He called out to Tabitha, but she halted, unable to cast a silencing charm. He could only gesture to indicate his intent. In perfect sync, Tabitha waved her wand, casting a silencing spell. The child wishes to share secrets, growing up, harboring little mysteries. Harry relaxed, pleased that Tabitha understood him. Tabitha, may I ask how you knew I had contradicted the professor during potions class? Harry felt he had made a significant concession, admitting to his defiance. Of course, I learned it from Elowen. Tabitha blurted out almost reflexively. But how does Elowen know so much about it? Tabitha swallowed her words, pondering how to respond. Should she say she read it in a book? Which book? Coincidentally titled Harry Potter? Nothing seemed right. Tabitha scratched her head, struggling to find a resolution, only to realize she had locked away her external brain. Tabitha and Harry exchanged silent stares, neither willing to speak. Shouldn't you be asking me directly? Elowen's voice cut through the air. Elowen. Tabitha and Harry chorused in unison. Harry's voice was laced with astonishment as he looked at Tabitha. questioning how Elowen had overheard them despite the spell. Unlike Harry, Tabitha's call for Elowen echoed like a plea for help. Such a blatant surge of magical energy. I would have to be blind not to notice, Elowen replied without pausing her work. It's Malfoy. Elowen, without a hint of guilt, laid the blame squarely on him. He is always speaking ill of you within Slytherin, did you not know? A logical response, yet Harry remained unconvinced. Slytherin was a tightly knit community, and he had no acquaintances within its ranks. This was yet another answer Harry could not validate. He anticipated that inquiring of Elowen would yield such a result. However, Tabitha's earlier demeanor had already compromised her position significantly. Harry feigned belief, deftly steering the conversation in a different direction. Such fundamental exercises had never been imparted by Professor Snape. Address him as Professor Snape, Potter. Harry ignored Elowen's remark, pretending he had not heard. Elowen discarded the unusable daisy roots, unfazed, and softly remarked, "If you cannot properly address Professor Snape, then I shall henceforth refer to your headmaster as that old cat." "You cannot." Harry glanced at Tabitha, who was also a Gryffindor, seeking to find an ally. "Tabitha, aren't you angry?" "Of course not," she replied. "She's merely envious that our headmaster can transform into a cat. Look, we call Snape the old bat, but he cannot truly become a bat." Neville trembled, feeling that stepping into the headmaster's office today was a grave mistake. Tabitha's words seemed designed to provoke despair among Gryffindors. The three young Gryffindors huddled together for warmth. The head of Gryffindor showed no sign of anger at Elowen's reference to her as that old cat. Professor McGonagall raised her teacup to conceal the upward curve of her lips. Were there no students present, she would have thoroughly teased Severus. Snape's expression fluctuated. Contemplating when the next potions class for Gryffindor was scheduled, he was in no rush. Tabitha has compared them in an odd manner. But now is not the time to ponder Tabitha's thoughts. Harry was far more concerned about whether Elowen would indeed argue with Tabitha over this. She had not referred to Snape as professor, but had called him the old bat. Harry anxiously positioned himself between the two, stealing glances at their expressions. He observed Elowen break into a warm smile, one he had never witnessed before, sending a chill down his spine. "No worries. I am merely waiting for the day you call him Severus." "Severus, I never imagined you would get along so well with young Harry." Dumbledore pretended to wipe away tears, speaking with evident satisfaction. A Potter addressing him by his first name? Snape scoffed. "I think I might be ill." Ron envisioned such a scene. Harry grasped Snape's hand. "Severus." Snape responded with deep affection. "Harry." Ron buried his face in his plate, attempting to drown himself in food. "Impossible." Harry screamed internally. This fantasy was terrifying. He would rather cozy up to Malfoy than ever call Snape by his first name. With a mere phrase, Elowen had simultaneously incapacitated two individuals. Tabitha's reaction exceeded Harry's. She clutched her head, curling up on the sofa, emitting unintelligible sounds. Ugh, ah. Harry was jolted from his profound sense of absurdity by her commotion. What was wrong with her? Was Elowen's comment directed at Tabitha? Harry was engulfed in doubt. Finally, Tabitha ceased her peculiar antics and uttered a human sound. "Why? Oh, it's so sweet. It must be he, right?" "Ah." The words she truly wished to express were stifled by Harry's presence, driving her to madness. Elowen paid them no mind, focusing intently on organizing potion ingredients. Chapter 27. The news of death. Dumbledore set down the dessert he had almost brought to his lips. The lightheartedness that had accompanied his appetite for sweets dissipated. He discerned the secret veiled beneath Tabitha's bizarre behavior. It appeared that yet another professor at Hogwarts was about to be confirmed deceased. Observing her madness, it was evident that if Severus had not perished at that time, his circumstances were surely dire. Harry helplessly watched as Elowen cast a spell between him and the two girls. He rubbed his ears. After Elowen uttered that incantation, they were filled with a buzzing noise, rendering him unable to hear clearly. He could only watch as they whispered in front of him. It must be said that Elowen could be quite vengeful at times. The towering Tabitha curled up, forcing herself into Elowen's slight embrace. Elowen was nearly numb from the pressure. Yet she managed to spare a hand to gently stroke Tabitha. "All right, I've used the earplugs. Harry can't hear. You may speak freely now." Upon hearing this, Tabitha's voice erupted near Elowen's ear. "The knife is dead. The knife is dead." Harry never got to call him Severus even until death. Elowen laughed and patted her. Harry can certainly call. He could shout at Professor Snape's tombstone, without fear of Professor Snape turning him into sashimi. Tabitha gripped Elowen, shaking her furiously. "You're so wicked. You are truly terrible." Dumbledore's steady hands trembled at that moment. Indeed, his suspicions had been confirmed. He swiftly suppressed his emotional response, beginning to glean valuable information from their fragmented dialogue. Harry only learned of Severus's spy identity after his death. Severus's loyalty was firmly on their side. Snape was momentarily astonished by the news of his early demise, then utterly relieved that he could not hear Potter address him as Severus. Snape coldly mused that had Potter possessed the audacity to call him that in his lifetime, he would have scolded him from head to toe, ensuring he regretted ever being born into this world. Observing Elowen adeptly employ her invented spell to muffle her ears, he felt the likelihood of her becoming his apprentice had increased. However, would having her by his side alter her way of speaking to resemble his own? Snape contemplated Draco, his most favored student in Slytherin. Draco had not taken that route. Otherwise, Snape smirked, Lucius would no doubt have hung himself in his office, eternally watching him. Returning to the present, Snape glared back at the myriad of gazes directed at him, including a particularly fierce one from old McGonagall. At last, only one set of eyes remained upon him, Lupin's. Noticing Snape's gaze, Lupin raised his glass apologetically. The oblivious werewolf must have indulged a little too much in the wolfsbane potion to be so relaxed. Snape ground his teeth, resolved to enhance the next batch of wolfsbane potion. Harry remained oblivious to how Elowen pacified Tabitha. Regardless, after their conversation, Tabitha lay flat on the sofa, hands folded over her abdomen, peacefully asleep with closed eyes. Harry's hands itched to check Tabitha's breathing. It was steady and strong. She appeared to be fine. At some point, Tabitha opened her eyes, dangerously staring at Harry. With a sudden burst of strength, she flipped over, attempting to pin him down. Harry, having played Quidditch for many years, was not to be caught off guard. He spun and ran before Tabitha could grasp him, leaving behind a parting remark. Goodbye, Tabitha, I'm heading back to my room. Following this episode, the professors unanimously excluded the young wizards from their gathering and convened a private meeting. It was still early, and Hermione and the others decided to convene on the lawn by the Black Lake for a brief discussion. After all, the information presented in the light was overwhelming. The four sat despondently on the grass. Even the usually talkative Ron seemed at a loss for words. As dusk fell, the evening breeze brought the dampness of the Black Lake, mingled with a hint of chill. The last rays of the sunset bathed the earth in golden light, edging the blades of grass with a shimmering hue. In their secluded spot, they were alone. Yet they could see Hagrid's hut in the distance and hear the sounds of Quidditch practice. Snape indeed shrank back at Ron's words, resembling the usual Neville in demeanor. Hermione flipped through her notes with a rustling sound, remaining silent. This time, she did not correct Ron's misnomer regarding Professor Snape. Neville always struggled to muster courage when it came to matters concerning Snape. Ron glanced at Luna, who was his only hope of finding someone to engage in conversation. Luna nodded, mentioning that Elowen had explicitly referred to a tombstone. Merely repeating what Elowen had said, the expressions of the other three seemed to have been jolted, as if struck anew. Among them, Luna was the quickest to recover. After a brief exposure to the evening breeze, she had emerged from her bewilderment over the professor's death. I have witnessed death, Luna continued, speaking in her characteristic ethereal tone. Yet, those words resonated clearly with the trio, who gazed at her in shock. It was my mother, Luna recounted with a calm demeanor. She passed away when I was 9. My father often displayed profound sorrow, but life must go on. Hermione had not anticipated hearing a friend's personal story today. She wished to comfort Luna, but found herself at a loss for words. After that, I could see Thestrals. The carriages at school are pulled by them. They're rather lovely. Would you like to see them? They're at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but we should bring some meat when we go. Ron was perplexed by how the conversation had suddenly shifted to magical creatures. He kicked Neville, hoping he would intervene. Misunderstanding the cue, Neville accepted Luna's invitation. After Ron and Hermione politely declined, Neville and Luna bid farewell to them and set off together toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest to see the Thestrals. Ron and Hermione exchanged amused glances, chuckling at the unexpected turn of events. I have always despised Snape, truly loathed him. There were times I wished he would simply die. Ron hesitated to voice his thoughts, yet the reality of his mortality left him with a strange feeling, not sadness, but something else. Ron found it difficult to articulate his emotions. Hermione understood. She felt similarly. Upon learning of Professor Dumbledore's impending demise, she could genuinely mourn his loss. The possibility of her own death made her frantic. Yet she sought ways to survive. With Snape, however, the situation grew far more complex. Their relationship was distant. Even Hermione, who idolized professors, could not deem Snape a good teacher based on his usual demeanor. Yet, upon the sudden revelation of his fate in the impending battle, Hermione could not help but feel a pang of regret for him. No need to say more. I understand, Ron. I feel the same, Hermione said, gazing into the distance, her heart harboring darker thoughts. What if the professors are all gone? Ron could not provide a definitive answer. The world beyond the veil was too cruel, and they had seen no familiar faces there. He thought of his own family, all members of Gryffindor, with parents who supported Dumbledore. The absence of news from the other side of the veil was the best news. He would rather never see them again than receive word of their deaths across an entire world. Suddenly, A Gryffindor student burst out from the castle, cupping his hands to his mouth and shouting, "Hurry back. Snape has added an unexpected class for the 3rd years. He said he would deduct points for every missing student." After shouting, he realized he could use magic and, fearing those by the lake might not have heard him, raised his wand to his throat and repeated his message. Ron and Hermione scrambled to their feet and dashed toward the castle. "Let Snape die?" Ron yelled. "It's Professor Snape," Hermione retorted. Gryffindor still lost 5 points because Hermione and Ron had forgotten about Neville, who had gone to see the Thestrals. Chapter 28. The twins as curfew approached. Ron and Hermione finally caught up with Neville in the Gryffindor common room. "Were the Thestrals beautiful?" Hermione asked, curious about the appearance of the magical creatures. As the textbook contained no illustrations, Neville shook his head and sat down beside them. "Their wings resemble those of bats. Overall, they aren't particularly cute. I wish I could have gone with you. I would gladly accept the deduction of points," Ron expressed with a hint of envy. Hermione dampened his enthusiasm. "Ron, don't you remember? Those who have not witnessed death cannot see Thestrals. If we go, we would lose points and see nothing." Neville smiled shyly. "Yes. There was a student nearby who watched us for quite some time. He must also be unable to see the Thestrals and finally got scared away. If he couldn't see them, what was he looking at for so long?" "The air?" Ron asked curiously. Neville felt somewhat embarrassed. "Pretty much. He likely could only see meat disappearing bit by bit from his hand." Imagining such a scene sent a chill down Ron's spine. It certainly was quite frightening. "By the way, what's this about losing 5 points?" Neville inquired. The answer did not come from Hermione or Ron, but rather from 2 figures leaning in from behind the sofa. Fred Weasley emerged beside Neville, unceremoniously taking a seat on his left. "You mean you didn't know?" George Weasley followed suit, sitting on Neville's right. "Professor Snape deducted 5 points from you." Then, in perfect synchrony, they exclaimed, "For skipping his class." "Brave one. Skipped whose class?" Neville exclaimed, unable to believe his ears. He suddenly looked flustered, his voice dropping. How could that be? Wasn't there no potions class today? Seeing Neville's almost fainting expression, Ron reassured him, "Don't listen to him. That old bat is utterly unreasonable." He added the class without any prior notice. This time, without Hermione's prompting, Ron instinctively corrected himself. "Oh, I mean Professor Snape, Professor Snape." Having talked about Snape too often while waiting for Neville, Hermione had grown weary and simply nudged him with her elbow. Ron discreetly rubbed his slightly aching ribs. "Regardless, you are the first Gryffindor in years to dare skip potions class." Fred began to praise Neville. "Wasn't that worth celebrating?" Neville could not utter a word. His face was turning pale. George offered a suggestion to the panicked Neville. "If you're worried about Professor Snape causing trouble for you tomorrow, I recommend this." George pulled out a candy from his pocket. "It's a candy that causes uncontrollable vomiting." "Hey, wait," Hermione interjected, sensing something amiss. "Isn't that candy sold in Hogsmeade?" Fred feigned shock. "Of course not. This is a Weasley original invention," George proclaimed proudly. Hermione would not allow the twins to coax Neville into consuming their homemade concoction. She invoked Percy, the Gryffindor prefect. Upon hearing their brother's name, the twins' faces mirrored a similar grimace. George quickly stowed away the candies. Since Percy became prefect, he had been keeping a close eye on them. "Well, Percy will graduate sooner or later. We will make sure to give him an unforgettable farewell gift." The twins, undeterred by their failed product pitch, squeezed into the circle of 3 and continued the conversation. One after the other, they spoke. "Speaking of which, Professor Snape has been rather unusual this time. I've never heard of him adding classes before." Fred and George were curious about what had prompted such a change. It was also their reason for coming to speak with their younger brother. "He made us cut an entire class short." Ron fumed at the mention. He even deducted so many points from Gryffindor. He was just looking for reasons to be difficult. Ron, in a fit of anger, struck the cushion with his fist. Neville's absence was indeed wise. Even Hermione has been penalized 2 points. In Ron's opinion, Hermione was the most adept among them. Snape's petty harassment was merely a result of their knowledge regarding the prophecy, especially since it had been revealed that Snape would perish. Snape, displeased after viewing the prophecy, was deliberately seeking to trouble those privy to its contents. With Neville absent, he had already lost 5 points. Had he been present, he would surely have faced even greater deductions. "I didn't mean to," Neville murmured softly. He genuinely had no idea that Snape would increase their workload, and he lacked the courage to skip Snape's class. The thought of how irate Snape would be upon their next encounter sent a chill through him. However, none present seemed to care whether Neville's actions were intentional. Ron even thought that if Neville had acted with purpose, it would have been all the more delightful. Hermione, having moved past the incredulity of losing points, spoke calmly. "My technique was indeed not flawless." She reflected on Elowen's fluidity of movement and pondered how long it would take her to reach such proficiency. She resolved to devise a detailed practice plan. Fred, intrigued, inquired, "No lecture?" Ron, in his furious state, had momentarily forgotten the presence of the two oblivious individuals beside him. Yeah, his method is purely derivative. The remainder of his words was silenced by a sharp elbow from Hermione. Ouch! Ron clutched his ribs, as reason returned along with the pain. He realized he had spoken out of turn, yet he could not devise a clever means to shift the topic. Brother, my ribs hurt a bit. I think I'll head back for some rest. Ron excused himself awkwardly. Hermione closed her notebook, aware that the twins were not inclined to engage in serious matters today. She was not particularly worried about Neville. At times, he proved to be more reliable than Ron. Gathering her belongings, she bid farewell to the twins and ascended the spiral staircase to the girls' dormitory. In a blink, only Neville remained, encircled by the twins. He glanced around, mimicking Hermione. Time to rest. I'm heading upstairs. He followed Hermione up the spiral staircase to the girls' dormitory. The staircase transformed into a slide, sending Neville tumbling down. This elicited a ripple of laughter from the common room. Even the portraits on the walls found amusement in Neville's plight. Are you a girl? He chuckled sheepishly, having momentarily forgotten his own gender, akin to how he often forgot his passwords. Sir Cadogan, visiting, witnessed the scene and approached Neville, his armor clanking as he moved closer. Blushing amidst the laughter of the portraits, Neville scurried toward the boys' dormitory. Eventually, only the twins remained on the long sofa, each occupying an end. Fred stroked his chin thoughtfully. Our little brother, there's something amiss. Indeed, George chimed in. They exchanged glances, their faces alight with mirth. Chapter 29, Teaching Methods. Hermione. Control your cat, Ron exclaimed, lifting Scabbers high. Before him, a large ginger cat was intently fixated on Ron's hand. After several unsuccessful attempts to evade the feline, Ron finally called out for Hermione. Sorry, Ron, she said, rushing into the common room and scooping up Crookshanks, blocking his gaze from Scabbers. Why did you bring him down today? It's clear that not only cats need sunlight. Ron, still holding the rat, stormed off in irritation. Hermione watched him leave, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Today was supposed to be a day of rest, and they had planned to discuss the prophecy with Luna. It was often challenging to find a suitable time for all four of them to gather, but it appeared that today would not be one of those occasions. With a sudden crack, a note fluttered down from the air. Balancing Crookshanks with one arm, Hermione caught the note. It contained the password for the headmaster's office. Written in a series of concentric circles, Professor Dumbledore's method of summoning them before the prophecy was revealed. In the headmaster's office, Ron and Hermione sat unusually apart, with Luna and Neville between them. The professors, noticing their tense expressions, understood that the two were quarreling. Perhaps only Miss Lovegood remained oblivious to their unusual behavior. Ron was quietly conversing with the pet in his pocket, unwilling to glance in Hermione's direction. When Lupin observed Ron feeding his pet rat, he noted its appearance. It seemed to be an ordinary breed, lacking magical traits, and quickly lost interest. Harry is redoing his shrinking potion. After several days of foundational training, Elowen had finally guided him through the complete process of potion making once more. This time, Harry sliced the ingredients with noticeably greater speed and confidence in each step of the procedure. He carefully dripped rat bile into the mixture. Glancing at the timer, a device Elowen had created to simulate classroom conditions. With ample time, Harry stirred steadily for 2 rotations before adding leech juice. Continuing to mix until the potion changed color, he withdrew the stirring rod and extinguished the flame. This time, the potion in the cauldron shimmered a perfect shade of green. Harry gazed in delight at the standard potion he had crafted. It was his finest work yet. Unable to contain his excitement, he looked around for someone to share his joy. Tabitha, seated closest to Harry, leaned in to admire the potion, exclaiming, "Wow, little Harry, you've done wonderfully." Harry felt his cheeks flush at Tabitha's praise. She had always been generous with her compliments, offering him emotional support during their spell lessons. Harry maintained a composed expression, eyes filled with anticipation as he looked toward Elowen, the true instructor of the class. Elowen did not disappoint. "Very good. You have a natural talent, Potter." "Ah, talent." Snape nearly succumbed to a derisive laugh. What was that rubbish Potter concocted in his class? Did Potter splash his talent all over the path to the dungeon each time he arrived? Lupin detected the clear mockery in Snape's words and interjected. "Don't be too harsh on the students, Severus. I know that, at your level, everyone appears to be a fool, but Harry did remarkably well this time, did he not?" Snape ignored Lupin's attempt to elicit acknowledgement regarding Potter's performance and retorted stiffly, "I hope Mr. Potter remembers to bring his talent to class next time." Professor McGonagall also ventured to speak delicately. "Severus, perhaps it is because Miss Elowen's gentler teaching style is more suited for young witches and wizards." Snape merely stared at the prophecy without responding. Elowen proceeded to bottle Harry's shrinking potion. Despite the absence of chandeliers in the tent, light was maintained through magical runes. She instinctively lifted the potion to examine its hue. Having successfully created the potion, Elowen paused maliciously. lowering the potion bottle to obscure one of Harry's eyes, before announcing, "Now comes the testing phase. But whom shall we use for the trial?" How difficult it is to guess. There are only 3 living souls in this tent, not even a small creature in sight. Through the potion bottle, Harry sensed a glimmer of mischief in Elowen's eyes. Snape had once used Neville's toad, Trevor, for testing in his class. Now, Elowen intended to use a person. Harry found it astonishing. For the first time in a lucid state, he considered that Snape might actually qualify as a good teacher. "I don't think testing is absolutely necessary," Harry said, retreating cautiously, hoping to make a discreet exit. But he had forgotten that Tabitha was right behind him. Strong hands once again restrained Harry's body. As he turned around, he was met with Tabitha's smiling face. He pressed his lips tightly together, feeling a cold sweat beginning to form. Snape directed his gaze at McGonagall. His voice low, yet audible enough for all to hear. "My teaching methods? No, Severus, your methods are absolutely perfect. Please, do not emulate this. We never allow students to test potions," McGonagall stated stiffly. Snape then turned to Lupin, who was nervously fiddling with the tattered part of his sleeve, as if he had suddenly developed a keen interest in his attire. Dumbledore observed the professors engaged in such harmonious discourse, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Under the influence of the Elowen charm, a drop of shrinking potion shot towards Harry. Physically immobilized, he could do nothing but watch as the potion drew nearer and nearer. Then, it flew past Harry and entered Tabitha's mouth. "Harry?" Tabitha exclaimed. The potion took immediate effect, causing Tabitha's form to shrink. Harry felt the grip that held him steady remained unchanged, yet when he turned back, he found himself able to meet Tabitha's eyes at eye level. Still pressing his lips firmly together, he feared that Elowen might seize the opportunity to administer a drop to him as well. Suddenly, with the potion unexpectedly filling her mouth, Tabitha displayed a look of astonishment before resignedly accepting her friend's playful betrayal. She released Harry and adjusted her loose school robe to fit more snugly. Then, she attempted to snatch the shrinking potion from Elowen. "I cannot be the only one to shrink." Elowen quelled Tabitha's urge to feed Harry the potion with a single remark. "If Potter is shrunk to the size of an infant, you will be responsible for carrying him." Hearing this, Harry relaxed and opened his mouth, knowing that neither Elowen nor Tabitha possessed the patience to tend to a small infant. Based on his experiences in class with Elowen, it was apparent that she easily lost her patience. Typically, her demeanor was most amiable at the onset of a lesson. But by the end, her words were often laced with sarcasm. As for Tabitha, even if she had patience, Elowen would undoubtedly be reluctant to entrust her with Harry in his infantile state. She was certainly not one to adhere to conventional norms. Harry mused that Tabitha might even be the sort to bury a baby in the ground to see if it would sprout into flowers. He watched with curiosity as Tabitha shrank down, now appearing to be of similar stature to both himself and Elowen. The tent around them now looked filled with youthful figures. Chapter 30, The Height Contest. "I want to see baby Harry," Ron exclaimed with a mischievous grin. Who could refuse the chance to see a good friend make a fool of himself? Certainly not Ron. He instinctively sought to converse with those around him, only to realize that Neville sat beside him. Ron's excitement diminished considerably. Yes, he had just argued with Hermione. How could he have forgotten? Although Hermione heard Ron speaking, she stubbornly refused to look his way, pretending to jot down notes, yet the words on her page failed to form coherent sentences. Frustrated, she vanished the jumbled text with a flick of her wand. Professor McGonagall observed the students' behaviors and exchanged a knowing glance with Professor Sprout. Dumbledore popped another sweet and sour candy into his mouth, the wrinkles on his face deepening with mirth. Ah, youth was splendid. Harry and Tabitha stood back to back, engaged in a contest of who was taller. Notably, this endeavor was initiated by Tabitha, whose psychological age appeared to be stunted in childhood. However, Harry, too, found himself intrigued by the activity and readily accepted Tabitha's invitation. "So how is it?" Tabitha's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Aware that both were eager for the outcome, one displayed it overtly while the other concealed it. Elowen circled them, scrutinizing from all angles, building suspense. Just as Tabitha was about to leap in frustration, Elowen finally responded, drawing out the moment. "Don't rush. I have the results. Potter is taller." "What? How can that be?" "Harry, is it your hair sticking up that misled Elowen?" Tabitha protested, flattening Harry's hair, still unconvinced. "No way, we must try again." Harry deftly dodged Tabitha's hand. "Give it up, Tabitha. Even if you drank a potion for standing hair, you still couldn't surpass me." Harry had never considered winning a height contest to be particularly thrilling, as he and Ron had never compared themselves in such a manner. Yet, witnessing Tabitha's antics elevated his sense of triumph. A broad, unabashed smile spread across his face as the two of them chased around Elowen, giggling. Their laughter resonated from the enchanted screen, echoing throughout the headmaster's office, touching the hearts of all present. Professor McGonagall leaned back in her chair, relishing this rare moment of relaxation captured in the display. Typically, she was either fretting over the possibility of their being discovered by Death Eaters or worrying about whether the two children could manage their lessons without injury. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. It seemed that only one person remained untouched by the scene's emotional resonance. Snape glared at Harry's insufferable grin with an intensity that could chill the air, even causing Lupin, who was not the target of that gaze, to shiver. Lupin rubbed his arms. Well, Harry's laughter did bear a striking resemblance to his father's. It was no wonder Snape regarded him with such disdain. The thought of Harry's father suddenly filled Lupin with a pang of nostalgia. He quickly blinked away the moisture threatening to spill from his eyes, turning away from Harry. Harry and Tabitha revolved around Elowen several times before their eyes met. Tabitha, eager with anticipation, glanced at Harry. Over the past few days, a small understanding had developed between them. At least this time, Harry instantly grasped Tabitha's mischievous intent. They halted simultaneously, extending their hands to press on Elowen's shoulders. Caught unawares, Elowen stumbled backward and fell onto the sofa. TSK, Elowen huffed impatiently. Harry and Tabitha reveled in their successful prank, completely oblivious to her discontent. They even exchanged a high-five right in front of Elowen. Elowen settled into the sofa, raising an eyebrow at the two overzealous companions. Let us see who can sober up first. It was Harry. His cheeks flushed more easily than Tabitha's. He found himself unable to completely disregard Elowen's gaze. Harry felt as if he had indeed become more audacious due to their indulgence. When he first arrived, he would never have engaged in such antics with Tabitha, nor would he have dared to prank Elowen. Back then, he had feared her, avoiding her lest a single misstep spark a quarrel. Harry tugged at his slightly warm ears as he sat beside Elowen, catching sight of the still-capped shrinking potion securely held in her hand. That bottle of uncorked potion had survived the recent prank unscathed, and upon realizing this, Harry's ears turned even redder, feeling increasingly embarrassed about his actions. He intended to retrieve the potion and secure the cap. However, Elowen deftly evaded his grasp, playfully asking, "What's wrong? Haven't you had enough praise?" "Of course not." Harry stammered, his cheeks now feeling quite hot. "I just wanted to put it away. I mean, I never seem to excel in Professor Snape's class." "It's simply that Snape's course is inadequate," Tabitha interjected. Harry cast a terrified glance in her direction. There was no need for palmistry or to scrutinize the dregs of tea. He could foresee that Tabitha would encounter misfortune today. Without Snape's incessant murmurs in his ear, Harry's potion-making skills would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level. "Oh, Snape." Harry thought to offer Tabitha an excuse before Elowen could become irate. He blurted out, "Who said that? Elowen nags me just as much during potions." "It's no different from Snape." The moment the words escaped his lips, Harry regretted them. What was he even saying? Tabitha was right. Elowen's tone bore none of the fury he had imagined. She did not engage in the cryptic exchanges with Tabitha as she had previously, leaving Harry to decipher their meaning. Instead, she affirmed Tabitha's statement. Now Harry was eager to discern whether Elowen too was lost in a fit of rage. Surprised? Elowen had anticipated Harry's probing gaze. "Though he is my head of house, I will not turn a blind eye to the truth." Harry was genuinely astonished, both by Elowen's demeanor and her affirming words. "Do I truly possess talent?" he ventured, lacking confidence. He was uncertain if Elowen was merely offering him encouragement. Among their trio, it had always been Hermione who excelled in potions, while he and Ron consistently floundered in a cauldron of muck. "Of course, you possess talent," Elowen replied gently. "You and Professor Snape have both allowed your biases to cloud your judgment." Biases? Harry's brow furrowed. He had intended to vehemently refute the term. Yet, confronted by Elowen's serene expression, his words softened considerably. Chapter 31, Eyes. Since Tabitha had declared Snape's class subpar, his countenance had darkened. The students in the headmaster's office dared not breathe audibly. Ron was particularly solemn, fearful that any movement might mislead Snape into docking points from Gryffindor. Hermione, frightened by Snape, cast aside her complex emotions and felt an unprecedented clarity of thought. Neville had ceased trembling, resembling a corpse that had lain dead for 3 days. Even Luna, the least adept at reading the atmosphere, sensed the shift and glanced at Professor Snape several times. McGonagall hesitated to speak, aware that advocating for Tabitha at this juncture could yield counterproductive results. Instead, she began contemplating what excuse she could concoct to award Gryffindor points. Foreseeing the imminent and astonishing depletion of gems in their house's point tally. Upon hearing Elowen endorse Tabitha's words, it felt as though a blizzard had descended upon Snape, the temperature plummeting by 10 degrees. This left Professor Flitwick, who wished to mediate, speechless, choking back his words as he hastily swallowed. Dumbledore, selecting candies, considered that indulging in a sweet was perfect for soothing one's temper, not to mention alleviating anxiety. After the sweets intended for Snape were rebuffed, Dumbledore offered them to McGonagall instead. She closed her eyes, ignoring his gesture. Severus would not deduct points from his own house. Elowen's actions would inevitably reflect upon Gryffindor. She mourned for the impending loss of points for a brief moment. Biases. Harry continued to chew on the term. He did not perceive himself as biased. Rather, it was Snape who had always looked down on him. I am not the one with biases. It's Snape who despises me. Harry endeavored to soften his words. Tabitha erupted into laughter, sitting beside Harry, her tone laced with mockery. Really? It was Snape who stole the Philosopher's Stone. It was Snape who cursed my broom. It was Snape. Perhaps he has ailing. Perhaps he has left. Perhaps he has been dismissed. Harry longed to cover his ears. These were not his words, but rather a mishmash of Ron's and his own, closely related to their suspicions of Snape. The truth, once revealed, now resurfaced to haunt him, causing his face to flush crimson. He protested softly, but Hermione and Ron both doubt me as well. Hermione and Ron considered temporarily severing ties with Harry. There was truly no need to involve them at this moment. Snape's glare was sharp as a blade directed at the two, unaware that they had ever doubted his intentions towards Potter. Should they commend their imagination? Suddenly, Snape recalled his mysteriously igniting cloak. He glared at Granger with renewed intensity. Only she possessed the audacity and capability to enact such a deed. McGonagall adjusted her posture, leaning slightly forward to discreetly shield the children from Snape's penetrating gaze. Tabitha's expression shifted to one of sheepishness, her words stumbling forth. Yes, if it were so, no one would suspect poor Quirrell. A scene replayed itself, with Tabitha now portraying Quirrell, the first year who had attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry marveled at her uncanny recollection of Quirrell's words. Had he not been certain that only he and Quirrell were present? Oh wait, he nearly forgot the presence of Voldemort clinging to Quirrell's head. He might have assumed that Tabitha had somehow witnessed the entire affair. However, that was not the focus at present. Desperately, Harry looked to Elowen, hoping she might intervene. Merlin, I am on the brink of despair with Tabitha's antics. As if sensing his distress, Tabitha's laughter abruptly ceased, silenced by a spell from Elowen that rendered her speechless. My intention is not to cast blame upon anyone, Elowen continued calmly, greatly easing Harry's troubled mind. You have reasons to dislike Snape, and he has his reasons to dislike you. The grievances between you have become as entangled as a ball of yarn, making it difficult to discern their origins. However, Harry, do not allow your emotions to cloud your judgment, nor should you squander your talents so lightly. As she spoke, Elowen exuded an air of extraordinary maturity beyond her years. Harry could sense her exerting tremendous patience to articulate her thoughts. The usual sharpness in her speech had vanished. Now, she radiated an astonishing warmth. Suddenly, Harry's attention shifted. Elowen had addressed him by his given name for the first time, and notably, she had omitted the honorific when speaking of Snape. He felt a surge of delight at this small revelation and was willing to heed her words. When he finally spoke again, a hint of unrecognized grievance tinged his voice. But he always targets me. He loathes me. His emerald green eyes glistened as they met Elowen's gaze, shimmering like two exquisite crystals. Elowen was momentarily taken aback by his look, instinctively placing her hand upon his head in a gesture of comfort. The rough ends of his hair brushed against her palm, sending a faint shiver through her. Elowen froze, having not intended to reach such depths. She merely reflected upon the potential regrets of the future, pondering whether a slight increase in Harry's trust towards Snape might lead to a different outcome. With a sigh, Elowen continued to stroke Harry's hair. If you approach Professor Snape with such an attitude, I believe he would indeed change. No, he would simply stuff a toad in Potter's mouth and send him to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to tend to him properly. Snape regarded Potter's current demeanor with distaste, unwilling to spare him a second glance. At that moment, Snape's expression had markedly improved compared to earlier. He had anticipated hearing the condescending reproaches of those two students regarding his teaching. Yet, what he encountered instead was Tabitha's subtly insinuated doubts about Potter's biases. Alongside Elowen's overt display of concern for him, was Harry's life during his first 2 years at Hogwarts truly so remarkable? Sprout, having paid little attention to the boy who miraculously survived over the years, couldn't resist inquiring with McGonagall after hearing Tabitha's words. Indeed, since his arrival at Hogwarts, Severus's life had also taken on a certain vibrancy. Observing Snape's seemingly improved mood, McGonagall began to tease him. Snape, in turn, offered them a smooth smile. A subtle upward curl of his lips faced Snape with such an attitude. Harry nearly leapt to his feet. No way, he would never show weakness to Snape. Suddenly, Tabitha transformed her mouth back with her wand. Harry, if you gazed at Snape with your own green eyes, the effect would be even more profound. After saying this, Tabitha silenced her own mouth again, posing as a wooden figure under Elowen's reproachful gaze. Lupin cast a contemplative glance at Snape, noting how much Harry's eyes resembled Lily's. The success of such an approach was not entirely improbable. However, Snape was more likely to develop immunity due to Harry's striking resemblance to James. For the first time, Lupin found himself smiling at the thought of James. Unbeknownst to him, Snape instinctively employed a mental barrier. What exactly did these two students know? Chapter 32, House Elves. Harry's hand brushed against the corner of his eye. Although he doubted Tabitha's method would be effective on Snape, he wondered why it was about the eyes. Does it hold some special significance? She is complimenting your eyes. Elowen shot a warning look at Tabitha, but she still felt compelled to smooth things over. She certainly did not wish to expose Snape's romantic history in front of Harry. Letting Snape know would invite his wrath from across the realms. Harry's eyes? Hermione felt a flicker of realization, yet she could not grasp it fully at that moment. Tabitha cast Elowen a look of feigned innocence. She was already being quite restrained. Otherwise, if she were to perish today, her final words would undoubtedly be, "He has her eyes." Harry dismissed it as just another of Tabitha's nonsensical remarks. She often acted like this, and he had grown accustomed to her daily drunken antics. "I don't believe this will be of any use, but thank you, Tabitha," he replied earnestly. Tabitha shook her head, adopting a carefree posture on the sofa, a hint of melancholy glimmering in her eyes. Oh, was this the loneliness that no one could comprehend? This demeanor suited her well as an adult. Yet, she was currently under the effects of a shrinking potion. Seated in her third-grade form, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that McGonagall might suddenly emerge to deduct points from her. The bubbling of potions at the workbench snapped Harry back to reality. In truth, I think no method will make Snape like me. It would be futile to even try. Just as Harry's hesitant words began to form, they were abruptly interrupted. Elowen's voice dropped, her tone low. "Potter." She had not spoken loudly, not wishing to startle Harry, but merely to conduct a test. As anticipated, Harry instinctively distanced himself from her, tensing his body and fixing an alert gaze upon Elowen. Elowen carefully stowed away the potion in her hand, placing it on the table. She moved slowly and gently, as if afraid of disturbing something. Once satisfied, she straightened up to meet Harry's gaze. "Harry, have you not noticed that you possess an unhealthy defense mechanism?" Elowen's voice was soft and steady, yet it struck Harry like a heavy blow. He felt suddenly dizzy, rendered immobile. What does that mean? Ron now realized how inconvenient it was to be separated from Hermione. In situations like this, he had to shout across to her. Neville noticed Harry's pronounced reaction. He understood what Elowen meant, having experienced something similar himself. When he felt insecure, he would habitually become hesitant, a remnant of the many times he had been teased by adults in his childhood. Neville had no intention of explaining this to Ron. Ron took the initiative to speak to Hermione. This was the perfect moment for reconciliation. He cast a furtive glance in Hermione's direction. However, Luna interjected. "He looks like a wounded animal." Noticing Neville's gaze upon her, Luna felt she had not been clear enough. So she continued, "My father once brought home a fox that had been injured by a trap." Their eyes were remarkably similar. Luna's hand glided through the air, reminiscent of reminiscing about that fox, as if she were reaching out to touch Harry through a veil of light. His back tensed, his senses heightened. He was frightened and wished to flee. Seeing that Hermione had no intention of speaking, Neville found himself at a loss to assist Ron. He despondently gazed back at the shimmering veil. Harry felt as if several heavy stones had dropped into his stomach. He couldn't fathom how to explain his reaction. Should he tell her it was a response cultivated by being constantly summoned and scolded at home? Harry had never been so candid with Hermione and Ron. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the air, rendering the tent eerily silent. Elowen had been waiting for Harry's response, sensing his discomfort under her gaze. She fixated on the corner of the table, observing Harry's reactions from the periphery. Harry understood that Elowen was considerate enough not to look directly at him, and that Tabitha would not be constantly watching his reactions. Yet he felt as though eyes were closing in on him from all directions, scrutinizing him and making it difficult for him to breathe. He suddenly yearned to escape, anywhere but here. His head drooped. Negative emotions brewed within him. A hand suddenly emerged within his field of vision, causing Harry to flinch. Then he remembered it was Elowen's hand, and he froze, awaiting her next move. That hand gently but firmly lifted his chin, allowing him to meet Elowen's gaze. Her expression was devoid of emotion. "I understand." Elowen pondered how to phrase her thoughts more delicately. Yet, upon hearing her words, Harry erupted, standing abruptly. "You can't. Don't act as though you know everything." Harry wished to leave, but he was flanked on both sides. Tabitha had somehow draped her legs over the low table, blocking his path. "I don't want to argue with you, Elowen. I think I should go back." Elowen pressed him back down into his seat with determination. "I do know. Sit down. I know you haven't lived a life of luxury. I know that your time with your relatives has been terrible, utterly wretched, abominable. I know you've had to toil like a house elf, cleaning and tidying for them every day. I know you have been called a freak. A worthless piece of rubbish throughout your life. You never knew your parents were wizards, as your aunt only told you they died in a car accident. It wasn't until you received your letter from Hogwarts, until you truly arrived at Hogwarts, that you dared to believe this was not a dream. I know you were fed worse than your aunt's dog. They deliberately starved you, forcing you to steal food at home. I know your cousin and his friends used you as a punching bag. I also know you had to secretly huddle under your blankets during the holidays to do your homework, simply because your Muggle family harbored a deep hatred for magic. Flames of fury burned in Elowen's eyes as she spoke, her words laced with urgency and frustration. Now, that familiar sharpness returned to her tone. Harry was uncertain whether Elowen's ire was directed at him or his family. He felt somewhat dazed by her words. However, the heavy feeling in his stomach dissipated entirely, replaced by a strange sensation swelling within his chest. Elowen paused to gather her composure. Not only was young Harry's temperament akin to a powder keg, but Elowen's own disposition mirrored that of a firecracker. Tabitha produced 2 vials of calming potion, extending her arms to silently push them towards the pair. Being only in 3rd year, her arms lacked the length to reach Elowen directly. Thus, she placed the vial between Harry and Elowen. After completing this task, Tabitha shook her hands, reflecting inwardly that the house would fall apart without her. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office erupted in response to Elowen's words. Both professors and students struggled to contain their emotions. What did it mean to treat a house elf as family? Professor Sprout, usually good-natured, furrowed her brow and inquired. Chapter 33, Calming Potion. Professor Sprout was indeed familiar with house elves. The school housed many. However, she never imagined a young wizard could exist in a home where he was treated no differently than a house elf. It was utterly absurd and laughable. Professor Flitwick scrutinized Harry's expression closely, realizing that Harry showed no inclination to refute the claims. Merlin, could this possibly be true? Flitwick swayed and toppled from his high stool. Professor McGonagall felt somewhat lightheaded, her lips trembling violently, leaving her unable to utter a word. She had observed the Dursleys and was aware of their shortcomings, but she had never anticipated their behavior could sink to such depths. Placing a hand on her chest, she felt the need for a calming potion herself. Dumbledore's expression appeared somewhat dazed. Snape remained silent, fixated intently on the glowing screen. Neville, snapping back from his initial astonishment, spoke with profound incredulity. I grew up hearing stories about Harry. All the newspapers claimed he lived a charmed life. Was it all a lie? His gaze flitted between Ron and Hermione, hoping they might have a deeper insight into Harry's circumstances. Ron stared blankly at the screen, oblivious to these revelations. Although he knew Harry's relatives held disdain for him, he had never considered that such disapproval could inflict harm. He had assumed it was merely a misunderstanding stemming from the Muggles' inability to comprehend wizardry, hence their decision to confine Harry within the house. He had never contemplated the nature of the relationship between Harry and the Dursleys. George and Fred, in their youthful ignorance, had once tried to convince him of the existence of an unbreakable curse. He and his brothers would have conflicts, yet they reconciled quickly, for they were family. But Harry and those Muggles were family too. Ron found it incomprehensible why they would harm their kin. Hermione was tugging at her hair in frustration. She lamented not having recognized her friend's distress sooner. She recalled her light-hearted remark to Harry at the end of their 2nd year. If they knew what you accomplished this year, they would be so proud of you. If only she could return to that moment, she would have slapped herself. Having never encountered truly malevolent individuals, she was accustomed to seeing the good in people. Clearly, Harry's aunt and uncle were the worst kind of people, just marginally better than criminals. Hermione added searching for the number of the British Child Protection Center to her agenda. Muggle matters necessitated Muggle solutions. Harry no longer wished to flee. He sat calmly on the sofa, staring blankly at Elowen, unsure of how to commence a conversation. Elowen took the initiative to consume the calming potion Tabitha had pushed toward them, casually opening the vial meant for Harry and placing it before him. Only then did Harry notice the additional potion on the table, turning to see Tabitha making a playful face, carefree as if Elowen had merely commented on the weather. Yet, Harry admitted that Tabitha's display of levity was far more preferable than her previous pitying gaze. He appreciated her current demeanor and envied her cheerful disposition. After taking a sip of the calming potion, Harry felt his tension begin to dissipate. "Can you calm down enough to listen to me?" Elowen asked, her tone returning to a state of tranquility. Harry nodded, though he believed Elowen was the one in greater need of composure. "I didn't intend to say so much. Some of this may inadvertently hurt you again, and for that, I owe you an apology." No, Harry vehemently shook his head, feeling a mix of embarrassment at having his past exposed, yet overwhelmed with the joy of being understood. Ron and Hermione had happy families, and whenever he spoke of his aunt, he subtly hoped they would understand him and his plight. Harry had never directly expressed how dire his situation was. He knew that by revealing the truth, Ron and Hermione would empathize. Yet, he had refrained from voicing it. Perhaps because he craved their understanding while simultaneously fearing the loss of dignity in their eyes. Now, more than apologizing, Harry was eager to learn how Elowen had uncovered his past. How did you come to know all of this? Harry's gaze bore into Elowen. From the newspapers. Reporters are quite adept at uncovering the truth. Liar. A thought flickered through Harry's mind. He would never disclose such things to a reporter. He was not one to broadcast his suffering to the world, and he believed that even at any age, he would not do so. The Dursleys would never advertise their misdeeds. Harry understood them well. Their utmost concern was maintaining appearances. They would never show kindness to those from the magical world. Even if coerced into an interview by a reporter's threats, they would only depict him as a thankless wretch. Elowen noticed Harry's left eye betraying skepticism and his right eye accusing her of deceit, prompting her to elaborate. I am an animagus, she proclaimed. With a flick of her wand, she transformed a cup on the table into a small beetle. Like this, I can overhear many secrets. The beetle silently flew onto Harry's dark robe, nearly undetectable. Due to Elowen's history of trickery, Harry was somewhat skeptical, yet ultimately chose to accept her explanation. Returning to your defense mechanism, you must have noticed it as well. Harry listened intently, sensing the importance of Elowen's words, as she spoke while suppressing her own emotions with the calming potion. In the presence of others, you resemble a little hedgehog. When faced with malice, you bristle with spikes and retaliate fiercely, even if you are significantly outmatched or in peril. Perhaps this stems from the oppressive environment imposed by the Dursleys, which has greatly influenced your character. You are quite resistant to heeding others' advice, as evidenced now. Elowen paused, shifting to interpret Harry's current demeanor. Your silence does not indicate agreement with my assertions. On the contrary, you vehemently disagree with every word. Harry refrained from contesting this statement. He indeed did not believe Elowen was correct. Elowen, feeling exasperated, took another sip of the calming potion. Moreover, the most crucial reason you can sit quietly and listen to me is my demeanor. Imagine if I were speaking to you in my usual tone. Harry's face immediately contorted in discontent. We would argue, he asserted with certainty. Elowen was pleased that Harry could articulate his thoughts. Yes, that encapsulates your interactions with Snape. He resorts to biting sarcasm and criticism, compelling you to retort, resulting in him deducting points and imposing detentions, thus perpetuating an endless cycle of animosity. This is your defense mechanism. The worse others treat you, the more you retaliate with equal malice, irrespective of the injuries you may incur in the process. You never shy away from confrontation. Harry nodded gently, acquiescing to Elowen's assertion. He was reminded of his confrontations with Snape during potions class. While Elowen contemplated the yet-to-occur clash with Umbridge, an event that would etch an indelible scar upon Harry's hand for a lifetime. To show weakness does not diminish one's courage. To yield is not synonymous with surrender. I am aware that you possess a strong sense of self, and once you intuitively ascertain something, you are unlikely to alter your stance based on the opinions of others. This trait bears both advantages and disadvantages. On the one hand, you remain untainted by the mistakes of your Muggle relatives. On the other hand, you struggle to heed Hermione's rational counsel, which may lead to significant misfortunes. Hermione nodded in agreement, while Ron remained impervious to her words. She earnestly wished that both of them would truly listen. Chapter 34, Reputation? Harry pressed his lips together, acknowledging that at times he deliberately overlooked Hermione's didactic remarks. He began to believe that Elowen was right. Furthermore, you are woefully inept at seeking assistance, particularly from those older than yourself. You trust your peers, but are reluctant to consult professors. You prefer to unravel every matter on your own, charging ahead without regard for anyone else. Harry instinctively averted his gaze from Elowen. This was indeed his nature. Yet you nearly perished in the Chamber of Secrets. That was the closest he had ever come to death. Harry recalled the feelings of isolation, helplessness, and the guilt of being unable to save Ginny. Professor Sprout inhaled sharply. Her understanding of the matter was limited, only aware that Harry had resolved the issue of the chamber. But to nearly die in there? She shuddered at the thought of what Harry must have endured within. She seized McGonagall, a potential informant, and whispered her inquiry about the events. Lupin's face was devoid of expression. Since learning of Harry's experiences at home, his chest had been filled with rage. How dare they treat Harry so? Why was no one paying attention to him? This was soon followed by a profound sense of helplessness. He was one of James's last surviving friends. He should have visited Harry, but due to his identity as a werewolf, he had always refrained. The wizarding world had been consistently unkind to werewolves, and he feared bringing trouble to his friend's child. Lupin ceased making excuses for himself, looking at the boy with overwhelming guilt. It was his fault. No 12-year-old should endure such suffering. That was the responsibility of adults. Elowen granted Harry ample time to reflect. No one had ever spoken such words to him before. Throughout his upbringing, he had no one to rely upon, becoming accustomed to self-sufficiency. In that household, Harry felt a wave of nausea. He was loath to call that place home, yet he had nowhere else to which he could lay claim, where no one would pity or sympathize with him. At school, due to Dudley, no one dared to befriend him. Even when teachers occasionally inquired about his home life, the Dursleys easily fabricated lies to cover it up. He yearned to resist, but felt powerless to do so. He never wanted to acknowledge the words of the Dursleys, yet they had undeniably left an indelible mark on him. Hypervigilance. An abnormal stress response. It was only upon arriving at Hogwarts that he found friends and experienced the comfort of companionship. Nevertheless, he remained distrustful of adults. Elowen's words awakened him. He could have directly confided in Professor Dumbledore about the chamber, about his parcel tongue, but under Dumbledore's inquiries, he chose to conceal the truth. It was only after he had fully resolved the chamber, emerging with injuries alongside Ginny, that he disclosed the complete truth to everyone. Suddenly, Harry recalled Elowen's words during their first quarrel, when she had referred to him as the chosen one, the savior. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he nervously asked Elowen, You don't think I did it for the sake of reputation, do you?" Harry felt as though a heavy stone was pressing against his chest. He desperately wished to avoid any misunderstanding from Elowen. The mere thought was unbearable. Of course not. Elowen's resolute reply dispelled the unease within Harry. Tabitha also leaned in closer to Harry, wrapping her arm around him. How could anyone seek fame by challenging a basilisk? Not even Lockhart would dare. The tone in which she spoke reminded Harry of Hermione and Ron, the way they expressed pride in him. A basilisk. Lupin's face turned pale. He was acutely aware of what a basilisk was. XXXXX level dangerous magical creature, rated as the highest danger classification, capable of causing instant death with a mere gaze and possessing venomous fangs. Lupin found the world absurd. Harry's confrontation with a basilisk in his second year was akin to him. In his second year, cohabitating with a werewolf under the full moon and successfully slaying it. An ominous feeling gripped him. He recalled Elowen mentioning the acromantula. Undoubtedly, it too belonged to the XXXXX level dangerous creatures. What could this possibly mean? Surely, Harry would not be like James, who relished befriending XXXXX level creatures. Harry allowed Tabitha's hand to massage his neck, feeling relieved that neither of them had misunderstood him. What should I do? Harry was aware of the issues he faced, yet he could not fathom where to begin. Elowen had initiated this dialogue regarding Snape. Was he to apologize to Snape? Harry inadvertently voiced this thought. Elowen's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had suddenly sprouted a second head. Seeing Elowen so surprised for the first time, Harry lowered his gaze to conceal his amusement. However, his previous statement was no mere attempt to placate Elowen. He was entirely sincere. Elowen was the first to endeavor to correct him. Her words held merit. Harry's gaze fell upon the now empty vial of calming potion on the table. In her effort to persuade him, or perhaps to do so without eliciting his aversion, Elowen had administered an entire bottle of potion. Elowen understood him. She wished to assist him. For this reason, he was willing to heed her advice, even if it meant apologizing to his least favorite professor. Though he remained skeptical about its potential efficacy, Elowen scrutinized Harry for an extended period. Uncertain of where her therapeutic approach had faltered, why it had veered so far off course. Harry, you need not do this. Listen carefully. He views you as an extension of your father, irrationally venting his anger towards him upon you, which is an unreasonable approach. Likewise, to regard you solely as an extension of your mother is equally incorrect. You are you, Harry Potter, the kind and courageous boy who emerged from the cupboard. Anyone who perceives you as a spoiled child is fundamentally blind. What you must do is learn to control your emotions and then conduct yourself with the poise of a 30-year-old adult. Harry felt as though he had been pressed by an iron, his entire being radiating heat. He again felt the urge to flee. Tabitha still barred his retreat. She produced a vial of potion and placed it in Harry's palm, saying, "For scar removal." She leaned close to Harry's ear and, in a hushed tone, informed him, "Actually, the last fatigue relief potion has a lower grade version that needs to be applied to the discomfort area to be effective. Since I didn't know if you had any scars or if you would be willing to lift your shirt, I used the version that works with just a drop on the wrist." She then stepped aside, granting him passage. Harry gripped the vial of potion tightly and dashed towards his room, fearing that if he lingered too long, he might break down in front of the two of them. As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, Elowen felt a sense of relief wash over her. She collapsed onto the sofa, utterly devoid of the strength to speak. Persuading Harry had proven to be a mentally taxing endeavor, and she had exhausted all her energy to achieve even a modicum of effect. Observing her friend's extreme fatigue, Tabitha, with a mischievous impulse, playfully patted her leg and poked her abdomen. Elowen retaliated by lifting her leg and shoving Tabitha off the sofa. The screen dimmed to darkness. Chapter 35. The fault. Once the projection ceased, the discussion in the headmaster's office could no longer be suppressed. While the screen was illuminating, they had refrained from voicing their myriad questions for fear of missing any crucial content. Now, the office buzzed with noise reminiscent of the Gryffindor common room. I cannot believe that Muggle would do such a thing. Professor McGonagall's voice was laced with a rigidity that betrayed her inability to forgive herself for having so readily consented to Dumbledore's South decision to place Harry with them. Even the usually amiable Professor Sprout's tone was tinged with anger. To let a second-year student confront a basilisk? This occurred right under our noses? Is what that child said true? Has Harry truly been living such a life at home? Professor Flitwick had clambered back onto his stool, inquiring of Lupin. Recalling that Lupin had always maintained a good rapport with James and the others, the half-blood elf had an exceptional memory, and the image of the four of them frolicking in their youth vividly materialized in Flitwick's mind. Lupin pressed his hand against his forehead, remaining silent. Although Flitwick's tone was devoid of accusation, guilt rendered Lupin mute. Every question felt like a whip lashing against his heart, further shredding his already wounded spirit. Flitwick, unanswered, hesitated before glancing at Snape. I recall Lily, and Flitwick halted his words as he noticed Snape's pale, dazed expression. Another memory surfaced in his mind. Lily had severed ties with Snape long ago, in their 5th year. It seemed that Snape did not possess much knowledge on the matter. With his questions going unanswered, Flitwick began to eavesdrop on the conversations among the students. How did I not notice anything amiss when Harry shares a dormitory with us? Ron lamented to Neville. Neville had indeed observed certain details, remember? Harry was reluctant to bathe with us before. He always found time to wash alone. Ron nearly bent his fork in frustration. He certainly remembered yet another detail he had overlooked. So that's it. He never explained why. I just assumed he was shy. Coupled with Tabitha's scar removal potion for Harry, it was evident that Harry bore scars he wished to conceal from them. Those muggles did this to him. Ron resolved to bring a few dung bombs from Fred and the others the next time he visited Harry's home. A hand waved before the two lost in thought. You're overthinking it again. I see the Nargles gathering. Luna seems to always perceive creatures invisible to others. I think Harry refrains from sharing because he doesn't want to see you like this. Luna's words dissipated Neville's worries like bubbles. However, after being comforted by Luna, Ron realized he had not heard Hermione's voice throughout. He curiously glanced in her direction, observing her deep in contemplation. What question could possibly occupy her thoughts for so long? At that moment, the headmaster intervened to quell the chaos. Dumbledore had not chosen to regain control the instant the projection ended. He understood that their suppressed emotions required an outlet. After everyone had voiced their inquiries, Dumbledore raised his hand. Most professors fell silent upon witnessing the headmaster's gesture, and the confused students also fell into quietude as the ambient noise subsided. All eyes converged upon Dumbledore, who spoke, his voice imbued with regret. First, I must admit this is my fault. It was I who sent the orphan Harry to live with his aunt. Professor Sprout felt a surge of surprise. Could Dumbledore truly have abandoned Harry there? He should not be so careless. Flitwick, anticipating Sprout's unspoken question, voiced it instead. Albus, did you not go back to check on young Harry? Dumbledore shook his head, appearing considerably older in that moment. I merely left a muggle to keep an eye on Harry. Her reports contained no issues, which led me to neglect the fact that her voice was also steeped in exhaustion. After the explanation, Sprout could empathize with Dumbledore. His actions were not erroneous. At that time, the news of the Dark Lord's demise had spread, and the conflict between the Ministry and the Death Eaters was far from over. Some extreme Death Eaters refused to believe their master had been vanquished by an infant, secretly searching for Harry's whereabouts to exact vengeance on the child who had usurped their master's glory. Meanwhile, some jubilant wizards sought Harry not out of malice, but merely to gaze upon the boy who had survived the Dark Lord's wrath. However, this would invariably place Harry in peril. Thus, Dumbledore concealed Harry within the Muggle world, rendering it impossible for those in the wizarding realm to locate him. Dumbledore also considered that if a wizard frequently appeared around Harry, there would always be a risk of exposing him. Consequently, he left a Muggle to monitor Harry for an extended period. Wizards often underestimated Muggles, and the Death Eaters, under the Dark Lord's command, would certainly overlook the movements of a mere Muggle. What a splendid plan, Sprout mused. If it were not for that peculiar Muggle's erratic temperament, if that Muggle could have accurately reported to Dumbledore, it would have been a flawless decision. Who could have foreseen that a series of coincidences would plunge Harry into a vortex of obscurity? Lupin could endure no longer. Dumbledore appeared to place almost all the blame upon him. Yet he was not the one who should have been most concerned for Harry. No, Albus. This was never your responsibility. It was all me. It was I who... Lupin covered his face, his thoughts drifting back to that fateful night, the night he learned of James and Lily's demise. He had not been by their side, for he had been busy persuading Dumbledore regarding the werewolves, tirelessly navigating between the two factions. Despite not being able to meet with his friends, Lupin had not worried excessively. He was aware of their plan. With Sirius as their secret keeper, their home was concealed by the Fidelius charm. No matter how powerful the Dark Lord was, he could not breach the Fidelius charm to harm them. When the news arrived, Lupin could not fathom at what stage the plan had faltered. Anxious to find Sirius, he wondered, had Sirius been captured? Had he revealed their location under duress? No, he instinctively dismissed that notion. It must be Voldemort. He had discovered a way to circumvent the Fidelius charm. Voldemort was undoubtedly a formidable wizard. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that he could invent a spell to unravel the Fidelius charm. With a heart heavy with questions and the anguish of losing his dear friends, Lupin scoured the world for Sirius, desperate to uncover the truth. The truth would emerge the next day in the Daily Prophet. Sirius had killed Peter. He was a servant of the Dark Lord. The Potter's address had been divulged to Voldemort by Sirius. One dear friend indirectly caused the death of another, only to subsequently take the life of yet another. Lupin's entire world crumbled in that moment. Upon learning that Dumbledore had safely delivered Harry to a secure location, he felt utterly powerless to concern himself with the child. This matter remained a lingering ache in his heart for many years. He was reluctant to confront the truth and instinctively avoided encounters with the boy. He was the one who should have cared for the child, yet his cowardice allowed Harry to endure such suffering. It was his fault. Chapter 36. Secrets. I should also pay a visit to Harry. After all, James and Lily were both children of my house, Professor McGonagall said with a tinge of regret. Dumbledore intervened to prevent his professors from continuing their chain of apologies. Enough, Minerva. The fault has been committed and cannot be rewritten. Delving deeper into it serves no purpose. What we can do now is to mend the consequences of this error as best as we can. Professor Sprout proposed a solution. Perhaps we could find Harry a different family. I believe there are many families in the magical community willing to take him in. My brothers certainly wouldn't mind having another sibling. Ron chimed in eagerly, as if fearful that the opportunity might slip away. His parents treat Harry just like their own children. And my sister Ginny adores him. If Harry were to stay with us, I'm certain no one would be unhappy. Neville looked at Professor Dumbledore with a hint of hope. He, too, would be delighted to bring Harry home, but he was uncertain about how his grandmother would feel. I am truly sorry to disappoint you, but Harry cannot leave his current home, Dumbledore explained with a sense of resignation. Harry is under a powerful blood protection charm, which prevents anyone intending to harm him from entering his home. However, this magic only functions when he is in proximity to his blood relatives. But we cannot simply stand by and watch Harry suffer in that household. An anxious Flitwick spoke up. Of course we cannot do nothing, Dumbledore interjected firmly. I will have a serious discussion with the Dursleys. It was the first time Neville and the others had witnessed the headmaster so incensed. The usual warmth in Dumbledore's demeanor had vanished, replaced by an unintentional air of authority. The magic in the air seemed to pulse in response to his emotions. In that moment, Dumbledore resembled the great white wizard mentioned in books, the one who had defeated Grindelwald and instilled fear in dark wizards. That would be most agreeable. McGonagall nodded. However, I still wish to accompany you. It was not that she lacked faith in Albus. She merely wanted to do something for the child within her means. Of course, Minerva. A concrete plan is sufficient to reassure those in the know. Dumbledore then dismissed the professors and students, concluding the viewing session, leaving only Severus behind. As they had yet to engage in an important conversation, Hermione hurried down the corridor, clutching her bag tightly. Ron was unable to call out to her. She had a peculiar suspicion that needed immediate verification. A phrase spoken by Elowen while advising Harry struck her mind like lightning. Hermione recalled that Elowen had described Professor Snape as a 30-year-old adult. This 30 years was not necessarily a literal measure, yet it was significantly younger than the age speculated among students. They had always assumed, based on Snape's unkempt appearance, that he must be in his 40s. This led Hermione to overlook the possibility that Snape might not be far in age from Professor Lupin, perhaps even a contemporary. Reflecting on Elowen's words about Snape's resentment towards Harry due to his father, it became evident how easily one could understand Harry's relationship with Malfoy. The long-standing conflict between Slytherin and Gryffindor was a familiar one. Hermione's surprise did not stem from this realization alone. Her pace quickened. She could hardly wait. When she arrived at the headmaster's office, she found Professor Snape unusually silent, his expression mirroring the discomfort of Professor Lupin. Lupin's feelings were understandable. Given his close relationship with Harry's father, Hermione judged unilaterally that he was not the one who had allowed Sirius Black into the castle. He felt guilt over Harry's past. She was certain he did not wish to cause him harm. So what was the source of Snape's distress? His usual demeanor led one to believe he harbored a deep dislike for Harry, bordering on hatred. She recalled Tabitha's words about green eyes. Would pleading with Snape, using those green eyes, warrant forgiveness? Whose eyes did Harry truly resemble? Did he take after his mother or his father? This question held significant weight. as it pertained to whether Snape was indeed gay. Ron, falling behind, called out, "Hermione, what are you up to?" Neville and Luna followed closely behind Ron. Upon turning a corner, Ron lost sight of Hermione. "Did you see that?" Hermione was like a rabbit, running so fast. "Is she still angry?" he remarked to Neville. "She seems to have something urgent to attend to," Neville panted upon catching up. Luna took Hermione's hand as they approached from behind. "Why are you two running so fast?" Luna asked, tilting her head in confusion. Ron was taken aback, pointing both ahead and behind. "Hermione, where did you come from? I clearly saw you running that way. How did you end up here?" Neville looked equally perplexed. Under the scrutiny of both boys, Hermione shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed. "You must have seen it wrong." Her mind had just exploded with the discovery of a secret, and now misleading her friends felt trivial. She had just used the time turner to seek out Hagrid, who had been utterly unguarded regarding the small matter of whose eyes Harry resembled. Hagrid had even shared with Hermione that Professor Snape had once been friends with Harry's mother. Hermione had no intention of revealing this information to Ron just yet. He was not one to keep secrets. If she told him, they would be exposed within a day and subsequently boiled in a cauldron by Snape. For the sake of their safety, Hermione resolved to keep her lips sealed. Ron, observing Hermione's unwavering confidence, began to doubt whether he had indeed misjudged her. "All right, then why did you rush out of the headmaster's office so fast?" "Because I was eager to know what we are having for lunch," she replied, without a moment's hesitation. Ron found this explanation entirely reasonable. "I want to know too. Come on, Neville, I wonder what we will be served today?" Ron exclaimed, racing toward the great hall with Neville in tow. Hermione suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and turned her gaze to Luna. Just moments ago, she had miscalculated her position with the time turner, nearly appearing directly in front of Luna. However, Luna seemed to harbor no doubts about her sudden appearance. Now, she met Hermione's gaze with an unclouded clarity, as if she knew everything. Resolving not to dwell further on her thoughts, Hermione grasped Luna's hand and pursued the retreating figures of the boys. Within the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, George flipped over on his bed, still perusing a map. "They've emerged from the headmaster's office," he exclaimed. Finally, Fred rushed to his side at the table. Ever since they had memorized all the secret passages on the Marauders' map, they had seldom gathered together to search for anyone on it. This time, it was their insatiable curiosity about the secrets their brother had concealed that compelled them. "Is that Peter Pettigrew still so close to our brother?" Fred jested. George pointed it out to him. The names Peter, Ron, and Neville traversed the path leading to the Great Hall. It seemed that Ron had sought solace in Peter's company following his fallout with Hermione. George had overheard Hermione's minor skirmish with Ron that morning, when he stepped outside. He only caught a glimpse of Hermione hastily departing, snatching a note from midair. Upon returning to the dormitory, he unearthed the Marauders' map. This revelation unveiled a peculiar gathering of numerous individuals in the headmaster's office during the weekend. Such an unusual sight piqued their curiosity. The prank had come to an end. Fred flicked his wand to close the Marauders' map. George locked eyes with Fred. Their mischief was about to commence. Chapter 37, Dreams. Harry felt as if his body were weightless, as though he were ensconced in clouds, buffeted by the wind. Familiar figures flitted before his eyes: Hermione, Ron, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore. Harry reached out to them, only to shatter those phantoms. The figures dissipated, and he plummeted, falling, as if into an endless abyss. His ears were filled with a cacophony of fragmented curses, a blend of Uncle Vernon's voice and Aunt Marge's. Such sounds rarely heralded anything good. Instinctively, he wished to curl up, yet his heavy limbs refused to obey. A bright light shone before Harry's eyes. He jolted awake from the dream. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon his bed. He had hastily retired the previous night, neglecting to draw the blackout curtains. Harry fumbled for his glasses on the bedside. Though it was still early, sleep eluded him. He lay flat on his bed, attempting to organize his thoughts. He was neither at Aunt Petunia's home nor in the Hogwarts dormitory. He found himself in the Albanian forest at an uncertain time, accompanied by two enigmatic older students. They were profoundly mysterious, and Harry could not fathom how they knew him so well, particularly Elowen, who seemed as if she had shared in his experiences. Harry sat up, striving to dispel his conjectures about the two older students from his mind. The half-empty scar removal potion still rested on his bedside. He was reluctant to harbor doubts about them, especially after their recent displays of concern. Harry rolled up his nightgown. The scar on his side, treated with potion, bore no signs of blemish, and the burn marks on his arm had been restored to their original state. He moved to the window, sitting down to gaze outside, struggling to articulate the emotions swirling within him. Questions that had once plagued him now seemed effortlessly resolvable. The forest outside, bathed in moonlight, was shrouded in a delicate veil, exuding tranquility. Yet he knew how perilous this forest could be, harboring countless magical creatures and beasts, poised to devour unsuspecting travelers. This window had been bewitched, allowing connection to the outside world even from within the tent. Opening it invited the breeze from outside. Harry extended his hand toward the outside world, an action he had not taken before, akin to reaching into a mire, slow and cumbersome. He could not help but chuckle. This was a protective measure set by Elowen. She had mockingly chided him while casting the spell. Her words were, "Considering your lack of self-control, I thought it prudent to apply a small protective charm to this window, lest it become a feeding station for beasts." Really, could she not just admit that she feared beasts might attack him through here, hence the protective spell? A compliment from her lips could meander through 10 convolutions before landing. Her initial preparations for the room were not flawless. Many items had been gradually added later. The window's blackout curtains, the desk and chair fitting his height, the wardrobe filled with various garments, and the enchanted broomstick, along with the candies Tabitha had sent to alleviate his loneliness, though mixed with some peculiar sweets, magical artifacts, and a plant that produced bubbles, were all part of the room that was gradually coming to life, transforming into a home. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Neville had nestled into a corner to write their potions essays after just finishing a potions class. Hermione had invited Luna to the library, intending to research there. Though they were not in the same year and their essays differed, they simply relished the atmosphere of studying together. Meanwhile, Ron and Neville's essays required no additional research, as they preferred the ambience of the common room. In the common room, one would not be shooed away with a feather duster for conversing, unlike in the library, where even a slight disturbance would attract the attention of Madame Pants, whose ears were keener than Snape's in potions class. Honestly, Neville, have you noticed that Snape has been acting differently lately? Ron mused, distracted while flipping through his potions book. Since their last viewing, they had attended 2 more potions classes, during which Snape's behavior had been particularly odd. He had not deducted points from Gryffindor. It was well known that in ordinary classes, even without any mistakes, Snape would find a reason to deduct points from Gryffindor. In this particular class, Ron had been seated next to Neville, whose potion had turned out like rotten tree bark, a far cry from the correct color. Yet Snape had scarcely glanced at it. He merely collected their potions and departed. Neville nodded. "Even you noticed it." "What do you mean, even I noticed it? I'm not that dull, you know." Ron defended his emotional intelligence. Neville refrained from contradicting him, simply smiling awkwardly at him. "All right, perhaps I'm a tad bit, just a smidge dull," Ron conceded, pinching his thumb and forefinger together to indicate he only acknowledged a minuscule fraction of the truth. "I noticed that Professor Snape has been much quieter lately," Neville remarked. He was genuinely terrified of Snape's voice. Every time he spoke, Neville's hands would tremble. During the last class, Snape had spoken so little that Neville managed to complete the entire potion-making process on his own. However, in the end, his poor memory caused him to forget 2 steps, resulting in a disastrous potion. Yet he had sensed early on that Snape's demeanor had shifted. "Perhaps the headmaster has spoken to him," Neville speculated. Ron's eyes widened when, "Just the last time," Neville said, glancing around and lowering his voice further, "after the last viewing. Professor Snape stayed behind." "I completely missed that," Ron admitted, as his attention had been entirely focused on Harry and Hermione in the projection. Hermione had rushed out of the headmaster's office, and Ron had been too preoccupied with chasing after her to notice anyone else. However, the conversation about Harry had been abruptly interrupted by the appearance of 2 red figures. Fred sat beside Ron. "Did we just hear Harry? Isn't he suffering from a highly contagious disease?" George, unceremoniously, took a seat beside Neville. Ron buried his face in his hands, plagued by the attention of his 2 brothers. He was unsure what had drawn their focus. They had been lingering near him for days, with flimsy excuses, even inquiring about his connection to someone named Peter. Ron did not know any Peter, nor did he wish to. He was certain the twins were merely toying with him to pass the time. Ignoring them entirely, Ron focused on his tasks. Fred clutched his heart in mock agony. Ronnie? Blasted Ronnie. Ron felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly lunchtime. Without a moment's hesitation, he packed up his belongings and made his escape, leaving Neville behind without a word. He remained oblivious as Fred deftly caught a note that fluttered down from the air at the moment he turned. George promptly covered Neville's mouth with his hand, leveraging his longer reach to seize the note that belonged to Neville. A faint whimper escaped Neville, but amidst the chaos of the common room, no one took notice. Chapter 38. Turmoil. Why haven't Ron and Neville arrived yet? Hermione fretted, pacing anxiously at the entrance of the headmaster's office, clutching a metallic sphere. The shimmering barrier required the presence of 7 individuals to activate. If Neville and Ron could just bring 1 more person, they would meet the requisite number. However, since the headmaster's message had been dispatched, the 2 had yet to make their appearance. "Have you had another spat, Miss Granger?" Professor Sprout inquired with a hint of amusement, having witnessed their quarrels no less than 3 times this term. Her curiosity stemmed not from idle gossip, but from genuine concern for the young couple's relationship. Not only Sprout, but also the seemingly stern Professor McGonagall perked up, keenly awaiting Hermione's response. "Certainly not," Hermione replied, slightly embarrassed, surprised that the professors had taken notice of such trivial matters. "We reconciled the last time we returned." Dumbledore, attempting to soothe Hermione, who appeared ready to sink into the floor in embarrassment, remarked, "I believe Mr. Weasley and his companions are merely ensnared by the staircase's antics. Such occurrences are quite common. Even I occasionally forget which steps to skip." He resumed, savoring his candies, only to pause as he noted, "It seems we have guests arriving." Outside the headmaster's office, Fred recited the password to the griffin statue, chilled lemonade. The statue swung aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. "Yay!" George cheered, thrilled by their first venture into the headmaster's office. He looped an arm around Neville's side, exclaiming, "Let us go, brother." Trapped between Fred and George, Neville attempted to struggle free, but the duo hoisted him off the ground, rendering him powerless. Hermione stood frozen as she beheld the approaching trio, taken aback by this unexpected combination. Instinctively, she concealed the metallic sphere in her palm. Dumbledore sighed softly, setting down his candy. "Surprise. Good afternoon, professors." Despite the astonished glances directed their way, the twins greeted everyone with unbridled enthusiasm. Yet Neville, caught in the spotlight, cast a desperate glance at Hermione. She, however, was preoccupied with the metallic sphere, which was growing warm against her skin. Her focus shifted entirely to this peculiar object, rendering her momentarily oblivious to the need to conceal it from Fred and George. Though unaware of the selection criteria for the sphere, she knew it absorbed the magical energy of nearby individuals who met its requirements, converting it into the power necessary to activate the barrier. Now, the sphere's demeanor was distinctly different from previous instances. Rather than radiating light like a small sun, it had dimmed, revealing only two tiny luminescent wings, resembling a golden snitch from a Quidditch match. As if sensing its moment, the sphere quivered and took flight, darting out of the headmaster's office. The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Professor Snape was the first to spring into action, chasing after the errant sphere. Hermione quickly followed suit, followed by a succession of professors, all in hot pursuit. Amidst the commotion, someone shouted, "Don't cast spells at it. Using magic on a transmuting object can be perilous." The twins exchanged guilty glances, acutely aware that this spectacle was somehow intertwined with their antics. "We thought you could use a Weasley," Fred murmured. "So we brought you two," George added, nervously hoping that Dumbledore would refrain from expressing too much ire. With a resigned wave, Dumbledore invited them to join him. He had already deduced that the sphere had merely absorbed the energy needed to activate itself, never considering the repercussions of allowing it to truly fill up with magic. Now, he was enlightened. "Come along, children. We have already fallen behind." "Relax, you have not erred," Dumbledore reassured, leading one Weasley out of the office. Luna and Neville trailed behind them. Snape soared through the corridor, his robes billowing behind him. Fortunately, the vicinity of the headmaster's office was typically devoid of foot traffic. Otherwise, he might have been mistaken for a bat from afar. The sphere slipped past Snape's fingertips, rekindling his long-buried disdain for Quidditch. He acknowledged his lack of aptitude for the sport, as he often miscalculated the sphere's trajectory, allowing it to evade his grasp. Hermione closely pursued, but the sphere's speed strained her stamina, making it difficult to leap and seize it. She devised an alternative strategy, timing her movements to activate her time turner at a corner. Without warning, Hermione materialized in midair before Snape, her sole focus on the sphere. She lunged for it, but she, too, lacked the finesse of a seeker, and the sphere deftly evaded her grasp. Snape cast a levitation spell on Hermione, allowing her to float harmlessly to the ground. Before carelessly tossing the troublesome object behind him, Hermione tumbled like a balloon in the air, only to be caught by the ever-kind Professor Sprout, who, recognizing her own athletic limitations, opted to prioritize Hermione's well-being over the pursuit of the sphere. Remus and Flitwick lagged behind due to their late start from the headmaster's office, but each had their own method of catching up. Flitwick enchanted himself with a pair of wings, taking a moment to acclimate to his new form before soaring above the crowd, resembling a fairy from a Muggle tale. Meanwhile, Remus clutched a button he had just pried from his clothing, intending to use it to knock the sphere down from above. He carefully selected a moment when Snape was distracted to cast his spell. However, another figure had the same idea. Flitwick accelerated toward the sphere at that very instant. "Oh no," McGonagall observed clearly, but their speeds were too swift for her to intervene. Almost simultaneously with her warning, Flitwick felt a powerful impact, veering off course and crashing against the wall. There was no time to mourn Flitwick's misfortune. The next to take the stage was Minerva McGonagall. Since advancing in age, she had seldom engaged in such vigorous activity. Yet, what propelled her forward now was a long-dormant passion for Quidditch. The sphere's resemblance to the golden snitch rekindled memories of her glory days on the pitch. Regrettably, the Gryffindor team had not claimed the Quidditch Cup in many years. This time, she was determined to seize the golden snitch before Snape did, betting on the honor of her Gryffindor star player. If 2 legs could not keep pace, then 4 would suffice. As she sprinted, McGonagall transformed into her animagus form. The tabby cat nimbly ascended Severus Snape's shoulder, utilizing his height to leap once more. With a single paw, she managed to grasp the elusive golden snitch. However, her feline form was too lightweight, and she was dragged a short distance by the metallic orb. The small ball slipped from her grasp. A failure. The tabby cat, as if petrified by a spell, fell rigidly, forgetting to transform back into her human guise. As she plummeted, Severus Snape caught her deftly with one hand. He slowed his pace, seemingly devoid of any further necessity to pursue. They had arrived at the Great Hall. Hundreds of students turned their gazes towards them. Chapter 39, The Professor's Embarrassment. After the mysterious flying object and the tabby cat entered the Great Hall in succession, all the students, who were previously dining, turned their attention towards the spectacle. They were momentarily at a loss as to where to direct their gaze. A small orb with glowing wings captivated the majority of the Quidditch enthusiasts. Some were eager to seize it. Meanwhile, the tabby cat was becoming increasingly familiar. Yet, with such similar patterns among cats, they were unsure and decided to observe a bit longer. Upon Snape's grasp of the descending tabby cat, the number of eyes on them diminished significantly. His expression darkened, and the seasoned students recognized that Professor Snape was teetering on the brink of fury. No one dared to challenge his limit for deducting points, even though he had seemed transformed, rarely seeking out conflicts in recent days. However, in this situation, he might very well snap back, doubling the points he had refrained from deducting in the past few days. Nevertheless, a few Gryffindors remained fixated on Snape's hand, not due to their audacity, but because they recognized the distinctive eyeglass patterns on the tabby cat's eyes. This was Professor McGonagall. Our headmistress is being held by Snape. The little lion screamed internally. Snape, clutching the still feline McGonagall, stood stiffly at the junction of the corridor and the Great Hall. The tabby's fur bristled. Her tail fluffed like a squirrel's. Clearly, Professor McGonagall had regained her composure from the frustration of missing the golden snitch and realized the predicament she was in. Unfortunately, it was lunchtime at Hogwarts, and a particularly large number of students were present. They were whispering, believing themselves to be discreet. The news of Snape holding Professor McGonagall spread like wildfire throughout the Great Hall. With a wicked sense of humor, Snape placed the ruffled cat at the center of the professor's table, right where Dumbledore usually sat, making it the focal point of attention. He ambled over to intervene with the students attempting to retrieve the metal ball. "Do not touch it, Mr. Jordan, or I shall have no choice but to arrange a meeting for you with Mr. Filch," Snape said languidly. Lee Jordan returned to the Gryffindor table, somewhat disgruntled. He brushed past Ron, who was struggling to swallow his food, having been so captivated by the earlier spectacle that he forgot to chew. He would not mistake it. That flying orb was undoubtedly the one used for viewing. So what exactly had transpired? At that moment, a multitude of professors began to emerge from the corridor through which Snape and McGonagall had just passed, sprouting like mushrooms after rain. Professor Flitwick, sporting a sizable bump on his head, led the procession. He declined Professor Lupin's offer of assistance, even taking a moment to comfort Lupin, dismissing the minor injury as inconsequential. Upon entering the Great Hall, he was met with the enthusiastic gazes of the students and the hushed murmurs of hundreds. Flitwick slowed his pace, allowing Lupin to shield him from the onlookers. After all, appearing before students with a large bump was indeed a rather embarrassing predicament for a wizard. Lupin was preoccupied mending his clothing, having retrieved the object intended for striking the metal ball, only to inadvertently hit Flitwick's button instead. His robe was already adorned with enough patches. He certainly did not need another button to serve as decoration. Noticing Flitwick's slowed steps, Lupin curiously looked up. Hundreds of eager eyes were fixed upon them. It was supposed to be a time for enjoying a meal, yet no one was eating. They were like sunflowers turning towards the sun, craning their necks in unison, occasionally whispering to one another. The upperclassmen were somewhat better off, knowing to cast a silencing charm. The younger students, however, were utterly unconcerned for the professor's dignity, chattering merrily before them. Following the students' gazes, Lupin looked towards the center of the long table. A tabby cat stood upright, accepting the scrutiny of the students. One glance at Snape's billowing robes, as he pretended to be busily circling the metal ball, made it clear who was responsible. Lupin suppressed a smile, as this was his former headmistress, now a colleague and superior. He could not allow himself to laugh. Yet, glancing down, he was reminded of Flitwick's sizable bump, and he could not help but smile sheepishly. Professor Sprout accompanied Hermione from behind. Hermione, now unable to walk in a straight line, required multiple corrections from Professor Sprout to prevent her from colliding with Flitwick like a wall. Professor Sprout had initially suggested that Hermione visit the hospital wing, as a simple potion could remedy her condition immediately. However, Hermione was preoccupied with the peculiar metal ball and insisted on pressing forward despite her dizziness. With Sprout's assistance and Hermione's indomitable will, she managed to reach the Great Hall. Ron immediately noticed that something was amiss with Hermione and rushed to her side. "Don't worry, Miss Granger is just feeling a bit lightheaded," Professor Sprout reassured as she entrusted Hermione to Ron. Sprout then hastily made her way to the professor's table, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Ron guided Hermione back to the Gryffindor table. Along the way, he began to understand why Professor Sprout had been so reluctant to release Hermione's hand, insisting on leading her. He mirrored the professor's method, helping Hermione navigate past their classmates until they were seated again. Ron fetched Hermione a cup of pumpkin juice. "Would you like something to drink? You really don't look well." "No," Hermione firmly declined. "I can't eat anything. I will surely be sick." "All right, but what exactly happened?" Ron asked, filled with immense curiosity. As they saw Hermione being escorted by Professor Sprout, their classmates, who had been animatedly discussing, lowered their voices in unison, waiting for Hermione's response. The scene before Hermione continued to swirl, and she was unable to see the cat on the table, nor did she notice the large bump on Professor Flitwick's head, or the unusually lively atmosphere in the Great Hall. She assumed Ron was simply inquiring about her condition. "You would understand if you were spun around by Professor Snape just once." In her dazed state, Hermione was still attempting to focus on the glowing orb in the center of the hall, but a large shadow moving around it only added to her confusion. She instinctively waved her hand towards the shadow, hoping to still its motion. Unbeknownst to her, Ron's expression shifted to one of terror, as a sudden silence enveloped the vicinity. To those around them, it appeared as though Hermione was glaring at Snape with a look of disdain, shaking her fist in his direction. A rumor began to circulate throughout the Great Hall. "Did you hear? Professor Snape got into a fight with a student," exclaimed a Ravenclaw student. "No. It seems Professor Snape is actually in a scuffle with Professor Flitwick," a Gryffindor student responded. "Regardless, our headmaster is sure to win," chimed in a Slytherin student. Joining the conversation, "I heard that all the professors were embroiled in a brawl. Did you not see that Lupin's buttons were all undone?" a Hufflepuff student at the adjacent long table remarked. At that moment, the students of Hogwarts seemed to transcend the barriers of their houses, engaging in lively conversation across the four houses. Chapter 40, The Luminescent Veil. Dumbledore strode into the Great Hall, accompanied by two animated, wheeled figurines crafted by the Weasley twins. The atmosphere within the hall was peculiar. Although it sounded like chaos had erupted, the students remained seated, calmly at their long tables. Conversely, the professors appeared rather unsettled. Both the potions master and the defense against the dark arts professor seemed engrossed in their tasks, circling a hovering metallic orb with synchronized movements. This was the first time in years that Severus and Remus interacted so harmoniously. Dumbledore longed to capture this rare scene. Releasing the two Weasleys, Dumbledore approached Professor McGonagall. Aware that the ensuing events were not suitable for student observation, the twins, adjusting their mindset, instinctively made their way to the Gryffindor table to gather information from their younger brother. They vaguely overheard students discussing the professor's quarrel. How could they have missed such sensational news in merely a few minutes? "Minerva, what is happening?" Dumbledore inquired, joining the fray. He observed the vice principal's new appearance from a distance. Professor McGonagall, always meticulous about her appearance, typically wore her hair neatly tied up, never allowing a single strand to fall out of place. It was rare to see her with her hair down as she was now. Professor Sprout was also present. Her back turned to the students, her face radiating unabashed delight as she assisted McGonagall with her hair. The unkempt state of her hair mirrored that of a disheveled tabby cat. McGonagall, sensing Dumbledore's lack of genuine concern, chose not to respond. Instead, she gestured towards an empty chair at the long table, indicating that if the headmaster was there for amusement, he ought to witness the entire spectacle. With a deft motion, she revealed Professor Flitwick's hiding spot, where he had halved the legs of his stool to conceal himself beneath the table. Had McGonagall not pointed him out, Dumbledore would have remained oblivious to his presence. "Filius?" Dumbledore tiptoed closer to inspect him. His gaze was initially drawn not to Flitwick's face, but to the noticeable bump on his head, which bore a faint pattern that, given Dumbledore's extensive knowledge of the school, he could identify as the imprint of a decorative frame from a portrait. Flitwick, noticing Dumbledore's scrutiny, further nestled himself beneath the table. The corners of Dumbledore's eyes crinkled with amusement. It seemed he had discerned the reason behind Severus and Remus's frenzied behavior. The orb hovered in the air for as long as Severus circled it. Even the sight of a werewolf mimicking him did not dampen his spirits. Like Severus, Remus held his wand, whispering incantations. The necessary tests could be completed with just a few spells. They simply wished to delay returning to the professor's table, where their respective victims awaited. "Severus, how much longer must we pretend?" Remus questioned. "I can see Professor Dumbledore. Do you think I am like you? I have matters to attend to." Severus was not dismissing Remus. Unlike Remus, Severus met the criteria required for the orb to absorb magical energy, sensing its connection to Hogwarts. The orb emitted a low hum, and the veil of light unfurled, drawing the attention of numerous students. On the other side of the image, though dim, figures became discernible. Is that Harry Potter? A student recognized the boy brandishing his wand and casting the spell. This revelation sparked a second wave of excitement among the students. Some were more concerned about Harry. Wasn't he supposed to be ill? Others focused on the glowing veil. What exactly is this? It looks like a Muggle movie, speculated a Hufflepuff student of Muggle descent. Pah, Muggle nonsense, Draco Malfoy scoffed, his disdain unmistakable. Do not compare such filth to magical artifacts. The Hufflepuff student fell silent. An older Hufflepuff, unable to tolerate Malfoy's arrogance, retorted, well, you must know what it is then? Malfoy was momentarily speechless. Blaise Zabini quietly restrained Malfoy from retorting further, though his eyes held a deeper contempt, not entirely disagreeing with Malfoy's sentiments. He simply understood the situation better. Hufflepuff students were typically united, and provoking one could lead to a swarm of retaliatory responses, an unnecessary conflict to engage in. The minor altercation between Slytherin and Hufflepuff did not reach the Gryffindor table, where lively discussions ensued. Gryffindors, well aware of Hermione and Ron's connection to Harry, quickly surrounded the duo. Noticing Hermione's poor condition, many gravitated towards Ron. The crowd was so dense that even the twins could not penetrate the center of attention. Ron found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of eager eyes upon him, stammering as he tried to share whatever information he could. Neville and Luna entered the hall and immediately spotted the commotion. They hurried to rescue Hermione from the throng. Knowing Luna had no familiar faces in Ravenclaw, Neville brought her to sit at the Gryffindor table beside Ginny. The two girls, being in the same year and having shared several classes, exchanged greetings. Ginny, clearly more concerned about Harry, wasted no time in asking Hermione, wasn't Harry in the hospital wing? How could he appear on that veil? Hermione, still reeling from the chaos, heard Neville fabricate a flimsy excuse. Not sure. It's our first time seeing that veil too. Hermione realized the truth could no longer be concealed. Dumbledore was equally aware. Thus he publicly announced Harry Potter's unexpected crossing and apologized to the students for withholding the truth. Most were pacified by his words, though a small faction of Slytherins remained unconvinced. Malfoy scoffed audibly. Dumbledore's speech approached its conclusion. Finally, I wish to express my gratitude to Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood for their assistance. The initial activation of the veil was made possible by their efforts, and when a friend was in peril, they stepped forward, risking themselves. Each has earned 50 points for their respective houses, with 3 Gryffindors among them. The roars of applause from the little lions echoed throughout the hall. Percy, brimming with excitement, embraced the person next to him. That is my brother. He has added points for our house again. Neville, having experienced such a moment for the second time, turned pale with astonishment once more. His face flushed red upon noticing Ginny's composed expression as she clapped, her gaze fixed on him. Nothing could be more embarrassing than having a lie exposed in such a public manner. Chapter 41, The Vines. Harry tiptoed as he washed up, the dawn still far off, and he wished not to rouse Elowen and Tabitha. The luminescence flickered. A pearly glow illuminated the vicinity around Harry's wand tip. With no inclination towards sleep and a tinge of boredom, Harry decided to meander within the tent. Typically, he would not have such an opportunity to roam freely, as he felt too shy to wander about someone else's home without familiarity. As he became more familiar with his surroundings, each time he completed a practical lesson on spells, he found himself utterly exhausted, retreating to his chamber and collapsing into slumber. After his potion class, he engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Elowen, which left him drained. A series of fortuitous coincidences led him to finally find time to explore this tent. Harry carefully avoided the cauldrons that were currently in use. The brewing of potions is easily influenced by external factors. The 2 concoctions he observed Elowen working on had taken her several days, far beyond the simplicity of what could be produced in a single class. Thus, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Curiously, Harry stood before the bookshelf. Typically, he was not the type to seek out books. That was Hermione's forte. She had been known to indulge in tomes thicker than bricks since their first year. If she were here, she would undoubtedly have thoroughly perused these volumes over the past few days. A smile crept onto Harry's face as he thought of his dear friend. He reached out and randomly selected a book from the shelf, inspecting its cover. As the viewing commenced, the commotion among the students in the auditorium diminished significantly. The crowd surrounding Ron had finally released him, allowing Ron to find a seat far from them. Harry seemed to be in a state of frenzy. Ron's voice was tinged with disbelief. Why was Harry smiling while reading? Ron wondered if perhaps his friend's mind had been affected during the earlier commotion, or if Harry had ingested something unsavory. The Harry he knew could never develop an affinity for reading. Ron, don't be ridiculous, Ginny interjected from the side, resting her chin in her hand, intrigued by the shimmering screen. Harry has always been fine. Ron was accustomed to his sister's admiration for Harry. She had displayed it since childhood. After Harry rescued her from the Chamber of Secrets in their second year, her adulation had become even more pronounced. Ron turned his gaze toward Hermione, who understood Harry better than most. However, at that moment, Hermione appeared lost in thought, and even the mention of books failed to rouse her excitement. The book Harry had taken was Me, the Magical, authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. Instantly, his enthusiasm for reading dissipated. He had grown weary of those insipid travelogues. Despite his aversion to Lockhart's writings, Harry cautiously returned the book to the shelf. He found it hard to believe that the two older girls could not see through Lockhart's facade as a complete charlatan. Perhaps they simply enjoyed such tales. Yet, recalling Hermione's initial fervor for Lockhart, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort. Lockhart's appearance certainly had a beguiling effect. He hoped the older girls had not been dazzled into oblivion by Lockhart's radiant smile. Stepping away from the bookshelf, Harry pondered how best to pass the time. The firebolt was haphazardly leaning against a low table. Unable to resist, he adjusted it to stand upright. The broom, gifted to Tabitha by Elowen, had not been seen in use since, merely resting there like an ordinary muggle broom. Tabitha had assured him that he could borrow it whenever he wished, leading Harry to suspect that Elowen's intention in giving the broom to Tabitha was precisely that. However, Tabitha showed little interest in the broom, making it available for Harry to use without hesitation. Nevertheless, the tent was not an ideal place for recreation. Even though Elowen had expanded part of the space with magic, it remained unsuitable for Harry to ride a flying broom. He was also reluctant to venture outside. Recalling his first day here when Tabitha had taken him into the forest for hunting, he had encountered several perilous situations, most of which he had barely registered before Tabitha had deftly resolved them. He would not willingly step into danger when he was aware of it. Thus, he turned his attention to the herbarium. He remembered the arrangement of the plants, noting that the following day, it had changed significantly from his initial observation. Several pots were missing, likely relocated by Tabitha for his safety. After all, the two older girls possessed the means to defend themselves. He was the only one in the tent who needed to avoid danger. He had felt guilty about this previously, but now Harry appreciated the convenience it afforded him, allowing him to study the plants with peace of mind. He had developed an interest in herbology. Returning to his room, he retrieved 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, embarking on a self-study of the subject. Maintaining a respectful distance from the plants, he compared their appearances to the illustrations in his textbook. This volume served as the universal textbook for herbology from 1st to 7th year at Hogwarts. Professor Sprout had once remarked that mastering this book would render any examination a triviality. Yet, some of the plants Tabitha had placed here were not included in this text. As Harry flipped through the pages, he marveled at the breadth of knowledge possessed by the older girls. Harry did not feel compelled to identify every plant present. He was no Hermione. He was simply passing the time, aiming to familiarize himself with the characteristics of the plants he could find, while skipping over those he could not. He lingered beside a particular plant, studying it for an extended period. He found himself perplexed by a type of vine, based on its coloration and the number of tendrils. It appeared to be a starry vine, yet its size suggested it could also be a bloodsucker vine. The juvenile forms of these two plants bore striking similarities, and the illustrations in the book seemed indistinguishable. Harry scrutinized the differences between the two. Both possessed fine hairs and a tender green hue. Although he knew their sap was of different colors, he could not simply pluck at the vines. The roots of a growing starry vine displayed unformed striped patterns. Unable to restrain himself, he read aloud. Leaning closer to examine the roots of the plant in greater detail, he failed to recognize the danger he was in. That was a bloodsucker vine. He should not have approached it so closely. Professor Sprout would be worried for him, as she could easily discern that it was not a starry vine. He hoped the two older students would notice Harry's predicament before it was too late. Bloodsucker vine? Neville heard Professor Sprout's voice, gripping his cup tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Not far away, Malfoy also caught wind of the conversation, displaying a contrasting demeanor as he gestured to Crabbe and Goyle. Looks like a show is about to unfold. Harry now recognized the nature of the vine. The book had not indicated that starry vines could ensnare. As he observed it, he had drawn too close, inadvertently stirring the bloodsucker vine from its slumber. It swiftly coiled around its prey, rising up from Harry's palm. Immediately, Harry reached for his wand, though he hesitated. This was a plant Tabitha had nurtured with care. Rather than casting a spell, he first attempted to extricate his left hand. The juvenile bloodsucker vine lacked significant strength, still allowing for a chance of escape. The mature version, however, was relentless. This was a point noted in the book, and Harry felt compelled to send a bloodsucker vine to the author, who said juveniles lack strength. He could not break free. The vine climbed rapidly, already encircling his wrist. Its tiny hooks pierced Harry's skin, and the bloodsucker vine began to feast on his blood. Harry raised his wand, pondering whether to cast a spell in a moment of desperation. Before he could act, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and the entire bloodsucker vine was severed in two, a faint purple sap oozing from the break. The portion wrapped around Harry's wrist lost its connection to the main body, releasing his hand and falling to the ground. The remaining plant in the pot wilted dismally. Harry, however, had no time to concern himself with his bleeding hand. He turned to the source of the snapping sound, where stood a familiar house elf. Chapter 42, Bandaging. Where did this house elf come from? Lupin watched the screen intently, his eyes wide. It was the first time he had seen a house elf appear here. Harry's hand was injured. Hagrid looked on with concern. Lupin, feeling a bit guilty, rubbed his nose. Having watched the screen often, he was not overly concerned about such minor injuries. Instead, his focus shifted to the newly appeared house elf. Hagrid, preoccupied with inspecting the growth of the trees destined for Christmas, arrived at the hall a tad late. All the information concerning Harry came from his inquiries to Professor Flitwick. Upon catching sight of Harry's injuries, Hagrid could not suppress his concern. Helplessly gazing through the screen, he felt restless, unable to assist Harry in any way. Flitwick nearly toppled off his stool due to Hagrid's commotion. He had just had his head bump treated by Madame Pomfrey, and he was keen to avoid another mishap. Calm down, Hagrid. There are 2 students over there who will help Harry, Flitwick hastily reassured him. Madame Pomfrey approached from the Gryffindor table, having just delivered anti-nausea potions to Miss Granger. Upon hearing the crucial keywords, she scrutinized Harry's injuries displayed on the screen. A magical plant bite, not deep and therefore manageable. With a brief remark, she hurried back to the hospital wing, where several students awaited her care. Hagrid, now somewhat comforted by the 2 individuals, managed to continue observing the situation. Harry turned around, astonished to see an unfamiliar house elf. The elf was bowing deeply to him, his tea towel covering most of his chest due to the motion. With large, round eyes and bat-like ears, he was quite short, reminiscent of Dobby. However, Harry knew this was not Dobby. This house elf was far quieter. He had previously told Dobby to refrain from trying to save him. Had it been Dobby, he would have at least inquired if Harry needed assistance. The house elf bowed once more and vanished before Harry could utter a word, leaving behind a scene of devastation among the plants. Staring at the severed vampire vine, Harry felt a wave of despair wash over him. Unsure how he would explain this to Tabitha come morning, he had not intended to damage any plants. Initially, he had been cautious to maintain a safe distance from the plant. How had he failed to do so until the end? Harry berated himself inwardly. He was acutely aware of Tabitha's affection for these plants. She simulated varying growth conditions for each one within the tent, and occasionally took those lacking sunlight outside to bask in the sun. The thought of Tabitha being angry with him filled him with dread. This scene dredged up unpleasant memories for Harry. When he first encountered Dobby, the elf had similarly believed he was helping, yet ended up turning Harry's life into chaos. At that time, Dobby had struggled to communicate normally, and Harry had wished for him to quiet down, but Dobby only grew louder, ultimately causing Harry to miss an agreement with Uncle Vernon. The current situation mirrored that earlier chaos. Harry had intended to approach the entangled vampire vine with gentleness. It was still in its juvenile stage, and its blood-sucking was not rapid enough to drain him. Had it not been for that house elf, he likely would not have cleaved the plant in 2. Even if he had shouted, "Tabitha, help!" it would merely have resulted in a moment of embarrassment before her, perhaps even eliciting a bemused smile as she enjoyed teasing him. But now, Harry's mind was flooded with past recollections. Uncle Vernon, furious and stomping down the stairs, his face a deep shade of purple, and the rough grip he had on Harry's collar. Tabitha could not possibly express her anger more vehemently than Uncle Vernon had. Harry continually sought to reassure himself, but he felt no warmth. It was as if he were ensconced in a frigid cellar. Opening his herbology textbook, he sought a remedy before Tabitha discovered the situation, hoping to make the vampire vine appear less on the brink of death. At that moment, the tent's door swung open, and Tabitha emerged, rubbing her eyes. She was still clad in light pink bunny pajamas, her feet snug in fluffy slippers, clearly having just awakened. "What on earth? It seems my charm has been triggered," she mumbled sleepily. Harry stood frozen, feeling as though he were on the precipice of doom. Thoughts of plants, house elves, and apologies swirled in his mind. Yet when faced with Tabitha, he found himself at a loss for words. Waving her wand, Tabitha illuminated the tent, flooding it with light, allowing her to assess the situation. She spotted Harry standing before the vampire vine, blood dripping from his hand. Momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness, he struggled to focus on Tabitha, his eyes brimming with tears, resembling a pitiful, waterlogged puppy. "Oh no, my vampire vine!" Tabitha exclaimed, her eyes widening in alarm as she rushed towards Harry. Unable to clearly see her at first, he heard her hurried footsteps approaching, prompting him to lower his head in anticipation. He hoped for an opportunity to admit his fault. I didn't mean to hurt your plant. I'm sorry, Tabitha. Whatever nonsense you're babbling, Harry. Don't you realize you're bleeding? Startled, Harry looked up. He could not meet Tabitha's gaze as she was fixated on the wound on his hand. Tabitha pulled him onto the sofa, retrieving a potion to cleanse the injury. Sensing Harry's hands trembling, she rambled on, attempting to distract him. This must hurt. But this type of wound still harbors plant toxins. We need to cleanse it with a purification potion for faster healing. I've been ensnared by a vampire vine before. It hides beneath decaying leaves and is invisible when you pass over it. It was quite a hefty specimen, but I smashed it, only able to bring back a segment of its root to nurture. I never expected it would bite you today. I thought it was still small. Don't worry. I'll relocate it tomorrow. I used to think Eloise was a nuisance for making so many potions. Who would ever need them? I'm glad I have them today. I'll thank her when she returns. Initially, Tabitha's voice bore a hint of panic, but it grew increasingly lively as she spoke, revealing no trace of anger. Harry, his throat constricted, gazed down at his hand. It was only then that he began to feel the prickling pain of the myriad tiny wounds. Oblivious to Harry's unusual demeanor, Tabitha continued speaking, examining his hand to ensure it was thoroughly cleaned before applying a soothing balm. The fresh scent of herbs filled the air, and as the balm dripped onto Harry's wound, he felt a wave of relief. A tingling sensation coursed through the area, indicating the rapid healing process. In a short while, Harry's hand had returned to its original state. Chapter 43. You have a godfather. Just say they can handle it, right? Flitwick teased Hagrid. The tension in Hagrid's demeanor dissipated, replaced by a relaxed smile. His heart lightened at the thought of Harry having someone dependable in another world. What was that nice girl's name? Hagrid was so focused on Harry's injuries that he had not registered the girl's name. Tabitha Harper, Flitwick replied. The name struck a chord with Hagrid, and he recalled Hermione asking about that surname before. Connecting it with their recent conversations, Hagrid suddenly realized, hey, these little witches have been interrogating me. Flitwick sighed deeply, feeling that it was not the children's fault. Hagrid ought to reflect on why he was so easily led into revealing secrets. Hagrid's voice carried across the Gryffindor table, causing Hermione to shift uncomfortably behind Ron. It seemed her inquiries to Hagrid had always been quite targeted. Hermione reflected upon her feelings, resolving that her next visit should be one of simplicity. Unbeknownst to him, Ron cheerfully offered Hermione a piece of roasted meat. After witnessing Harry's wounds heal, he became entirely absorbed in his meal. Hermione opened her mouth, intending to elucidate something to Ron, yet deemed it unnecessary. Never mind, that fellow's emotional depth is scarcely a teaspoon's worth. Despite the absence of visible injuries on Harry's hand, Tabitha continued to hold his hand firmly, wrapping it in a layer of bandage. She adorned it with a playful bow, meticulously adjusting it until she was satisfied with its shape, pausing to admire her handiwork. Well, what do you think? Isn't it adorable? Tabitha, however, failed to notice that Harry kept his head lowered throughout. After a moment of silence, sensing no response, she tilted her head and gently inquired, "What's wrong? Is your hand still hurting? Or perhaps you're frightened? It can't be that you find my bow too ugly." Tabitha could hardly bear the thought of her craftsmanship being questioned. Harry's demeanor obscured any clarity of expression for her. Promptly, she reached to lift Harry's chin, with her attention solely on him. Tabitha clearly observed a crystalline tear plummet onto the bow she had just tied, vanishing amidst the white bandage. Tabitha. She felt as if she had been abruptly paused, frozen in place, unable to move. Ron dropped his fork onto the table, bewildered as he looked at Hermione. How could this happen? Hermione had been feeling dizzy for much of the earlier part of the day, only recovering after consuming the anti-nausea potion brought by Madame Pomfrey, thus missing many details. She shook her head, still unable to comprehend what had caused Harry such distress. It's quite evident, Luna murmured softly, wishing to keep her words from others. Consider how Harry has fared at home, and then reflect on how Tabitha has treated him. Hermione was the first to react, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Ron remained in a state of confused incomprehension. Tabitha now wished fervently that Elowen could share the burden of these issues with her. She felt overwhelmed handling it all alone. She understood why she felt Harry's hand trembling. It was not from pain, but rather from the emotions he had been suppressing. Now, those feelings overflowed, transforming into silent tears. Tabitha, in a flustered attempt, used her sleeve to dab away Harry's tears. Unfortunately, the fabric of her nightgown was not absorbent, merely smearing the tears across his face. Frantically, she searched the room for a handkerchief, rummaging through drawers until it struck her that she was a witch. Tabitha smacked her forehead in exasperation. Realizing how flustered she had become, she tore a corner from her clothing, transfiguring it into paper to dry Harry's face. The tissue glided from his chin to the corners of his slightly reddened eyes, as Harry kept his eyes closed, allowing Tabitha to tend to him. She wiped and wiped again, until the tissue was completely soaked, Yet Harry's eyes remained glistening, new tears rolling down his cheeks once more. Harry, open your eyes and look at my dress. It's going to be in tatters, Tabitha coaxed, hoping to persuade him to pause. For continuing to cry would only worsen his discomfort. Obediently, Harry opened his eyes, his emerald orbs clouded with moisture. What should I do, Tabitha? I don't want to leave this place, Harry choked out. Tabitha's heart constricted, as if something had tightened around it painfully. When Harry cried, he was eerily quiet. But when he spoke, his breath became erratic. His bewildered gaze remained fixed on Tabitha. This was a question Tabitha could not answer. Not to mention, Harry's world could not possibly include her and Elowen. Moreover, they had deceived Harry into believing this was years into the future. Viewed from that perspective, even if Harry returned, he would only encounter the younger versions of them, not the grown women they had become. This was precisely Harry's sorrow. He yearned for the companionship of those he had forged connections with. He did not believe that meeting their younger selves would evoke the same feelings as now. By the time he returned to his original timeline, he would alone bear the weight of this memory. How many years would he have to wait to reunite with them? By then, he might have changed so much that they would hardly recognize him. Yet, Harry, you must eventually return. Tabitha's voice wavered as she gathered her thoughts. Your world is filled with many people, your dear friends, your teachers, and Hogwarts. I know you will miss Hermione and Ron here, just as they would miss you. Tabitha refrained from further deceiving Harry into thinking he could see them again, feeling as if she were committing a transgression. Harry shook his head vehemently. It's not the same. This place feels more like home. You have a home there too. Are you really going to claim that the Dursleys' house is my home? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. If Tabitha were to feign agreement, he would certainly wipe his tears on her nightgown. Tabitha gently patted Harry, realizing her words had been misguided. She was hardly comforting him, merely transforming his sorrow into anger. What about Hogwarts? Tabitha queried, aware that Harry found great joy within its walls. Harry's tears had ceased, and after a moment of silence, he replied, That was the place I once felt most at home. Life there was like a beautiful dream. I often wished to remain at Hogwarts during the holidays. Gazing earnestly at Tabitha, Harry added, I still cherish Hogwarts, but the place I most wish to visit during the holidays has changed. Once his rationality returned amidst his tears, this was the most subtly lingering sentiment he could express. Tabitha, feeling a surge of warmth, cast aside all that Elowen had previously said. Harry, you actually have a godfather. Tabitha dropped a bombshell. Chapter 44, Escape. Godfather? She can't possibly be referring to Sirius Black, Professor McGonagall said worriedly. We've managed to keep this under wraps for so long. If Harry finds out, he will undoubtedly rush to seek vengeance. No need to worry. By the time Potter returns, Black will have become nothing more than a skeleton, Snape retorted harshly. It was evident from Snape's tone how much he desired to eliminate Black, believing that should Black present himself, he would not hesitate to deliver an Avada Kedavra. Lupin could not restrain himself and urged, Severus. The Ministry's directive is to capture him alive, his voice dwindling under Snape's glare. Hagrid downed his drink in one gulp and slammed the empty cup onto the table, exclaiming, If I were to encounter that traitor first, I would also seek revenge for James and the others. Lupin swallowed his words. It was Dumbledore who thoughtfully interjected. Let us not rush, Hagrid. I suspect matters are not as straightforward as they seem. The atmosphere surrounding Tabitha and Harry's prior conversation was not one conducive to mentioning a godfather who had betrayed Harry. Hermione at the students' table also noted this. Perhaps it was the divergence of parallel worlds, or perhaps the issue itself was flawed, Hermione concluded. I think these two worlds are not so dissimilar. Did you not notice Elowen's familiarity with our first-year events? Ron mumbled. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his pocket. Reflexively, he assumed it was due to Hermione's cat. Hermione. Your cat. Ron clutched his pocket, rising to scan the surroundings, yet found no sign of Crookshanks. I'm sorry, Hermione, also accustomed to Crookshanks' unusual interest in Scabbers, stood up, ready to rein in Crookshanks. Ron awkwardly locked eyes with Hermione, who gazed back at him in silent bemusement. Neville chuckled. I thought you two were about to start bickering again. Aren't you going to continue? I've learned quite a few persuasive tricks from Neville. What a pity. Luna sighed softly, seemingly disappointed that they had not erupted into an argument. Ginny pulled Hermione closer, positioning themselves a tad nearer to Luna. Ignore Ron. He's perpetually immature. Just as Ron attempted to sit down, a sharp pain shot through his hand. Ouch! The sudden agony compelled him to release his grip on his pocket, allowing Scabbers to make his escape. Scabbers! Ron's call went unanswered as the little creature vanished between the legs of the students, disappearing from sight. Neville hurried after him, but as he clumsily navigated around the throng of students, he lost track of the direction in which Scabbers had scurried off. He returned empty-handed, casting an apologetic glance at Ron. It's all right, mate. Once the commotion dies down, let's search for him together. You're the most experienced in finding lost pets. Ron gritted his teeth against the pain, yet continued to jest with Neville. Hermione had already wrapped his bleeding hand with a bandage conjured from her wand. "We'll need to visit the hospital wing soon," she cautioned Ron, aware that her magical creation would not last indefinitely. "How could Scabbers have bitten you?" Ginny inquired, her eyes scanning Ron's injured hand. "He has never bitten me before. Perhaps he is just getting senile." Despite being bitten by his pet, Ron felt a twinge of disappointment. The minor commotion among the students failed to attract the professor's attention, who were eagerly awaiting Tabitha's next revelation. "Godfather?" Harry repeated in a daze. "I have a godfather?" He was momentarily stunned by the revelation. "Indeed," Tabitha nodded, her confidence wavering as she recalled Elowen's mocking laughter. However, the words had escaped her lips, and there was no turning back. "But I've never met him," Harry said, a hint of grievance in his tone. "After all these years at my aunt's, I've never heard of a godfather. If he truly cared for me as his godson, why has he never so much as glanced my way?" Harry's initial impression of this godfather was quickly turning negative. Tabitha was puzzled by the unexpected reaction. She had envisioned Harry bursting with joy at the news, surrounded by bubbles of happiness. Why did he appear even more discontent? Eager to clarify, Tabitha explained, "Sirius has his reasons." Harry interrupted, his voice tinged with fear. "Sirius Black? That Death Eater? He is my godfather?" "Yes, Sirius Black. But you have him misconstrued. He is not a Death Eater." "How does that help? His wanted poster is plastered everywhere, and he is clearly hunting me." "Not all wanted individuals are truly villains." Tabitha attempted to redirect the conversation, nearly revealing that Elowen had also once been wanted. Harry could no longer bear to listen to her, feeling dizzy. If this was the kind of godfather he had, he would prefer to be without one. His breaths quickened as he sank deeper into his thoughts. Why was his life perpetually so abnormal? In the Muggle world, he was an unusual wizard, and in the wizarding realm, he was set apart due to his survival against odds. Now, even his godfather was extraordinary and seemingly intent on hunting him down. All he ever desired was a normal family. Harry noticed Tabitha's lips moving, but the words were indistinct to him. His limbs felt weak, and his consciousness seemed to drift far from his body. He struggled to keep his eyes open, battling against the weight of his heavy eyelids. Hermione, listening to Tabitha's lengthy monologue outside the screen, was becoming increasingly impatient. However, not everyone shared her urgency. "Hermione, look. You and I have both injured our hands. One on the left, one on the right." Ron nudged her with his shoulder. Hermione placed a piece of roasted meat onto Ron's plate, allowing him to awkwardly eat with one hand. "Harry, take a deep breath." In his haste, Harry instinctively followed Tabitha's guidance. His hearing returned first, and he could hear his heartbeat echoing in his ears. Soon after, his vision cleared, revealing Tabitha frowning with concern. Her dark eyes filled with anxiety. It was the first time he had seen her so serious. He realized he had caused her worry. The moment he recognized this, Harry snapped back to attention. He sipped a calming potion that Tabitha offered, the oppressive weight on his chest lifting. "I'm not sure what came over me," Harry admitted sheepishly to Tabitha. "I understand. It's my fault," she replied soothingly, treating him as if he were fragile. "Waking up at this hour means you probably didn't sleep well. With the blood-sucking plant draining you and the shock you've experienced, your emotions are understandably heightened. Discussing Sirius at this moment must have only intensified your agitation. Why not rest now, and tomorrow, once you feel better, I'll tell you everything." "Tomorrow?" Harry mused silently, pondering whether Tabitha would still have the courage to share the truth once Elowen regained consciousness. Perhaps Elowen would concoct a perfect story, as she often did to conceal the truth. Thus, the only way to uncover the reality was to inquire with Tabitha now. Harry suppressed his urgency, as the potion had dulled much of his emotional turmoil. "Tabitha," he gently tugged at her sleeve. "I promise I will listen calmly this time." He added with a pitiful tone, "I've longed for someone to take me away from that home since childhood. You've only shared the beginning. I've waited 13 years. You wouldn't make me wait any longer, would you?" Deep down, he harbored no real expectations about Sirius Black rescuing him. Even if Tabitha spoke the truth, Sirius was not hunting him down and had his reasons. Harry couldn't envision where they would live together. Did she expect them to hunt in the wild with Hedwig? Soon enough, Potter would learn the truth of what transpired all those years ago. Malfoy, reveling in this knowledge, had heard tales of Sirius from his mother, a Black herself, before the school year began. He had hinted at these stories during potions class, but Harry had failed to grasp his implications, and when he attempted to clarify, Professor Snape interrupted him. He was eager to witness the expression of hatred on Harry's face. "Damn Malfoy, I knew he was up to no good," Ron thought, feeling an urge to throw something at that insufferable face. They had already pieced together the connection between Black and Harry's father. Looking back at Malfoy's comments during potions, it was clear he intended to incite Harry to seek revenge against Black. Neville maintained a relatively calm attitude. "It's fine. Harry can't reach Black from where he is. He is safe." But there seem to be even more Death Eaters over there, Luna calmly pointed out, prompting a heavy silence among the trio. What Death Eaters? Ginny exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at Ron. Professor Dumbledore had not mentioned anything about this. Reluctantly, Ron synchronized with his sister, sharing the viewing information they had gathered so far. This news was only beginning to circulate within Gryffindor. Tabitha found it impossible to refuse Harry in his current state. All right, it's a long story, she said, pouring him a glass of water and wrapping a warm blanket around them both as they nestled together for a late-night conversation. The tale begins with the time your father was at school. Isn't that a bit lengthy? Harry interjected. Silence. I have my own rhythm, Tabitha retorted lightly, giving him a gentle tap. Your father had 3 close friends, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Unable to contain himself, Harry straightened up, eager to speak. Tabitha looked at him with amusement. If I don't allow you to speak, you won't suffocate, will you? Harry understood this as her tacit approval and promptly exclaimed. Professor Lupin was friends with my dad. I had no idea. That's because you weren't born yet. Harry's anger dissipated somewhat with this remark, and he pouted as he continued to listen. Among those 4, your father was closest to Sirius, while Lupin played more of a conciliatory role. All 3 of them performed admirably in their studies, with Lupin even being appointed head boy. This doesn't imply that your father and Sirius were inferior to Lupin. It was merely that they engaged in many reckless antics during their school years. I believe Professor McGonagall chose Lupin as head boy primarily to curb your father and the others' wild behavior. However, as you know, Lupin was very easygoing and could hardly rein in those 2. He often found himself swept up in their mischief. In contrast, Peter was more akin to an unnoticed sidekick. As Tabitha spoke, Lupin was flooded with bittersweet memories of his youth. They were carefree then, and none could have foreseen the tragic fate that awaited the 4. James and Sirius together were akin to dousing a fire with gasoline, each more audacious than the last. Yet, it was Sirius who was the most outrageous. Lupin often pondered whether he had been more assertive in advising Sirius against his reckless behavior, perhaps wielding his authority as head boy to punish him occasionally. Things might have turned out differently. Nonetheless, he always harbored a flicker of hope for his old friend, firmly believing that Sirius would never betray them. After Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic had strictly prohibited any visits. His recent escape presented the perfect opportunity for Lupin to seek clarity. Hence, he refrained from disclosing Sirius's status as an animagus to anyone. Snape vented his ire on his food, his plate now a chaotic mess of fragments. Young Potter may not have been strutting around the castle, but he was all too familiar with the nature of the senior Potter and Black. Harry attentively absorbed Tabitha's recounting of his father's story, piecing together the figure of his father from mere fragments. He never had the chance to know his parents. He had always heard about them from others. His aunt and uncle would disparage his father with the foulest language, but Harry had never accepted their words as truth. It wasn't until he befriended Hagrid, who painted his father as a saint, that Harry unhesitatingly embraced Hagrid's portrayal as the true one. Now, as he listened to Tabitha's assessments of his father, he could calmly accept the image of a mischievous young man who made mistakes in school and caused the headmaster much trouble. This understanding made his father's image in his mind more vivid. While narrating, Tabitha omitted Lupin's identity as a werewolf and was also prepared to withhold the prophecy. She had yet to discuss it with Elowen. However, young Harry seemed more preoccupied with his godfather and likely wouldn't notice these subtle omissions. After their graduation, the Dark Lord pursued your parents. Harry's heart sank. Despite knowing the outcome, concern for them still gripped him. It was Dumbledore who provided your parents with a plan, employing the Fidelius charm to conceal their residence. This powerful secrecy spell ensured that even if the Dark Lord pressed his nose against their window, he would remain oblivious to their whereabouts. However, this charm required a secret keeper. Harry's heart plummeted. He grasped that it was the failure of this secret keeper that led to his parents' tragic fate. The realization that Sirius Black was his godfather struck him hard. His father must have trusted him immensely. A chilling sensation enveloped Harry, the thick blanket failing to provide warmth. His voice was devoid of emotion. Sirius was the secret keeper? Chapter 46. Who is the traitor? Speak quietly in the tavern, McGonagall admonished, directing a disapproving glance at Flitwick and Hagrid. Tabitha had just stated that the Dark Lord would find it impossible to locate the Potter residence. A direct quote from Flitwick in the tavern. Flitwick's face flushed, realizing that Hagrid's boisterousness had inadvertently drawn attention to his own words. Hagrid, too, fell silent, his broad shoulders hunching in an effort to diminish his presence. Lupin's focus remained solely on the glowing screen. Thus far, Tabitha's narrative had recounted events long past. A pivotal moment seemed imminent. Luna and the others were more astonished at the possibility that Sirius could have been the Potter's secret keeper. Until now, they had only known that Sirius was Harry's godfather. Hagrid had not elaborated, and they speculated that his disdainful tone when mentioning Sirius stemmed from his status as a Death Eater. Ron observed Malfoy's expression. Malfoy had likely known about Harry and Sirius's complex relationship before the rest. Was he also privy to the secret keeper's identity? Malfoy was gazing at Ron with a challenging glint in his eye. He had always been well informed. How did this brat acquire such knowledge? Ron felt a sense of injustice as they had toiled to uncover the truth, while Malfoy seemed to possess it so effortlessly. His mother, Narcissa Malfoy, was originally Narcissa Black, Neville remarked. Seeing Ron's shocked expression, Neville added, "My grandmother recounted the connections between pure-blood families to me. It's rather convoluted, and I only remember fragments." Neville smiled shyly. "That makes sense," Ron mused, feeling a sense of balance restored. After all, it was merely a family connection. His mother must have investigated the reasons behind her brother's imprisonment. "Hermione, what are you thinking?" Ginny noticed Hermione had been silent for quite some time. How did the story suddenly shift to the Dark Lord pursuing Harry's family? Hermione calmly analyzed the dialogue, recognizing that Tabitha still had more to reveal. Snape was aware of what Tabitha had omitted, the prophecy. Tabitha's hesitant expression had only flickered for a moment, but he had caught that subtle change. Did she also know who foolishly revealed that prophecy to the Dark Lord? Snape employed his mental occlusion, clearing all emotions to continue listening. Sirius was the secret keeper? After Harry posed this question, he felt that everything was beginning to connect. Death Eaters, escape, pursuit. These were the facts he had gathered. Yet, why was he unaware that Sirius had betrayed his parents? Minister Fudge, being the head of the Ministry of Magic, undoubtedly knew. This explained why he had not pursued Harry for his illicit use of magic in the Muggle world. What about Ron's father? Harry recalled how careful he had been in warning Harry not to seek out Sirius before the school year began, the regret evident in his expression. He was also in the know. And what of Dumbledore? McGonagall? Even Hagrid? The anger simmering within Harry was calm, yet fierce. Why had no one ever thought to tell him anything? Tabitha placed her hand on Harry's shoulder, warmth penetrating through layers of fabric and reaching him. Harry felt the heat radiating from his shoulders, spreading to his very heart. He raised his gaze to meet Tabitha's, earnestly awaiting her words. That had been their original plan. Had they altered their course? Harry couldn't restrain himself. His voice was laced with urgency as he sought the truth. Yes, ultimately, Black had not served as the secret keeper. To ensure Harry could comprehend her words clearly, Tabitha spoke slowly. Simultaneously, she remained acutely aware of Harry's emotional state, prepared to administer medication should he succumb to despair. Who else could it be? Hatred seeped into Harry's voice, demanding to know who had betrayed his parents. Peter Pettigrew. It was inconceivable. Professor McGonagall gasped, her voice hoarse. That foolish boy had been obliterated by Black's explosion. Yet Lupin felt a sense of relief wash over him, for he found this to be the more credible truth. "Listen closely, Minerva," Dumbledore urged, a sharp glint in his eyes. If this were indeed the case, they had a monumental error to rectify. Whispers of speculation circulated among the students. Peter Pettigrew? Harry echoed the name, disbelief etched across his features. Just moments ago, Tabitha had mentioned him in the context of his father's school days, and now he grappled with the notion of why he would be chosen as the secret keeper. Harry mused that the likelihood of Professor Lupin being selected was far greater. However, upon realizing it was the secret keeper who had betrayed his parents, his perspective shifted. He held a fondness for Professor Lupin and was reluctant to attribute the treachery to him. Shock diluted his anger as he awaited Tabitha's explanation. Initially, your father insisted on Sirius being the secret keeper. Sirius was his utmost confidant. Professor Dumbledore had suggested he should take on that role. Suspecting that someone close to your father was relaying information to the Dark Lord, but your father and the others dismissed his concerns. Why would he refuse Dumbledore? Harry lamented, filled with despair. Had my father chosen Dumbledore as the secret keeper, he might have had a happy family now. He had placed too much trust in Black, believing they could entrust their lives to one another. How did the secret keeper become Peter Pettigrew? Harry roused himself from his regret. This occurred after they had rejected Dumbledore's counsel. I've forgotten who proposed it. It was so long ago, Tabitha asserted with confidence. It's perfectly normal to forget details after such a long time. In any case, one of them had an epiphany and came up with a brilliant idea. Tabitha's tone became slightly peculiar as she spoke of this brilliant idea. They believed that appointing an inconspicuous individual as the secret keeper would serve to mislead the Dark Lord. They discreetly replaced the secret keeper while publicly maintaining that Sirius was the one. Peter and Sirius went into hiding. Even if the Dark Lord found Sirius, he would remain oblivious to the Potter's whereabouts. Yet they had failed to anticipate that Peter would turn out to be the traitor among them. McGonagall remained lost in thought, two conflicting truths swirling in her mind, leaving her uncertain of which to believe. However, the Ministry had witnesses. They had heard Peter's final cries, declaring his intent to avenge James and Lily until his last breath. Hagrid, meeting Tabitha for the first time, found it hard to fully trust her words. Indeed. And now that Peter is dead, Sirius is still alive. If Sirius is entirely innocent, then why has he remained silent all these years in Azkaban? Flitwick voiced his doubts. He remained skeptical, yet he had reverted to calling Black by his name, Sirius. Chapter 47. He did not die. Lupin had already come to believe Tabitha's words. A last-minute change of secret keeper? This was precisely the sort of thing James and his friends could have orchestrated. It was likely that it had been Sirius's idea. However, Lupin still harbored many unanswered questions regarding the events of that year. Mere fragments of dialogue from the Veil could not compel Fudge to overturn the verdict of that trial. Lupin felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the Veil and interrogate Tabitha directly. After expounding so much information, Tabitha relaxed her body against the sofa, taking a sip of water to soothe her throat. Harry was still processing the information. His hatred had not waned simply because Peter was not his godfather. In any case, Peter remained the traitor responsible for his parents' demise. Godfather. He had a godfather. A myriad of emotions swirled within Harry as he contemplated the reality of having a godfather. He retraced the events in his mind, realizing there were still aspects of Black that eluded his understanding. Why had Black been imprisoned in Azkaban? Tabitha set down her glass, and a new round of Harry Potter trivia began. As I recall, he believed he had avenged your parents, which is why he did not resist the Ministry's capture. Tabitha searched her knowledge, striving to separate it from fanon interpretations. It seems he was never tried. He was simply thrown into Azkaban. At that time, the Dark Lord had just fallen, and the Ministry was fervently hunting down Death Eaters. It was quite chaotic. Wait, Harry interjected, seizing upon a critical point. What do you mean he believed he had avenged my parents? Are you referring to Pettigrew? He found nothing peculiar about the Ministry's irresponsible conduct. Minister Fudge believed that Dementors could aid in capturing Black, indiscriminately unleashing them into schools. Harry himself had not been harmed by Black. In fact, he had nearly been dragged into the hospital wing by the Dementors on several occasions. This illustrated that the Ministry was not always reliable. Harry was now more eager to understand the nature of the supposed vengeance and to ascertain whether Peter Pettigrew still lived. Tabitha suddenly felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Has the Ministry's trial always been conducted in such a manner? Hermione asked, astonished. She could hardly believe that an authoritative institution would deny an opportunity for defense and immediately imprison someone. Tabitha noted that it was indeed a special time. Ron tentatively defended. Surely it wasn't always so cursory. I still hold some trust in my father's workplace. After answering Harry's question, Tabitha gazed at him in astonishment, their eyes locking for a full 2 seconds. Harry, you don't know the charges against Sirius that led to his imprisonment? She realized. No one has ever directly informed me, Harry replied, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible loneliness. They had only told him that he was a dangerous individual who had been in Azkaban. Have I been forgetting to tell you that Peter Pettigrew is still alive? Tabitha's voice grew increasingly uncertain as she spoke. Harry nodded. Indeed, Tabitha had neglected to mention this crucial fact. Should I have assumed he was dead? Harry mused, sensing that Tabitha's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Before you mentioned such a person, I had never heard of him. Tabitha banged her head against the edge of the sofa, realizing her lack of storytelling prowess. The tale had unfolded as though she were being torn apart. Yet she had her ways. Harry, wait for me. I shall return momentarily. Tabitha exclaimed, vanishing with a pop. A loud crack echoed, and she disappeared. Moments later, she reappeared before Harry, holding several newspapers. Tabitha had collected some iconic copies of the Daily Prophet, recalling one that pertained to Sirius. She placed the newspapers on the low table, rummaging through them. Entirely oblivious to Harry's intense gaze upon the pile, Tabitha pushed the relevant article toward Harry. Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban for being accused of killing Peter Pettigrew. Harry clutched the Daily Prophet tightly, the accompanying image depicting a man laughing heartily against the backdrop of a burning, desolate street. It was evident that Black's demeanor bore the hallmarks of a murderer. Had he truly avenged himself by slaughtering an entire street of innocents? Harry struggled to articulate these thoughts, knowing he should be more concerned about the fate of that traitor. Yet, upon seeing the photograph, he found it impossible to disregard the lives that had been lost. It was not Sirius who wielded the blade, but rather Peter Pettigrew. To mask his own demise, he had orchestrated these heinous acts, even leaving behind a severed finger to mislead everyone into believing he had fallen victim to Sirius. Harry's heart eased ever so slightly, nonetheless. Those departed souls would never return. In the magical realm, a single careless incantation could inflict grave harm upon muggles. He recognized the necessity of prohibiting young wizards from wielding magic during the holidays. So was Pettigrew still alive? Harry pondered with a tumultuous heart. He recalled all the harmful spells he had learned at Hogwarts, as well as the techniques he had studied with Tabitha. However, upon gazing at the gaping wound and the remnants of blood in the photograph, Harry felt an overwhelming guilt wash over him, questioning whether he could truly unleash such spells upon Pettigrew. This was intimately linked to Sirius's escape. Tabitha produced another copy of the Daily Prophet for Harry. It was the same newspaper he had received before the term began, sent to him by Ron. The headline proclaimed a Ministry of Magic employee winning a substantial prize, and the family had vacationed in Egypt. Harry was baffled by how this paper could possibly relate to Sirius's escape. Tabitha continued, explaining that while imprisoned, Sirius had been given a copy of the newspaper. She pointed to the very one in Harry's grasp. It was here that Sirius learned of Peter Pettigrew's survival. Harry watched as Tabitha's finger glided across the photo, ultimately landing on the one person he least wished to see, Ron. He is an animagus. Hermione exclaimed. That's your rat. He's missing a finger. Hermione tugged at Ron, urging him to seek out Professor Dumbledore. Yet Ron insisted that Hermione was being irrational. Are you mad? That's Scabbers. He's lived with me for 12 years. He's just an old rat. Yeah. What kind of rat lives for 12 years? Ginny murmured, realization dawning upon her. Ron remained in denial, arguing, we just took good care of him. Then why did he run away? Hermione countered, shattering Ron's last glimmer of hope. Finally, Ron relented, following Hermione to find the professor. All right, but searching an entire castle for a rat. That's just ludicrous, he lamented. Their conversation caught the attention of Fred and George, who stealthily slipped out of the Great Hall. Professor Dumbledore. Ron's rat is Peter Pettigrew. He has escaped. Hermione rushed toward the professor's table, anxious that any delay might allow the traitor to slip through their fingers. Ron, beside her, stammered an explanation. He's missing a finger. He's lived with us for 12 years. Merlin, I've even slept with him. Ron's face drained of color, the weight of this revelation hitting him hard. Lupin sprang to his feet, aware that Pettigrew's animagus form was that of a rat. Yet he hadn't fathomed that Pettigrew had been so close that they had shared meals together. He gripped Ron's clothing, urgently inquiring, he has escaped? Did you see which way he went? Ron shook his head. The hall was in disarray, and they had not seen where Scabbers had scurried off to. Lupin immediately turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, we must secure Hogwarts. Dumbledore withdrew his wand, which had been poised to cast a Patronus, and reassured Lupin. I have already sent Argus to carry out the task, but I fear merely sealing the school will not suffice to contain a rat. He is an unregistered animagus? Professor McGonagall looked as though she might faint, her voice quaking. Guilt flickered in Lupin's gaze. Practicing animagus transformation in secrecy was fraught with peril, as any misstep could lead to irreversible transformation mishaps. Dumbledore had concealed his identity as a werewolf, yet his actions had endangered 3 students. Lupin's lips moved, as if he wished to speak, but Dumbledore preempted him. Lupin, go find Peter. The portraits and ghosts will assist you. Dumbledore's blue eyes were both compassionate and serene, seemingly infused with a power that penetrated the heart. Lupin nodded, understanding that capturing the fugitive Peter was of utmost importance. He exited the Great Hall with haste. Hermione and Ron turned to follow Lupin. Professor McGonagall firmly placed a hand on each of them, her authoritative tone leaving no room for argument. Absolutely not. You are not to go anywhere. She could not bear to witness any of her students come to harm, and despite Peter's lack of dueling prowess during school, she could not permit these 2 children to place themselves in jeopardy. She warned them, if I see either of you outside the Great Hall, Gryffindor will lose a full 50 points. Hermione appeared to have completely abandoned the idea of leaving the hall, while Ron remained in a daze over the rat's revelation. McGonagall, still unconvinced, knew just how much trouble they could attract. She entrusted them to Dumbledore's care, saying, Albus, they are in your hands. She then organized the other heads of houses to escort any students not in the Great Hall, to prevent the cornered Pettigrew from harming anyone. Within the Great Hall, the flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow around Dumbledore, who sat serenely at the center of the long table, a halo of soft light enveloping him. He remained silent, his gaze steadily fixed upon the students below. The murmur of discussion among the students gradually subsided. Their initial fear of a fugitive Death Eater lurking within the school morphed into a burgeoning trust in their professors. Dumbledore, with his calm demeanor, dispelled the lingering unease that permeated the hall. His mere presence was enough to instill a sense of security. Harry scrutinized the photograph of Ron's rat, unable to believe that Tabitha was referring to Ron. The rat was indeed missing a toe. He quickly flipped back to the newspaper featuring Sirius, which clearly stated, only a finger belonging to Peter Pettigrew had been left at the scene. Animagus? Harry inquired, already suspecting the answer, seeking Tabitha's confirmation. She nodded, affirming his deduction, her gaze warm as she regarded young Harry, who was still capable of rational thought amidst the turmoil. Sirius had come to Hogwarts seeking vengeance. Hadn't he? His attempt to breach the Gryffindor common room on Halloween was in pursuit of that very rat. Harry's misconceptions about Sirius Black unraveled. He no longer perceived him as a threat to his life. Sirius's intrusion into the empty common room could now be understood. That as half incorrect, Tabitha chuckled, alleviating the weighty atmosphere between them. Harry gazed at Tabitha with confusion as she cradled his face in her hands. Her eyes sparkled like a constellation. Her voice gentle as she corrected him. Sirius is not only seeking revenge on Peter, he is also doing it for you. For me? Harry echoed, realizing that Sirius knew Peter was Ron's pet, as he had nestled upon Ron's shoulder. When Ron returned to school, he also brought Peter back to Hogwarts. Sirius could not allow this dangerous individual to hide within the school, lurking nearby. Thus, he escaped from Azkaban, swimming back to land from the island, making his way to Hogwarts with the intent to eliminate this threat. Harry freed himself from Tabitha's grasp, avoiding her gaze, helplessly rubbing his cheeks, perhaps to divert the conversation. He inquired, why does Pettigrew disguise himself as a rat? And if he has been in my dormitory since first year, why has he never harmed me? Tabitha, admiring the bashful little Harry, did not respond until her scrutiny made his ears flush crimson. Of course, it is because he is, like his animagus form, a cowardly creature. The information he provided to the Dark Lord ultimately led to the demise of the Dark Lord himself, causing the Death Eater faction to crumble overnight. Peter feared that the Death Eaters who did not end up in Azkaban would pursue him. Tabitha spoke with disdain. Peter is both timid and greedy. He would never strike at you while the Dark Lord showed no signs of resurgence. He will wait until the Dark Lord regains his power, then emerge to eliminate you and claim the glory. Harry devoted half his attention to Tabitha's words while the other half lingered on Sirius's visage, regrettably only having seen the frenzied image of Sirius from the wanted poster. Tabitha pinched his cheek playfully. What has you lost in thought? Missing your godfather? Harry would not concede. I was merely contemplating that Peter Pettigrew must face punishment, right? His words were vague, as he was uncertain whether the Ministry of Magic would apprehend Sirius first or if Sirius would kill Pettigrew beforehand. Tabitha fell into an eerie silence. A heavy weight settled in Harry's stomach. Did he escape? Indeed, Peter had fled. Hermione and Ron were seated at the student table closest to the headmaster. He could see them with a mere glance downward, leaving them no opportunity to leave. I shouldn't have let go, Ron berated himself. I let Harry's foe escape. Hermione offered no consolation. Instead, she mentally reviewed the time and place of her use of the time turner, believing she could be of assistance. However, Professor McGonagall's threats of deducting points echoed in her mind, splitting her heart with anxiety. Chapter 49, The Map and the Time Turner. A turning point in events arose when a ghost relayed a message to Dumbledore. The stout, pearlescent figure drifted through the wall to Dumbledore's side. Ron and Hermione, seated nearby, felt a chill breeze sweep past them. They looked up to see the fat friar, the amiable ghost of Hufflepuff. Hermione yearned to hear what he was discussing with Professor Dumbledore, but unfortunately, Dumbledore must have cast some spell nearby, rendering her unable to hear anything. She could only observe that they seemed to glance in her direction momentarily. After the fat friar departed, Dumbledore suddenly dozed off at the table. What a perfect opportunity. Ron tugged at Hermione, eager to sneak out through the entrance of the Great Hall. However, Hermione pointed to a small door that had appeared in the shadows. Was that there before? Ron wondered if he had merely overlooked it. I believe it was tacitly approved by Professor Dumbledore. The two bent down and quietly slipped away from the long table. Dumbledore's sudden voice startled them. Be cautious. I believe a half circle is sufficient. After sneaking out, Ron still felt shaken. He was just mumbling, right? Hermione understood what the professor meant. Her hand clutched the time turner beneath her robes. A half circle? But I was also near the Great Hall at that time. I could very well run into my past self. Hermione set her hand down. It was not yet the time. She then focused on observing where this hidden door had led them. This is the way to the Gryffindor common room, Ron remarked. But why would it bring us here? Soon, they understood the reason. They collided with George and Fred, who should have been in the Great Hall. Judging by their expressions, this was no mere coincidence. He escaped? Harry heard the furious inquiry from little Harry, prompting Tabitha to quickly explain, originally, you had him captured, but he is an animagus. A rat is indeed difficult to supervise. I tried my best to keep Lupin's werewolf identity concealed, but rest assured, he ultimately perished at the hands of the Dark Lord. Harry's rising anger was doused, leaving him in silence. He felt comforted that the murderer of his parents would face retribution. Yet he also reflected on whether it was wrong to feel this way. Do not worry, Harry. Even if you deliver Peter Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic, they would surely be reluctant to admit their past mistakes. Perhaps they would even handle him privately. Tabitha assumed Harry was upset over Pettigrew's escape. She smoothed the furrowed brow of Harry. Do not frown so. You look more like 31 than 13. Harry felt somewhat reassured. I am not unhappy. I am merely astonished by the situation. He intended to say, Voldemort will even kill his own followers, but the latter part of his statement was muffled by Tabitha's hand. Tabitha was gazing towards the entrance of the tent, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Harry mimicked her, but all he could hear was the howling wind. He nudged her hand, still covering his mouth. Tabitha released him, feigning fear as she shivered. Harry, we typically refer to him as the Dark Lord. Her act was not very convincing, making Harry feel she was merely being playful. He had never seen Tabitha afraid of anyone, perhaps only of Elowen. Professor Dumbledore had stated that we must have the courage to speak his name. Tabitha shook her head vigorously. No, Auntie Tabitha is afraid. She persistently urged Harry to promise to call him the Dark Lord from then on. Harry, feeling cornered, had no choice but to repeatedly assure her that he would indeed change his address in their presence. He also noticed that during her persuasion, Tabitha was fidgeting with her left hand uncomfortably, but after the day's events, he lacked the energy to ponder further. He simply made a mental note of the detail. The young witches and wizards in the Great Hall were all grateful to Tabitha for promptly reverting to that title. None dared to speak the Dark Lord's name directly. It loomed over everyone like a shadow from an era. Those with wizarding elders at home had mostly been informed of the Dark Lord's terrors. Only those of Muggle descent could only understand the Dark Lord through written accounts, their fear not as profound. Time was of the essence. So let us introduce the secret weapon we have long concealed. Fred pulled Hermione closer, urging them to huddle together. Indeed, time was pressing, and they should cease their mischief. Otherwise, Pettigrew might flee to who knows where. Ron merely wished to shake off the twins. Hermione, too, felt anxious. But she believed the twins were not the type to be oblivious to the atmosphere. Knowing they had something to share, they must have some news. Shoo, Ron. Let us just hear them out quickly. Granger understands us well, George quipped, pushing Ron aside to encircle Hermione with Fred. Fred produced a tattered piece of parchment. Behold. He presented it to Hermione as if showcasing a treasure. To her bewilderment, it appeared to be nothing more than parchment. Hermione looked at him in confusion. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, George declared, pointing his wand at the parchment. In that moment, they were still inclined to tease. If time permitted, they would undoubtedly elaborate further, which left Hermione exasperated. Soon, she was astounded by the contents of the parchment. This is... Hermione was rendered speechless. Ron's simmering frustration could no longer be contained, and he curiously leaned in. The twins, in their boundless benevolence, permitted their oblivious younger brother entry. Upon the parchment, the entire map of Hogwarts materialized, with each person's location marked by a small dot. Hermione could see her own dot alongside Ron's, George's, and Fred's, all clustered together. Incredible! Ron exclaimed. However, there was no time to dwell on the astonishment. Their time was limited, and locating a single dot amidst such a vast castle posed a formidable challenge. Fred had already commenced the search. No, we have ample time, Hermione interjected, having already discerned the outcome of the situation from the map. Several familiar names were moving at the entrance to the Great Hall. She recognized that the moment had come to utilize the time turner, stretching the golden chain around her neck. She tugged at George and Fred's robes, compelling them to lower their heads. Ouch! Their heads collided with Ron's, resulting in 3 simultaneous exclamations of pain. Hermione ensnared each of their necks with the golden chain, cautiously inquiring about the twins' whereabouts before proceeding. You followed the headmaster to the Great Hall after leaving his office. And you remained there until Pettigrew fled, correct? She was already aware of Ron's movements. He had been in the Great Hall all along. Of course. We only left after Pettigrew made his escape, Fred replied earnestly, uncharacteristically devoid of teasing. Hermione recalled Dumbledore's advice about half-circles. She turned the time turner, and the world around the 4 of them began to whirl rapidly. They returned to 30 minutes prior. 30 minutes. We've rewound half an hour, Hermione stated upon their arrival. The 3 Weasleys, experiencing the time turner for the first time, felt a bit dizzy as they steadied themselves. Wow, this is amazing. Fred and George enthusiastically examined one another for any missing parts. Ron composed himself, realizing this explained much. Is this why you've been so elusive this semester? Indeed, Hermione confirmed. Placing the time turner down, Professor McGonagall went to great lengths to secure this for me. She unfurled the Marauder's map once more, gesturing for the others to take a look. The names of several professors appeared on the corridor leading to the Great Hall, moving at an alarming pace. Hermione's name was also interspersed among the professors. At one particular moment, 2 Hermiones appeared in exceptionally close proximity, along with the Hermione situated in front of the Gryffindor common room. There were a total of 3 Hermione Grangers on the map. It's time for the professors to showcase their talents. Ron and Hermione exclaimed simultaneously. What talents? Hermione asked. Perplexed. She had been somewhat dazed for a while, oblivious to her surroundings. Fred and George looked at Ron with inquisitive eyes, perhaps their most affectionate moment with their brother. You've missed so much. Ron suppressed the urge to recount the professor's antics, promising to do so later in the common room. He scanned the map for Peter Pettigrew. His name was located within the Great Hall, alarmingly close to Ron Weasley's, nearly overlapping. Suddenly, Ron recalled the twins' peculiar comments from days past. Fred, George, did you not find it strange that I was with Pettigrew for 3 years? Ron nearly shouted, realizing he could have averted the entire situation. George and Fred exchanged glances, with George shrugging. Come on, little Ronnie, we hardly needed the map before you started school. All the secret passages are ingrained in our minds. And who would specifically check the map to locate their brother? What about a few days ago? Did you not inquire when you saw me with Pettigrew? Ron was still fuming. Oh, we assumed he was your friend. Fred gestured in the air, mimicking the notion of friend. After all, when we opened the map, it was clear to see you two together, George added with a hint of amusement. Ron, in agony, shut his eyes. He had never contemplated how to unceremoniously dispose of his unreliable brothers. He had never considered such drastic measures, even when they had frightened him with their conjured spiders. All right, we need to devise a plan. Hermione stifled her laughter, although she had resolutely decided to use the time turner. She was now somewhat at a loss as to what to do next. Ron pointed at Pettigrew's dot on the map. He is still in the Great Hall, and the professors are there too. We should just rush in and drag him out. Absolutely not. Hermione immediately dismissed the notion. We cannot allow our past selves to see us. Have you ever encountered two of me at once? Hermione continued to explain. Moreover, altering history is the most perilous action one can take. We cannot act hastily. Are we to simply watch Pettigrew escape? Ron glared at the map, unwilling to accept the notion. Of course not. Dumbledore let us out for a reason, to capture him. I'll think of something. Hermione bit her lip. Yet a suitable plan eluded her. Regardless, we must get closer to the Great Hall. Pettigrew could flee at any moment, Fred suggested. They began to make their way toward the Great Hall. The twins recounted how they had exited shortly after Pettigrew had fled. Rushing back to their dormitory to retrieve the Marauder's map, they finally settled in an empty classroom near the Great Hall, ensuring they could follow Pettigrew once he emerged. P.S. out. Ron exclaimed the moment he saw the black dot move, immediately rising to his feet. No. He has chosen a path perilously close to where George and Fred had gone, Hermione cautioned, stopping Ron from rushing out. She had never intended to rely solely on the two of them to catch Pettigrew. She had originally hoped to enlist a professor's assistance. Ron remained fixated on the dot, his hand gripping the map, growing sweaty. He is nearing the castle entrance. Almost there. George and Fred are closing in, Hermione said, her nerves causing her to mispronounce names. As all three Weasleys stood there. Wait, Ron exclaimed in surprise. Look, why is he turning? The dot representing Pettigrew on the map was rapidly changing direction. As another dot, Crookshanks, appeared in the path he was originally taking. Crookshanks entered through the castle's front door, pursuing Pettigrew and driving him in another direction. Now they could circumvent the path the twins had taken to capture the rat. Hermione, I adore your cat, Ron shouted as he dashed ahead. You called it a monster at the start of the term. Hermione chased after him. The situation has changed. You even called it a dumb furball. I apologize. I can provide Crookshanks with all of Scabbers' rat treats. Keep them for yourself. Fred and George, listening to the banter, nearly doubled over with laughter. Given their stamina, they would have easily outpaced the two third years. However, their laughter depleted their energy, allowing the two third years to pull ahead. This won't do, George, Fred encouraged him. They quickened their pace. Guided by the Marauder's map, Ron led them on a detour to intercept Pettigrew's inevitable route. He surged ahead, catching sight of a mouse scurrying along the ground. Ron was apprehensive that Pettigrew would not dare to approach. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he called out with fervor. Hermione, control your cat. It's chasing my Scabbers again. Hermione instantly comprehended the situation and, while retrieving her wand, began to perform, I will take him away at once. Poor Scabbers, come here. Ron extended his hand toward Scabbers. To Pettigrew, it appeared that since they could catch up to him so swiftly, they must have pursued him the very moment he had fled, at which time the light screen had shown no abnormalities. He was simply too terrified that the woman inside would reveal the deeds he had committed, prompting his hasty escape. All he needed now was for Ron to distract the beast behind him, allowing him the opportunity to flee once more. Hogwarts was no longer safe. There was the ever-looming threat of black barging in and the light screen that could unveil his secrets at any moment. This time, he would escape far away, unaware. Pettigrew dashed towards a group of young wizards. However, instead of finding Ron's warm embrace, he was met with a barrage of spells that rained down upon him. Stupefy, stupefy. The battle concluded before Ron could even draw his wand. The twins had synchronously cast the binding spell, their incantations combining to amplify the effect. The little mouse was ensnared, leaving only its head exposed. Hermione's stupor spell was executed with utmost precision, rendering Pettigrew unconscious on the spot. With the immediate threat neutralized, Hermione exhaled a sigh of relief. Next, we must take him back. Ron looked disdainfully at the mouse on the ground. I don't want to touch it. The other three shared his sentiment, unwilling to handle an animagus. At that moment, Crookshanks sauntered over. No, we cannot eat it, Hermione interjected, positioning herself in front of Crookshanks to prevent it from advancing. We must present him to the professor. Crookshanks seemed to understand, losing its previous obsession with Scabbers. It ignored the mouse and began to rub affectionately against Hermione's legs. What a good cat, Ron observed enviously, although he decided he wouldn't want any pets for the time being. Fred reclaimed the Marauder's map from Ron. All right. The trial period is over. Looking again will cost you. I am your brother. Ron attempted to invoke their sibling bond. George pretended to ponder, then seriously replied. Brothers must pay. Hey, Ron protested, discontent. You will hand it over to Professor McGonagall, right? Hermione asked Fred with some concern, unable to distinguish if it was George. Before they could respond, Ron interjected, his voice filled with astonishment. Hermione, did you accidentally drop something when you used the time turner earlier? What? Your brain. Hermione's face flushed with anger, vexed at herself for engaging with Ron's banter. Hermione, you have no idea what it means to us, Fred exaggeratedly remarked. And together they began a theatrical duet. Losing it is like a fish leaving the sea, a bird losing its wings. We have lost each other. Two pairs of bright blue eyes beseeched Hermione earnestly, but she turned away. All right. Let us pretend I never saw it. Thank you for your mercy, Miss Granger. After exchanging knowing glances with Ron, they all bowed to Hermione. Ron could only surmise that their faces appeared to be twitching. Hermione's last bit of awkwardness dissipated as she refocused on Pettigrew. We should find a professor to take him away. Good idea, let a professor handle him. Our spells might wear off at any moment. Facing a dark wizard alone is far too perilous. Hermione nearly shouted into Ron's ear. Ron sulkily stepped back, rubbing his ear as if it had echoed. There is no need to worry about that, Fred stated, glancing at the map. Professor Lupin is approaching from this direction. Hermione joined Fred by the map and noticed a dot closely situated to them, but separated by a wall, the Fat Friar. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and she called out to the Fat Friar as he passed the wall. Fat Friar. Fat Friar. The ghost's head emerged from the wall, and upon seeing the group of young wizards, he was taken aback. Children, according to Headmaster Dumbledore's orders, you should not be here. I will fetch a professor to escort you. No, we don't need a professor. Hermione rejected the Fat Friar's proposal. We need your assistance. We need you to inform Headmaster Dumbledore that Ron, Fred, George, and I have captured Peter Pettigrew. At your service, the Fat Friar replied, albeit perplexed, as he dutifully proceeded to find Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Professor Lupin, who had been searching from a distance, hastened towards the sound. The thrilling chase had culminated in triumph. Fred whispered to the parchment, the prank is over. In the Great Hall, few were paying attention to the light screen. Their necks craned to observe the few individuals in the center. The screen flickered a few times before turning black. This time, it did not transform into a metallic sphere, but maintained its curtain form. Professor Lupin floated a mouse at the center of the hall. His expression was grave as his eyes fixated intently on the creature. He remained deeply asleep. Hermione's spell had proven remarkably enduring. A cloud of gloom drifted into the hall. It was Snape. Everyone awaited his arrival. Upon receiving the Fat Friar's message, Dumbledore had communicated with his heads of houses through Patronus, also requesting Snape to bring Veritaserum with him. Tabitha's reasoning was sound, to preempt any denial from the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore opted to conduct the preliminary inquiry in the Great Hall. Now, all of Hogwarts was assembled there, and the outcome of the interrogation was inevitable. It can commence, Minerva, Dumbledore calmly stated. McGonagall pointed her wand at the mouse, her tip trembling. How she wished the events Tabitha had described existed solely in her world. A blue anti-animagus spell struck the mouse. The mouse began to morph and contort. As expected, it was indeed an animagus. McGonagall took several deep breaths. Lupin timely released the binding spell from his body to prevent him from choking during the transformation. He could not die before Sirius's name was cleared. Moments later, a slumbering man materialized in the same spot. Snape, with a grim expression, doused him with a potion that awakened him like a splash of cold water. The man, with small eyes, stood up in a hunched posture. Upon seeing the professors surrounding him with wands pointed at him, he trembled in fear. Remus, my friend. He seemed to seek solace beside his old companion, as he had in school. But Lupin held him back with his wand, casting a disdainful glance at Pettigrew, not wishing to utter a single word to him. Snape's eyes burned with deep-seated hatred as he pried open Pettigrew's mouth and forced half a bottle of Veritaserum down his throat. Pettigrew futilely clasped his throat, collapsing to the ground. He could no longer utter any lies. Name, Peter Pettigrew. Who was the secret keeper for the Potters? It was I, who betrayed the Potters. It was I. How did you conceal your whereabouts? The destruction of Muggle streets, the framing of Sirius, and the transformation into a rat to evade capture for 12 years. This confession, accompanied by the perpetrator Peter Pettigrew, was delivered to the Ministry of Magic. Under the mounting pressure of public opinion, The ministry was compelled to immediately revoke the warrant for Sirius Black and publish a statement to clarify the truth. Peter Pettigrew was swiftly tried at the ministry and incarcerated in Azkaban the same day. The ministry rescinded the Order of Merlin, first class, originally awarded to Peter. His mother lost her son 12 years ago, and today, she lost her former glory. The 4 young wizards who assisted in capturing Peter Pettigrew received special commendations from the ministry, granting them guaranteed employment without examination upon graduation. On the day the light curtain appeared, the skies above Hogwarts were filled with so many owls that a minor aerial traffic accident occurred. While some were merely sharing life with their families, the astute discerned opportunity within the light curtain. Chapter 52 Malfoy. Draco Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy, was among the astute. Within Draco's daily correspondence, the descriptions concerning the light curtain alerted Lucius to a potential opportunity. He promptly pinned an invitation to his old friend Severus Snape. Expressing concern for Draco's arm injury and inviting his headmaster to Malfoy Manor for a discussion, even earnestly suggesting that if Severus lacked time, he could visit Severus's office instead. Anyone reading this letter would perceive the Cinder as merely a concerned parent rather than the lofty patriarch of the Malfoy family. Lucius watched as the letter was whisked away by a carved owl en route to Hogwarts. He held no fear that Severus would be unable to leave Hogwarts. His junior was not a fool. Not every Death Eater could deceive Dumbledore into becoming their guarantor. In the aftermath of the Death Eater's reckoning, the Malfoy family had navigated the ministry with great difficulty to emerge relatively unscathed. Even now, there were those foolish enough to seek trouble. Severus, however, had garnered Dumbledore's trust and was spared from all inquiries. Although Dumbledore often appeared eccentric, anyone who forgot his past accomplishments and dismissed him as a mere old madman would be the greatest fool of all. After experiencing failure the previous year, Lucius had come to appreciate this truth even more profoundly. Thus, he crafted a letter that would withstand even Dumbledore's scrutiny. He was unconcerned about Severus's attendance. Their understanding had been sufficiently cultivated over the years. They maintained a relationship of measured distance, with the Malfoy family ordering potions from Severus, and Severus occasionally attending Malfoy family gatherings. This arrangement neither hindered Severus's ability to deceive Dumbledore, nor would it prove unnecessary in the event of Voldemort's potential return. Indeed, the carved owl returned with Severus's anticipated arrival. Snape utilized the one-time key sent by Lucius to arrive at Malfoy Manor. He traversed the familiar path with such swiftness that he outpaced the guiding house elf, prompting the creature to sob quietly. Passing through the garden housing white peacocks and navigating the opulent hallway, he arrived at the exquisitely adorned drawing room. "Welcome, Severus. It has been far too long." Lucius greeted Snape with a smile as he entered. The drawing room was spacious, illuminated by a chandelier casting a soft glow, with a roaring fire in the marble fireplace at one end, raising the room's warmth. Severus unfastened his cloak and carelessly tossed it to the house elf. "Good afternoon, Lucius." They settled on a goatskin sofa, facing one another. "Given your words in the letter, I expected you to appear more gaunt. After all, you have fretted over Draco's injury for a whole month when a mere vial of white essence could have healed it, have you not?" Severus's words dripped with venom. Lucius chuckled helplessly. "That was Wesley. I have faith in your care for Slytherin. 30 minutes hence, I have a potions class to conduct. If your visit today is merely for trivial matters, I shall take my leave." Severus feigned rising to depart, prompting Lucius to feign a hindrance. It was all a mere charade. Lucius understood Severus's impatience during unnecessary discussions, a few more pleasantries, and he would likely take his leave for real. He carefully broached, "Recently, I came across a rather intriguing rumor." "Rumor, you say?" Severus arched an eyebrow. "Did you hear it through Draco's correspondence?" "No need for Draco to send letters. The truth of Black's innocence has spread throughout the wizarding community, and that rumor has caught the attention of some." Lucius leaned forward, tentatively inquiring, "So, is it true?" "True about what?" "About a light curtain appearing at Hogwarts that foretells the future. I presume Headmaster Dumbledore does not intend to replace the divination professor with a light curtain." "Severus, you know precisely what I am asking. There is indeed a light curtain, but it does not prophesy." Snape hesitated, drawing Lucius's full attention before continuing. "It pertains to another world." A fleeting glimmer of something passed through Lucius's eyes. Indeed, Severus possessed more knowledge. "Is there a possibility?" Lucius's inquiry was abruptly cut off by Severus. "There is no possibility. Dumbledore has researched it extensively without success. The only individual to inadvertently enter another world was Harry Potter. Do not regale me with your fanciful dreams." Severus could clearly perceive the ambition glimmering in Lucius's eyes. His objective was to dismantle that ambition. Hogwarts was under Dumbledore's dominion, and that light curtain lay beneath his very nose. No one could deceive him regarding any tampering with it. Severus summoned the house elf to retrieve his cloak, donning it before leaving. Offering Lucius a final piece of advice, That world parallels this one. The light curtain may reveal more old tales. Peter Pettigrew is merely the beginning. You mean? It appeared the time for decision had arrived. Severus's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it struck Lucius like a heavy hammer, causing his ears to ring. He instinctively grasped his left arm. No response. Severus did not wait for him to answer, striding toward the apparition point to return to Hogwarts. Dumbledore awaited news in his office. This meeting had Dumbledore's endorsement. How did it go? Dumbledore inquired while pushing a cup of honey tea toward him. The absence of a declaration was already the best outcome. Severus disdainfully pushed away the overly sugary tea. He had not touched tea at Malfoy Manor. And here in the headmaster's office, there was not even a cup of plain water. He longed to retreat to the dungeons. Yet he had another question. Albus, are you certain the light curtain will not reveal my identity? Is it too hasty to approach Malfoy now? Dumbledore's serious demeanor faltered, giving way to jest within 3 minutes. As he began to tease his professor, Severus, do you not think that girl, Elowen, is remarkably similar to you? Severus turned on his heel, exiting. The door to the headmaster's office slammed shut behind him with such force that it nearly caught his robes. Ah, truly no patience. Dumbledore shook his head. The light-hearted smile vanished from Dumbledore's face as he refocused on the pressing matters at hand. He had to prepare for Voldemort's potential return. Initially, the viewings of the light curtain were to be confined to those he trusted. He was confident they would not leak any information. However, now, Severus's status as a spy could be exposed at any moment. He was no longer suited to return to Voldemort's side. Lucius Malfoy emerged as the most suitable candidate after a thorough selection process. Dumbledore had been quietly pondering the reasons for their failure in that alternate world. He was resolute in his determination to ensure that Hogwarts would not mirror the grim realities depicted in the Veil. Chapter 53, Sirius Black. Gradually, Sirius Black's consciousness began to awaken. He should currently be in the Forbidden Forest, maintaining his animagus form to evade the relentless pursuit of Dementors. The Forbidden Forest offered scant sustenance, and he found himself too weak to combat the creatures residing within. Once, he ventured too deep and nearly became a meal for a Acromantula. What a dreadful turn of fate. When did the forest become infested with so many XXXXX-level dangerous creatures? He had assumed it was merely home to Lupin. The forest's periphery was inhabited by a few unicorns and centaurs patrolling their territory. However, both of these species were sentient beings, and he would sooner starve than gnaw on them. Thus, he resorted to catching mice and, in moments of desperation, nibbling on some harmless herbs. Occasionally, a ginger cat would bring him scraps of food. She was a new acquaintance, remarkably intelligent. Today, he must have fainted from hunger again. Such occurrences were all too common. He would always awaken. His heart would not cease its beating until Peter was dead. Yet, the bed beneath him was so invitingly soft that he wished to linger a little longer. Lost in a haze, Black pondered. Wait, a bed? What bed could possibly exist in the Forbidden Forest? Surely, he and T lost his mind? With great effort, Black struggled to rise, only to find himself staring at white bed curtains and pristine bedding. This place was all too familiar. In a moment of disorientation, he felt as if he had returned to the distant past, to the hospital wing where he would go after a fight or injury. The bed curtains fluttered gently in the breeze, revealing a small gap. Black had an unsettling feeling that the opening would gradually widen, as if being lifted by an invisible hand. Then, the invisibility cloak would fall away, and James would be there, grinning triumphantly at him. Perhaps Lupin would be by his side. What expression would Lupin wear? It should be one of exasperation mixed with gentle amusement. James would insistently drag Lupin along to break curfew with him, and Lupin had always been poor at refusing their requests. Behind them would be Peter. The beautiful illusion shattered, and Black returned to the stark reality. He had to leave quickly. He could not be captured and imprisoned. No one else knew of Peter's whereabouts. The bed curtains that concealed him were abruptly yanked aside, and a woman's voice commanded sharply, "Lie down. Who permitted you to get out of bed?" Instinctively, Black complied. Returning to the bed, it took a moment for him to realize he was no longer a student. He was now a fugitive. He stared blankly as Madame Pomfrey checked him over with her wand. He wanted to ask something, but his throat felt as though he had swallowed a dozen chili peppers. Burning fiercely, "Do not speak. You have ingested too many strange substances, which have reacted adversely with the potion I administered. I just induced vomiting. The other potions will take a moment." Madame Pomfrey said no more, and after confirming that Black was in decent condition, she departed. Black remained bewildered, pulling back the bed curtains in search of someone to inquire about the situation. A weary figure leaned against the wall nearby, looking as though they had been waiting for quite some time. Black staggered toward him, and they embraced tightly. It took Lupin a considerable time to clarify the current circumstances to Black. "So, my godson is not ill. He is in another world?" Lupin confirmed this for the 15th time. "You verified my innocence through a veil?" Lupin nodded affirmatively for the 3rd time. He swore that if Sirius asked once more, he would cast a hex on him. Black observed his friend's wand twitching restlessly, and he wisely changed the subject. I never expected to be rescued by a cat. Indeed. Crookshanks dragged your unconscious form into Ron Weasley's dormitory. Lupin chuckled lightly, surprised to find Sirius in such a manner. Crookshanks? Is that the cat's name? I must express my gratitude. But I recall her owner is a young girl. How did she manage to drag me into the boys' dormitory? Even if you were a dog, Hogwarts would recognize you once you were hauled up the stairs. The stairs would transform into a slide. Believe me, I know better than you. Black jested. Lupin laughed, as he was the only one among them who had not attempted to sneak into the girls' dormitory. He continued. Ron saw Crookshanks bring you in and fetched her friend Hermione Granger, the cat's owner. Ron seemed overly cautious about the animal. He urged Hermione to cast an anti-animagus spell on you. That girl is truly remarkable. She observed Professor McGonagall perform it once, then went to the library to study it herself, and she managed to transform you back into human form. Black shuddered. An improperly cast anti-animagus spell could leave a person trapped in a half-animal, half-human state. That girl must be a Gryffindor, Black declared with conviction. Lupin chuckled at this remark, but before he could respond further, hurried footsteps approached. Have you two begun bickering already, like an old married couple? Snape appeared, bearing a tray laden with several potion vials. Casting a disdainful glance upon them, Snape, Black leapt from the bed, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? That line belongs to you. You are the last person who should be in this place," Snape retorted, resentment simmering in his eyes. Despite their awareness of the truth, the animosity between them had long since solidified. Lupin covered Black's mouth, easily restraining the gaunt figure. Severus is a professor at Hogwarts. With Black subdued, Lupin stepped forward to take the tray from Snape. Professor? Black could scarcely believe his ears. You must drink it all. It will benefit your health, Snape spoke softly, seemingly concerned for Black's well-being. I refuse. Black adamantly rejected any potion from Snape, fearing it would poison him. Suddenly, Black was struck by a spell, petrifying him in place. Lupin withdrew his wand and calmly administered the potions to Black, knowing that allowing him to make a fuss would lead to endless complications. Thank you, Severus. Lupin found a moment to express his gratitude to Snape. Snape ignored him, as he was not present for acknowledgments. He had made minor adjustments to the potions and awaited the spectacle of Black's humiliation. Once Lupin had finished administering the potions, Snape kindly lifted the petrification curse from the rigid Black. Ugh! Black emitted a sound of profound nausea. It felt as though he had consumed someone's socks that hadn't been washed in a decade. The potion churned in his stomach, yet he could not expel it. The sour and bitter taste overwhelmed him, threatening to render him unconscious, yet his mind remained vividly alert. The commotion attracted Madame Pomfrey, who made such a ruckus. Upon her arrival, she fell silent, observing the scene before her. She glanced at the array of empty potion vials on the tray, and her lips twitched. Severus, I recall this potion does not need to be brewed so thin. I made some modifications. Look how effective it is. Black can even get out of bed and run. Snape replied, his sarcasm unmistakable. He can run, but only while simultaneously retching. Lupin interjected. Having spent too long in his animagus form, Black still retained some canine habits. Lupin continuously prevented him from attempting to run on all fours. Madame Pomfrey shook her head, turning away from this place as if she were deaf. Chapter 54, The Increase of Viewers. Black lay calmly on the bed with his eyes closed, reflecting upon the earlier years of his life. The potions had been dreadfully toxic. He was but a step away from seeing James. Lupin wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, thoroughly exhausted from chasing Sirius around the room. Sirius, I must make a trip to the Great Hall first. Black revived at once. Lunchtime? Can you still eat? Lupin glanced at the pile of empty cans, feeling that Severus was brewing solely according to the capacity of one's stomach. Of course, Black could not eat. If someone were to press on his abdomen now, he would instantly become a fountain of potions. It is not for the sake of dining, he explained. The last viewing occurred at lunchtime, and I must attend. My pupil is there. Dumbledore cheerfully arranged for Sirius and Severus to sit on either side of him, also ensuring that Lupin and Sirius were seated together. He wished to avoid the sight of professors suddenly brawling mid-meal. One could only hope this arrangement would prove beneficial. The students were discreetly eyeing the professor's table. The two individuals beside Professor Dumbledore wore sour expressions. It seemed only Dumbledore could smile so warmly between them. Professor Snape appeared as if he wished to glare the roasted chicken on his plate to death. Ron could not hold back a comment from below. Snape's glare immediately shot towards the Gryffindor table. Ron felt a chill run down his spine and lowered his head. Now the professor looks like he wants to kill you, Neville whispered. After Snape had reduced the number of provocations in potions class, he no longer felt as intimidated by Professor Snape. How did he even hear that? Is he a rabbit with large ears? Ron squeezed the words through his teeth. Actually, it is not the size of the ears that enhances hearing. Bats have superior hearing compared to rabbits. Luna's words were swiftly silenced by Hermione. A fine metaphor. Best not to use metaphors again. Just as the students were animatedly discussing the enchanted screen and the matters concerning Sirius Black, a man leaning on a cane entered the great hall, making his way directly towards the professor's table. He limped as he walked. For one of his legs was a wooden prosthetic. Even leaning on the cane, he could not walk like a normal person. More captivating than his wooden leg was his face, which appeared to be a jigsaw of scars, every inch of skin marred. His eyes were even stranger. One stared straight ahead while the other darted up and down, side to side, capable of rolling entirely backward to reveal only the whites. He approached Dumbledore, shook his hand, then was guided by Dumbledore to sit aside. It was then that everyone noticed the peculiar man was followed by a woman clad in standard aura robes. Her shoulder-length hair a vibrant shade of violet. This should have been the most eye-catching color. However, in comparison to the man before her, she appeared exceedingly normal. She too shook hands with Dumbledore, then dashed over to sit beside Professor Sprout, pulling up a vacant chair. The hall fell silent upon the entrance of the scarred man. Dumbledore did not need to tap his goblet to gain the crowd's attention. Nearly all the students were fixated upon the professor's table. These two are the Ministry of Magic's appointed representatives stationed at Hogwarts, tasked with introducing a brand new course in practical dueling from 4th to 7th year. This course requires no additional textbooks, only a wand. This is Alastair Moody, the chief professor of this course. He is the Ministry's most distinguished auror. The students were entirely convinced of his prowess. The scars upon his face surely were testament to battles fought against dark wizards. Dumbledore then gestured towards the violet-haired woman. This is Nymphadora Tonks, the course's deputy professor, an outstanding graduate of Hufflepuff a few years ago, now a trainee auror. Both Moody and Tonks rose to offer a slight bow to the students. Tonks appeared quite excited, speaking animatedly to Professor Sprout as she stood. Headmistress, I never imagined I would have a day as a professor. Moody's demeanor remained vigilant, his agile eye scanning the surroundings, particularly fixating on Snape's left hand for a moment. Typically, students would applaud upon the announcement of new professors, yet this time, only applause from Dumbledore, Hagrid, McGonagall, and Sprout echoed through the hall. After a brief pause, the students' claps finally started to trickle in, still observing Moody. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, Moody employed various detection charms on the food before him with his wand before commencing his meal. Mad-Eye, this is Hogwarts. No house elf will poison you here. Tonks conversed across Professor Sprout. Always remain vigilant, she added with a shrug, then resumed her quiet conversation with Sprout. McGonagall was acutely aware of the purpose behind the Ministry's dispatch of these two individuals. Her gaze fell upon the still blank screen. The Minister of Magic, Fudge, had been publicly chastised by the Daily Prophet over the Peter Pettigrew incident, suffering considerable embarrassment. His paramount concern was his grip on power. It was intolerable for him to learn of this event later than hundreds of minor wizards or the Prophet itself. Under the guise of Dumbledore concealing the truth about Harry Potter's traversal, he exerted pressure to ensure the Ministry's presence at Hogwarts. After much insistence from Dumbledore, the choice fell upon Moody, a man Dumbledore had trusted for many years. Fudge was well aware of their relationship, thus he added Tonks, who was currently under Moody's tutelage. Both Moody and Tonks would serve as professors at Hogwarts and aurors for the Ministry. After fulfilling their teaching duties, they would also be required to report back to Fudge regarding the enchanted screen. Tonks tugged at the collar of her uniform, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the minister's insistence, I wouldn't be caught dead in such a drab outfit. I'll change it tomorrow. Sprout felt a headache coming on. Tonks had once been the most unconventional student in Hufflepuff, and now, merely 2 years post-graduation, she was back at Hogwarts. Tonks, it would be best to wear something more befitting of a professor's status, Professor Sprout gently advised, knowing McGonagall placed great importance on this matter. Tonks's gaze darted towards Lupin, whose robes were riddled with patches, before returning to Sprout. Professor Sprout ceased her attempts at persuasion. A radiant smile broke across Tonks's face, her hair seeming to shimmer even brighter. Why can't third years attend? Hermione lamented to Dumbledore, muttering to herself. Ron looked at Hermione in surprise. You want to add another class? Even if you could, that would be far too exhausting. With so many people surrounding Ron, he prudently refrained from mentioning the time turner. This is practical dueling. Hermione's eyes flickered with concern. It's a course we desperately need to learn. Hermione's words were somewhat veiled, yet Ron understood. She was worried that the future would mirror that world, and she wished to acquire as much knowledge as possible in advance. Do not fret too much, Hermione. Neville reassured her. I believe we can first learn from the enchanted screen. Tabitha is a formidable professor too. Indeed. Oh, look, the screen is stirring. Chapter 55, The Mummy. After Tabitha coaxed Harry into relinquishing his bad habit of calling Voldemort by that name, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, this merely resolved one issue. while another loomed ominously before them. Elowen had not permitted her to divulge this to Harry. Tabitha immediately became restless. "What is the matter?" Harry inquired, regarding Tabitha with a puzzled expression, sensing her demeanor as though she were infested with the very essence of Voldemort. "Harry, Elowen did not intend for you to be privy to these future developments," Tabitha hesitated to articulate. "I know, you know?" Tabitha could no longer remain composed. She had thought they were concealing it quite adeptly. Harry's gaze inadvertently swept over the stack of newspapers on the low table, the topmost one covering Sirius. Just moments ago, while Tabitha rummaged through them, he had come across some rather intriguing news. "I know," Harry reiterated confidently. "I am aware you are keeping secrets, but I also understand you would never harm me. I simply have not inquired." Harry's mind flashed back to numerous moments of rising suspicion, and he voiced one. "The last I heard, you were discussing my godfather, correct?" The matter had lost all semblance of concealment, and Tabitha nodded earnestly, not forgetting to commend Harry. "Precisely, very astute. I have no godfather." Her cheerfulness flickered momentarily before vanishing, a shadow of sorrow creeping onto her cheeks. "No, the topic has strayed. Quickly, help me devise a strategy to confront Elowen." Harry sensed her fear of Elowen was far more palpable than her dread of Voldemort's name. "It is my godson." Sirius gazed greedily at the projection, seemingly intent on etching Harry's visage into his memory. He bore a striking resemblance to his father, save for his eyes. "The eyes resemble Lily's more," Remus interjected, casting a gentle look at Sirius. Sirius wore a robe conjured by a transformation spell, as his original tattered prison garb was wholly inappropriate for the hall. Few would don transformed clothing, for no one wished to be caught in a brawl only to have an opponent's countercurse strip them of all attire. Yet, in order to see Harry, Sirius had donned the enchanted garments to the hall. What a marvelous enchantment, Moody mused, scrutinizing the projection with his magical eye, failing to detect any anomalies. "Rest assured, Mad Eye, it won't suddenly descend and suffocate you." Tonks mumbled through a mouthful of food, her yearning for Hogwarts cuisine evident, having begun her feast even before the projection commenced. Tabitha sighed with worry. "When Elowen returns, she won't hang me up to dry, will she?" Harry seized upon the crux of the matter. "Return? She is not here?" He glanced toward the tent's entrance, where a sign bearing Elowen Ellis's name hung, presuming she resided within. "Indeed, she will return once she has completed her tasks outside." Tasks? Harry could hardly restrain himself from checking the sky. When conversing with Tabitha, stars had still twinkled overhead, yet now it was night. "Oh, you don't know. She is full of energy and seldom sleeps, resting only every few days," Tabitha answered absently. Harry found the mysteries surrounding Elowen only deepening. He could comprehend her eschewing meals for potions, having encountered many potion masters who were rather eccentric. If someone were to tell him that Snape subsisted solely on potions, he would undoubtedly believe it. However, the notion of not sleeping was exceedingly bizarre. What pressing matters could she be attending to? Moreover, why must she leave this place? Tabitha had become so anxious that she began pacing before Harry, muttering, "What to do? Concealing the truth is certainly futile. Perhaps voluntarily confessing might improve her mood." She suddenly noticed Harry's bandaged hand and let out an odd cackle. Hee hee. Tabitha advanced toward Harry step by step. The distance between them was already minimal, and Harry felt a chill at her laughter, instinctively shrinking his neck. "Wait, Tabitha, what are you doing? Call for help. Scream until your throat is raw. But no one will come to your rescue. Do not speak such nonsense, Tabitha. Why are you unwrapping so much bandage? Wait, do not wrap it around me. I am not injured." When Elowen returned, she was met with a compliant Tabitha and a makeshift mummy. Black noted the newcomer adorned with the Slytherin house crest and turned to Remus. "You didn't mention there was a little Slytherin among us. How did she manage to infiltrate the den of lions? I am certain your family thought the same upon witnessing your sorting results." Snape's prowess was formidable. Remus held tightly to Black, who was itching to confront Snape, whispering to him that Black's attire was all transfigured. A confrontation would undoubtedly be chaotic. Black snorted in disdain, turning away from the professor's table to sit at the Gryffindor table. Neville and Ron were taken aback by this sudden shift, as Black settled right beside them. "Hello, Mr. Black," Hermione hesitantly greeted him. Black appeared momentarily dazed. It had been ages since anyone had addressed him so, and he offered a smile. "Hello, just call me Sirius." From Harry's friends, he learned that this Elowen Ellis, the little serpent, was not entirely ill-disposed. Well, he was willing to trust the Gryffindor students. He exhibited patience as he continued to observe. Elowen discerned Harry through the slits of the makeshift mummy, recognizing him instantly. As for Tabitha, the words obedient and troublemaker rarely coalesced unless she was embroiled in mischief. Elowen gathered the situation with a serene understanding. There was no urgency. She strolled over leisurely, casting a diagnostic spell on Harry first. All green, healthy enough to plow a couple of acres immediately. Tabitha, from whose household did you abscond with a pharaoh? Tabitha remained silent, merely offering a shy smile and inviting Elowen for tea. Damn that shyness. Elowen dared not partake in the tea, as she was still oblivious to what mischief these two had been up to in her absence. Did you ruin my potions? No matter, they were not of paramount importance. Elowen could only conjecture from the most reliable sources. Tabitha had yet to speak. If not that, then we are in trouble. Elowen recalled the items she had stored within the tent. Aside from the potions, there were only books. She hastened toward the bookshelf, her voice trembling. Did you burn my books for firewood? Of course not. Nothing here has been harmed. Tabitha reassured Elowen, pulling her back onto the sofa. Harry blinked in surprise at this exchange. He was likely the only one truly injured in this scenario. Chapter 56. When the headmaster, Elowen, exasperated, removed the bandages from Harry, leaving only the one tied with a ludicrous bow on his left hand intact. Tabitha had divulged everything. I thought I had only been away for a night. Not an entire week. Elowen marveled at Tabitha's ability to stir up trouble. How did you manage to let slip so much information? Hee. Tabitha nestled close to Elowen, a grin adorning her face. Harry understood this to be a sign that Elowen was not truly angry, and his last remnants of worry dissipated. Potter, are you well? Elowen refrained from chastising Tabitha further. At least she had managed to keep the more sensitive matters concealed. I am quite well. Did you not see the diagnostic results? Green as his eyes, quite beautiful, Tabitha interjected, her energy restored. Elowen, however, did not perceive the situation as so straightforward. While they could mend Harry's physical scars, the emotional wounds on his heart could only heal with time and his own effort. That night, he was abruptly confronted with the harrowing truth of his parents' demise, only to discover that a nemesis had been lurking in his midst all along. Elowen felt a twinge of concern for his mental well-being. I'm perfectly fine, Harry replied, mimicking Tabitha's tone, exuberant and lively, seemingly untroubled by any issue. Yet, he instinctively averted his gaze, unwilling to meet those gray eyes for too long. Elowen understood and chose to no longer gaze at Harry. Well, that is for the best. This was not an opportune moment for interrogation, nor should answers be extracted through pressing inquiries. Harry lowered his eyelids, grappling with the urge to seize her hand and confess that he was far from well. But he suppressed the impulse. Elowen aimed her wand at Harry. However, I still advise you to get ample rest. I possess a charm that may prove beneficial. The moment Harry saw the wand directed at him, he flinched instinctively. This was a conditioned reflex instilled in him by Tabitha. That was precisely the desired effect. Tabitha stood proudly by, her chest puffed out, reveling in the success of her teachings. Very alert. Excellent, Tonks remarked, recalling that when she first received him, he had not exhibited such vigilance. Moody, with a hint of excitement in his voice, expressed hope that the classes he taught would reach such a standard. You may be disappointed, Professor Moody. Professor Flitwick is well aware of the capabilities of his own students. Harry had been molded through Tabitha's unique training methods. Such an approach was difficult to replicate. With large class sizes, professors could not provide individualized attention to all. If students were left to pair off on their own, the professors would have even more to worry about. Would misfired spells inadvertently strike other young wizards? Would overzealous charms cause harm? They had to guard against reckless incantations flung about without care. The dueling club in the second year had not achieved ideal results. If Gryffindor and Slytherin were to attend class simultaneously, it was no exaggeration to say they could blow the classroom, and the professor, sky high. Professor Flitwick discreetly lit a candle to signify the challenges in Moody's teaching career. Elowen had not intended to force Harry into rest. She was still inquiring. Observing Harry's avoidance, she lowered her wand. Harry did not hesitate long before acquiescing. He indeed required the aid of that charm. This time, Elowen did not use her wand. Instead, she reached out, gently tapping his forehead. The spell was mild, merely inducing a sense of fatigue rather than a physical stupor. Immediately, Harry felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and he found it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes open. Yet, he struggled to utter one last question. Is it true that Professor Snape has become headmaster? Subsequently, his body tilted as if it could no longer bear the weight, and Elowen interrupted the spell's effect, supporting him as he leaned against the sofa. Tabitha Harper, Elowen exclaimed, her voice laced with incredulity. It is time to account for this. Does she even understand the boundaries of what should remain unsaid? I didn't I swear, it wasn't me who mentioned it. Tabitha protested, bewildered by how Harry had come to know of this matter, assuring herself that she had never spoken of Snape. She almost wished to extract her memories and present them to Elowen as proof of her innocence. She was wronged, a victim of circumstances. Elowen picked up the Daily Prophet from the table, her mind elsewhere since her return. She had just noticed the item placed there. Indeed, there was an article regarding Snape's ascension to the headmastership. Are you joking? Snape is headmaster? Black's animated reaction stood out amidst the Gryffindor crowd. The young lion struggled to accept the news, with Fred nearly wishing to celebrate by causing a ruckus. Fortunately, Percy timely intervened, or the hall might have become unsuitable for young wizards in no time. Among the Gryffindor students, the quiet ones became all the more conspicuous. Why are you all so unfazed? Black scanned the room, realizing that only the few wizards beside him exhibited minimal reaction. Ginny stared at them in astonishment. It's hardly groundbreaking news. Ron was surprised for only a few seconds, reflecting on the explosive revelations they had previously encountered. Hogwarts transformed into a war-torn landscape, Dumbledore's portrait altered. They had even considered the possibility of their own demise. In comparison, Snape becoming headmaster was hardly shocking. It wasn't as if he had ascended to the Dark Lord's throne. Neville bowed his head, finding it difficult to respond, yet unable to muster a shocked expression. Luna had begun to fixate on a point in the air, seemingly lost in thought. Hermione remained the calmest among the four, pushing her food aside to jot down notes in her notebook. Black couldn't resist leaning in to glimpse what she was writing. On the care of newborn mermaids. Black burst into laughter, fully comprehending. Ever since he had consumed one of Snape's potions, the entire world had spiraled into the absurd. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. I have fallen victim to Snape's cunning. Black snatched a fork from the table. Hallucinations do not evoke pain. He plunged it directly into his left hand. Ow! Not a hallucination. Ron moved the mushroom soup closer to Black, exclaiming, "Look at how hungry Mr. Black is. He is so frantic he even pricked himself." Black maintained a state of existential doubt as Luna kindly conjured a bandage to wrap his wound. Hermione, feeling guilty, continued her scribbling. She had long since cast a secrecy charm on her notes, so only she, Luna, Ron, and Neville could decipher the true contents of the notebook. Others could only see a jumble of nonsensical phrases. It was unclear what had so excited Mr. Black. Chapter 57, A Small Surprise. Only Slytherin was toasting and cheering among the four houses. Malfoy deliberately shouted toward the Gryffindor long table, but unfortunately, Weasley was too engrossed in conversation with Black to pay any attention. Instead, his overly loud voice caught Professor McGonagall's attention. Malfoy quickly retracted his taunting demeanor, knowing better than to provoke students from her house in front of a professor. Zabini did not join the raucous crowd. He was observing the expressions of the professors. Professor Snape appeared far from jubilant. Indeed, Snape had little reason to feel joy. Under normal circumstances, it would never have been his turn to assume the headmastership. Even with Dumbledore gone, McGonagall still ranked ahead of him. Thus, either McGonagall had perished alongside Dumbledore, or the Dark Lord's power had grown unprecedentedly strong, granting the ability to appoint a headmaster. With such a bleak future, how could he feel elated? I scarcely know whether to congratulate you, Severus. McGonagall pondered the same thoughts. Her brow furrowed. She wished fervently that she had been alive at that time, so she could continue as deputy headmistress to assist Severus. Managing a house was vastly different from overseeing an entire school, and Severus had never been exposed to such responsibilities. Merely dealing with the Board of Governors would be suffocating enough. Severus was still young and had no idea of the trials he would face from them. Elowen held up the newspaper, pressing it against Tabitha's face. How could this newspaper be here? Indeed, that is rather strange. Tabitha replied, astonished as she accepted the paper. Are you unaware? Elowen raised an eyebrow at her performance, pondering whether these papers had somehow mastered the art of apparition. Coughing, Tabitha pressed on with her narrative. Perhaps a mischievous house elf had accidentally brought them along while tidying up? A rumble echoed from somewhere in the air. Tabitha's list of offenses successfully grew by one. Elowen laughed, proving that even in moments of utter disbelief, laughter can emerge. I truly suspect you and Hagrid might share some familial ties. Tabitha replied with utmost seriousness. You've uncovered our secret. We are long-lost siblings from different parents. The figure slumbering on the sofa seemed to subtly curl the corners of its lips. What? She is my sister? Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment, nearly toppling the entire professor's table. Half of Tonk's drink splattered across the surface as she regarded Hagrid with an understanding gaze, as if she had discovered someone even more clumsy than herself. Sit down, Hagrid, Professor Flitwick instructed, casting a charm to tidy up the soup that had splattered all over him. Tabitha mentioned different parents. Pay attention. Hagrid, his neck flushed, awkwardly repositioned the professor's table. Tabitha tugged at a strip of bandage she had used earlier to dress as a mummy. No, rather, as Harry. She playfully wrapped a section of the bandage around Elowen's hand, saying, the reconciliation ribbon. Once it's on, you mustn't be angry anymore. Elowen retaliated by wrapping the bandage around Tabitha's neck, winding it around and around. No, that's not how the reconciliation ribbon works. Tabitha cried out, tears welling in her eyes. Ultimately, Elowen showed mercy, refraining from actually hanging Tabitha from the rafters. Tabitha leaned in to confess her mistake. I didn't show him that page. He must have glimpsed it while I was flipping through. Oh. If you had shown it to Harry, he wouldn't have needed to ask me again, Elowen remarked, carefully stowing the newspaper away. By the way, young Harry seems to have caught on that we've been hiding something from him. Is that so? Oh, you knew too? Elowen replied, her thoughts trailing off. It was somewhat convoluted. She was aware that Harry was aware of their concealments. Tabitha scratched her head. Why do I feel like I'm the only one left in the dark? He has always been quite perceptive, Elowen sighed. Moreover, we've never been able to execute our plans flawlessly. Their understanding of Harry was not something they could easily disguise, and Elowen had no intention of hiding it. Once Harry was sent back, all issues would be resolved. What should we do then? Tabitha naturally delegated the problem to Elowen. If he doesn't ask, you don't bring it up. With her keen eyesight, Tabitha noticed a slight quiver in the bow on the hand dangling from the sofa's edge after Elowen spoke. Is there something we could perhaps tell him in advance? Like, that 7 is a magical number? Tabitha inquired eagerly. Elowen shook her head, patiently explaining no. Though Harry traverses through Hogwarts, we cannot guarantee where he will land upon his return or who will be around him. Such information cannot be lodged in Harry's mind. His head is already like a sieve filled with holes, and he wouldn't master the brain-sealing charm in the short term. If he ends up in the Albanian forest and encounters the Dark Lord, there's a significant chance that this vital information would fall directly into enemy hands. The hope of vanquishing the Dark Lord would be utterly extinguished. I can learn, Harry interjected, unable to bear it any longer. The brain-sealing charm, I can learn it. Elowen turned in astonishment to look at him, replaying their previous conversation in her mind to ensure she hadn't revealed anything inappropriate. Harry, half awake, was evidently still battling sleep. Elowen, rarely at a loss for words, stammered, well, learning it won't be particularly easy. Furthermore, you're still young. Practicing so early could harm your mind. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but a yawn escaped first. Elowen pulled back his sleeve. Harry's fingers were straining so hard that his knuckles turned white. As he fought against the spell's effects with pain, she deftly cast another charm, sending him into a peaceful, infant-like slumber. Tabitha patted Elowen on the shoulder. Don't mention it. My half-sister. We should chat with Hagrid sometime. Elowen's expression remained stoic, her body trembling as she struggled to suppress the urge to punch Tabitha in the face. Tabitha chuckled for a while before regaining her composure. If we tell Harry nothing, won't that mean we can't change anything? Tabitha queried, understanding that Elowen wouldn't easily accept a grim fate. Much has already changed beyond our sight, Elowen replied, her tone not overly heavy. She had contemplated this issue long ago. Harry's traversals were the greatest alteration, and other events might not unfold as originally scripted. But Dumbledore was still very much alive at this juncture. What I envision is preparing some small surprises for Dumbledore. Tabitha's expression brightened with revelation as she began rummaging through her bag, which, like Elowen's, was enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. She almost half-submerged herself into it. Found it, Tabitha exclaimed, producing something to present to Elowen. Here, a little surprise. It was an eye, once agile and capable of seeing the back of its wearer's head, now lying quietly in Tabitha's palm, no longer moving. Elowen shut her eyes in anguish. Chapter 58, Unearthed. Dumbledore coughed lightly, realizing that Tabitha's understanding of surprises might be somewhat skewed. Mad-Eye Moody's hair instantly dulled as he recognized the object in the girl's hand. My magical eye. Moody displayed no fear, no need for alarm. Tonks. This merely indicates I haven't been cautious enough. He had anticipated this day, never regretting the path he had chosen. He hoped he had not met his end at the hands of some nameless minion. A lifetime of vigilance leading to a downfall would surely turn him into a cautionary tale for young Aurors. Hermione added Moody's name to her list of the deceased, which was growing ever longer. The new professor hadn't even taught a single lesson yet, only to be sentenced to death by the light curtain. How did you unearth it? Elowen rubbed her temples, feeling a pulse of frustration. She had received more surprises than she could handle today. I unearthed it ages ago. It was initially meant to be a surprise for you, but after I dug it out, I forgot about it. I remember only saying it was beneath the sturdiest, most resilient tree. How on earth did you find it? Elowen's voice trembled, on the verge of breaking. I unearthed it by my own efforts. Are you a dog? Woof woof. Tabitha shamelessly barked in response. Frustrated, Elowen fell silent. Don't be upset. It's certainly better than being nailed to a door. Indeed. It was already pried off and buried. Now it can be of use. Don't be angry. Think of it as a gift. Dumbledore will surely pay more attention to Moody after he receives it, Tabitha insisted. Dumbledore's gaze drifted towards his old friend. Albus, I didn't intend to have you notice me just yet. Stop staring. You have no magical eye, so you can't see anything. Moody's gaze remained unwavering. His magical eye capable of detecting Dumbledore's stare from several meters away. Elowen truly believed that Tabitha had a modicum of truth in her words. Yet she also recalled the significance of Voldemort's resurrection through Harry's blood, a crucial element of their predicament. It was imperative to remain vigilant towards Moody, though not prematurely so. By the time vigilance was warranted, Dumbledore would no longer be present. Elowen resolutely shook her head. The eye was not worth the trouble of bestowing, serving no purpose other than to create chaos. Albus, should she actually deliver it, remember to pass it to me. I shall wear it alternately, Moody jested with Dumbledore, his demeanor light-hearted. I shall certainly remember, came the reply, dissipating the heavy atmosphere surrounding the professor's table. What a pity, Tabitha remarked as she returned the magical eye to her bag. If we are not sending this, then what shall we offer? A ring, one cursed with dark magic. Elowen's voice grew somber as she spoke, indicating a ring that, while detectable by Dumbledore as cursed, would nonetheless tempt him to adorn it. Tabitha suddenly realized this might be a splendid idea. Having Dumbledore receive a similar ring beforehand would certainly prevent him from falling victim to it again. Excellent notion. Yet, it appears fraught with risk. The ring itself is not the crux, it is the stone. There is no need for it to assume the shape of a ring. Possessing the stone alongside the curse would suffice to ensnare Dumbledore once. Tabitha appeared to recall something, rummaging through Elowen's small bag. With a flick of her wand, a beautiful opal necklace floated onto the table, the opal set in an ornate base, shimmering under the light. What if we inscribe a mark on this necklace to disguise it? Dumbledore had never encountered the stone before. Elowen, in silence, produced a living mouse intended for potion experiments, allowing it to roam freely upon the table. The moment the mouse touched the opal necklace, it fell over, lifeless, without a sound. Did she truly believe it was acceptable to gift such a necklace to another? Neville's heart raced as he witnessed the potency of the necklace. One might wonder if Elowen had been too long in Tabitha's company and had absorbed her tendencies. Ron, equally incredulous, questioned the distinction between gifting a cursed necklace and Moody's eye. Moody felt compelled to caution Dumbledore. Remain vigilant, Albus. How can one wear an object known to be cursed? The headmaster seemed perpetually oblivious to this awareness. Snape, standing by the headmaster's side, derided him, daring to handle an alchemical object upon their first encounter. McGonagall refrained from coming to Dumbledore's defense. He indeed ought to reflect upon his recklessness. Dumbledore offered a wry smile, grateful for the concern of his colleagues. Only he comprehended the true nature of that stone, the Resurrection Stone, one of the fabled Deathly Hallows he had relentlessly pursued yet never attained. With it, his demise would find explanation. This artifact remained in Voldemort's possession, imbued with formidable curses. During his pursuit of Voldemort, he had inadvertently encountered the artifact, succumbing to its curse through carelessness. It was likely one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Otherwise, the rationale behind the curse he placed upon the Deathly Hallows remained inexplicable. He could surmise the total number of Horcruxes, recalling Tabitha's riddle-like assertion. 7 is a number of great power. Dumbledore felt a headache brewing at the thought of such a quantity. Elowen fixed her gaze upon Tabitha. I believe our intention is not to hasten his demise by several years, is it? Ah, ha ha ha, Tabitha chuckled awkwardly. He is such a formidable wizard, naturally. The most potent methods must be employed. Please refrain from adopting the villain's perspective. I'm used to it. I shall promptly conjure a gentler curse. No need. Elowen declined Tabitha's assistance, asserting that her non-interference was the greatest aid she could provide. The protective barrier dimmed. Dumbledore entrusted Moody with recommending to fudge the dispatch of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic to search for traces of Voldemort's lingering soul within the Albanian forest. Previously, they had refrained from pursuing Voldemort due to uncertainty regarding his escape route and the number of Horcruxes scattered about. Influenced by prophecy, he had long believed that Harry was essential in vanquishing Voldemort. Now that the first two queries had been resolved, Dumbledore intended to first contain Voldemort's residual soul before gradually addressing the Horcruxes. Even if Fudge were to disagree, Dumbledore was prepared to assemble some old friends to undertake this endeavor discreetly. He returned to the Great Hall when it was deserted. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he shared an inseparable bond with the castle. He sensed that the barrier had become a part of Hogwarts since its arrival, drawing magical energy from the very alchemical array of the castle itself. A vast influx of magic surged in, yet the barrier exhibited no discernible change. He had considered dispelling the barrier. Through his authority as headmaster, he could accomplish much, commanding ghosts, ordering portraits, and operating throughout the castle. However, this particular barrier seemed beyond his jurisdiction, as if its ownership belonged to another. Chapter 59, Felix Felicis. Hello, George, Fred. Hermione greeted the two as she encountered them en route to the library. Why do you both appear so fatigued? Having become familiar with them during their joint pursuit of Peter Pettigrew, she inquired out of concern upon seeing their disheveled state. This prompted Fred and George to find a willing listener for their grievances. Just look at the mud stains on our robes, Fred said. lifting a corner of George's robe for Hermione to inspect. What has significantly increased our Quidditch training since he learned of Harry's uncertain return. George's voice bore an unmistakable weariness. It's evident you have been practicing for quite some time, Hermione noted, observing that some of the stains on their robes had already dried. ISNT this year your OWLs? Fred sighed deeply. This year happens to be Newt's year as well. He shows no mercy whatsoever. By the way, Hermione, aren't you heading to the Great Hall at this hour? Hermione glanced around before responding. I am currently seated at the Gryffindor table. You two really ought to hurry, or you will miss out. Hermione watched as the Weasley brothers dashed away, their figures disappearing up the staircase. Harry had peacefully slumbered through the entire morning, awakened by the aroma of food. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Tabitha fanning a bowl of cheese soup towards him. He lay on the sofa, still drowsy. You're finally awake. I was about to let you miss your meal, Tabitha declared, ceasing her actions. Harry recalled the events preceding his slumber, feeling a sense of urgency to find Elowen, as their conversation remained unfinished. Tabitha gently pressed his shoulder, directing him to look behind. There, at the potions workstation, was Elowen, diligently occupied. Both potions are nearing completion. You should eat first, Harry. Tabitha served him a bowl of cheese soup, reassuring him. Do not worry, she won't vanish. What potion is she brewing? Harry's question had lingered in his mind for some time, but in deference to Elowen's concentration, he lowered his voice to inquire of Tabitha. Tabitha, excited, called out towards Elowen. He asked. I told you he would definitely inquire before the potion was ready. The potion isn't bottled yet. I win. Elowen, without a glance, had her small bag open automatically, from which a petite vial of potion flew out, landing gracefully before Tabitha. The entire vial shimmered a golden hue, having spun in the air several times, its contents clinging to the crystalline walls before gradually cascading downward. It resembled honey in its thick consistency, speckled with delicate points of light. It's Felix Felicis. Hermione recognized the potion immediately. The potion of fortune bestows good luck upon its drinker. Luna's description, however, is more straightforward. Hermione is akin to a walking encyclopedia, a fact Ron has long acknowledged. Yet, surprisingly, Luna, a year younger than them, possesses such a wealth of knowledge as well. Ron admits to feeling somewhat disheartened. However, upon seeing Neville's equally bewildered expression, he feels a surge of gratitude. Thank goodness. I have you by my side, my good friend. Did you place a bet with me, Harry? What is there to misunderstand? This vial of potion is evidently the wager. Everyone gets a share. Tabitha summoned an empty crystal vial, forcefully handing half of it to Harry. He understood that Tabitha's decisions were not easily altered and thus refrained from wasting time trying to persuade her. He observed the potion in his hand. Its hue unlike any he had ever seen, exquisite, reminiscent of molten gold. This was Felix Felicis, liquid luck, a sip of which could bestow a day of good fortune. It sounded like an incredibly useful potion, and Harry felt compelled to store it safely, for keeping it on his person seemed unwise. While he pondered, Tabitha handed him a small pouch, resembling the ones she and Elowen carried. Harry suppressed his excitement as he accepted it. Having long been curious about the seemingly endless capacity of their bags, he plunged his arm into the pouch, and indeed, the interior was spacious. It wasn't until he inserted half his arm that he encountered a shelf. On it rested various other vials, and he casually pulled one out, a universal antidote, with a thoughtful label affixed to it. We've placed some commonly used potions inside, Tabitha explained. That shelf is enchanted with a stability charm. So no matter how you jostle the pouch, the contents remain undisturbed. He followed her instructions and placed the half-full vial of Felix Felicis onto the shelf. Why the long face? Noticing Harry's peculiar demeanor, Tabitha approached him with concern. There's no need to hide it from me, Tabitha, Harry replied calmly. Huh. Tabitha appeared puzzled. Elowen, at the workstation, slowed her movements slightly. I understand now. You have been teaching me wilderness survival skills all along. Harry offered Tabitha a knowing glance, causing her heart to skip a beat. You know everything, she stammered. Yes, Harry's tone grew somber. So, I will be hunting in the wild with my godfather in the future, won't I? Tabitha nearly blurted out her thoughts, terrified. She believed Harry had genuinely grasped that he would soon experience life in the wilderness. Elowen resumed her potion-making with a sense of ease, her earlier hesitation fading. Ha! Tabitha laughed at Harry. How could you think that? Harry's expression turned bewildered. Isn't it true? Sirius is a wanted man. Where could he possibly take me? Besides, without capturing Peter, there's no way to clear my godfather's name. Black was nearly moved to tears, slapping Lupin on the back. Remus, look, Harry would rather hunt than live without me. Lupin's shoulders were pounded with vigor, leaving him no choice but to comfort him. Yes, I heard you, he replied. What a wonderful boy, Black sniffed. Snape, distancing himself from the group, felt the air suffused with foolishness, believing that staying even a moment longer would diminish his intelligence. Tabitha, laughing, explained to Harry that his godfather was indeed quite wealthy. Even if the Ministry of Magic did not restore his reputation, the inheritance he held would remain unchanged. Harry listened, using a cushion to hide his flushed cheeks. It was too embarrassing. He had even considered capturing creatures for Hedwig as her owl feed. He grabbed a sausage roll from the table and stuffed it into his mouth to quell his emotions. The burning sensation spread like wildfire in his mouth. He took a large bite, choking on it, and had to puff his cheeks to search for water. "Why is today's meal so spicy?" he inquired, perplexed. He was not being picky. It was simply unreasonably hot, exceeding the bounds of edible. Tabitha, nervously touching her face, admitted, "I may have unintentionally offended the cook. Would you like to try something else? We have a full array of flavors here." Harry, feeling somewhat burdened by her admission, gazed at her with drooping eyes. "I think Elowen's choice to brew potions is truly wise." Chapter 60. Harry's POV. Harry accompanied Tabitha in consuming the somewhat peculiar lunch. Throughout the meal, he was busy organizing his thoughts. Tabitha helped him dismiss one hypothesis. He did not require wilderness survival skills merely to evade the Ministry of Magic's pursuit alongside his godfather. That had been the least absurd of his wild speculations. Tabitha merely clarified Sirius's financial situation, assuring him that even if Sirius were wanted, he would not be reduced to a state of survival in the wilderness. However, she glossed over the most pressing question: why was she teaching him these skills? And as a seventh-year student yet to graduate from Hogwarts, how did she possess such extensive knowledge of wilderness survival? This could not simply be attributed to a passing interest. He had witnessed Tabitha's deftness in dispatching animals. She managed the entire process of hunting, cooking, and boiling water with spells. Harry had stood by, completely at a loss for how to assist. It was evident that Tabitha was no novice in the kitchen. She was remarkably skilled. Yet, therein lay the inconsistency. The tent did not accommodate a kitchen space. They had completed all of this outside the tent. Tabitha had borrowed the stew pot from Elowen, and the spices had been scavenged from within the tent. It did not appear as though she frequently cooked. Later, Elowen had handed him a vial of potion that induced a feeling of fullness. This led Harry to infer that they had been relying on potions to survive for quite some time. Thus, from where did Tabitha acquire her experience? While Harry had not undergone 7th year, he was acquainted with Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, who had once served as the head boy of Gryffindor and was now the male president of the student council. He was certain that Percy was not nearly as proficient as Tabitha in these practical skills. Percy often enjoyed showcasing himself as head boy or president, dedicating part of his time to assisting professors in maintaining student order. Yet, more often than not, Harry observed Percy in the library, tackling heavy academic assignments. Those assignments did not include how to cook a deer. Care of Magical Creatures class did not teach students how to prepare them into exquisite dishes. If Tabitha dared to venture into the Forbidden Forest for a barbecue, Hagrid would undoubtedly place her at the top of the list of those banned from entering. Harry knew better than anyone how protective Hagrid was of his harmless little creatures. At Hogwarts, young wizards were not required to cook for themselves. Therefore, the source of Tabitha's experience seemed all the more dubious. Harry had only shared a few meals prepared by Tabitha. When mealtime arrived, the food would be laid out on the table, and he had never seen the cooking process. Yet, as he ate, he found the flavors remarkably familiar, evoking a sense of nostalgia that made him feel as though he had returned to Hogwarts. Initially, he speculated that Elowen was the one cooking. Fearing that his inquiry might upset the bashful Elowen, he had suppressed that thought for some time. Now, with the knowledge that a house elf resided within the tent, he suspected that the elf was the true chef of their camp. Elowen seemed too busy, often seen with a book in hand, to devote time to cooking. During this holiday, according to Elowen, they are here engaging in scholarly pursuits. Indeed, one can observe Elowen diligently concocting potions. However, what academic research is Tabitha involved in? Herbal remedies in the tent? It seems more akin to a pastime. Harry is fairly certain that this is merely Elowen's pretext. For the duration of the holiday appears excessively prolonged. It is evident that Elowen and her companions must have resided here for some time, as indicated by the signs of habitation within the tent and Tabitha's abundance of wilderness survival experience, which surpasses that of an average 7th-year student. Nevertheless, Elowen promised Harry that if there were no changes after 2 months, she would reach out to a professor on his behalf. The longest holiday at Hogwarts is merely 2 months, coinciding with the summer break. Harry is uncertain about the weather conditions in the Albanian forest. He cannot ascertain whether this period is indeed summer based on the climate. He can only infer from their time spent in the forest that the situation is not as simple as a holiday. On the day Harry became aware of his predicament, he suggested to Elowen that he should write a letter to Professor Dumbledore. Elowen, in a fit of exasperation, chastised him vehemently, which left Harry feeling apprehensive in her presence for some time thereafter. However, Upon getting to know Elowen better, Harry realized that her reaction that day was exceedingly out of character. She typically delights in employing whimsical metaphors for satire. Yet she is not one to easily succumb to anger. While she may lose patience, she would not resort to berating someone as she did that day. Reflecting on her words from that day, they seem to stem from someone harboring profound prejudice against Harry Potter. It is certain that such a person would not truly understand him. He is not one to act recklessly due to his fame. The only individual who comes to mind with such prejudice is Snape. Elowen does not share such biases. She is well aware of his temperament and must have known that her words would incite his anger. Yet, she deliberately mimicked Snape's manner of speaking, which was intentional. Elowen, who knows him best, is aware of more piercing words that could easily hurt him, rather than these baseless fabrications that would only elicit laughter. She chose not to utilize them. She simply sought to divert the conversation. Harry's thoughts then drifted to the newspaper announcing Professor Snape's ascension to headmaster. What of Professor Dumbledore? Was Elowen's attempt to change the subject indicative of her inability to contact him? Moreover, Elowen only promised to help him find a professor without specifying which one. Could it be that she is uncertain about her ability to reach any professor? Harry feels convinced that something significant must have transpired at Hogwarts. Something grave enough to leave young wizards stranded and unable to return. Is Elowen's mention of 2 months merely a delaying tactic? Or will matters truly be resolved after that time? Harry remains uncertain. He can only hope for a favorable outcome. As he uncovers more information, he increasingly comprehends why the 2 older girls have refrained from divulging certain truths directly to him. He now yearns for the truth, yet fears that it may yield an outcome he cannot bear. The 2 older girls have been diligently safeguarding his normal existence, unwilling to let events that have yet to unfold affect him. Throughout this process of suspicion, Harry once again feels the depth of Elowen's care for him. Her affection is shrouded in a veil of mist, entwined with thorny brambles, revealing only glimpses through the minutiae, quietly existing in warm ways when no one is the wiser. Chapter 61, Wolf's Bane Potion. Rap, rap. Tabitha rapped her knuckles on the table before Harry, questioning why he sat there in a trance cradling a bowl. Harry, too visibly out of sorts, caught her attention. He snapped back to reality, replying, "Oh, I'm just pondering how you managed to offend the cook. This meal has been prepared with a rather unexpected flair. Spicy sausage rolls, sweet and sour cheese soup, bitter melon juice pudding. What an odd assortment." Tabitha sighed at the recollection, lamenting that she had merely wished to fling the pot away, only to face the consequences afterward. Her brief comment rendered her momentarily silent. Even house elves cannot be controlled. Draco Malfoy remarked to his companion, "If this were my family's servant, I would have sent it off with a piece of clothing long ago." Draco did not mock Gryffindor. He had received a letter from home informing him that the matter regarding Hagrid's beast would be postponed. Draco was baffled by his father's decision, especially since he had already boasted about expelling the creature. He had confidently declared to the Gryffindors that his father would surely dispose of the beast and rid them of Professor Hagrid. For the sake of his reputation, he wished to avoid provoking the Weasleys until everyone forgot his earlier words. His followers, however, had different notions. Crabbe and Goyle habitually echoed Malfoy's sentiments and eagerly took on the task of provoking Gryffindor. Indeed, some families may be so impoverished that they have never even encountered a house elf, Malfoy taunted. Ron's face flushed red. Ever since his first day at Hogwarts, Malfoy had incessantly harped on his family's circumstances. He looked up, ready to retaliate. What was happening among them? Ron observed with curiosity. Malfoy punched each of his followers. And although his strength could not budge the 2 hulks, the gesture quieted them. Neville was also quietly observing, and Malfoy shot him and Ron a fierce glare. It was unclear why he had acted in such a manner. Neville concluded that it was certainly not out of a desire to defend him. Harry, disregarding Tabitha, turned his attention to another occupant of the tent. Elowen sat with an impassive expression, intently scrutinizing the contents of a potion bottle while cross-referencing a book, seemingly engrossed in her task. The 2 potion vials continued to emit steam, unstoppered. Judging by their consistency, the vials contained the same potion, one a deep brown and the other a lighter hue. Harry spoke to Tabitha in a voice that was neither loud nor soft. "What is Elowen doing? Is there an issue with the potion?" Tabitha, bolder than Harry, replied, "Could it be a failure?" Her tone was devoid of any lamentation for the efforts Elowen had devoted these past days. Instead, it brimmed with anticipation. Harry was convinced that if Elowen were to accidentally blow up the cauldron during her experiment, Tabitha might well rejoice and venture out to hunt some deer in celebration. Harry had to admit that he too was starting to feel curious, echoing Tabitha's sentiment. Oh, surely not. Elowen wouldn't produce a failed potion. The 2 engaged in conversation as if oblivious to their surroundings. The incessant chattering of the 2 had pulled Elowen from her deep concentration. She overheard their remarks about failure and mistakes. Before they could delve into the topic of exploding cauldrons, Elowen interjected, Indeed, there is a problem. One vial has been rendered less than perfect due to the mistiming of ingredient addition. She did not attribute the mishap to being distracted by Harry's words. The outcome of potion making is what matters. A mistake is a mistake, irrespective of the reasons behind it. Tabitha placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, adopting a didactic tone as she earnestly advised, "Remember, even the gods can err." Harry regarded Tabitha with sympathetic eyes, noting that Elowen had drawn her wand. Tabitha once again became a silent cat. In an effort to evade the deprivation of his own linguistic capabilities, Harry pointed to the potion on the table and remarked, "I remain uncertain as to what this is." It was wolfsbane, a concoction that, when consumed by werewolves, alleviated their suffering during transformation. "May I inquire as to whom this is intended for?" Harry sensed that no one within the tent seemed to require it. Elowen had been anticipating this very question. "For you?" Harry's mouth fell agape. Had it been Tabitha who uttered this, he would have dismissed it as a jest. Yet it was Elowen who spoke. Why on earth would he need wolfsbane? Elowen allowed him to ponder this for a moment before revealing the latter part of her statement. "This year, you may find yourself dancing under the moonlight with a werewolf." He neglected to drink the potion. "The wolfsbane is intended to equip you for self-preservation at the opportune moment." Snape's icy gaze swept over Lupin. There would not be a second werewolf at this school, and Elowen was referring to him. Forgetting to drink? Such carelessness placed the entire school at risk. "With all due respect, Headmaster, should we truly retain such an individual within our institution?" Lupin's heart was heavy with guilt and unease. His position at the school was a testament to the headmaster's benevolence, yet he felt he had betrayed that trust. Black defended Lupin vehemently. "He is safe. And this incident has not occurred, has it? Who knows if that Slytherin is not lying? I nearly overlooked your presence, Black." "Headmaster, I trust you recall someone who demonstrated a proclivity for murder during their student years? Such an individual is not to be trusted." Snape sought to expel both of the canine-like figures from the school. "Mudblood," he exclaimed. Dumbledore intervened, restraining the two from coming to blows. Fortunately, he had cast a silencing charm at the outset, or the entire school would have been privy to their altercation. "We shall not lay blame upon anyone for events that have yet to transpire, Severus." Before Black's triumphant expression could fully manifest, Dumbledore continued, "Sirius, should you not temper your exuberance? It is likely that everyone will become aware of Lupin's little secret, and at that juncture, I may be compelled to dismiss him." They fell into a temporary silence. "Is there a werewolf within the school?" Harry exhaled with relief, having previously speculated whether he might one day transform into one himself. Tabitha had reverted to her human form and readily answered the query. "Indeed, indeed." Harry perceived the anticipation radiating from Tabitha and sensed that something was amiss. What scheme had she concocted now? "Do I know that werewolf?" "Indeed, indeed." Harry felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. He longed for this torment to end. "Please, just tell me, Tabitha. I can handle it." Tabitha hastily delivered a torrent of information. "You do not merely know that werewolf. You share an extraordinary bond. You have a child together." Harry's immediate instinct was to glance at Elowen's expression, which bore a contemplative look, followed by a nod. "Yes, you have a child." Chapter 62. The Child. "Yes, you have a child." The great hall of Hogwarts erupted at the utterance of this revelation. In that moment, the clatter of countless forks against silver plates resounded like a cacophony. The news of Harry Potter having a child with a werewolf overshadowed the mere existence of a werewolf within Hogwarts. The hall was instantly filled with fervent discussions among the students. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students engaged in heated debates regarding the existence of reproductive isolation between werewolves and humans. The Slytherins remained eerily silent, too stunned to react. Even Draco Malfoy found himself at a loss for words. Merlin's beard. Ron's voice faltered. Harry really has guts. His speech seemed to stutter, as though his vocal apparatus had malfunctioned. No one responded to his words for the moment. Ginny emitted a shriek upon hearing the news, subsequently burying her face in her arms, obscuring her expression. Neville wore an expression caught between confusion and bewilderment, evidently still in shock. Luna's smile bore an enigmatic quality as she regarded the professors, lost in her own thoughts. Hermione's countenance was one of sheer astonishment, akin to that of someone who had just learned of failing an important exam. She fixated on her notes, murmuring, "This cannot be. He is not that kind of person. I must trust him. Perhaps their romance did not bloom at Hogwarts? Perhaps there are other werewolves? Perhaps." Following Professor Snape's substitution of Professor Lupin for a defense against the dark arts lesson, Hermione had taken it upon herself to consult the lunar phases calendar. Noting that Lupin's absences coincided with the full moon, alongside Neville's discovery of mysterious scars on his hands. These details led Hermione to ascertain Lupin's identity. Yet she refrained from disclosing this to anyone else, believing it to be his private matter. Though she had once held profound faith in Professor Lupin, her trust now wavered. Can two wizards conceive a child? Hermione asked Ron in a dazed tone, her eyes vacant. Ron, sympathetic, assumed Hermione was merely overwhelmed by the explosive news. Certainly not, Hermione. You must be a bit disoriented. Here, have a cup of mint ginger tea. It is impossible. A loud outburst erupted from the staff table. Black was fiercely tugging at his unruly hair. The combination of werewolf, Harry, and child struck him like a devastating blow. His gaze became unfocused as he grasped Dumbledore's hand. Mechanically protesting, this cannot be. Remus, he is James's friend. How could he? Snape, devoid of any desire to mock the fallen, inadvertently resorted to a mental blocking spell. McGonagall and Sprout engaged in hushed discussions, their eyes darting between the chaos of the hall and Lupin. Hagrid, on the other hand, extended heartfelt congratulations to Lupin. Staring blankly at his plate, Lupin was at a loss for how to respond to such well wishes. He had never contemplated starting a family. With his condition, how could he burden another? Moreover, the age disparity between Harry and himself was considerable. Wait. Why was he even contemplating this seriously? Lupin immediately scattered all thoughts from his mind. It was impossible. This situation was utterly inconceivable. Dumbledore found one of his hands firmly gripped by Sirius. And despite several attempts to extricate himself, Sirius remained impervious to reason, prompting Dumbledore to resort to magic for his liberation. Gazing at the disarray of the hall, Dumbledore sighed wearily, contemplating whether it might not be so unthinkable to allow Severus to assume the role of headmaster ahead of schedule. Harry had initially believed himself adequately prepared, ready to accept the prospect of becoming a werewolf. However, a child? This concept felt light years away from his current reality, a notion he had never entertained. The child would not inherit werewolf traits, would they? Harry asked anxiously. He did not harbor any disdain for werewolves. It was merely the thought of a child being born with such characteristics that troubled him deeply, fearing a future fraught with hardship. Harry was determined not to be an irresponsible parent. If werewolf traits were hereditary, he would resolutely choose not to have children. No, the child is perfectly healthy. Elowen reassured Harry, explaining that werewolves expand their ranks through bites. Harry's heart eased at this revelation. In his state of relaxation, he failed to notice the smile forming on his face. Tabitha, intrigued by Harry's reaction, queried, Harry, I thought you would be anxious? Indeed. Harry did feel a flutter of anxiety, yet more so, he felt a burgeoning joy at the prospect of having a family. I shall soon have a child, a family. Although the child's mother possesses a few fuzzy little quirks, our love is undeniable, and nothing could bring greater joy. A glimmer sparkled in Harry's eyes. Mother. Ha 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 ha. Black collapsed onto the table in laughter at this remark. The association of Remus and the term mother sent him into fits of giggles. He truly resembles his father, does he not? Lupin mused. Ron, too, was exhilarated by Harry's reverie. Perhaps I could even be the godfather. Hermione's lips quivered as if they had been struck by a spasm. Seeing Harry so jubilant, Elowen refrained from clarifying that he was not the child's father, allowing him to remain blissfully misled. After all, once he learned that Lupin was a werewolf, he would certainly grasp that the child was not theirs. Tabitha, however, felt a twinge of regret for missing the opportunity to witness Harry's breakdown. Harry, in high spirits, awaited Elowen's final touches on her notes. Elowen, we have yet to conclude our conversation, he lamented. He had been felled by Elowen's spell, leaving their dialogue abruptly suspended. Elowen, unperturbed, neatly closed her notebook and feigned contemplation. Is that so? Potter, you aren't becoming drowsy, are you? Have we reverted to addressing each other by our surnames? Harry was acutely aware that everything before sleep was not merely an illusion. He had indeed overheard their conversation, and he had distinctly heard Elowen refer to him as Harry during that time. Why did she seem to change the moment he awoke? Elowen pretended not to hear the question. Regarding the brain-blocking spell, I must be more cautious. You can begin by practicing clearing your mind before sleep each night. Clearing my mind? Harry was captivated by Elowen's words, momentarily forgetting his previous inquiry. To discard all thoughts, to cease thinking and reminiscing. Transforming the mind into a blank slate. This was the fundamental training for the brain-blocking spell, one that did not involve any incantations. It was quite safe. Do not underestimate its difficulty. Mastering one's own mind is the most challenging endeavor. Very well, I shall certainly practice, Harry responded earnestly to Elowen. So, what shall we learn today? Chapter 63, Apparition. Hermione, in the library, had only discovered that the brain-blocking spell functioned to prevent others from prying into the secrets stored within one's mind. Details regarding its training methods were sealed within the restricted section, inaccessible without a professor's note. Hermione resolved to begin her own nightly practice of mind clearing. Who knew when she might find the brain-blocking spell useful? What shall we learn today? Harry inquired of Elowen, who was expected to continue their potions lesson. Having already delayed for an entire morning, He wished to utilize the afternoon to catch up on his studies. This time, it was Tabitha who interjected, darting in from the side. Today is a special lesson, she declared mysteriously. We won't be here. Since arriving, Harry had yet to venture beyond the confines of the Albanian forest. Upon grasping Tabitha's hint, he felt a surge of excitement. Tabitha nudged Harry. Still seated, hurry back and grab your broom. This was a clear indication that today would be a flying lesson. Yet, Harry hesitated. He did not glance at Elowen, fully understanding that she could not possibly teach him to fly. This lesson was evidently Tabitha's domain. However, was this not contrary to their original plan? Harry questioned Tabitha. I still have much to learn. Compared to that, flying seems to be the skill I require the least practice in. How can you think that way? Oliver Wood exclaimed, rising from the table with a thump. That is utterly misguided. Flying requires extensive training to ensure proper handling. Not only did Wood address the screen, but he also surveyed his team, ensuring none harbored such foolish thoughts. Fred and George averted their gazes, for at that moment, Wood appeared more imposing than Percy. They certainly did not wish to be pressured into flying additional laps. How can flying not be important? Tabitha asserted earnestly. It is one of your most effective means of escape before you come of age. Escape. Tabitha seemed to inadvertently reveal something significant. Harry returned to retrieve his broom, adhering to Tabitha's instructions. No wonder they had given him this bag today. It was about to prove its worth. How shall we get there? Harry queried, noticing the absence of a fireplace within the tent. Were they to fly? Surely, they would not take the night bus, for this was the forest. Unless the bus could traverse the treetops, there was no means of passage here. Harry was genuinely eager for long-distance flight. He merely feared that Elowen might be unaccustomed to it. Tabitha, realizing Harry's ignorance of certain wizarding transportation methods, lacked the patience to explain. She physically tossed Harry to Elowen, and he felt an astonishing sensation as he soared through the air. Elowen, accustomed to Tabitha's occasional whims, caught Harry with a spell and gently returned him to the ground. Wizards have more ways to travel than merely through fireplaces. More commonly, there are apparition and portkeys. Apparition can transport the caster and anyone in contact with them to any location not under the influence of an anti-apparition spell. Only adult wizards are permitted to use it, having passed an examination to obtain a license. Mastering this spell is no easy feat. Misuse can result in dismemberment. Occasionally, individuals find themselves in a rather fragmented state. Thus, it is not the preferred method of travel for wizards. Portkeys, on the other hand, are fixed-point transportation devices imbued with magic, causing anyone who touches them to be transported to a designated location. They function similarly to the flu network, providing a stable and secure transfer. One experiences the sensation of a hook gripping their navel, whisking them towards their destination. Such devices are frequently utilized for the transportation of individuals during large events. You have not experienced either. You may choose how to travel. Harry noticed Elowen uttering a phrase of Muntis during her speech, and her quill emitted a faint blue glow. That is illegal, Percy observed, watching Elowen casually create an illicit portkey, his pupils trembling. Had she not read the regulations on the use and abuse of portkeys? Well said, Percy. Fred often doused Percy with cold water, yet the ministry seemed unable to extend its reach deep into the forest. Indeed, if one were to be pedantic, the stretching solution is also strictly prohibited for personal use. But, George drawled, everyone essentially uses it in secret. His voice was not particularly quiet, causing some nearby Ravenclaws to cover their bags in guilt. There's no denying it. Although illegal, this spell is incredibly convenient. Carrying so many books back and forth daily is rather cumbersome. Hermione, having noticed their behavior, curiously inquired of Luna, is it true? Are there so many Ravenclaws secretly using the stretching solution? She too wished to enchant her bag with the spell. Expanding its capacity would allow her to carry many more books. Luna shook her head, her tone calm. I know no more about this than you do. You are my closest friends here at Hogwarts. Neville, having not interrupted Hermione's previous question, had been signaling her with his eyes to change the subject while Luna spoke. He understood Luna's situation better. The students in their house did not take kindly to the peculiar girl. On several occasions, Neville had observed Luna walking barefoot, simply because her shoes had been hidden away by someone. Although Luna claimed that it was the work of magical creatures, Neville knew better. It was improbable for a magical being to consistently pilfer the belongings of a single individual. Hermione deciphered Neville's expression and guided Luna into a conversation about the peculiar, balloon-like fish she had once mentioned, an extraordinary creature that only Luna genuinely believed existed. Doubts began to swell within Hermione. Students from the same house typically share a close bond, and it was common for older Gryffindors to impart wisdom to younger witches and wizards in the common room. Perhaps it was the professor's fluctuating moods that day, or perhaps the techniques to avoid being scrutinized by Professor Snape during potions class, or even some academic assistance. Regardless, It was exceedingly unusual for Luna to be so unfamiliar with her fellow housemates. Hermione recognized her neglect towards her friend and resolved to learn more about Luna. Surely, Neville must have a deeper understanding of her, and Hermione decided to press him for information upon returning to the common room. After some contemplation, Harry resolved to choose apparition. Since portkeys were a more common mode of travel for wizards, he anticipated having the opportunity to experience that in the future. He yearned to savor every method of transportation, and it seemed more challenging to find someone willing to allow him to experience apparition in advance compared to portkeys. He was unperturbed by the notion of Elowen and the others inadvertently splitting during the process. He had complete faith in their abilities. I choose apparition. Chapter 64, Ron's Brothers. A student so small attempting apparition, and to bring Harry along. Black was immediately filled with agitation, twisting and turning in his seat. Lupin, I recommend you borrow some anti-parasitic potion from Hagrid, Snape said earnestly to Lupin. Severus? Lupin responded, puzzled. I don't have any plants that require pest control. No. It seems your dog has acquired fleas. A defensive growl emanated from Black's throat, reminiscent of a creature on guard. Tabitha had already arrived at their destination ahead of Elowen and the others. She walked with grace, while Elowen, needing to accommodate someone inexperienced in apparition, had more to consider. Elowen instructed Harry to grip her arm tightly, and she reciprocated the hold. Remember, don't let go. 3, 2, 1. She spun around with Harry at her side. Harry felt an intense pressure enveloping him, as if he were being compressed into a narrow tube. He sensed his grip on her arm loosening and clutched her tighter. The images before him blurred, his vision momentarily engulfed in darkness. Once he shook off the discomfort, he first noticed the sound of waves crashing against rocky cliffs nearby, accompanied by distant roars of creatures. The briny scent of the sea wind rushed towards him. Harry realized he was on an island, not the flat, open space he had envisioned for flight training. He gazed into the distance, where the ocean stretched infinitely, its deep waters a shade of dark green. Jagged rocks dotted the island's perimeter, with scant signs of vegetation. Among the rocks lay partially obscured enormous animal skeletons, attracting seabirds to land nearby. As he ventured closer to the island's center, the foliage thickened. The island boasted no towering trees like those in the Albanian forest, but rather an abundance of low-lying plants with massive leaves. Shadows circled high above in the sky, and several silhouettes broke away from the group, visibly growing larger as they approached. Tabitha rose from a rock, bustling towards the two. You're too slow. I've been waiting for ages. Yet Harry had no time to heed Tabitha. The shadows approached at breakneck speed, and soon he could discern what the creatures were. He pointed behind Tabitha, exclaiming, "Look out!" The monstrous figure dove directly towards her position. Harry felt compelled to draw his wand, but against such a colossal creature, any spell he had learned seemed utterly inadequate. The beast loomed like a dark cloud, its spiky wings trembling violently as it descended. It crashed down behind Tabitha, its massive claws mere feet away from her. A violent gust of wind whipped up sand and small stones, stinging Harry's face. All he could hear was the howling wind and the frantic pounding of his own heart. "Welcome to Dragon Island," Tabitha exclaimed, raising her arms, finding refuge in the shadow cast by the dragon. The dragon obligingly spread its wings. "By Merlin." The hall erupted with a chorus of wizards collectively invoking Merlin's name, with a few individuals even suggesting new garments for Merlin's wardrobe. Malfoy's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the spectacle. There was a dragon. How infuriating. What kind of luck does Potter have that he encounters dragons every time? What a massive creature. It must be an adult dragon, Ron speculated, though it bore an oddly familiar appearance. Perhaps you've seen it in books. That's a Norwegian ridgeback, Hermione observed, discerning its spiked wings. I couldn't have seen it in a book. Suddenly, Ron felt a dull ache in his fingers. Hermione, perhaps you should reconsider why you researched dragons in the first place. Hermione's eyes widened. It was during their first year that she had looked up information for Hagrid's dragon. How coincidental, she thought. Hagrid's dragon was also a Norwegian ridgeback. Norbert, Hagrid called out affectionately to the dragon, sniffing back tears. It was heartwarming to see Norbert thriving, even from behind the barrier. Oh, Hagrid, you've already named it on your first encounter? Tonks teased him. McGonagall suddenly recalled the absurd lie Malfoy had spun about Harry bringing a dragon during the first-year night tour. At the time, she had dismissed it as a mere fabrication born from Malfoy's panic, later believing that Harry and his friends had concocted a story to dupe Malfoy. Now, it seemed there might indeed have been a dragon at Hogwarts. Harry steadied his racing heart, relieved that the dragon had neither crushed Tabitha into a pulp nor devoured her. They must be quite familiar with one another. The two other dragons, adorned with sleek scales, carefully landed around them, encircling the trio. Don't recognize her? She asked Norbert. Elowen indicated towards the first dragon that had landed, its spiky form impressive. She, Harry echoed in astonishment. Is it inappropriate to call her Norbert, then? Her caretaker named her Norberta. Harry's fragmented thoughts reconnected. Yes, they had sent Norbert with Charlie's friends to Romania. So, were they currently in Romania? Could apparition bridge such vast distances? McGonagall closed her eyes, a pang of guilt washing over her regarding young Malfoy. She dared not open her eyes to meet Severus's gaze. That day, she had yanked Malfoy's ear, dragging him from his slumber to deal with the students. She earnestly hoped Severus had forgotten the incident. Yet even with her eyes closed, she sensed a piercing stare fixed upon her. McGonagall stood as still as a statue. Ron's heart twisted. If they were in Romania, might his brother Charlie appear? Given the dire circumstances of that world, fear gripped him. Are we in Romania? Harry watched in fascination as Tabitha interacted intimately with the dragons. Realizing that Ron's brother seemed to be working there. Ron had many brothers, after all. Elowen feigned ignorance. I know. It's Bill Weasley, Tabitha exclaimed, her voice brimming with vitality. I thought he was at Gringotts, not here in Romania. Elowen and Tabitha's conversation flowed seamlessly, leaving Harry no opportunity to interject. That's the stickler Percy, who was a prefect. Not just a prefect. He was also the president of the student council. I doubt dragon keeping was part of his career plan. Ah, and then there are those two who are perpetually restless like jumping beans, Fred and George Weasley. Potter, are you suggesting they've taken up dragon keeping? Elowen tossed the question back to Harry. Chapter 65, Noberta. Fred took George's hand in his. Brother, I never realized you harbored such dreams. George reciprocated, holding Fred's hand as they engaged in an impromptu, melodramatic performance, eliciting hearty laughter from those around them. Ron, too, began to relax amidst the jovial atmosphere. Noticing his friends watching him with quiet concern, Ron's face flushed with warmth. That is not what I meant, Harry said, exasperated. You know who I'm talking about, Charlie. Tabitha looked at Harry, her expression sorrowful. Are you confused? I'm Tabitha. Do you really want to reenact this now? Harry covered his face in embarrassment. Elowen and Tabitha spared Harry further teasing. This place is vast. We're merely at the island's edge. Charlie and his research team are likely deeper within the island. We shouldn't run into them, Elowen explained. Harry, having been sufficiently teased, shifted his focus to inquiring about the day's agenda. So today is the magical creature care class? Who said that? Tabitha queried, puzzled. It's flying, of course. In a mere second, Harry grasped Tabitha's intent, marveling at how effortlessly he could comprehend her whimsical thoughts. Perhaps it was time he assessed his own mental faculties. He glanced up at the dragons, who were also observing him. Indeed, they are your training companions. Tabitha's words extinguished the last flicker of hope in Harry's heart. He would be flying alongside dragons. How splendid. Perhaps he could pen a few books someday. Titled Harry Potter teaches you how to master flying quickly, taming dragons, and with dragons by my side. Provided, of course, that he survived the experience. Lupin was drenched in cold sweat. She can't genuinely intend to do this. Those dragons were perilous. Even adult wizards might not emerge unscathed from their jaws. Black reassured his friend. Harry flies exceptionally well. Trust him. This isn't merely about flying well. McGonagall's complexion had paled slightly, instinctively rubbing her wand's grip. She had always suspected these two upperclassmen posed the greatest threat to Harry. What an unconventional training method, Moody remarked, somewhat astonished, believing he had seen it all. Yet reality always managed to teach him anew. Moody, please, don't imitate this. Tonks almost wailed, recalling her original training, which was arduous but never to such an inhumane extent. Moody rolled his eyes, his more agile eye spinning twice. He was not that reckless. Snape glared at the two students, questioning whether they even understood the concept of danger. If Potter were to perish under such circumstances, everything he had done before would become a farce. Among the faculty, only Hagrid appeared in good spirits. He comforted the nearly fainting Flitwick. It's all right. Although Noberta's teeth are venomous, if you get to the hospital wing in time, there won't even be a scar. Flitwick gazed at Noberta's mouth, which dwarfed Harry entirely. One bite would indeed leave no scar, as it could entirely swallow Harry whole. He slumped softly into his chair. The skin of dragons is infused with ancient magic. Only the most powerful spells can penetrate it, Luna introduced to her friends. She possessed a deeper understanding of the characteristics of magical creatures, often frequenting the library for literature on the subject. Hermione, in a state of anxiety, stood up and began pacing. How could they allow Harry to engage in combat with a dragon? It may not necessarily be combat. Neville attempted to soothe Hermione's distress. Perhaps it's just flying together? Once the training commences, Noberta will attack you with dragon fire, and you can evade using your broomstick. How simple does that sound? Tabitha nonchalantly stated. Elowen had found a rock to sit on, quietly admiring the island's beauty. Hermione stared intently at the shimmering screen, glancing at Neville before returning her gaze to the display. She said nothing, yet it felt as if she had conveyed everything. Quietly, she resumed her seat. Not because she had come to terms with it, but because she had entirely given up hope. Harry meticulously retrieved his broomstick, half dazed at the prospect of surviving a dragon's onslaught, while simultaneously plotting his flight path. He occasionally glanced at Elowen, wondering if she genuinely supported such a method of instruction. Seated nearby, Elowen tossed something toward Harry. Instinctively, he caught it. It was two metallic pieces inscribed with strange symbols. Alchemical runes. Tabitha explained as she magically affixed the two metal pieces to Harry's wrists. She offered no further explanation, pushing Harry gently after ensuring everything was in place. Fly. Those were protective alchemical items. Upon recognizing the runes, Dumbledore shared his knowledge with the professors, fearing that if he delayed any longer, they would all find themselves in the hospital wing. Hearing this, the professors' expressions improved to varying degrees. At least they understood the importance of protective measures. Unbeknownst to them, the professor's baseline of safety had been lowered to a new level. Harry pressed his lips together tightly, mounted his broom, and soared into the sky without hesitation. The moment he left the ground, all prior panic dissipated. This was his realm of familiarity. He instinctively knew how to fly the moment he grasped the broom. It wasn't difficult. Merely evading dragon fire was akin to dodging a quaffle. However, during matches with Slytherin, players often committed fouls in attempts to knock him off his broom. Harry hoped Tabitha wouldn't resort to such tactics. Noberta's spines resembled spears, sharp and formidable. Tabitha granted Harry a moment to acclimate, waiting below until she observed him circling and paying attention to her movements. Only then did she mount Noberta's back, straddling her neck. Noberta, pursue. Tabitha's voice was filled with exhilaration. Noberta understood some simple commands. She shed her gentle demeanor before Tabitha, her spines bristling with movement. With just a couple of powerful wing beats, she lifted herself off the ground. Those enormous, orange eyes fixated on the flying figure, and the dragon commenced her chase. As soon as Harry noticed Tabitha making a move, he distanced himself from them, not anticipating that although Noberta was massive, she was far from sluggish. After gaining altitude, Noberta executed a swift dive, significantly closing the gap between herself and Harry. Harry's initial advantage of taking off first was quickly nullified. Dragon fire. Tabitha commanded as Noberta was on the verge of catching up to Harry. A low, rumbling sound emanated from Nobita's throat, resembling the distant growl of thunder. She opened her mouth, filled with sharp teeth, towards Harry, and a searing flame erupted from her maw. The scarlet inferno shot directly towards Harry, the intense heat seemingly melting the surrounding air. Hermione dared not look any longer and abruptly turned her head away. Her eyes were tightly shut, her eyelashes trembling violently. She could only gauge Harry's condition by the gasps of those around her. However, rather than expressions of regret, the hall resonated with cheers. "Look, Hermione!" Neville exclaimed, his hands red from clapping, as he shouted to her. Hermione had never heard him speak so loudly. Harry dodged it. Luna chimed in, equally elated. It was rare for Luna to display such excitement. Ron was tightly embraced by his overly enthusiastic brothers. Sandwiched between Fred and George, he struggled to join in the cheers, his voice muffled by their exuberance. Harry had anticipated the trajectory of the dragon's flames. His broom suddenly shifted horizontally, moving several feet away from the onslaught of fire. The flames continued to spew for several seconds, and Harry wondered if, at such close range, the scorching air waves would sear him. Yet, the terrifying flames swept past him, not even singeing his hair. Harry did not believe the dragon's fire lacked potency. He glanced at the ground that had faced the flames. The sparse vegetation had been instantaneously vaporized, the scorched earth cracked and deformed, and even the rocks had begun to melt. Wherever the heat waves spread, everything was engulfed in a sea of fire, and all life rapidly perished before those licking flames. Such fierce fire brushed against him, yet he felt only a warm breeze. Harry began to comprehend the purpose of the two metal plates Elowen had given him. However, this was not the time for contemplation, as Tabitha was preparing her next attack. He maneuvered his broom in a chaotic escape. On the ground, Elowen cast a freezing spell against the still expanding flames. Frost spread outwards from the point where the spell landed, and the heat waves instantly transformed into wisps of white mist. The dancing flames became encased in a thick layer of ice beneath the crystalline surface. The fire retained its twisted form, but could no longer scorch anything. Seeing Harry emerge unscathed from the dragon's flames, the professors visibly relaxed. A precise spell control, Flitwick remarked. What a remarkable young wizard. Sprout gazed dreamily at the shimmering barrier, at least knowing to control the flames so they did not incinerate the entire island, correct? Tonks. With a concerned expression, checked Professor Sprout's cup. Pumpkin juice, no alcohol. Oh dear, it seemed her head of house was mumbling sensibly. Let us just say Harry is flying exceptionally well, Black interjected, attempting to ease Lupin's tension. Lupin's complexion was particularly pale. Merlin. You look more disheveled than during those days each month. Harry evaded attacks by constantly changing directions. The sky here was vast, and he only had to avoid Nobita, the single flying menace. However, Nobita's speed surpassed that of his Firebolt 2000, and Tabitha was gradually finding a suitable rhythm to force Harry into the dragon's jaws. Harry realized it was time to alter his evasive tactics. He no longer avoided Nobita. Instead, he flew around the great dragon, directly diminishing Nobita's speed advantage. This was a clever strategy. Nobita's flames could not be accurately directed without tracking Harry's movements. The only danger Harry now faced was the dragon's frustrated, chaotic movements as it struggled to catch its prey. He could not predict a dragoness' instinctive reactions, and Nobita was covered in spikes. Even if Nobita did not impale him with her spiked body, her immense strength could easily break his bones. Such a perilous scene elicited gasps from the young wizards in the hall. Everyone was alarmed by Harry's audacious maneuvers. Only Oliver would continue to marvel at Harry's exceptional flying skills. He's flying more nimbly. The improvement is evident. This training method is indeed effective. Fred and George settled beside Wood, one on each side. Could it not be effective? If it were ineffective, Harry would be reduced to ashes. This progress comes at the cost of his life. Flames ignited in Wood's eyes, as he seemed to have discovered a more fruitful training method. Is there any possibility of borrowing a dragon from your brother, who is studying them in Romania, for training? Fred and George exchanged incredulous glances, utterly unable to believe what they had just heard. Without even saying goodbye, they swiftly rose and fled from Wood's side. I say, little Harry, Tabitha taunted from the dragon's back. Have you forgotten I am still here? Harry was too busy dodging Nobita's snapping jaws to grasp Tabitha's intentions. A water sphere obscured his vision, causing his evasions to falter momentarily. The spikes grazed the edge of his robe. Tabitha, Harry exclaimed in exasperation. Wasn't it agreed that the dragon would be my training partner? The rules are made by the strong, while the weak are destined to be crushed in their resistance. Have you lost your mind? Ha! Let it turn to ashes. Tabitha's spell forced Harry away from Nobita. They reverted to their initial attack patterns. But this time it was worse. Harry now had to guard against the water spheres hurled by Tabitha, which not only obscured his vision, but also subtly altered his broom's evasive direction. However, it was evident that Tabitha still retained some semblance of reason. Otherwise, she would have been casting petrification spells at him. McGonagall pressed her hand to her chest, her eyes half closed, appearing as if she had already departed halfway. She could not count how many times she had wondered which two students had been taught by such a clever teacher to devise such imaginative training. After so many years of teaching, the most mischievous students she had encountered had not possessed a fraction of their power. Flitwick had been escorted to the hospital wing by Hagrid. He had fainted after seeing Harry nearly collide with a spike. One professor had successfully escaped the torment of the barrier, while others remained steadfast at their posts. Even the most resilient, Black, appeared to have an irregular heartbeat. Isn't this a bit excessive? No one could respond to him. Lupin looked as if he had just endured a transformation, lacking the strength to speak. The ever-sarcastic Snape was also silent. Only Dumbledore knew how long his potions professor had been under the effects of a mental block. Dumbledore himself felt a complex mix of emotions. Such teaching was indeed a rarity. Chapter 67, The Spell. Harry adapted once more to the exhilarating pace of the chase, emulating Tabitha by drawing his wand in the midst of his evasions, attempting to counterattack. However, the results were far from satisfactory. The spells he cast at the colossal dragon proved entirely ineffective, as if he had merely thrown a sparkling firework at it. Striking the dragon's body only created a ripple of light, utterly worthless in obstructing the pursuit. Meanwhile, every spell Harry hurled at Tabitha was effortlessly deflected. Tabitha, utilizing silent spells, remained particularly loquacious. Harry cast a spell, and she provided her critique. Too slow, Harry. Your incantation lacks conviction. Why is it so feeble? I recall you had a meal before coming here. Oh dear, you mispronounced the spell again. Harry, perhaps we should take a break. Harry's success rate plummeted under Tabitha's relentless interference. Gritting his teeth, he turned to unleash a powerful curse upon Tabitha to silence her, but in his preoccupation with the spell, he failed to consider the dragon's position. In that fleeting moment, he found himself directly in front of Noberta's gaping maw, which was wound up and poised to unleash its fury. The sharp, glistening fangs reflected a cold light, with a red glow brewing in its throat. There was no escaping this fate. A calm realization flashed through Harry's mind. Given the proximity, he was at a loss as to which direction to flee to evade the dragon's fiery breath. All he could do was muster the strength to try once more. He immediately altered his course. Yet, the dragon's maw shifted in tandem with his movement. The crimson light flared to life, and flames roared forth. Despite Harry's quick reflexes, the dragon's fire engulfed half of his body. Oh no! Ron exclaimed, stunned by Harry's blunder. Harry! Hermione shouted, knowing her voice could not reach her friend. yet unable to contain her anxiety. Some younger Hufflepuff students, frightened by the scene, began to sob quietly, comforted by their older peers. Hagrid, having just returned from escorting Flitwick back to the Great Hall, was compelled to take Professor Sprout to the hospital wing as well. She appeared on the verge of fainting. McGonagall murmured to herself that they would certainly exercise restraint. They would not remain indifferent while Harry was in peril. Yet, she understood that even with ample preparation, some unforeseen events could not be averted. Her gaze remained fixed on Harry's figure amidst the flames. The flames persisted for 2 seconds before subsiding. The red glow vanished. The smoke cleared, and Harry emerged within the sight of the crowd. He was momentarily propelled by the force of the blast, then hovered in midair, seemingly still dazed from the impact. Tabitha intervened to prevent Noberta from continuing her assault. She retrieved a broomstick from her bag and approached Harry. Her slender fingers waved in front of his eyes. It was only then that he remembered to check himself. His shoulder was intact, and he felt no pain. His clothes and broom remained unscathed, achieving the remarkable feat of emerging unscathed from the dragon's fire. This is training. Did you truly think I would allow you to break an arm or leg during practice? Tabitha remarked with a smile. Hard to say, Harry retorted instinctively. Tabitha's smile vanished in an instant. They exchanged glares in the air for a moment before she cast a spell at him. Harry, mounted on his broom, swiftly turned to flee. In the absence of Noberta, who could no longer pursue him, he realized that Tabitha was, in fact, quite inept on a broomstick. She struggled to keep pace with Harry, who was riding a Firebolt 2000. However, her spell casting was impressive. She employed an unknown tracking spell that ensnared Harry and separated him from his broom, drawing him back to the ground. Finally down, McGonagall sighed in relief. Her anxious heart settled as the two landed. Had they remained in the air much longer, she feared her heart might suffer some minor ailment. Snape finally lowered his mental barriers, reclining comfortably in his chair. Moody observed the entire scene, his magical eye possessing the ability to see through everything. He clearly perceived Snape's heart beating at a slightly accelerated pace, normalizing only after Potter returned to the ground. Was he genuinely concerned for Harry Potter? How intriguing. Had the years of teaching transformed this former Death Eater? Moody found himself intrigued. On the ground, Elowen had prepared 2 seabirds, awaiting their return. Tabitha landed beside her, holding a bound Harry who resembled a caterpillar, and without hesitation, claimed one of the seabirds. Thank you for coming back. I thought you were planning to turn this place into a glacier. Harry adjusted his slightly askew glasses, noting the terrain had undergone a dramatic transformation. The most conspicuous change was the crystalline ice sealing the flames, scattered almost everywhere, with some even submerged in the sea. Harry sheepishly rubbed his nose, wondering if Elowen had been chasing them on foot while they soared in the sky. He took the last remaining seabird from the flames, clearly prepared for him, as Elowen did not consume food. After the exhausting chase, Harry now felt the pangs of hunger. The relief of surviving washed over him only when his mouth was filled with food. You flew exceptionally well, Tabitha, and I couldn't assist you much in that regard. However, in terms of emotional management, you faltered. It's not that you can't remember spells or that you felt nervous during the chase. It's that the fire within you burned too fiercely. Tabitha merely needed a few words to provoke your emotional turmoil. It's not wrong to feel emotions, but you mustn't allow them to sway you. Anger, frustration, and distress cannot simply be suppressed. You must learn to reconcile with yourself when emotions surge. Do not engage in a struggle with them. Actions driven by emotion often prove ineffective. Harry listened quietly to Elowen's words, realizing that his failure stemmed from his own issues. Tabitha's comments served as merely one catalyst. He had panicked. The more he yearned for success, the more mistakes he made, and the more mistakes he made, the more anxious he became. A combination of factors led to his downfall. What are you thinking? Elowen asked, noting Harry's silence and unable to resist her curiosity. Harry pondered his reflections but felt an inexplicable sense of shame preventing him from speaking directly. He changed the topic. I was wondering if your flying was also taught by Tabitha, which might explain your fear of heights. Elowen instinctively filled in the unspoken words in her mind. She snorted in response and ceased conversing with him. Just as they enjoyed their meal, one relishing the silence, a large creature suddenly sprang from the nearby foliage. It was evident that it had been lurking there for quite some time, poised to pounce on the smallest target, which happened to be Elowen. Tabitha's wand was at hand, and she reflexively cast her most proficient spell. A beam of red light shot toward the creature. Chapter 68, The Cruciatus Curse. When Tonks's fork crashed heavily onto her plate, she had no time to contemplate the implications. I can't be seeing this correctly, Tonks exclaimed incredulously. Was that the Cruciatus Curse? She had witnessed a 7th-year Gryffindor student cast the Cruciatus Curse. Even she, a trainee Auror, was not permitted to learn such spells. Had she lost her sanity? Or was the world itself spiraling into madness? Moody's gaze remained unwavering, fixed intently on Tabitha's wand movements. He responded to Tonks. No, you are not mistaken. His fingers lightly grazed the surface of his wand. Having captured numerous dark wizards, he prided himself on being able to identify any nefarious witch or wizard at a glance. Yet today he found himself outmatched by this student. How could she wield an unforgivable curse so nonchalantly? McGonagall had closed her eyes, her body deflating like a punctured balloon. Snape steadied her with trembling hands, preventing her head from drooping into her plate. Tabitha had even managed to cast this curse silently. She must have had extensive practice. A skilled Gryffindor adept in one of the 3 unforgivable curses, Tabitha's actions undoubtedly left Professor McGonagall in a state of shock. It was equally impactful for him. Severus Snape mused that the color of the badge on Tabitha's chest should be altered to better suit the moment. McGonagall briefly succumbed to unconsciousness, and upon regaining her senses, she felt as if she had just awakened from a dream in which one of her students had carelessly wielded a spell potent enough to imprison themselves in Azkaban. Sirius, having just emerged from his state of astonishment, desperately inquired of Lupin, "Is this what you meant by having a reliable upperclassman by Harry's side? Reliable in what way?" Lupin, equally taken aback, could only respond, "No, I have never witnessed such a thing." Tabitha's spell accurately struck the enormous creature poised to prey upon its victim. The beast, a colossal crocodile approximately 20 feet in length, possessed a robust body with 4 short, webbed legs, the hind limbs significantly more muscular than the forelimbs. As it leaped toward its quarry, the curse hit it mid-air, pinning it as if someone had seized it by the throat, causing it to writhe and wail in agony. Its limbs convulsed violently. After Tabitha lowered her wand, the creature plummeted to the ground, yet its tremors persisted unabated. Harry had never before heard an animal emit such a heart-wrenching cry. His brow furrowed deeply. "Tabitha, what spell was that?" Black remained alert, awaiting Tabitha's next utterance. Hoping that the 2 small serpents would not teach his godson such a spell, Snape did not overly concern himself. After all, they were not in the same realm as Potter, and worrying was futile. Furthermore, Elowen was present, and he doubted she would be eager to cultivate Potter into a dark wizard. McGonagall's palms were clammy with sweat, having discerned the line between fantasy and reality. Indeed, Tabitha had employed a forbidden incantation, yet she still perceived her as a good child. Her concern lay in whether Tabitha could differentiate between what should be taught and what should not. Tabitha's way of thinking was rather avant-garde. Dumbledore, weary, gazed at the shimmering screen, sincerely hoping that Tabitha would refrain from explaining every spell she had cast, for an entire school of students was watching. Most of the young witches and wizards in the Great Hall failed to recognize the spell Tabitha had utilized. Many had never witnessed an adult wield an unforgivable curse. Their understanding of such curses was limited to theoretical knowledge. At first glance, the spell Tabitha had cast was unfamiliar to them, and they did not associate it with the Cruciatus curse. A wave of inquiries arose among the young witches and wizards, each seeking to discern the nature of the spell. Only the Slytherin table remained silent, exchanging furtive glances as if reaching a silent consensus, and began whispering amongst themselves. "Is that the one she used? It must be that one. How audacious. She'll surely be apprehended for using it. What is that? I don't understand. Oh, how foolish you are." Many young Slytherins, due to familial influences, possessed a deeper understanding of dark magic than their peers from other houses. They speculated that the crocodile's response to the curse indicated it was indeed the Cruciatus curse. However, greater knowledge did not equate to personal experience. This was their first true observation of someone casting the Cruciatus curse, and they were cautious not to mention its name during their discussions. "Tabitha, what spell was that?" Tabitha fell silent, grappling with whether she could dare to speak. It was a variant of the Tarantaligra charm, which, in its original form, compelled the opponent to dance uncontrollably, enhanced by the ability to induce frenzied singing. Elowen explained earnestly, yet due to the unpleasantness of the singing, few opted to use this spell. Harry himself had once fallen victim to the Tarantaligra charm, and indeed, his legs had danced of their own volition. Yet, the crocodile continued to tremble and cry out long after Tabitha ceased her incantation. Was this truly just a variant of the same spell? Hermione meticulously recorded Tabitha's wand movements, breaking down each step in her notebook. She also sketched the gestures for the Tarantaligra charm, eager to study the principles behind spell modification. Regrettably, as Tabitha had not uttered the incantation, Hermione was unable to experiment with the spell at that moment. Ron halted Hermione's continued research, directing her attention toward the professor's table. "Regardless of what that spell is, I think it's best if you refrain from learning it. Just look at the professors." Hermione turned to see Professors Lupin and Black tightly embraced, with Black appearing intensely animated as he spoke to Professor Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Lupin appeared to manage the distance between Black and Dumbledore by holding him close, his head buried deep in Black's shoulder. as if trying to avoid confronting some unpleasant reality present in the hall. The newly arrived Professor Tonks gazed at the shimmering screen, her expression one of confusion as she occasionally rubbed her ears, as if she suspected an issue with her hearing. Professor McGonagall covered her forehead, her expression obscured, but the pallor of her lips suggested she was not in good health. Professor Moody grinned, yet the scars marring his face rendered his smile more terrifying than a pumpkin carved for Halloween. The only one who appeared relatively composed was Professor Snape, though his lips twitched as if he were torn between speaking and remaining silent. Hermione pondered why the professors collectively exhibited such symptoms when Neville spoke up, his voice quivering. It's the Cruciatus Curse. Indeed, Hermione had been so engrossed in the spell that she had overlooked her companions. Only then did she notice Neville's distress. His grip on the cup was so fierce it seemed he might crush it, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Despite the fear evident in his eyes, he remained fixated on the crocodile afflicted by the Cruciatus Curse. The creature's hoarse cries evoking fragmented memories from the depths of his mind. Memories of a similar sound filled with anguish, despair, and terror. Neville found himself ensnared in his emotions, unable to escape. Don't look anymore. Hermione pressed her hand against the back of Neville's, squeezing tightly. His hand had grown as cold as ice within mere minutes, and she endeavored to transfer her warmth to him. Ron, noticing the situation, moved closer to Neville, positioning himself between him and the screen. Luna cast a warming charm upon Neville, stating, "I thought this might help." Neville, surrounded by friends, began to feel a sense of warmth return. Meanwhile, several familiar faces appeared at the professor's table. Hagrid returned to the Great Hall with Professors Flitwick and Sprout, both of whom had been treated by Madame Pomfrey. "Honestly, Professors Flitwick and Sprout, you don't seem to have fully recovered," Madame Pomfrey remarked disapprovingly as she assessed their condition. She had accompanied them to investigate what chaos could have incapacitated two professors. To be cautious, she carried healing potions with her. The two professors still appeared somewhat weak, while Hagrid, brimming with enthusiasm, replied to Madame Pomfrey, "No one wants to miss Harry's spectacular flight, especially with a dragon. I dare say some people might never have such an experience in their lifetime. Madame Pomfrey, you should come and see." Madame Pomfrey harbored no interest in the brutal sport of Quidditch. However, she could readily discern that numerous individuals at the staff table required her potion expertise. She made her way towards them, with Hagrid closely trailing behind, while the two heads of house, still in a state of disarray, brought up the rear. "What has got you standing serious? We haven't missed anything, have we?" Hagrid greeted Black. Upon seeing the arrivals, Black finally seemed to regain a semblance of composure. Slumping back into his seat, though his capacity for response was severely diminished, a hollow chuckle escaped Black's lips, leaving the four newly returned individuals perplexed. Elowen did not allow Harry to continue observing the still, vocal giant crocodile. "Tabitha, quiet it down," she commanded, with yet another silencing spell. A brilliant green light shot from Tabitha's wand, rendering the giant crocodile immobile and mute, though no visible harm was inflicted upon it. "I've lulled it to sleep," Tabitha declared, her voice tinged with a hint of triumph. A wave of unease washed over Harry. He could distinguish between being asleep and being dead. A foreboding sense gripped him. "Tabitha, what spell did you use?" Harry asked, his face a mask of astonishment and skepticism. Memories of his encounter with the Dementors flooded back, evoking the haunting image of his parents' deaths, accompanied by that same green light. Black chuckled hollowly once more, as if the multitude of thoughts circling in his mind compelled him towards this mechanical repetition. Lupin, unwilling to accept the reality that a child he had known for so long was so adept in the dark arts, was rendered motionless, slumped over the table in shock. Merlin's beard, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed as she collided with the edge of the table. Had Hagrid not steadied her shoulder, she would have toppled to the ground. Hagrid remained silent. Even the spectacle of the dragon on the screen failed to capture his attention. Who were these people surrounding Harry? A chorus of gasps echoed from the staff table. McGonagall had closed her eyes, feigning sleep, optimistically. She reasoned that having just witnessed her students wielding the two most unforgivable curses, there was nothing left to astonish her. Mad-Eye Moody, afflicted by his profession, found himself itching for action as he watched the spectacle unfold on the screen, unable to intervene. The two heads of house, having missed the Cruciatus Curse, were confronted with the far more exhilarating Killing Curse, standing in stunned silence, questioning whether the potion they had consumed was past its expiration date. Madame Pomfrey was the first to regain her senses, distributing calming potions to all the professors present. Her years of professional experience prevented the collective mysterious fainting of the Hogwarts staff. Malfoy gulped. He recognized both curses. He now wished to retract every disrespectful word he had uttered. That Gryffindor student was terrifying. Faced with Harry's inquiry, Elowen found herself at a loss, struggling to articulate a flattering description of the Avada Kedavra curse. The reality of death signified by the green light was undeniable. It was challenging to spin it into something more palatable. Yet, Tabitha had her unique approach. With her wand tip once more aglow with green light, she exclaimed, "You're asking about this. You don't think it's the killing curse, do you? That's one of the 3 unforgivable curses. How could I possibly use it?" With a flick of her wand, Tabitha drew a lightning bolt symbol, unleashing the charged spell upon the unsuspecting Elowen. The speed of the incantation was so swift that Harry could only watch in a daze as the blinding green light surged towards Elowen. Suddenly, Harry felt as if his thoughts had detached from his body, everything around him slowing as if he were in the presence of a Dementor. The echoes of his mother's cries reverberating in his ears. He felt powerless, unable to alter the course of events. Elowen tilted her head and blinked at him. A tilt of the head? A blink? She was still alive? Harry inhaled deeply, feeling as though he had been resurrected. He scrutinized Elowen's state, noting no apparent changes. Confounded, he looked at Tabitha. What is going on with Elowen, given that giant crocodile was? I told you, it's asleep now, for animals. It's a painless, eternal slumber. For humans, it should induce sleep, but Elowen's resistance is high, so she is completely unharmed, Tabitha asserted with unwavering confidence. Her resolute demeanor convinced Harry. It similarly swayed the young witches and wizards in the hall, who were oblivious to the truth. However, the professors were not so easily deceived by mere words. Even after consuming the potion, the professors remained lucid and rational in the face of such a terrifying scene. How dare she cast that spell on a human? McGonagall's voice pierced through, fraying at the edges. Her one movement. That was the killing curse. I cannot be mistaken. How is Elowen unharmed? Flitwick pondered, utterly baffled. Tabitha's spell must have succeeded, as evidenced by the giant crocodile's experience. She possessed that capability. Flitwick did not wish for Elowen to be harmed. Rather, he was grappling with the stark contradiction between what his eyes beheld and the knowledge he had acquired. A true Ravenclaw could not tolerate such discrepancies. Chapter 70. Intention. Intention. Snape posited a theory. Tabitha did not genuinely intend to kill her companion, and thus her spell could not have taken effect. Moody, having wielded the unforgivable curses himself, disagreed. The spells had been cast too closely together. After unleashing the first curse with lethal intent, could one instantaneously dissolve that malice? No one could attain such mastery. Moreover, the use of dark magic inherently amplified the caster's inner darkness, drawing forth their most sinister thoughts. Moody slowly shifted his gaze to Snape. I believe you are most familiar with such matters, are you not? Snape's left hand, resting on the table, twitched slightly, yet he remained silent. Professor Moody, you do not understand her. Tabitha is not inherently malevolent. Her actions may sometimes be extreme, but when she previously cared for Harry, she was patient and gentle. McGonagall, having observed the screen longer, could not refrain from defending Tabitha. I believe she simply lacked proper guidance. Upon hearing this, the professors, who were more attuned to the circumstances on the screen, did not refute her. Perhaps Tabitha had learned during her confrontation with the Death Eaters. For some exceptionally gifted students, having observed the wand movements and heard the incantations, mastering a new spell was not a daunting task. Deprived of any adults who truly understood the perils of dark magic, her reckless use of the unforgivable curses went unchecked. Professor Flitwick suddenly recalled something crucial, addressing McGonagall. Minerva, as I passed the Gryffindor table, I believe I saw Miss Granger with a notebook in front of her. She has always been diligent in her studies. McGonagall, having only heard part of this, transformed into a cat and darted away, deeming the longer route too slow and opting for a shortcut, leaping over the entire table. Once on the ground, she shifted back into her human form and hastened to Hermione's position. She seized the notebook resting before Hermione, which clearly read, The Secrets of Flying Brooms, the forbidden romance between brooms and flying carpets. McGonagall's expression shifted to one of astonishment and confusion. She did not recall Hermione being the type to write such absurdities. However, she quickly pondered that certain obscure secrecy spells might yield such effects. Absolutely do not attempt to practice any spell you have never comprehended, Miss Granger, as it could result in your imprisonment in Azkaban, she subtly cautioned. Returning the notebook to Hermione, confident in her self-restraint, Hermione was now convinced that Tabitha was undoubtedly employing the Cruciatus Curse and the Killing Curse. She and Elowen were exceptionally adept at deception. Hermione nearly allowed herself to be swayed, overturning her previous suspicions. Harry accepted Tabitha's assertion that the spell posed no harm to individuals. Upon reflection, who would hurl harmful spells at their friends? Initially, he had been misled by the color of the spell. Nevertheless, Harry still sensed something amiss with the initial incantation. Otherwise, Tabitha would not have waited for Elowen to explain. He was certain that Elowen had woven a lie somewhere in her words, the kind that was imperceptible to him. It seemed that sometimes The upperclassman's profound understanding of him could be disadvantageous. After all, Elowen had perfectly mastered the art of obfuscation. Elowen had not anticipated that Tabitha could think on her feet so rapidly, deftly turning the situation around. Since they had traversed into the game world, subtle transformations had occurred, rendering this realm more tangible. Details absent from the game had been filled in. For instance, those books that in the game were merely titles accompanied by garish descriptions now contained substantial information. Through reading, she and Tabitha had gradually acquired a wealth of knowledge. Moreover, some of their summoning cards could not be retracted once deployed, explaining the dragons that now accompanied them. Simultaneously, the game mechanics had not vanished, allowing them to harness two distinct methods of spellcasting, one through learned incantations and the other by invoking the abilities of their cards to instantaneously cast spells. Tabitha had utilized a card for her incantation. The mechanism of the Killing Curse card had been slightly modified from its predecessor when players battled NPCs. It activated without the need to accumulate kill counts. However, during duels between players, one had to eliminate 4 creatures beforehand to achieve a one-hit kill effect. Similarly, to ensure a satisfactory gaming experience, an NPC's Avada Kedavra required 4 accumulations to deliver a fatal blow to players. Although Tabitha wielded a Killing Curse card, which could not directly slay Elowen, the inherent damage it carried was still considerable. Elowen observed her health bar plummeting by 1/5. Tabitha continued to demonstrate her wondrous little spell to Harry and hurled another Killing Curse at Elowen. See, completely harmless, but if used repeatedly, even Elowen would succumb to slumber. Amidst their banter, 2 beams of green light struck Elowen. Harry had developed a certain immunity to green curses, yet he still wished to intervene, for he noticed Elowen was taking a deep breath. This action was also observed among the professors, albeit for different reasons. Elowen inhaled in anger, while the professors were perplexed. She must know what spell that is, Professor Sprout inquired with concern. Black seemed to have heard something amusing, exhaling a chuckle. She certainly knew, even describing the Cruciatus Curse as a variant of other spells. Black was uneasy about Harry associating with the 2 dark witches, yet she found herself unable to retrieve him, her temper souring. In the face of the Killing Curse, Mad-Eye Moody's voice conveyed a hint of admiration. He had witnessed some nefarious Death Eaters who could not maintain their composure when confronted with their impending demise. She trusted Tabitha, for they were inseparable. McGonagall evidently sought to validate Tabitha's character through their friendship. Elowen's health bar had dwindled to a precarious state. She could no longer permit Tabitha to act recklessly. It was crucial to understand that upon their death in the game, their bodies would not be refreshed. If Tabitha struck again, Elowen would leave behind a lifeless form, returning to the resurrection point. They would then have to confront the perplexing question of why some were dead while others lived. Elowen pointed her wand at Tabitha, and a torrent of water erupted from it. At first, Harry thought it was merely a cleansing spell, but soon he witnessed the water coalesce into a spherical wall, ensnaring Tabitha. Chapter 71, Soaring. A faint flush adorned McGonagall's cheeks. She had just spoken of their friendship, yet her friend had not spared her. Their expressions of camaraderie were rather unique. Professor Sprout chuckled. Even Snape and Flitwick cast silent glances at McGonagall. At times, McGonagall wished to transform into a small cat that could not comprehend human speech. The water flowed as if guided by an unseen force, continuously swirling inward and compressing to form an impermeable prison. The rotating water jail ensnared Tabitha in its center, rendering her wand-waving an arduous task. Harry could not conceive of any means for her to escape. Glub, 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 glub. Tabitha uttered something, but to those outside, it sounded merely like a series of bubbling noises. A flame materialized at the heart of the watery confinement, despite the surrounding moisture. It carved out its own domain within the water. The water spiraled around the flame, generating a fine mist, yet it failed to extinguish the seemingly fragile entity. The white mist accumulated, gradually obscuring the shape of the flame, leaving only a disquieting red glow to proclaim that the fire had not been extinguished. As the force of the water weakened, Tabitha's hands regained their freedom, and she further manipulated the flames. A serpent composed entirely of fire, adorned with fangs, emerged from the water, swiftly consuming vast quantities of the liquid. Tabitha's form descended from the mist, landing unscathed. She seemed to be shielded by some protective enchantment, for the scalding steam bore no harm to her. Upon landing, the excess moisture on her clothing transformed into a pale, gray mist swirling around her. Alongside her descent came the fiery serpent. Harry observed it, sensing the flame resembled a living creature, stalking its prey with an intent gaze. With the groundwork laid by so many unforgivable curses, the professors maintained a commendable composure as they witnessed Tabitha wielding fiendfire. She controls it splendidly, does she not? Moody praised. Yet he remained baffled by how Elowen managed to bathe in a downpour of killing curses without even a nosebleed. Despite countless spells unleashed upon her, none had produced a significant effect. Perhaps she wore some protective charm? Tonks recalled the 2 alchemical trinkets she had tossed to Harry. Tonks, your magical theory needs reevaluation, Moody remarked, sounding somewhat displeased. Currently, there was no effective means to counter the killing curse. Harry was the sole individual to survive its wrath. Professor Sprout explained to Tonks, her voice tinged with melancholy. Otherwise, Harry would not have been dubbed the boy who lived. Tabitha, having landed, commenced the second wave of battle against Elowen. The green beams of spells shot forth like venomous serpents, imbued with a chilling aura, aimed directly at Elowen. Clearly, Tabitha had become addicted to the thrill. Having forgotten that Harry was still nearby, Elowen maneuvered to evade the killing curse, first placing Harry upon the back of one of the Australian protein dragons before returning to the fray, intent on awakening Tabitha. This positioning afforded Harry an optimal vantage point, enabling him to observe the duel with clarity from above. Elowen utilized a short-range apparition, instantaneously appearing behind Tabitha. Remarkably, Tabitha seemed to possess eyes in the back of her head, spinning around to counterattack. The spells collided, emitting a dazzling radiance. Simultaneously, the fiery serpent slithered menacingly toward Elowen, devouring every life form in its path. Even the tiniest pebbles were greedily consumed. It was now Dumbledore's heart that raced uncontrollably. 2 deranged individuals were engaged in a duel before an innocent child, and it felt eerily reminiscent of a past nightmare. His fingers trembled involuntarily. The identity of the one who cast the fatal curse upon Ariana all those years ago remained a mystery. Yet it was abundantly clear to the one wielding lethal spells now. It could only be Tabitha. It was uncertain whether Elowen had never delved into the dark arts or if she still retained a shred of sanity. Elowen was meticulously controlling the extent of their injuries. Deliberately refraining from employing more destructive spells, she had no intention of demonstrating a resurrection trick for Harry. However, if Tabitha were to remember that she had such a performance to showcase, she would undoubtedly kill someone just to give Harry a spectacle. The mere thought of this possibility twisted Elowen's expression. Absolutely not. She quickened the frequency of her spells, one causing the grass below to burgeon rapidly, restraining Tabitha, while another held back the encroaching flames. With a disarming spell, she concluded the confrontation. Dumbledore exhaled in relief, a fleeting expression of ease crossing his face. Thankfully, no unforeseen calamities had occurred. It had been a long time since his heart had raced with such fervor. For most, this was a rare opportunity to witness a duel. The dueling club of yore had been hastily convened and just as swiftly dismissed. Their spell training in class could hardly be classified as real combat, merely practice with partners. When Tabitha's wand slipped from her grasp, many young wizards erupted in cheers. This was perhaps the most captivating aspect of magical dueling. Despite the myriad of incomprehensible spells, spectators could immerse themselves in the tense and perilous atmosphere, lamenting for the vanquished while exalting the victor. Moody glanced at the throng of excited young wizards below. It seems my lessons will be quite challenging to organize. These 2 students have certainly raised the bar. I trust you, Alastair, Dumbledore said gently. Then may I demonstrate the unforgivable curse? Dumbledore immediately retracted his trust. In truth, even without her wand, Tabitha was not incapable of performing wandless magic. However, out of consideration for Elowen's heart, she complied and ceased her actions. Upon seeing the 2 halt, Harry attempted to dismount from the dragon's back, only to find it too high, and he called out, Elowen, Tabitha, I can't get down. Oh, when did you get up there? Without a moment's hesitation, Tabitha, ever the thrill-seeker, responded, Don't you want to take a flight? It's a rare opportunity. Without waiting for Harry's reply, she gestured to the dragon he was riding. The dragon sprang to life, causing Harry to lurch in surprise. Clutching tightly to the ridges of its back, lying upon the dragon's broad spine, Harry felt the smoothness of its scales beneath his palm. It was indeed a unique experience. The dragon ascended higher and higher, and Harry found that he was not overwhelmed by the heights or the chill. The people on the island appeared as mere black dots. The horizon blurred where the sea met the sky, and waves lapped at the island's edges, frothing like white lace. The ice crystals on the island refracted the sun's brilliance, casting shimmering rainbows. For a moment, Harry was entranced. All thoughts of his godfather, Voldemort, and the myriad of complex factors faded from his mind. He temporarily forgot these worries, his breathing becoming particularly invigorating, free from the need to question anything or ponder his destination. He needed only to surrender himself to the dragon, to his senior. He felt as though he were a light, airy cloud, soaring freely between heaven and earth. Chapter 72. Touchdown. The dragon circled back to Elowen after several laps, extending one of its powerful wings for its passenger to disembark. The mighty wings settled firmly on the solid ground, its scales glinting with iridescent hues under the sun. Harry slid down, careful to avoid any spines that might have been present, landing with slightly bent knees to absorb the impact. A sense of grounding surged through him, dissipating the weightlessness he had experienced while flying. The dragon folded its wings, casting a wide shadow that swept over Harry. The reality of everything returned to his view. But after a brief escape, he felt a renewed courage to face the latent pressures surrounding him. The sun at sunset was far less blinding than at noon, tinting the clouds a deep crimson as it cast its last warmth upon the earth. "Are we really done for today?" Harry asked, glancing at the sky, feeling an inkling of unease over missing classes. Merlin, he thought, he wouldn't be thinking like Hermione, would he? If someone had told Harry back at Hogwarts that he would one day fret over missing a potions lesson, he would have scoffed. He would have been more than willing to skip Snape's class. Elowen sat beside the fire, staring intently at the sparking embers, emotionlessly stating, "Do you wish to add another dueling class? Tabitha is still available, Potter." Before Harry could respond, Black interjected, "You can't duel a little dark wizard as if it were a casual affair. Don't agree to that." Black stood up, alarming the young wizards around him. His hair obscured much of his face, but through the strands, one could see his bloodshot eyes. As the atmosphere among the professors improved with the change within the barrier, Dumbledore had lifted the prior silencing charm. Thus, Black's outburst drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Harry's godfather was overly concerned for his safety, which made him somewhat agitated. Lupin stepped in to mediate. As most could understand a godfather's excessive worry for a child's safety, their own parents were often the same. However, Hermione was acutely aware of the numerous curses Tabitha had employed in that duel, all sufficient to land one in Azkaban. She exchanged glances with her companions, their expressions betraying a hint of tension. After all, those who had previously witnessed Tabitha's lessons in the headmaster's office knew she had never used the unforgivable curses against Harry during their practical exercises. Upon hearing the keyword duel, Tabitha raised her wand toward Harry. He scrutinized it closely, noting it was not the one Elowen had taken. This wand was adorned with a striking blue gem, entirely different from the one Tabitha had previously wielded. But now was not the time for inquiries. He swiftly ducked behind Elowen, the safest place he could find. "No dueling." Harry shook his head. "I was merely pondering whether I should seize the opportunity to learn more." Harry indirectly expressed his growing apprehension about the future. Voldemort would undoubtedly return. At this uncertain juncture, he might already possess a physical form and be plotting trouble for Hogwarts. Harry was resolute in his belief that he would not stand idly by while Voldemort regained strength. He would certainly engage actively in opposing him. He felt as though he was racing against time, eager to learn as much as possible, thinking that if he could master the brain-blocking spell sooner, he would be better equipped to confront Voldemort. Elowen urged Harry to sit down. The flickering flames illuminated her visage, and Harry beheld the once stoic gray orbs now ablaze with the fire's glow. "I comprehend your intentions, yet we have never aspired to forge you into a mere weapon, a tool to be wielded against the Dark Lord. Were I inclined to pursue such a course, I could impart to you numerous harsh yet effective spells that you cannot currently fathom, instruct you in the alchemical arts to create traps that would shatter their bones, and teach you how to employ potions to befuddle your adversaries and dismantle their defenses." Harry momentarily froze, taken aback by the implications of Elowen's words. Hogwarts had indeed fallen into disarray. He was now certain of it. Elowen did not learn these methods of combat within the school. They must have been acquired from some source following the turmoil. It must have been a harrowing experience, and Harry listened intently, refraining from interrupting her. "It seems many believe that you, the boy who lived, ought to undertake extraordinary endeavors. As the savior, you are expected to shoulder all responsibilities. The accolades you receive are taken for granted, while your missteps are viewed as blemishes unbefitting your stature. Yet, they fail to recognize that you are indeed your own person, deserving of a life distinct from the singular mission of vanquishing a Dark Lord. Such a burden is too great for one of your age. At this stage in your life, you certainly possess the right to err. You are entitled to your flaws and shortcomings, for you also harbor the courage to effect change. We have never aimed to teach you solely how to cast a spell with frigid precision. We wish for you to evolve into a better individual, one capable of experiencing beauty, of loving, of safeguarding, and of crafting a future. This is also the vision held by Professor Dumbledore." "Dumbledore? He has never confided such thoughts to me." Harry suppressed the urge to inquire about Dumbledore's whereabouts. "He will speak in due time. He is not one to readily divulge his innermost feelings. Yet you hold a unique place in his heart. Dumbledore has long understood that a confrontation between you and the Dark Lord was inevitable. He has been nurturing your abilities, and you should be aware of this. I sensed something regarding the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, it was akin to a playful challenge devised for you. with the singular oversight being his failure to anticipate the ambiguous relationship between the Dark Lord and Quirrell, an intertwining of their fates. Harry chuckled at this characterization. Dumbledore wishes to cultivate your potential without disrupting your normal life. He hopes you can enjoy a period of ease rather than be shackled by a singular objective. We share this sentiment. I shall ensure that the crucial information is passed on to Dumbledore. I am still preparing. You need not fret about the sufficiency of your studies. Even if you cannot master the art of mind shielding here, you will have time to grow. Harry understood Elowen's perspective, yet he was never one to shirk his responsibilities. Aware of the importance of mind shielding, he resolved to apply himself diligently. Chapter 73, The Dark Lord. Was she correct? When would the headmaster engage in a heartfelt dialogue with Potter? With one of the parties absent, Snape directed his ire towards Dumbledore. Potter is special, Elowen must have been influenced by her prolonged association with Gryffindor, contracting an ocular affliction. Dumbledore silently offered Severus a small slice of cake, recognizing that Elowen seemed to have delved into his mind, as if inspecting his thoughts. Meanwhile, a few young wizards below had begun to grasp the implications of the conversation. The Dark Lord has not perished? Tabitha did not allow Harry to remain silent for long. She spoke first. Today, Elowen intended for you to come out and observe the dragon, to play for a while. However, fearing your life was too mundane. I added an extra flying lesson. Harry knew at once that this was not a course Elowen could have conceived. He suddenly recalled the protective gear she had bestowed upon him, still affixed to his wrist. He raised his hand to showcase the 2 metal pieces she had secured. Tabitha smacked her forehead. I forgot about those. She removed them with a spell, but strung them together, handing them back to Harry. Play with these. One will maintain a comfortable temperature around you, preventing burns from flames, while the other ensures you have ample air while soaring through the skies. Tabitha relaxed as if a task had been accomplished. Well then, since it's all settled, let us return home. Though she said this, she apparat away, leaving Elowen and Harry behind. Elowen was unperturbed by this turn of events. She fashioned a key from some stones she found, promptly sending Harry back to his chamber. This time, Harry experienced the port key as Elowen had described. It felt as though a hook had latched onto him. He rubbed his belly, unable to determine which experience was more favorable, apparition or the port key. He still preferred flying on a broomstick. The luminescent screen dimmed. The professors departed in succession, choosing not to intervene in the speculations of the young wizards regarding the return of the Dark Lord. The screen had yet to reveal more compelling imagery, allowing them to delay further. However, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna, having been validated by Dumbledore in association with the screen, found themselves encircled by their fellow Gryffindors. Fred and George extricated the 2 girls from the throng, leaving Ron and Neville to face the onlookers. After thanking the 2, Luna bounded away like a fawn, delighted by the new acquaintances she had made that day. Hermione observed Luna's retreating form, noting that some Ravenclaws were also watching her leave. Yet none approached to engage her in conversation. She had been dubbed Loony Luna, and that moniker had spread throughout their year. You must have spent considerable time with her. She often speaks of magical creatures unseen by others. Ginny caught up, standing beside Hermione. Hermione was indeed aware of Luna's peculiar interests. She had scoured the library for records of such creatures, but found none. Nonetheless, she recognized that Luna possessed a wealth of knowledge, such as being one of the first to discern Professor Lupin's lycanthropic identity. How did you know I was curious about Luna? Hermione asked, somewhat surprised. You don't truly believe your silent exchanges with Neville appear natural, do you? Only Lovegood remains oblivious, Ginny replied with a hint of exasperation, fully understanding Neville's awkwardness. Fear not. I am not here to pry. I shall return and interrogate Ron instead. You, however, dropped your notebook. Ginny's expression bore an odd quality. Whispers of moonlit lovers. The wolf's kiss of regret. Hermione hadn't expected Ginny to be a poet of such flair. Hermione felt a momentary twinge of sympathy for Ron before swiftly redirecting her focus to the notebook. She intended to investigate the banned spells in the library, having previously only known their names. By fortunate coincidence, the note Professor McGonagall had given her was still valid. The Great Hall was abuzz with inquiries not only from Gryffindor, but also from distant houses, all attentively observing the unfolding situation. Is it true? Wasn't the Dark Lord already vanquished by Harry? I believe that Slytherin is merely spouting nonsense. Though the speaker feigned disbelief, they awaited Ron and the others' responses. Wasn't it said that Death Eaters were congregating there? Surely you possess greater insight into the screen. The crowd buzzed with a medley of voices, some genuinely seeking the truth, others reveling in the spectacle, and many quietly speculating on the state of affairs beyond, each person weaving their own narrative of the unfolding events. For the first time, Ron found himself the center of attention, his mind momentarily befuddled. He cast a glance at the vacant professor's table, pondering the true intentions behind the professor's demeanor and whether this matter ought to remain confidential. Yes, back, Neville managed to utter. His voice initially so faint that it was nearly drowned out by the surrounding discussions. However, as he lifted his chin and steadied his voice, trembling with emotion, the room fell silent. Tears shimmered in his eyes, reflecting a tumultuous mix of feelings. His voice quivered, either from anxiety or the weight of his emotions. The Dark Lord had returned, at least in that world, and his followers would undoubtedly resume their malevolent deeds. Ron seized upon Neville's statement to continue, and here, Harry faced Voldemort in his first year. In the presence of so many, Ron wished to emulate Harry's bravery and speak the Dark Lord's name without fear. Yet, when he attempted to do so, the words remained lodged in his throat. If it were Harry, he would undoubtedly have appeared far more courageous. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ron's face. Nonetheless, it was already a staggering revelation to others. Can you believe it? Facing Voldemort in first year. That's incredible. Colin Creevey wholeheartedly believed Ron's words, his admiration for Harry rendering him willing to accept any feat attributed to him. Conversely, many were skeptical, unwilling to entertain the notion that such a nightmare could resurface, dismissing Ron and Neville as liars. To Ron's chagrin, some of those doubting him were friends with whom he usually got along harmoniously. Seamus Finnegan's eyes brimmed with skepticism, and Ron was certain that, had it not been for his good friend Dean Thomas whispering in his ear, Seamus would have vocally questioned him on the spot. Lavender Brown remarked to Parvati Patil, "This must be true. Remember Professor Trelawney's prophecy about Potter? He is destined to die. It must be dangerous over there." Observing several nodding in agreement around Lavender only fueled Ron's frustration. He shouted at her, "Harry won't die? Didn't Professor McGonagall make that clear enough? Trelawney predicts someone will die every year, yet it has never come to pass. Her divination is nothing but deception." He seized Neville, who stood frozen in place after speaking, and forcefully made his way out of the Great Hall, the rumors of the Dark Lord reigniting a frenzy of owl collisions above Hogwarts. Chapter 74, The Little Owl. Records regarding the unforgivable curses in the library were scarce, primarily found within tomes like the Dark Arts, a compendium. These texts merely outlined the curse's effects, potential harm, and the wand movements required for their casting. Hermione dared not linger on those instructional sections, fearing she might inadvertently learn one or two spells that would terrify Professor McGonagall. Yet, the more she tried to forget the hand gestures for that variant of the Tarantella, the more vividly they remained etched in her memory. Consequently, after employing the Time Turner to research the unforgivable curses, Hermione remained somewhat bewildered as to why they were deemed so irredeemable. These spells were described as exceedingly malevolent, perilous, and dark. However, from the written page, she could not grasp the true extent of their wickedness. She understood that the irrevocable harm caused by the unforgivable curses warranted their absolute prohibition against human targets. Under normal circumstances, wizards who employed these curses would find themselves incarcerated in Azkaban for life. However, Hermione also discovered that during times of war, Aurors were permitted to wield these curses against their enemies. Thus, considering the situation in Tabitha's world, she pondered why the professors reacted with such astonishment, even to the point of aversion, upon witnessing her ability to perform these curses. Hermione realized she required the assistance of a friend from a wizarding background. She immediately thought of Neville, who clearly possessed a deeper understanding of the Cruciatus curse than Ron. However, Neville's peculiar behavior in the Great Hall suggested that whatever knowledge he had gleaned regarding the Cruciatus curse was not easily articulated. Hermione resolved to seek Ron's help. Consequently, after being momentarily cornered by her sister Ginny outside the common room, Ron encountered Hermione waiting for him inside. He collapsed beside her, burying his face in a cushion. His voice muffled, "All right, Hermione. What do you need me for?" While Ginny and Ron conversed, Neville had retreated to his dormitory, leaving only the two of them in that corner. "I came to inquire about the unforgivable curses." Hermione succinctly stated her purpose, questioning why the professors had reacted so strongly. Before Ron could respond, the door to the Gryffindor common room swung open, and Fred and George Weasley burst in. They made no haste to exit the passageway. Instead, they bent down and exaggeratedly gestured as if to usher someone in. "Please come in, Mr. Black. Little Ron is right here." Sirius Black, cradling a small owl, thanked the mischievous twins with a smile and made his way toward Ron and Hermione. Upon hearing his name spoken by Fred, Ron instinctively straightened up, a reflex honed from countless childhood escapades with his brothers. Although it was Mr. Black seeking him out, Ron remained vigilant of his two brothers. "Hello, Ron," Sirius said, sitting across from them, with Fred and George settling down beside him. "Mr. Black?" Ron queried, uncertain of why Sirius had come to see him. Sirius revealed the small owl he had been holding. "I heard you've taken Scabbers as your cherished pet. I can understand why you might harbor disdain for Crookshanks, given his predatory tendencies." He continued, "When I was less than clever, I couldn't devise a brilliant plan to eliminate Peter, aside from taking matters into my own hands. I merely enlisted Crookshanks to assist me in relentlessly pursuing him around the castle. Crookshanks is an exceptionally clever cat. He soon grasped my intentions and became my ally. However, this endeavor seems to have created considerable strife between you and your friends. Considerable strife? Fred interjected. They nearly argue daily. Hermione and Ron instinctively averted their gazes, staring at the ceiling and floor, deliberately avoiding looking at one another. Sirius wore an understanding smile as he skipped past the awkwardness. Thus, as a token of apology, and to compensate for your lost pet, I have selected an owl for you. Ron's eyes widened in awe at the sight of the beautiful little gray creature. No larger than half a human hand, its fluffy form brimming with vitality. Is this truly a gift for me? Sirius directly placed the little owl in Ron's hands, affirming his intentions. Overjoyed, Ron promptly asked Hermione to cast a counter-animagus spell on the owl. He had no need for additional human pets. After the spell was cast, it proved ineffective. The creature was purely magical. The little owl flitted up and down, expressing its discontent. Ron paid no mind to the owl's feelings. He cradled it and held it aloft, declaring, "I shall name her Juwayne." The little owl accepted her name, fluttering her wings and affectionately nibbling Ron's finger, ignoring Ron's exuberance. Hermione seized the opportunity to pose her question to Mr. Black, aware that his strong reaction during the viewing indicated his knowledge of the unforgivable curses. Mr. Black, I am curious as to why the professors were particularly astonished upon witnessing Tabitha employ the unforgivable curses. In the hushed atmosphere of the lounge, Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper. Did you all realize that it was dark magic? Black was somewhat astonished by the perceptiveness of these young witches and wizards. George and Fred exchanged glances. Not everyone had discerned it. Of course, Hermione fibbed slightly. I've read about it in some books at the library. Black recalled Flitwick's description, the ever-studious Miss Granger. A pained expression crossed his face. Was this insatiable thirst for knowledge truly what it meant? He found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the current Gryffindor students. Such matters were hardly suitable for young witches and wizards to grasp. You are far too young. You have not lived through those grim times. You cannot fathom the terror of dark magic. Give it a try, Mr. Black. It seems rather presumptuous to declare we cannot understand before you've even told us, Ron replied, a hint of irritation in his voice, as adults often seemed reluctant to share more information. Very well. Black's face momentarily flickered with distant memories. Dark magic is not something one can simply learn through magical ability alone. Its practitioners must harbor a genuine desire to inflict harm, a malicious intent to see others suffer. Without such malevolence, the spells remain ineffective. The wounds they inflict are often irreparable. Just look at Moody's face. That is the mark of dark magic. But I have seen a time when Aurors were permitted to use these curses against their enemies. Hermione inquired with curiosity. A sneer appeared on Black's face. That was decreed by the one who cast me into Azkaban without a trial, Barty Crouch. It was the darkest of times. Voldemort loomed over the wizarding world like a shadow. He and his Death Eaters spread fear and dominion wherever they went. Those who resisted were subjected to dark magic, tortured, or outright murdered. Death was a daily occurrence. Crouch's intentions may have been noble, but his method of combating dark magic with dark magic was far from wise. It opened a gateway to a new realm for the Aurors. Dark magic not only inflicts irreparable harm on others, but gradually corrupts the soul of the user, leading them into darkness. Crouch even allowed his Aurors to kill. Inflicting harm through ordinary spells and using dark magic to take a life are entirely different matters. Pursuing justice through wicked means? How ludicrous. Crouch should be thankful Voldemort vanished as swiftly as he did. Otherwise, I would not be surprised if one day his Aurors turned to Voldemort's side. Oh, it seems I have digressed. Returning to Tabitha. Only those with an unwavering will can resist the temptations of dark magic, and given her youth, it is hard to imagine she can successfully withstand such a lure. Moreover, judging by her proficiency, it would be more accurate to say she is already enraptured by the power of dark magic. Thus, the professors are particularly astonished. Hermione meticulously organized her notes. An inapt metaphor would be akin to granting the Muggle police arbitrary powers to apprehend anyone and engage in lethal confrontations with criminals. The identity of the Aurors as righteous defenders became muddled. The corrosive nature of dark magic could also distort the inherent integrity of the Aurors. Violence begetting violence might seem effective in the short term, but it would yield insurmountable consequences in the long run. Hermione couldn't help but worry about Tabitha. Were her erratic actions the result of battling dark magic? Engaging in minimally destructive behaviors to satiate her desires, thereby avoiding genuine harm to anyone. Her thoughts were interrupted by Black, who appeared torn. At a time like this, you're still writing about mermaid postpartum care? Hermione froze, staring at Black in disbelief. Is this really what you think I've been occupied with all this time? Indeed, Black replied. the question having lightened his demeanor considerably. Rest assured, I respect your little hobby. Just be sure not to let the mermaids know. They would not take kindly to it. Hearing Black's tolerance did little to elevate Hermione's spirits. What on earth was this infernal secrecy charm doing? She pushed her notes toward Fred and George, who were eagerly eavesdropping. Take a look at what's written here. The last words of the unspeakable dragon keeper? The sweet and happy knight's contract. Ron noted that ever since his brothers had mentioned what they had seen, Hermione seemed on the verge of abandoning everything and fleeing. Are you all right, Hermione? Ron inquired. Hermione was not all right. The thought of how many people had glimpsed her notebook filled her with embarrassment, making her reluctant to speak. She reflected on how many individuals had seen her notes over the past few days. The following day, Hermione still felt somewhat dispirited. Her mind was cluttered with those absurd titles, and she had not slept well the entire night. Yet, no other secrecy charm seemed to work quite as effectively. So she persevered in using it. Harry had slept soundly, as his day of battling dragons had left him well rested, feeling energetic enough to train with the dragons once more. What are we doing today? Harry eagerly inquired. However, he received an unsettling reply. What? I have to take potions class with Tabitha? Harry shuddered at the thought of what Tabitha might do during class. Elowen, seemingly oblivious to Harry's trepidation, replied, Of course, I have seen the results you produced without distraction. Now it's time to challenge you. This was no mere challenge. Harry would rather face 2 fire-breathing dragons than be classmates with Tabitha. With a look of despair, he approached his potions table. Tabitha also approached, but unusually, she refrained from exchanging banter with Harry. Her demeanor was grave, appearing slightly more composed than Harry. At the professor's table, Professor Sprout smiled. It seems we need not worry about them casting outlandish spells today. Lupin, calmly sipping his tea, added. Nor about them putting Harry through training with dangerous creatures. Is that so? I find Tabitha far more perilous than a dragon, Black remarked. Only to receive a rare glare from his headmistress, McGonagall. The last time she regarded him that way was due to his use of spells that damaged the school walls. McGonagall had punished him with the task of writing 50 times. I must not cast spells in the corridors. Snape considered that Black had, for once, made a point that could only be articulated by someone with intellect. However, unlike Black, who jumped to conclusions without reflection, Snape was not optimistic about Tabitha's potion-making abilities. She scrutinized the materials with a seriousness akin to attending a funeral. Snape surmised she had forgotten the content from lower years after advancing in grade. She is certainly not one of my advanced students, Snape thought critically. Hermione also noted Tabitha's cautious demeanor, a wave of unease washing over her. She had never felt this anxious, even while pursuing Harry on a dragon. What could possibly be amiss? She wouldn't be preparing to indiscriminately toss ingredients in a Harry-esque cauldron, would she? Ron speculated. It's possible, Neville anxiously awaited. Meanwhile, Luna's relaxed demeanor stood in stark contrast to the tension surrounding the others. Today, they were to brew a confusion potion. Harry had anticipated Tabitha would go to great lengths to disrupt him. He had his wand subtly at the ready, prepared to shield his cauldron at any moment. Yet, Tabitha didn't cast a glance his way. She had already begun chopping ingredients. Her expression was so resolute that Harry felt a pang of guilt for his earlier assumptions. Harry first followed the instructions in the book, meticulously slicing the sneeze word into uniform segments before placing them into the cauldron. At that moment, he was startled by a hissing sound emanating from beside him. Confused, he turned to Tabitha's cauldron, where a small segment of uncut leaf revealed that she had mistakenly added not sneeze word, but rather a plant of a different kind, the angelica. This caused a violent reaction as it mingled with the subsequent ingredients, making it appear as though Tabitha's cauldron was on the verge of exploding. This was indeed the initial step in potion making. Harry felt dizzy as he met Tabitha's apologetic gaze. Her mistake was unintentional, which only deepened his despair. The 2 herbs bore no resemblance whatsoever. How could Tabitha have confused them? Harry thought in anguish. Did she only recognize colors and not shapes? He noticed that Tabitha's workspace was cluttered with chopped green plants. A realization dawned upon him. Was this how the mix-up had occurred? Eloise's icy voice drifted over. Potter, wouldn't reminding your classmate make you seem more exceptional? Understanding dawned upon Harry. This class was a more advanced version of Neville's struggles, coupled with a standard dose of Snape's severity. Chapter 76. Confidence. Tabitha flashed a confident smile at Harry, whose face was etched with despair, as though she possessed the ability to conquer all obstacles. Fear not. I have a solution, she reassured him, promptly launching into a series of remedial actions. Harry, watching the cauldron teetering on the brink of explosion, instinctively took a few steps back. At times, he wondered if Tabitha's confidence had been acquired from Gilderoy Lockhart. As expected, the cauldron erupted during Tabitha's attempts to rectify the situation. Harry swiftly cast a protective shield charm, a spell he had learned during his dueling practice with Tabitha. The splattering potion remnants vanished before they could reach him, courtesy of Tabitha's silent incantation. However, she overlooked the portion of liquid heading towards Harry's cauldron. Now it was Harry's turn to hear his cauldron emit distressed noises. He remained frozen in place until Eloise banished the obviously unusable concoction from his cauldron. His silhouette appeared helpless and pitiful. "What a pity," Eloise remarked, tapping the edge of the cauldron with her wand, indicating that adding the explosive mixture had yielded no benefit to the potion, necessitating a complete restart. After witnessing Tabitha's crafting process, Snape would never concede that she was one of his students, regardless of her potion instructor. He was certain there was no connection. Her knife skills were so clumsy that even Potter had demonstrated greater prowess during his initial attempts at potion making. Snape's expression remained impassive, concealing the tumult of emotions roiling within him. And Eloise, could she not develop her own teaching style? Snape found himself yearning for the quiet of the dungeons. At least Tabitha seemed to comprehend the necessity of safeguarding Harry. As the surrounding professors grew unusually silent, McGonagall cleared her throat and spoke. Black emitted a nasal grunt, but dared not formally contradict Professor McGonagall. Hagrid, mistaking the commotion for a barking dog, bent down to search for a pup. Conversations among students shifted to the realm of potion making. Many Ravenclaw students found the visual aid to be an entertaining study tool. "I bet Harry's cauldron will explode again," Ron chuckled, observing his friend's bewilderment in the face of the empty cauldron. It was evident. Luna's voice was soft yet imbued with gentle certainty. Neville rubbed his nose. Speaking on Tabitha's behalf, after cutting different plants into segments, it's indeed easy to mix them up. They all look quite similar. Yet you could have added them at any time, Hermione interjected matter-of-factly. This garnered the attention of those around her. Only you could manage such a feat, they chorused. Harry believed he had grasped the key to success. He should not shield himself, but rather protect the cauldron. This time, no unexpected incidents would transpire. He carefully resliced the ingredients, resolutely ignoring the commotion from Tabitha's side, focusing solely on his cauldron. Hiss. Harry added the sneeze word. Hiss. He dripped in the solution. Bang. Instantly. He cast the shield charm over his cauldron, remaining unscathed under Tabitha's protective presence. Without a shred of guilt, he selectively ignored Tabitha's resentful gaze. Just when Harry believed he was on the path to triumph, Eloise began to stir trouble. "Surely you did not prepare by reading the book, did you, Tabitha? Prepare? This should be review material for someone in her third year," Harry thought to himself while stirring. Look at Malfoy. His Angelica was the most perfectly cut in the class. What Malfoy? There were only him and Tabitha in this class. Would he rather praise someone absent than acknowledge him? Well, that was very much like Snape. Harry fumed as he stirred. "Hermione, I don't recall granting you permission to assist Tabitha in modifying her potion. Return to your seat. If you attempt to take charge without my consent again, Gryffindor will lose 10 points. Where was Hermione, anyway? Please refrain from mentioning non-existent individuals. It truly felt bizarre. And how could Snape possibly address her kindly as Hermione? He would certainly say, Miss Granger, due to your presumptuousness, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Wait, Harry's stirring halted. How many rotations had he completed? A sudden chill crept down the back of his neck. Malfoy was unexpectedly called out by the visual aid, causing him to shiver. He had no desire to be mentioned by those two, especially as an example for that dark witch Tabitha. Merlin only knew who would be unfortunate enough to attend school with her. She might very well eliminate anyone more capable than her in her quest for supremacy. As the visual aid invoked his name, the gazes of those around him turned his way. Malfoy stiffened, chin raised. Did he realize that this posture only showcased his nostrils? Ron could hardly bear to look. Hermione was rubbing her arms, having been unnerved by Eloise's call. Was it truly that terrifying? Ron thought Hermione was being a bit dramatic. It was merely her name being called. When they call your name, don't be afraid. Eloise is more likely to call Neville than me. Ron's words slipped out before he could think, and he soon felt the weight of their implications. Nervously, he glanced at Neville's expression. Honestly, I almost thought Eloise was calling on me to modify the potion, Neville said, smiling gently. Hermione's mouth curled into a half-smile before falling again. Her expression an odd blend of emotions. Eloise really need not worry about me assisting Tabitha in altering her potion, even at its worst. Neville's potion merely lacked a few steps, which is not difficult to amend. As for Tabitha, her potion is riddled with flaws, lacking coherence from the very first step. In such a case, I would only advise her to start anew. After this, Hermione felt sympathy for the predicament Harry was about to face. Meanwhile, an increasingly clear hypothesis formed in Hermione's mind. Eloise likely belonged to their year. That would explain her extensive knowledge. Tabitha seemed to embody the tales she had gleaned from Eloise. In the Great Hall, all the young wizards unconsciously lowered their voices while conversing, their tension reminiscent of whispering in class. Was she, perhaps, studying under Professor Snape? It is abundantly clear to all that Elowen's manner of speaking bears a striking resemblance to that of another. If she could become accustomed to mimicking Professor Snape during practice, then surely she would no longer feel flustered during class. A splendid strategy indeed. This remark prompted many to glance towards the brave soul in question, a student of Ravenclaw. Well, that settles it. Do not entertain such thoughts. You shall find no one from whom to glean the essence as she does. Another Ravenclaw extinguished her companion's nascent concerns, for she spotted Professor Snape casting a glance that could freeze all in their tracks. Being caught would undoubtedly result in a punishment of eternal confinement from Professor Snape. Chapter 77. Gryffindor loses 10 points. How many circles did he stir? As if he had heard Harry's unspoken thoughts, Elowen silently glided behind him. Potter. Elowen hissed in Harry's ear. How many circles must one stir for the confusion potion? The familiar tone nearly led Harry to believe that Snape had suddenly materialized behind him. He rifled through his book. 6 circles. Is that how you address the professor? 6 circles, Professor Snape. Elowen faltered for a moment, her lips twitching as she nearly bit her own tongue. Tabitha was already rolling on the floor in laughter. Elowen suppressed the embarrassment with a mental charm, managing to maintain a facade of composure. 6 circles. So how many have you stirred? The mention of this made Harry feel a twinge of guilt, and his voice weakened. I don't know. Elowen waved her wand, vanishing the incorrectly colored concoction from the cauldron. Redo. With that terse command, Elowen executed a swift turn, her movement so brisk it stirred the air, and strode away. Harry mused that those 2 words were likely the ones he would hear most frequently that day. Resigned. He resumed chopping his ingredients. When does class end? Harry inquired of Tabitha, for this lesson felt interminable. Anytime, Tabitha replied as she rose from the ground. Anytime. This was due to the necessity of consuming one's own potion upon completion. Harry immediately adopted an attitude of seriousness tenfold beyond his usual demeanor towards the cauldron of potion. To drink one's own potion? Black echoed in astonishment, recalling that during his school days, Professor Slughorn had never imposed such a requirement. He scrutinized Snape with a discerning gaze, pondering whether this was a new rule established after Snape assumed the role of professor. Snape sat there, his expression inscrutable, his entire being cloaked in a veneer of icy detachment, leaving his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Soon after, Harry bore witness to Tabitha's remarkable capacity for destruction. She had an uncanny knack for obliterating her cauldron in ways Harry could scarcely anticipate. Following the 5th resounding explosion, Harry found himself evading the corrosive remnants of potions spilling beneath his feet, consequently missing the precise moment to add his ingredients. His cauldron was emptied once more. Tap dancing in class. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Harry jolted in shock, turning to see a sign beside Elowen that read, Harry Potter 10, Tabitha 0. Above that, it stated, Gryffindor 10, Slytherin 50. The one with the lower score at the end would not only have to drink their own potion, but also a sip of their opponent's. What a malicious rule. Harry's pupils dilated in horror as he glanced at Tabitha, who appeared even more serious than before. They exchanged a silent gaze, filled with mutual distrust regarding each other's potion-making abilities. Regarding that sign, Harry still found himself puzzled. Why had Slytherin received an additional 50 points? The torment of teaching you 2 potion-making has cost me dearly. That 50 points is my compensation for emotional distress. Harry was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he was determined to reclaim his 10 points. That tap dance was a result of Malfoy casting the Tarantella curse on me. Could you return my points? Harry earnestly fabricated. Where's Malfoy? Potter, it's just you and Tabitha here. Now you can't see Malfoy, can you? Harry's shoulders slumped. He was utterly at a loss against Elowen, as Elowen announced Gryffindor's deduction of 10 points. The scoreboard beside the professor's table emitted a crystalline chime akin to gemstones colliding. However, due to the captivating content of the display, only Moody noticed the occurrence at that moment. This cannot continue. Harry altered his strategy. He needed to assist Tabitha in discovering an appropriate method for potion making. A focused Tabitha was far more perilous than 10 lions. Harry feared that he might not even finish brewing his potion before Tabitha blew something up. He began by helping Tabitha clarify her thoughts, and in doing so, his own proficiency with potions increased. He also uncovered the reason behind Tabitha's previous peculiar methods of potion making. Her book was riddled with corrections, rendering the original text nearly illegible. Whose book is this? It's so scribbled on, you can't even read it. You should use mine. Having memorized the potion-making process through repetition, Harry no longer needed to refer to the book. Sigh. It's Elowen who 1T let me cheat with the simplified version. Tabitha sighed, lamenting that had she been able to copy her homework, she might have succeeded. Harry then noticed the corrections were accompanied by tiny annotations, igniting his curiosity about the individual who had amended the textbook. Turning to the title page, he found the inscription, This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince. Half-Blood Prince? How peculiar a name. Tabitha's lips curled into a smile that she could scarcely contain. Observing her expression, Harry hastily glanced towards Elowen. Oh no, could the prince be her? Elowen bore an oddly enigmatic expression, not one of offended displeasure, but rather one of suppressed emotion. Harry's heart lightened. The prince was not Elowen, but someone she knew, someone she respected, and did not wish to display even the slightest inappropriate expression. He abandoned his inquiry into the prince. The potion was of greater urgency now. To describe Snape's expression as merely anger would be an understatement. He stared at Potter with a gaze heavy enough to burn a hole through him. If it weren't for Potter uttering that name, no one would have paid such attention. Snape placed all the blame squarely on Potter's shoulders, failing to hold Elowen accountable for lending out the book. It became evident that once Tabitha grasped the potion's recipe, she could successfully complete the majority of the task. Although her herb cutting was uneven, and she spilled a considerable amount of potion while stirring too vigorously, there were countless although-s, but at least her cauldron was no longer emitting a constant din. Harry relaxed his vigilance. His gaze briefly shifted from Tabitha to his own cauldron. Sizzle. Tabitha, what have you done now? The classroom strictly prohibited loud commotion, and Gryffindor lost 10 points. Calm down. I really have a solution this time. Tabitha attempted to soothe both of them. She dashed to Elowen's workstation, retrieved something, and added it to her cauldron, causing the boiling liquid within to settle. A neutralizing stabilizer. I saw Elowen use it. Tabitha exclaimed joyfully. Gryffindor loses 50 points. This potion seemed to have triggered a score deduction spree from Elowen, who began energetically and tirelessly penalizing Gryffindor. Potter, are you hungry? Elowen posed an apparently unrelated question. No. Then how did you manage to brew a pot of tomato sauce? You should consider a career as a chef. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Tabitha, should I catch you squandering my materials once more, I shall unceremoniously toss you into the very concoction you are so carelessly mishandling. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Potter, I trust you still recall the requisite number of stirs. 6, if I am not mistaken. You are 1 stir short. As Harry complied with Elowen's instruction and completed the additional stir, Elowen languidly remarked, now you are mistaken. It is your lack of self-assurance that is at fault. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. A prodigious talent in potion making is emerging amongst us. A genius no less. Pray tell, what are you concocting? A confundus potion. Really? Tabitha, I was under the impression you were experiencing a creative surge, poised to invent a new type of poison intended to eliminate us all. Cast aside the materials in your hands. Those are not what a confundus potion requires. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Potter, I dare say the steam from the confundus potion does not possess the power to befuddle the mind. What are you dawdling about? 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. A toad from Slughorn would perform better than you. Tabitha, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. You have perfectly replicated your previous error. Your progress is non-existent. Potter, 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Potter, you are breathing. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor. Harry had never longed for Professor Snape's presence quite as intensely as at this moment. Chapter 78, Negative Points. Elowen's points deduction display stirred quite the commotion in the Great Hall, with young witches and wizards relieved that their potions professor was Snape, and not her. The cacophony of the crowd masked the soft sound of gemstones falling. Others, like Moody, were unconcerned, though he prepared to offer Tonks a lesson in vigilance. Such carelessness was unacceptable. In truth, some professors did hear the sound of gemstones clattering. They merely failed to associate it with the scoreboard. Since certain professors were not dining in the Great Hall, they assumed it was other professors outside deducting points. Snape was acutely aware of what had ignited Elowen's ire. That vial of neutralizing stabilizer was intricate to concoct, typically reserved for labor-intensive advanced potions, not for a mere confundus potion that even fourth-year students could effortlessly brew. Yet, Elowen merely watched as Tabitha carelessly ruined her cauldron. Why did she not intervene? Snape fumed just outside the scoreboard, listening to the sequential deductions of 10 points from Gryffindor. While Professor McGonagall felt an immense relief that Elowen was not a member of Hogwarts faculty. Otherwise, Gryffindor's score would plummet into the negatives within a single day. She only deducted points without awarding them. In comparison, Severus was practically perfect. Flitwick was more curious if Elowen's teaching demeanor was learned from her head of house. Severus, is your class conducted in a similar fashion? One can always hear the young witches and wizards lamenting their distaste for potions class, if this is the outcome. Flitwick felt their complaints were justified. Snape slowly raised his gaze, his eyes devoid of warmth as they swept over the sausage roll before him, as if he had heard nothing. Oh, I was merely inquiring whether all young witches and wizards, like Tabitha, encounter certain obstacles in their potion studies, Flitwick hastily clarified. No, she is an exceedingly rare specimen. Snape's lips curled with venom. Professor McGonagall then spoke in defense of Snape. Severus would never deduct 480 points from Gryffindor in a single day. Indeed, Elowen had already deducted 480 points, nearly the total number Gryffindor could earn in a semester. Initially, the students of Gryffindor were in a state of shock at the deductions, but as time passed, they began to calmly observe Harry's plight. Look, she cannot find a reason to deduct points anymore. Merely breathing incurs deductions. Ha. Harry, amid Tabitha's chaos and Elowen's verbal onslaught, ultimately concocted the most exquisite potion of the highest quality. After enduring this baptism of point deductions, Harry no longer resisted Snape's class. Rather, he found himself eagerly anticipating a return to Snape's potions lessons. Elowen, too, sighed in relief. She could finally take a breather. Cherish this lesson, Potter. Elowen took a moment to sip some water. The absence of point deductions was utterly exhausting. Harry smirked. Elowen was fatigued from speaking. While he bore the weight of physical exhaustion, perhaps only Tabitha found joy in this chaos. Harry glanced at his score. 280 points. He exclaimed in shock. I cannot recover this many points even after winning a Quidditch match. Elowen averted her gaze from Harry, feeling a twinge of guilt. The purpose of this lesson was to challenge Harry, not to burden Tabitha. Thus, she had inadvertently applied pressure on Harry, leading to such significant deductions. I shan't mention anything else, but could you return the 20 points for breathing and Malfoy? Elowen gently shook her head. I will not award points to Gryffindor. That is my firm stance. Harry puffed out his cheeks, his eyes wide, and he glared at Tabitha as she brewed her potion. After all, his score lagged, and he was destined to sample Tabitha's potion. As Elowen deducted points, Neville instinctively glanced at Gryffindor's hourglass. The gemstones within were gradually vanishing, ultimately leaving behind a heap of black stones. This semester, Gryffindor had amassed over 200 points, albeit fewer than other houses. Now, the gemstones in Gryffindor's hourglass had surpassed those of the other houses, but alas, they were all black, the harbingers of negative points. Neville silently calculated how many points Gryffindor had lost. Hermione called out to him several times, yet he remained unresponsive. Are you all right? As those around him reveled in merriment. The dazed expression on Neville's face set him apart, causing Hermione to grow concerned. Neville's calculations were interrupted, but the incomplete figures were already terrifying enough. He opened his mouth several times, yet no sound emerged. With a trembling hand, he pointed shakily toward the scoreboard beside the professor's table. Hermione glanced over but did not initially perceive any changes. The scoreboard appeared quite full. Soon, however, she noticed an abrupt patch of black, and where had Gryffindor's red gone? Hermione sprang from her seat, racing toward the professor's table. Surely, there must be an issue with the scoreboard. Do not run so fast in the hall, Percy admonished, furrowing his brow as he watched Hermione barreling ahead. Ron witnessed the entire scene unfold and also pointed toward the scoreboard. Percy let out a shrill cry. A second later, the chairs stood vacant, and one could still see Percy's silhouette suspended in the air. He too dashed toward the professor's table. Calm down, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall gestured for Hermione to catch her breath before speaking. I am certain there is nothing that cannot wait a moment. Professor, the Gryffindor scoreboard is broken. Percy arrived breathlessly, exclaiming, it has transformed the red gemstones into black ones. What? Professor McGonagall leaped to her feet. Indeed, noticing the heap of black gemstones towering above those of the other houses in Gryffindor's hourglass. Her vision darkened as she recalled Elowen's deduction of over 400 points. Merlin, how can the scoreboard respond to anyone's words? Do not worry, Professor McGonagall began reassuring the nearby students. I can revoke it. She pointed her wand at the scoreboard. I, Minerva McGonagall, in the name of Gryffindor's headmistress, hereby revoke Elowen Ellis's deductions from Gryffindor. The scoreboard remained unresponsive. She tried again. I, Minerva McGonagall, in the name of Hogwarts deputy headmistress, hereby revoke Elowen Ellis's deductions from Gryffindor. The black gemstones remained undisturbed within the hourglass. Professor McGonagall fell into deep contemplation. Professor Dumbledore approached, drawn by the commotion. As the current headmaster of Hogwarts, I hereby rescind the demerits imposed on Elowen Ellis. The black gemstone swayed gently, yet it remained unyielding. Through the professor's struggle with the scoreboard, Hermione conceived a bold notion. Could it be that Elowen is destined to become the headmaster of Hogwarts? The clash of commands between headmasters led to a strike of the scoreboard, which seemed plausible. However, it was far from benevolent towards Gryffindor's points. Chapter 79, Two Individuals. With no means to reverse the deducted points, Dumbledore could only restore Gryffindor's original score. Surely, it could not be that Elowen deducts points daily while they add them back incessantly? Professor McGonagall was deeply troubled, her words tinged with a sense of helplessness. At present, no better solution appeared to be at hand. Dumbledore sighed. He could only hope that Elowen would refrain from frequently imposing deductions, or else he would find himself quite occupied. Hermione brought the conjecture regarding Elowen potentially becoming the headmaster back to their group. Meanwhile, Percy was providing Gryffindor students with a public explanation concerning the malfunction of the scoreboard. Some audacious young wizards attempted to clandestinely add points to Gryffindor, but alas, the scoreboard remained unresponsive. Becoming the headmaster. Ron's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. Hermione swiftly elbowed him to temper his excitement, exclaiming, "Speculation, merely speculation." Yet, there was little to take pride in, considering Hogwarts appeared to have been vacant for many years. Luna blinked her perpetually bewildered eyes, her tone betraying a hint of melancholy. Ron's exuberance swiftly dissipated. To become the headmaster with only 2 individuals remaining? I wager Elowen would not find joy in that. Neville's voice was also laced with despondence. Hermione grasped the crux of the matter, delivering a firm tap to Neville's arm. 2 individuals. How astute, Neville. Why did I not consider that? Are you truly all right, Hermione? Ron questioned, skeptical of her mental state. You aren't becoming unhinged from the negative points, are you? Hermione had already begun to speak to herself. The issue lies here. It is now evident that Elowen and Harry are both being hunted by the Dark Lord, as observed during that incident in Diagon Alley. Among those wanted notices, there were unfamiliar adults whose identities remain unclear. We only recognize Elowen and Harry to appear on the wanted list. They must pose a significant threat to the Dark Lord's reign, deemed obstacles to his dominion. And what of Tabitha? That is indeed a pertinent question, leaving the other 3 momentarily stumped. Tabitha's abilities are assuredly formidable. She casts spells with remarkable speed and accuracy. Ron's brow furrowed. Perhaps she has concealed her identity? Did Tabitha prefer living in the shadows, or did she revel in the attention of others? Forget I said anything. Hermione continued. Tabitha must have lived alongside Elowen for quite some time, yet she does not recognize Harry. Remember? The first time she encountered Harry, she had him tied up. Yet Elowen immediately identified him as Harry Potter. Given that both Elowen and Harry are being pursued, and considering Elowen's familiarity with Harry, it stands to reason that their relationship is quite amicable. I even speculate she might be in the same year as Harry. Conversely, Tabitha, who also shares a good rapport with Elowen, utterly fails to recognize the young Harry. Her description of the older Harry is merely from several years prior. Could it be that Elowen and Harry lost all contact during their flight? Neville inquired with a sense of urgency. Uncertain, but there is definitely something amiss. Tabitha's identity warrants scrutiny as well. Furthermore, from the scene in Diagon Alley, it is evident that while the Dark Lord's influence prevails in that world, the fundamental social order has not collapsed. People still traverse the streets, and shops remain operational. Where, then, have the original students of that school vanished? Where do the newly emerged young wizards receive their education? Why does Hogwarts appear to have been abandoned for years? They deliberated over these questions for an extended period without arriving at any conclusions. Seated beside Tabitha was another individual, both awaiting her potion to brew. However, she remained in no rush to complete the elixir, her movements leisurely. Observing this, Harry felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. He turned to Elowen. Are you truly not going to deduct a few more points? If it affects her performance, would you be able to stomach the mud? If you could deduct 80 points before it's ready, then none of us would need to consume each other's potions. I know you can do it, Elowen. Harry gazed at Elowen with trust. Do you not care at all about Gryffindor's score? Reflecting on the stark contrast between 480 and 50, Harry spoke sincerely. It matters not. Professor McGonagall fixed Harry with a disapproving glare. It is of utmost importance. Yet I cannot conceive a valid reason for deduction. Really? Harry's voice was heavy with reproach. You did not seem so just moments ago. With no reason, Harry can fabricate one. And he casually tossed an entire sprig of asphodel into Tabitha's cauldron. Tabitha poured in a stabilizing agent, and the potion, which had been on the verge of exploding, calmed once more. She flashed a provocative smile at Harry. Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce competition surrounding the cauldron. Harry would rather drink mud than allow Tabitha to experience the pain he had just endured. He randomly grabbed any object nearby and tossed it into the cauldron. Tabitha appeared to have ignited with enthusiasm. Her fingertips trembled with excitement as she endeavored to thwart Harry's disruptions. She had never anticipated that potion class could be so exhilarating. She would certainly return next time. They were concocting the potion in an entirely new manner, adding water when the mixture was too thick and flour when it was too watery. Thus far, they had not caused the cauldron to explode, relying solely on that bottle of stabilizing agent to save them. Elowen's lips were pressed tightly together, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. The vein on her temple throbbed as she could no longer bear to witness this farce. Gryffindor loses 100 million points. The scoreboard emitted a mournful wail. The black gemstone of Gryffindor instantly filled the hourglass, continuing to overflow into the hourglasses of other houses. Professor McGonagall felt as though everything around her had become a blur. The tumultuous sounds of the hall seemed to filter through layers of seawater before reaching her ears, buzzing indistinctly. 100 million points. With a bang. The lid of the scoreboard flew off, and the black gemstones erupted like a fountain, splattering onto the floor. "Oh wow," exclaimed Black, marveling at the spectacle. Professor McGonagall suddenly regained her composure, her facial muscles taut as she glared sternly at Black. "We can explain to the students that a large dog's fur has obstructed the scoreboard," Snape quipped from the sidelines. Noting that there happened to be a large dog on the professor's table. Under McGonagall's fierce gaze, Black remained silent, only daring to bare his teeth at Snape. "Thank you for your utterly useless suggestion, Severus," McGonagall replied brusquely. "I believe we must first find a way to halt this contraption." Dumbledore found himself equally at a loss. He and Elowen possessed equivalent authority and could not rescind the command she had already issued. Now, all they could do was wait for the scoreboard to exhaust the 100 million points before adding an equivalent amount back to Gryffindor to offset the negative score. Conservatively, this process would require 2 days and nights. Dumbledore promptly informed all professors to record any recent points added or deducted by hand, to be verified collectively by the headmaster in a couple of days. Hearing of their house's deduction of 100 million points, the little lions displayed not a shred of sorrow over their vanishing score. "Please, which academy has ever experienced such a significant deduction of points? It is simply magnificent." A clever little lion has already reserved Colin's camera, intending to stand before the gem waterfall to capture a commemorative photograph to send home to his mother. Chapter 80, Career Choices. Elowen administered half a bottle of the haphazard potion brewed by Tabitha to each of the 2 wasteful individuals. This concoction swiftly incapacitated both. Harry succumbed to a baby-like slumber, while Tabitha struggled on the ground, her attempts to make noise feeble at best. With the cacophony of these 2 nuisances silenced, the world felt much more tranquil. Elowen enjoyed a period of delightful solitude. No, she truly resorted to poisoning them. Black was utterly astonished. Surely, she hadn't learned such methods from Snape? "Nonsense, we never test potions on students," Professor McGonagall asserted confidently, declaring that Elowen was far more judicious than Tabitha and would not cause any mishap. Lupin, familiar with potions, remained calm, affirming McGonagall's statement. Indeed, this mixture would only leave them dazed for no more than 10 minutes. Black harbored doubts, suspecting he was the only one among the professors who remained lucid. Why did no one question such behavior? Professors Sprout and Flitwick remained silent under Black's scrutiny. It was not that they were unconcerned. They had witnessed far worse. Moody's eye. Cursed necklaces, dragons, the unforgivable curse. Tabitha had a knack for lowering their standards time and again. Once a person's standards are lowered, it becomes increasingly challenging to raise them again. Elowen had merely given Harry a harmless potion. What a prudent child she was. Recently, the professors had shown remarkable kindness toward the students at Hogwarts. Even the Weasley twins deemed them good kids. Yet these good kids were plotting something mischievous. Fred and George gazed at the scoreboard, spewing black gems, their minds racing with ideas. Tabitha awakened a bit earlier, having experienced a sticky dream. Upon waking, she realized her hands were smeared with the viscous potion from her struggles. She effortlessly composed herself. Harry, too, stirred awake at that moment. Perhaps the memory of the point deduction was too vivid, for in his dazed state, he heard the dual melody of Elowen and Snape's point deductions. How terrifying. Harry quickly glanced at the scoreboard, still 480. The pent-up breath he had been holding escaped in relief. It was merely a dream. How could anyone deduct 1,000,000 points from Gryffindor? Impossible. He stood there, attempting to shake off the disorientation of awakening. However, Tabitha's potion proved effective, he thought. Even random substances could induce confusion. He inadvertently voiced this sentiment. This was due to the inherent properties of all confusion potions. Elowen, without even lifting her eyelids, coolly retorted that if he tried drinking water steeped with deadly nightshade, its effects would last far longer than what she had concocted. So, in a sense, Tabitha had diminished the potion's potency with her lengthy brewing. In a manner of speaking, she truly was a genius. Harry dismissed further thoughts and approached Elowen. He hadn't yet received feedback on his confusion potion. It was a masterpiece he had brewed at great personal risk. A potion of exquisite perfection. I could grant you an O, particularly since Harry had crafted it amidst the chaos caused by both her and Tabitha. Elowen felt inclined to award him 2 Os. Harry was so moved he nearly wept. It was a score he had never received from Snape. Yet Professor Snape would undoubtedly never grant me an O. Harry asserted with certainty. By the professor's standards, he might give you an A. Elowen found herself utterly unable to refute this. Not even an E. What ludicrous standards were those? Standards exclusive to Harry Potter. To be more precise, a standard for Slytherin, one for Gryffindor, another for the rest of the houses, and yet another for Harry Potter. Ron lamented. What grievance could Harry possibly have against him? Hermione, privy to the truth, dared not utter a word. Her gaze fixed on her notes as though something extraordinarily captivating had suddenly appeared on the page. After a suffocating silence. So, I endured the hellish experience of potions class merely to receive an A in Professor Snape's course? Harry's voice trembled with a calm despair. Of course not. How could one think such a thing? Tabitha chimed in with a childlike tone, emphasizing the importance of mastering potions. Coming from you, that carries no weight. Harry had just witnessed Tabitha's potion-making prowess. Tabitha hoisted Elowen, demonstrating to Harry, "That's because I have Elowen. I have no need to brew potions myself." Tabitha held her up for a second before setting her down, fearing for her own safety. "If you could befriend Snape, you wouldn't need to study potions." Tabitha suggested to Harry, "It would be far more important for you two to get along." Harry gaped, hearing something utterly absurd. Befriend? What sort of nonsense was that? He would rather swallow a hippogriff whole. At least that seemed somewhat feasible. Snape's face turned a shade of green. That day would never come. He would leap from the astronomy tower before allowing it to transpire. Black's complexion mirrored Snape's. What the hell was this little dark wizard teaching him about parenting? A Potter and a Snape becoming friends? Merlin, James would be rolling in his grave. Only Lupin remained unperturbed, calmly sipping his tea. Professor McGonagall wore a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, secretly anticipating that moment. Malfoy was laughing mockingly. Who didn't he know their headmaster despised Harry Potter? He wouldn't he believe it possible unless a killing curse fell from the sky. Elowen kicked away the disruptive Tabitha, steering the conversation back on track. Potions class is indeed crucial, but not for the sake of obtaining Professor Snape's evaluation. The scores for the OWLs and Newt's examinations are what truly matter. Without an O on the OWLs, one cannot enter Professor Snape's advanced potions class. Am I to strive solely to gain entry into Professor Snape's advanced class? Harry interjected, unable to contain himself. Certainly, otherwise how will you prepare for the Newts? Self-study? Hogwarts textbooks haven't been updated in years. Some of the methods outlined within are in dire need of improvement. If you wish to become an Auror, they have certain requirements for your potions exam scores as well. Work hard. Do not easily abandon a subject. Elowen's hand rested lightly on Harry's head, patting it twice with a feather-like touch. Auror. Harry had never contemplated his future career choices before. Did Elowen suggest this because she envisioned him as an Auror in the future? Chapter 81, Departing Soon. Those scoring below an O cannot enter the advanced potions class. Hermione spoke, trembling. How could I not have known this until so late? Ron swallowed hard, feeling that Hermione had no issues at all. She should be more concerned about him. Harry now had the special training from Elowen, while Hermione could learn effectively from the textbooks. In the end, would he be the only one unable to join Snape's advanced class? Many lower-year students began to feel anxious, and the students from Gryffindor felt particularly overwhelmed. Percy had just regained his composure after the shock of the gem waterfall. Once his mindset was adjusted, he began to alleviate the tension among the young witches and wizards. This information is typically reserved for 5th graders. There is no need to become overly anxious at this early stage. Percy lowered his voice to convey the latter part of his statement, indicating that as long as you achieve an E in Professor Snape's grading, you are guaranteed a place in the advanced class. An A is also attainable with a bit of effort. Many upperclassmen exchanged knowing glances, sharing their insights born from experience. Most young witches and wizards did not dwell on this matter for long, yet certain overachieving individuals like Hermione remained unable to relax, particularly upon hearing that other advanced classes had academic prerequisites. Ron glanced at Hermione with concern. She was clutching her time turner through her clothing, her eyes ablaze with determination, as if she had resolved something significant. Ron feared that by the end of the semester, Hermione might outpace them in maturity. Will I become an Auror? Harry voiced his doubts, a question he would have previously posed more subtly, yet he felt that Elowen would not shy away from addressing this directly. You could be. Elowen replied, leaving the statement open-ended. However, in their world, opportunities were limited. She restrained her expression, ensuring Harry did not detect any anomalies. This is one reason I refrain from directly revealing your future paths. Your journey is one you must choose for yourself, not merely a result to strive towards based on my words. If you are interested in becoming an Auror, strive for that goal. If you wish to explore other professions, that is equally valid. Your future encompasses countless possibilities, truly an infinite array. In the original holographic game, players had immense freedom of choice. As the protagonist, Harry Potter would undoubtedly be influenced by the choices of the players shaping his destiny. Then can I survive in the wilderness by hunting? Elowen's emotions were conflicted as she recalled the lessons she and Tabitha imparted to Harry. The shift in his aspirations seemed quite drastic. How did he go from wanting to be an Auror to becoming a hunter? Of course, Elowen agreed, though her expression betrayed her inner turmoil, akin to a struggle within herself, contemplating the possibility of becoming an adventurer like Lockhart. Harry fell silent, ceasing to tease Elowen. He noticed she had never directly answered his question regarding becoming an Auror. He had intentionally posed a more outrageous query. It seemed effective. As Elowen's gaze drifted into the distance, her focus waning, Harry silently recalled the recent exchange, stifling laughter at the sight of someone typically composed losing her facade. It was no wonder Tabitha enjoyed teasing others. Tabitha observed the scene with keen clarity. Harry's attempts to maintain his composure caused the corners of his eyes to twitch. The little rascal was being intentional, yet she had no inclination to alert Elowen, wishing instead to capture the moment for posterity. Elowen's emotions surged and receded swiftly, her complex feelings not lingering for long. "I need to step out for a moment." She bade farewell to Harry and Tabitha. "Where are you going?" Harry inquired. Recalling similar instances when Elowen left them to their own devices during classes, confident no mishaps would occur in her absence. He had never questioned her whereabouts before, but since learning of her scant sleep, curiosity about her daily endeavors had piqued. Tabitha perked up, her ears attuned to Elowen's response. "I'm preparing supplies for someone eager to learn the mind closure spell." The pensive, Tabitha exclaimed, instantly recognizing Elowen's destination. She eagerly raised her hand. "I want to go too." "What for?" Elowen replied, exasperated. Tabitha was so keen on joining, yet a single pensive hardly required the efforts of both. "I'm searching for items needed for herbology class," Tabitha replied earnestly. "The shops don't sell them, and fortune favors the daring in the forest. I'll accompany you to look." This was an unusual situation. Harry had never been alone in the tent before. "What if I join you?" He hesitated, hoping to avoid appearing like a child reliant on adults. "No," Elowen and Tabitha responded almost in unison. Their destination was Hogwarts, the damaged version, and including Harry would be tantamount to revealing their plans. "All right," Harry acquiesced, accustomed to such secrets by now. "I'll stay behind and keep watch." He accepted this quickly, while Tabitha felt a surge of excitement for their impending adventure, though Elowen remained concerned about Harry being left alone. After all, the dangers of the forest extended beyond mere beasts. Death Eaters could very well pursue them here, a threat Harry was ill-equipped to confront. Elowen felt compelled to reiterate, "Do not stray far from the tent. If you feel stifled, you may step outside within a 5-meter radius. That is the effective range of the unbreakable vow." "I know. You've mentioned it many times. The forest is perilous," Harry replied, his eyes clear, yet his tone heavy. He understood well what they were evading in the woods, something far more dangerous than mere beasts. He would not act recklessly, hoping his gaze conveyed this sentiment. "Oh no." Hermione's heart raced, recalling the confrontation in Diagon Alley where Elowen faced numerous Death Eaters. It was a scene reminiscent of a classic cinematic moment, where promises remained unfulfilled. After the shimmering barrier appeared, Hermione had likened their situation to a Muggle film, and they all understood the implications. Harry isn't one to rush towards danger, Neville reassured. Ron, however, lacked such optimism, harboring a foreboding sense regarding Harry's uncanny ability to attract trouble. "Perhaps they'll return shortly." Neville sought to alleviate the palpable anxiety surrounding their friend. "They have a house elf. They're usually quite adept at caring for young witches and wizards," Luna remarked slowly, fiddling with her carrot earrings. Luna's calm demeanor offered some reassurance to Hermione and Ron.